It is said that the male lead's mother is the best of the best, but I conquered the beautiful mother of the protagonist right from the start, simply because I crossed over into a major villain. To avoid being toyed with by the male lead as a cute little thing, I decided to first become the male lead's father. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of me, I completely ignored her and sat down on the nearest sofa, then turned my gaze to her and asked, "Are you Lan Meirou, Yi Fan's mother?" Seeing the young man in front of her, Lan Meirou frowned slightly, but still wore a hint of calm on her face. She didn't understand why I was so arrogant and even mentioned her son's name. "I am Yi Fan's mother. May I ask what happened to Yi Fan?" "This matter is a long story. First, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Chang, a classmate of Yi Fan." As I said this, I stood up from the sofa and moved closer to Lan Meirou. "Not long ago, Yi Fan crashed into my 8 million yuan Rolls-Royce. Here is the relevant video. Please take a good look at it. Aunt Lan." Then I smiled and handed my phone to Lan Meirou. After hearing my words, the calm facade that Lan Meirou had put on completely disappeared. Even if she sold her house, she couldn't afford to pay for the 8 million Rolls-Royce that was damaged. She quickly took the phone and began to examine it carefully. Lan Meirou's hands trembled uncontrollably, but she still wanted to see every detail in the video. After watching it over and over again, Lan Meirou finally confirmed that it was a disaster. She could tell that Yi Fan was with a girl and had directly crashed into the Rolls-Royce while turning. It was entirely Yi Fan's responsibility. I want to discuss the compensation matter with Aunt Lan. This is the relevant car damage report. As I said this, I held Lan Meirou's jade hand tightly with one hand and handed over a report with the other. At this moment, the distance between the two of us was very close, and Lan Meirou could almost feel the hot breath as I spoke. But at this moment, all she could focus on was that car damage report. Her eyes filled with panic. 2.5 million. This is a price she simply cannot afford. Even if she sold all her possessions, she still couldn't afford it. What should she do? In the face of immense despair, Lan Meirou's legs went weak, and her body was about to fall to the side. But I was already holding her hand. So at that moment, I quickly used my strength to hold Lan Meirou in my arms. "Aunt Lan, what's wrong with you?" I held Lan Meirou, resting my face above her neck, feeling her charm, and secretly sighed. So fragrant. Lan Meirou was probably in her late 30s, but time had not left too many marks on her. She looked no more than 30, with long hair cascading down, giving her a striking beauty. I'm a bit out of line. I'm sorry." Feeling the temperature on her neck and the rush of hormones, Lan Meirou felt a bit unusual and wanted to leave my embrace, but was met with a tremendous resistance. "Aunt Lan, there's no need to be nervous. It's just 2.5 million. I am the only son of Su Badian, the president of the Su Group, and I am good friends with Yi Fan. How could our relationship be affected by a broken car?" Then I wrapped my arm around Lan Meirou's waist and kept soothing and patting her back. The Su family group. Lan Meirou knew this was the largest group in Jiang City. Feeling the hands sliding over her body, Lan Meirou was both a little embarrassed and a bit scared, but also had a small sense of joy. She didn't expect that at her age, she could still attract the attention of young boys. And this boy was so handsome. Does this mean she is still quite charming? Then young Master Su, what do you plan to do? Is this 2,500,000 not going to be compensated? There was a hint of urgency in Lan Meirou's words, but more of it was reverence. After all, the influence of the Su Group is truly immense, and the controller of the Su Group is the richest man in the entire Jiang City, with influence spanning the military, politics, and business. As the only son of Su Badian, it would not be an exaggeration to say I am the crown prince of the entire Jiang City. How could I lack that little money? No, Aunt Lan. Our Su family's money didn't come from the wind. This is 2,500,000. I'm a bit speechless. Lan Meirou was being too naive. Although this amount of money is nothing to me, it's different for Lan Meirou. Without this money, how can I handle Lan Meirou? What do you want to do, young Master Su? Our family really can't come up with this money. Even if we sell the house and the car, we still can't raise enough for this amount. Lan Meirou said in a bit of a panic. If they really have to compensate this 2,500,000, then this family would basically be ruined. This family has always relied on Lan Meirou to hold it together. Yi Fan's father disappeared right after the child was born and hasn't returned since. The family has been supported solely by her salary to raise Yi Fan. Now that Yi Fan is at a critical point in his freshman year, without money, how can her son continue his university education? Their future would be gone. Don't worry, Aunt Lan. I came here to handle this matter. I know that 2.5 million is a huge burden for you. And Yi Fan has been living too comfortably on campus. He has confessed to a girl 98 times in a row and has given her a lot of gifts. I think this is not a small amount of money, and I also want to help you lighten the burden. As I spoke, I hugged Lan Meirou's shoulders and led her to sit down on the sofa, my eyes catching a glimpse of that pure white from above. At that moment, A system interface suddenly appeared in front of me, and a voice from the system echoed in my mind. Option 1, inform Lan Meirou that no compensation of 2,500,000 is required, and she will receive the title of God level 205. Option 2, Aunt Lan, have you ever thought about using other methods to pay off the debt? Reward, mastery of divine level instruments. Aunt Lan, haven't you thought that there is more than one way to repay the money? As I said this, I stood up, walked in front of Lan Meirou, squatted down, and wore a slight wicked smile on my face. My hand also reached to Lan Meirou's face, brushing against it slightly. It was very soft and smooth, completely unlike skin at this age, really well maintained. Lan Meirou was also taken aback and quickly stepped back. No, you are Feng Er's classmate, and aren't you Feng Er's good friend? She had found it a bit strange after I entered the room, but seeing me speak so frankly, Lan Meirou was still a bit scared. He is Feng Er's good friend, yet so openly taking advantage of her, it's too much. Hearing what Lan Meirou said, I smiled. I know very well that Yifan has always looked down on me. When I told Lan Meirou that we were good friends, I was completely lying to her. After all, Yifan is the protagonist, and I am the villain. Auntie, are you sure you don't want to pay back in another way? Or are you planning to give me 2,500,000 directly? I took the car damage report from the side and waved it in front of Lan Meirou. Lan Meirou saw the car damage report and her expression turned ugly again. After all, this 2,500,000 is real money. What to do? Where can she get this 2,500,000? Could it be that she really has to, with such a handsome young man? But thinking carefully, if such a handsome young man is interested in her, maybe she is the one who benefits. Thinking like this, Lan Meirou suddenly recalled the moment when I had just placed my face above her neck. It was very intense. This guy must have planned it from the beginning. He was completely aiming for me. Otherwise, how could he be so direct? Lan Meirou's face suddenly turned bright red. What was she really thinking? I promise you. Lan Meirou turned her head away, not daring to look at me. Otherwise she was afraid she would go crazy with wild thoughts. A hint of mockery flashed across my face at that moment, and I could see the confusion on Lan Meirou's face. Since that's the case, let me help her. Aunt Lan, I want to eat blueberry meat. Then I bent down and picked up Lan Meirou, who let out a surprised gasp. Startled, but then her face flashed with shyness, and she didn't dare to look at me anymore. Burying her face in my arms, this feeling of being in my arms, breathing in the scent of the hormones coming from me, she didn't dislike. Then I shut the bedroom door, and some noise came from the room. Not knowing how much time had passed, a very piercing sound of the door opening came into the bedroom. Quick, lock the door. Fanner is back. At that moment, Lan Meirou's face was buried in the pillow. Her tired eyes immediately became alert, and she hurriedly patted me with her hand. Su Chang was also startled and immediately unlocked the bedroom door. He didn't want to be caught red-handed by the protagonist while he was doing his business with the protagonist's mother. A villain who sneaks around and screws the protagonist's mother and gets caught red-handed by the protagonist. Who knew what Yifan would do? Mom, I'm home. Yifan opened the door and greeted Lan Meirou as usual, but then realized that he didn't find Lan Meirou in the living room. Ha! Mom used to have dinner ready and waiting for me at this time of the day. Where is everyone? Yifan muttered to himself somewhat doubtfully, took off his shoes and started walking towards the kitchen. And after strolling around the kitchen he didn't find the meal that Lan Meirou had left for him. Strange, where did Mom go? It was then that Yifan realized that inside Lan Meirou's bedroom door was closed. Mom, are you home? I'm hungry. Why don't you go out and get some food? Ah, Mom, what's wrong with you? Mom, no, it's fine, you can play outside a little longer. Yifan frowned with some doubt. How that voice just now didn't sound like it was fine. It was like he was scared. Whatever, let's just go out for dinner. Let's buy a present for Xinlan after dinner. It's almost Xinlan's birthday. And inside Lan Meirou's bedroom, Lan Meirou's face was against the bedroom door, her hands covering her mouth, her eyes full of fear. Only when she heard Yifan go out did Lan Meirou move her hands away from her mouth. You're really crazy. You're Vanner's classmate. Vanner is right outside the door. How dare you? Sweat dripped from Lan Meirou's disheveled hair, and her eyes were full of fear as she looked at Su Chang behind her and said, exciting, don't you like it? Or rather, don't you just love it? Su Chang used his hand to pull back a few strands of hair that blocked Lan Meirou's eyes. Lan Meirou turned back, wrapped her arms around Su Chang's neck and kissed him on the face. Looking at the time, Su Chang also finally stopped, this time consuming almost 6 hours of his energy. It was only then that he finally fed Blue Meirou, the demonic spirit. Ding! Detected that the host has gained the emotional value of the female lead, Blue Meirou. When the host obtains emotional values such as sadness, happiness, hatred, love, etc. from the female host, for every 1,000 sentiments accumulated, You can get random items in the system mall. Su Chang was a bit delighted. This was a good thing. Swiping a bit more rewards would make it easier for himself to deal with Yifan. Detected. Heroine Blue Meirou. The system has been automatically bound. Department of. Female lead. Name, Lan Meirou. Age, 37. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 118 pounds. Character, loyal and elegant. Face value, 91. Charm, 91 plus 8. Blue Meilou's love value plus 100. Blue Meilou's love value plus 500. Blue Meirou's love value plus 1000. Blue Meirou's favorability, 75. That's how high the goodwill was pulled up? It seems that these 6 hours weren't a waste of time. At the very least, the favorability was pulled up. The emotion value from Blue Meirou also brushed up to 6000. Su Chang held Lan Meirou on the bed for a while, then Lan Meirou suddenly turned down to look at him, her eyes full of expectation. What's wrong, Auntie Blue? Su Chang pinched Lan Meirou and couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. Of course he knew what Lan Meirou was thinking about at this time, and it was nothing more than that $2.5 million. But just once, how could Su Chang be satisfied? And the $2.5 million, does that mean you don't have to pay it back? Lan Meirou's eyes held a hopeful look, but with some different luster. Thinking about what? You don't think it's worth $2.5 million in one sitting, do you, Auntie Blue? Even if I press you for $100, 000 a time, Auntie Blue, you still owe me 24 times. Chapter 3, Come to my house as a maid. What? Wasn't the deal $2.5 million offset? Lan Meirou was a little flustered, but she had given her entire being to Su Chang in front of her. If one has to accompany Su Chang 24 more times, the intensity if all like today, how can that be tolerated? Auntie Blue, are you mistaken? I don't think I've ever said that I'd offset $2.5 million at a time, and offsetting 100,000 at a time is a pretty big deal. Su Chang stretched out his hand to carry Lan Meirou into his arms, and with a conniving businessman-like smile on his face he pinched Lan Meirou's chin. If you go outside, $100,000 could buy as many schoolgirls' first times. Those schoolgirls are afraid they'll grab all of them to do it. And Auntie Blue, this is an extremely long-term path to riches. If you work harder, it won't take you a month to pay back the $2.5 million. If you still want to do it, I can accompany you to do it too. Auntie Blue, this guy, what the hell is he talking about new effort? If this guy likes himself so much, then even if he spends more time with him, 24 times, shouldn't be that difficult. It's just that the body might not be able to handle it. But then Lan Meirou was thinking of Yifan. If this matter was known to Fan Air, then what face would she have to be Fan Air's mother in the future? No way. Absolutely not. Even if I have to borrow the remaining $2.4 million, I must get it all together. Blue Meilou's shame value plus 100. Blue Meilou's excitement value plus 100. Blue Meizhou's regret value is plus 100. Blue Meilou's regret value plus 500. No, you're a classmate of Van's. We've already missed it so much once. We can't afford to be so wrong again. Lan Meirou struggled her body trying to get off of Su Chang. But how could Su Chang let Lan Meirou slip away just like that? Su Chang wrapped his hands around Lan Meirou's waist, locking Lan Meirou tightly in his arms. Auntie Blue, don't move. You move again, and you'll suffer the consequences of what you've triggered. Feeling Su Chang's movements, Lan Meirou's heart couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This guy, how can he still? Doesn't he even get tired? His own former husband, compared to him, was a heaven and a hell. It's a livestock. His own body can't take it at all now. Su Chang, Auntie can't do it anymore. Don't you? Lan Meirou's voice said in fear, her body leaning on Su Chang's body, not daring to move, afraid that he would lay hands on herself again. Blue Meilou's fear value plus 100. Hearing Lan Meirou's pleading voice, Su Chang was somewhat speechless. If there wasn't a system, knowing that Lan Meirou was really scared at the moment, he thought Lan Meirou was really seducing him. Lan Meizhou's murmured request sounded like a wisp of green smoke, softly wrapping around his ears. She had a very nice voice, and sounded even more sweetly seductive when she was tired. Auntie Blue, since we've already done it once and missed it, what's the point of dwelling on it so much? Is it not considered cheating if you cheat someone once and don't cheat them again? If you've cheated once and not again, you're considered to have never cheated? If you've cheated once and don't do it again, you're considered to have never cheated? Auntie Blue, don't lie to yourself. If you're afraid our relationship will be found out by Van's son and you don't want to tell him for now, we'll just keep it hidden. Wait until the time is right to tell Vanner. Lan Meirou's eyes were mesmerized as she twisted her head around to look at this youth who was handsome and had brought her a lot of excitement and pleasure. The little man in the heart representing the angel and the little man representing the devil kept fighting. But in the end the devil's pitchfork went to the angel in an instant. Blue Meirou still gives in. What could she do? Faced with this devilish man, faced with that huge sum of $2.5 million, all she can do is keep sinking in the ocean. After all, she was just a widow without a husband, and raising a child on her own was hard enough. At this point in time, he dumped his family's money to compensate $2.5 million. So what will Fan Air do in the future? Not to mention, one has already accompanied this youth once, so what if one does so 24 times more? And one is happy, isn't one? I promise you. Lan Meirou slowly opened her mouth, but then she was blocked by Su Chang, and the words she was still trying to spit out were intercepted. Lan Meirou's body exuded an extremely sweet scent, like orchids and musk, just like the gentleness of the evening breeze brushing through the garden. It's refreshing and flirty at the same time. Then the breathing started to become rapid as well, and Su Chang's hands pinched her nose a few times. Lan Meirou's hand suddenly dropped, her eyes filled with fear. No, I really can't. Let me help you with something else. Another hour passed. Su Chang lay on the bed, leisurely and languidly squinting slightly. This day has worn him out. He's a devil, and how can Lan Meirou not be a demon? Mr. Su, please still don't tell Fanner about today's incident, okay? Lan Meirou rested her head on Su Chang's chest and suddenly opened her mouth, her face full of satisfaction. This little man who was the same age as her son was such a surprise to her. It also made her a widow who hadn't tasted a man for more than 20 years. A woman again. Still called Mr. Su, that's not what you just called it. The corner of Su Chang's mouth hooked up a trace of teasing. This beautiful woman he really liked tightly. The taste made him linger. So, what should I call? Then, old husband? Lan Meirou's voice was as light as a murmur, almost as if it was swirling around on the tip of her tongue, before she finally carefully spat out a few words. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lan Meirou's face was colored with a layer of redness, like the evening sun climbing up to the sky. The fingers were also involuntarily trembling slightly. Su Chang held Lan Meirou's hand. Lan Meirou's face seemed to be buried deeper. The temperature coming from her fingertips made her even more shy, and her ears became red. Well, good Zoe, we're already in this relationship, and since you don't want Vanner to know, you won't tell him. Su Chang dotingly rubbed Lan Meirou's face. By the way Zoe, have you considered a different job? You were working in real estate sales before for $10,000 a month, weren't you? I have a job here that will pay you up to $20,000 a month if you can come over. At those words, Lan Meirou looked up at Su Chang with some surprise and opened her mouth. What job? $20,000 a month? Come to my house as a maid. Chapter 4, Little Maid Luo Xiaoyun. After Lan Meirou agreed to be the maid of Su Chang's family, Su Chang returned to his family's large villa. At this moment, Su Chang was lying comfortably on the sofa, with a highball glass filled with red wine shaking inside his hand. As a matter of fact, Su Chang was a traveler, and he knew that after traveling here. This is an urban fiction novel that is a fusion of several novels, and he is the fictional villain of Manifest Destiny. Possessing the identity of the son of the richest man in the city of Zhang, his predecessor did nothing wrong and bullied men and women. In fact, he was more than that. His grandfather was one of the only remaining old meritocrats. His mother's worth was even more appalling, even surpassing his father, Su Ba Tian. Also therefore excessively arrogant offended the male lead Yifan. The key Yifan explicitly still take him as a friend, playing the predecessor like a dog behind his back. So when he sorted out the clues, the first thing he did was to find Yifan's mother, Lan Meirou. Host, Su Chang. Identity, the only son of the richest man in Jiangcheng. Age, 20. Cultivation, no cultivation. Items, none. Feats, none. Dang. Just then, an extremely dull crashing sound came over. Su Chang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward a small maid in the distant bedroom. The little maid was holding a guitar in her hands at the moment. Only the delicate lacquer on the body of the instrument had cracked, revealing the rough wooden texture inside, as if it were a broken face that had lost its former luster. The little maid set the guitar aside, grabbed a broom and began to take care of the splattered wood shavings, but the panicked look took away her usual competence. She didn't know exactly what the guitar cost. All she knew was that nothing in this house was cheap and she couldn't afford to lose it if she sold it. It's over. Su Chang placed the goblet on the table and walked over in the direction of the little maid while opening his mouth. Rhoda, the guitar with Alec Clapton's signature, last circulated in the market for $2.7 million. Hearing Su Chang's words, the little maid's hands trembled even more, and her eyes opened wide, the remnants of the guitar imprinted in her pupils, trying hard to piece together what the guitar originally looked like. The little maid was 5 feet 5 inches and slender in a classic black and white maid's outfit, but it looked a little huge in the front at the chest, hiding secrets. A child's face is less that. And this little maid is Luo Xiaoyun, one of the heroines of the book. In the original, Luo Xiaoyun was Yifan's childhood friend, and the two grew up together as two children. Later, Luo Xiaoyun was forced to move because of her parents' work and was separated from Yifan as a result. It occupied a very important position in Yifan's mind. Luo Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed. Her lips pursed gently as she tried to forcefully hold back the tears from falling. slender fingers clutched the edge of her apron, and her knuckles turned white from the exertion. Young master, right, sorry. After saying that, Luo Xiaoyun's bean-sized tears fell uncontrollably and hit the floor. At the same time both hands kept trying to keep collecting the pieces of the guitar together and cut his fingers. Young master, I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. Su Chang helped Luo Xiaoyun, who was squatting on the ground and crying with pearly blossoms, up. At the same time, he wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingers. Look whose little crybaby it is. Su Chang rubbed Luo Xiaoyun's small head. Very comfortable. Then he tugged Luo Xiaoyun's white wrist and pressed her to sit down on the sofa. Su Chang, on the other hand, stood in front of her, scrutinizing her carefully, and then used his mouth to help her treat the wound on her finger. Luo Xiaoyun's features were extremely delicate. Her face that had just cried had a different flavor. One hand was placed on top of the white silk, her disobedient hair hanging down, looking exceptionally soft. Female lead Luo Xiaoyun detected. Age, 19. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 95 pounds. Personality, soft and timid. Face value, 97. Charm, 97. Luo Xiaoyun's eyes were a little nervous as she stared at Su Chang, not knowing what the young master in front of her was preparing to do. Young master, just now the price of that guitar has been told to you. $7 million, equivalent to more than 10 million yuan. I'll count you 10 million whole. How do you plan to compensate? Your father had to pay a large sum of money to someone after his legs were smashed in a construction accident because he was working as a black laborer. Your mom abandoned you and ran away because of this too. So where are you going to make money other than working for me as a maid? Now Luo Xiaoyun's father can only rely on Luo Xiaoyun to earn money to make ends meet. Su Chang reached out and pinched Luo Xiaoyun's face. It was tender and smooth, and felt good. I don't know. She was now working as a maid in the young master's house for $20,000 a month, and without that job, where would she make money to support her father? And there's also this $10 million guitar fee for the young master, which he himself has to pay back. No money at all. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoyun's bean-sized tears fell again, and she kept wiping the falling tears with the back of her hand as she choked on her words. I really don't know what to do. Look at this little beauty crying. Pearly, yo. Su Chang reached out and picked up Luo Xiaoyun, then placed her on his lap. Luo Xiaoyun's body carried with her a fresh scent of laundry detergent, also mixed with her own body scent, making Su Chang feel warm and restful. Su Chang wrapped his arms around her waist and could feel the temperature from Luo Xiaoyun's body. It was hot. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoyun was startled, and her face gradually dyed red. Could it be that the young master was taking a liking to herself? I don't think so. An ugly duckling like himself. Su Chang was like a prince in a castle. How could he possibly look at himself? I want to give you a job for $100,000 a month, also as a maid. Su Chang rubbed his face against Luo Xiaoyun's small head and suddenly opened his mouth. No, I only want to be your maid. Young master. Luo Xiaoyun tearfully and suddenly turned her head to look at Su Chang and jumped off Su Chang's lap. A hint of nervousness flashed across Luo Xiaoyun's face. She had heard of Su Chang's style. Not a good person. He must be trying to give himself away as a maid. And then one is given something very evil to do by someone else. Being given a wild ride by someone else. Ding Lady Luo Xiaoyun's fear value plus 100. Heroine Luo Xiaoyun's fear value plus 200. Heroine Luo Xiaoyun's fear value plus 500. Did you misunderstand something? I was just going to say, add some maid work for you. How could I? Su Chang, give my maid to someone else? What are you thinking? Su Chang was somewhat surprised as his hands kept rubbing Luo Xiaoyun's small round face. Then, young master, you work as a maid. Anyhow, Luo Xiaoyun muttered her mouth. A pair of gleaming big eyes staring at Su Chang. Extremely curious, not resisting Su Chang's movements at all. Chapter 5, Calculating on Gold Digger Wu Xinlan. It's true that you're good as a maid, but don't you think I'm missing a kind of maid? Su Chang took Luo Xiaoyun in his arms and laid himself down on the sofa. The fragrance emanating from Luo Xiaoyun's body as well as the long strands of hair constantly swam around the tip of his nose. Engaged Su Chang's heart itchy. This girl is really fragrant. There is a milk flavor. Young master, what kind of maid is it? Luo Xiaoyun cocked his head dully, extremely puzzled by Su Chang's statement. Isn't there already a variety of maids inside the villa? Why is the young master still short of maids? She couldn't figure it out if she tried. Don't you think I'm missing a bed-warming maid? Su Chang stretched out his fingers to tickle Luo Xiaoyun's small nose. Then his arm looped over Luo Xiaoyun's shoulder, and one finger gently rubbed on Luo Xiaoyun's arm. The other hand was placed on Luo Xiaoyun's small stomach and kneaded it. Luo Xiaoyun's face began to turn red with shame. The young master's movements were just too intimate. It made Luo Xiaoyun very shy. She could feel that the young master also had a silky aroma on his body. and that scent belonging to a boy made Luo Xiaoyun a little infatuated and dependent. Young master, even if you don't give me a raise, I can still warm your bed. Luo Xiaoyun boldly leaned her head against Su Chang's chin, gently rubbing against it like a kitten. Then all her ears began to turn red. OMG, how dare she make such a bold move? The young master will surely think that he is not a good girl, and maybe he will think that he is seducing him. Su Chang buried his face into Luo Xiaoyun's long hair, and the charming fragrance instantly hit his face and drilled into his nostrils. Such a pretty little maid, warming the bed for only $20,000 a month. This young master thinks it's too little. Hearing Su Chang's words, Luo Xiaoyun's face was extremely excited and somewhat moved. Young master is really too good to Xiaoyun. Think about when you were in the family. Your dad was a yummy, lazy person and your mother ran straight away after your father was in an accident. Left on her own to take care of her father with a broken leg. She wouldn't have known how to live if the young master hadn't given her $20,000 a month. And after accidentally breaking a $10 million guitar, the young master even gave himself a raise. How in the world can there be such nice people? Young master, you are too good to little Cloud. Oh. Luo Xiaoyun twisted her body over and wrapped her arms around Su Chang's neck, and her bean-sized tears started to flow down again without stopping. Heroine Luo Xiaoyun's love value plus 100. Heroine Luo Xiaoyun's love value plus 200. Heroine Luo Xiaoyun's love value plus 1000. After comforting the little maid for a while, Su Chang put the little maid on his bedroom bed. Luo Xiaoyun after today's emotional ups and downs. At this moment, she was completely asleep. Su Chang tucked her in and began to use the emotion values obtained from the system for the lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 rolls of Breeze toilet paper. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7 Degrees of Space gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of black stockings from Balenciaga. Even the stockings are one, not a pair? System, did you eat all the rewards I drew back? This is a product of Bento, and it's all for the best. Is it possible that you're just not very lucky? Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 rolls of Qingfeng toilet paper. Max charm value increase, divine painting proficiency, divine physical health, divine martial arts proficiency, divine massage proficiency, divine car skill proficiency, divine cooking proficiency. System space *1. Title, Walking Hormone. Wu Xinlan's secret *1. After pulling all of his emotion values to full capacity, only then did Su Chang contentedly check the haul from this lottery. Not to be outdone, with this divine martial arts proficiency, at the very least, one didn't need to worry about being hung up on by the other party when they encountered the protagonist. Not to mention an extremely practical talent like divine car skill mastery. But thinking back carefully, he had crossed over until now, except for laying his hands on Lan Meirou, the protagonist, Yi Fan, but he has not taught him a lesson at all. And after reading Wu Xinlan's secret, Su Chang was completely shocked. It's really unexpected that the innocent schoolgirl is actually this kind of person. Ding detected that the protagonist Yi Fan is about to make his 99th confession to Wu Xinlan at 20:00 tomorrow night at Zhuhai Xian. 99 confessions? That's a lot of licking. Otherwise, I'd say this guy could be the lead. But with this plot information, there's no way he's going to let him succeed in his confession by saying anything on his own. Ha. Wu Xinlan, Su Chang can be said to have a heart for this guy, a pure gold digger, hanging on to several boys at the same time. The protagonist, Yi Fan, is also one of Wu Xinlan's lickspittles. I just don't understand how someone like Wu Xinlan can also be a big female lead. Even the main character, Yi Fan, is no good. This guy previously asked the predecessor to borrow an unknown amount of money. At the very least, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars. Also that this guy to buy gifts to Wu Xinlan. Just like that, Wu Xinlan didn't even accept Yi Fan's 98 confessions. Yi Fan also often borrowed his car to pick up Wu Xinlan, and that was the only time that the two of them could get a little closer. If he wasn't driving his predecessor's car or buying gifts for Wu Xinlan wouldn't even give a damn about him. The predecessor didn't know what kind of wind was in his brain. Every time Yi Fan asked him to borrow money or a car, he would borrow it. Every time, they still say something like, I'm just in time to fill you up with gas after borrowing your car for a drive. This kind of words is simply put Yi Fan to now drove the predecessor so many times, never gave him a gasoline. If it was a predecessor, this kind of idiot would only be played to death by Yi Fan. But now Su Chang was not a dumbass like his predecessor. Although Wu Xinlan was extremely gold-worshipping, her character was extremely cautious, and it was the first time that she had caught so many fish. Let's just say her segment is too high. But no matter how high her segment is, a gold digger is a gold digger. If you have rice, are you afraid the chickens won't come? Su Chang kissed Luo Xiaoyun's forehead, then left the villa and drove a 1 million plus Audi A8 towards Wu Xinlan's home. On the way, he also went to the mall to buy 2 pieces of expensive jewelry as well as cigarettes and alcohol. Most of the parents of gold-digging women are also cold to these things, and there are a lot of rituals to go around. Moreover, with herself in front of her, it was impossible for Wu Xinlan as well as her parents to look at Yifan anymore. When tomorrow night rolls around, have Wu Xinlan's parents' leader bring them over for a chance encounter. Hey, Heartland, Mr. Su, how come this busy man of yours still wants to get up and call this little woman of mine? When I saw the phone number I wondered if you had the wrong number. Wu Xinlan was a bit surprised. Of course she knew that Su Chang was a big fish, but Su Chang was Yifan's good brother. There was no way he could take the initiative to hook up with him. Borrowing Yifan himself can still mix some good things. If the two fell out, then there is nothing. Wanted to meet you at your house to hang out. Got a minute? How can I not have time when Grand Prince Su has kindly invited me? Come over here then. I need to put on my makeup and dress up. Chapter 6, The Schoolgirl's Secret. Threatening the schoolgirl. After giving all the gifts to Wu Xinlan's parents, Su Cheng took Wu Xinlan to the car. Wu Xinlan was wearing a simple white dress, with a bit of youthfulness and innocence on her face. With fair and delicate skin and eyes as clear as water, she looked alive like a white lotus flower. She's not like the regular green tea dressed up like a sultry. Wu Xinlan clearly understood where her strengths lay. Being young and beautiful, she just needs to walk her own track. This is an Audi A8, isn't it? It's estimated to be over $1 million. Su Xiao is really rich. None of her lickspittles have that kind of strength either. The only one who regularly drove a luxury car was Yifan, but Wu Xinlan knew that. The luxury car that Yifan drove was borrowed from Su Chang, and Yifan's own ride was an old man Lu, bought for tens of thousands of dollars. Nowhere near Su Chang's car. I just don't know why Su Chang always hangs out with Yifan. From her outsider's perspective, Yifan was no good, always rubbing Su Chang's car, borrowing Su Chang's money, and always saying bad things about him behind his back. You want one? I can give you one if you want. Really fake? Su Xiao, you cannot joke. More than $1 million of car you dare to send, I do not dare to accept. Wu Xinlan responded with a half-hearted smile. She vaguely felt that Su Chang wasn't joking, or else what was he doing here looking for himself? This male is a master of nothing. Don't forget it. I just don't know if this is familiar to you. Su Cheng opened his cell phone album and flipped out a video, placing it on his hand to show Wu Xinlan. And what was playing in that video was exactly the video of Wu Xinlan stealing the answers to the test papers in the faculty office. Boom! The moment Wu Xinlan saw the video, her face turned pale and her mind went blank. How is that possible? Why would Su Chang have a video of himself stealing the test papers? He had obviously done such a good job of hiding himself. All the surveillance had obviously been turned off. So how could he possibly have surveillance video? What the hell does this guy want? With one hand, Wu Xinlan tried to grab Su Chang's cell phone to delete the video in Su Chang's hand. But how could her height compare to Su Chang's? Su Chang raised the hand holding the cell phone up, while Wu Xinlan kept rubbing herself against him. It looked as if Wu Xinlan was squeezing into Su Chang's arms, trying to pamper him. Su Chang held Wu Xinlan in his arms, sniffing the scent from Wu Xinlan's body, sprayed with a light perfume, interspersed with a hint of her own body odor. It smelled good. One could feel that Wu Xinlan's body was very soft and there was a slight coolness to it. Through the dress it was possible to feel Wu Xinlan's heartbeat that felt strong due to the fear and anxiety. And the cell phone that was originally in his hand was snatched by Wu Xinlan. Wu Xinlan completely deleted the video from his cell phone in 3 tries. Phew! Wu Xinlan slowly exhaled. Deleting it would be good. She sat in Su Chang's arms and tilted her head up triumphantly as she looked at Su Chang and opened her mouth. How about? The video is useless when it's deleted. Ha ha ha. Big school girl. You don't think I have just one copy of that video in my hands, do you? If this video gets out, think of the consequences. First of all, you'll be expelled from school, and you'll have this heavy mark on your record. Your parents are also disgraced. Yo, the daughter they worked so hard to raise was expelled for stealing test papers, and they're sure to point to your spine to air their grievances. Your relatives and classmates look down on you, mock you, isolate you and alienate you. On top of that, you could go to jail. Su Cheng's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in Wu Xinlan's heart. If the video gets out, then one is really screwed. Looking at Su Cheng's evil smile, Wu Xinlan knew that she had really planted herself. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. What the hell do you want? It's easy, just give me a kiss. Su Cheng pointed at his face. What? Hiss. Wu Xinlan was taken aback when she heard Su Cheng's words. How could she not expect Su Cheng to hit this idea? If he was really interested in himself, then why did he keep giving Yifan assists? In a hurry, Wu Xinlan stepped back, but at this time, she was sitting in Su Cheng's arms, and when she retreated like this, she directly hit the steering wheel, and Wu Xinlan was also bounced and directly leaned her face against Su Cheng's chest. I didn't expect it, but big schoolgirl Wu is so proactive? Looking at Wu Xinlan who was leaning closely in front of him, Su Cheng couldn't help himself. He reached out his right hand and cupped Wu Xinlan's chin, and lowered his own head. Wu Xinlan struggled to leave, but how could it be so easy for her sitting in Su Chang's arms? Su Chang held her waist and his arms were like iron hoops to control her, making Wu Xinlan unable to move. Wu Xinlan's eyes widened, his pupils clenched, and his mind went blank. How could this be? His first kiss just gone. Wu Xinlan's legs ran out of strength, and she had no choice but to use her hands to tug on Su Chang's clothes and lie in Su Chang's arms. You rascal you! It was only after a few minutes that Wu Xinlan slowed down, and after her breathing stabilized, her tearful eyes stretched out her arm in a daze and tried to hit at Su Chang. It was her first kiss. I can't believe I just lost it in such an inexplicable way. Su Chang? What's it got to do with me? It's not like you leaned in of your own accord. I can't kiss you if you don't stick it to me, and I looked down. Su Chang somewhat brainlessly grabbed her wrist and then helped Wu Xinlan wipe away her tears. I don't care. You're going to pay me. Ha. Pay you back? You don't think I'm one of those licking dogs of yours? I'll eat this secret of yours for the rest of my life. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Chang once again cupped Wu Xinlan's chin and lowered his head. Hiss. Su Chang's lips ate the pain and let go of Wu Xinlan. How dare this bite herself? Feeling the blood flowing from his lips, Su Chang's face gradually darkened. If you bite me again, believe it or not, I'll spread the video of you stealing test papers. Pass it around. I'm not afraid. I'll go to jail if I have to. Wu Xinlan forced herself to hold back her aggression and clenched her teeth as tears continued to slide down from the corners of her eyes. This guy, obviously chasing himself normally. There was no way he wouldn't say yes. It has to be done in such a threatening and coercive way. Just kidding. Watch out for Blue. Look at all that crying. Su Chang also understood that rabbits would bite when pushed. Switching Wu Xinlan in his arms, he took a tablet in his hand and handed it to her. Ha. Don't cry yet. Just look at what this is. Chapter 7, Wu Xinlan is aggrieved. On the tablet Su Chang handed over, it was showing the actions that the two had done in the car earlier, and Su Chang scared as he watched, while on Wu Xinlan's face was not so comfortable anymore. She really didn't expect it. Su Chang actually videotaped it. Offhand, it really does look like it's pouncing on itself on this screen, but it was actually clearly bounced over the steering wheel. Big schoolgirl, look at you. This is clearly you lunging into my arms and sticking to me and not moving. Besides, even I kissed you first. Didn't you enjoy it immensely too? Su Chang wrapped his arms around Wu Xinlan and leaned her towards him again, forcing her to look at what was in the video. And in the video, the image of Wu Xinlan obliviously responding to Su Chang was playing. Wu Xinlan closed her eyes, wrapped her arms around Su Chang's neck, and kept getting close to Su Chang. The fingers retracted again from time to time and rested next to Su Chang's head. Big schoolgirl, still saying you don't enjoy it? Yourself was actually like that when you were just kissed by Su Chang. Wu Xinlan's face flushed red. The image of her unseen self in the picture was simply unbelievable to her. She only remembers her brain going blank while she was kissing Su Chang, completely out of breath. That's for being forced by you to use force. Wu Xinlan couldn't wait to turn into an ostrich and bury his head in the sand. Take a good look. Who's using force in the video? You're holding my head, eh? It's not like you don't want to be in charge, is it? Su Chang said with a teasing smile, followed by a face of aggression, pretending to wipe his tears. Yes, with so many lickspittles around the big schoolgirl, how could she look at a commoner like me? Since the big schoolgirl doesn't want to be in charge, I'll just leave. Su Chang made a gesture to put down Wu Xinlan on his body and prepared to leave. But at this time, Wu Xinlan directly grabbed him with one hand. You're such an asshole. In the next second, Wu Xinlan once again hugged Su Chang's head and came up. Su Chang drove Wu Xinlan all the way to the biggest emo mall nearby. After arriving at the mall from the entrance, the two attracted the attention of a crowd of people around them. Oh my god, look, that man is so handsome, and the clothes on his body, they're not cheap at first glance. It must be the young master of some family, and the woman next to her, she's got a great body, and she's so pretty. This face value, it's unbelievable. What would you say their relationship is? Brother and sister? Then there's no need to say lying talented woman, born to be a pair, must be a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Su Chang is the kind that looks tall and handsome, and also exudes that kind of mature youth unique temperament, just like that kind of domineering president. Wu Xinlan, on the other hand, was one of those extremely pure and pretty schoolgirls, innocent and with a clear air of simplicity. Hear that? They're all saying that we're boyfriend and girlfriend? Su Chang cheerfully said to Wu Xinlan, who was holding his arm beside him. Who's boyfriend and girlfriend with you? So cut the stink. By the way, then what exactly is our relationship? Wu Xinlan muttered a complaint, but then turned her head to ask Su Chang with some anticipation and curiosity. What other kind of relationship could we have? Of course it's a classmate relationship. Su Chang inexplicably looked at Wu Xinlan. What? You've kissed, hugged, and touched, and you're saying it's just a classmate relationship? Wu Xinlan thought that she had turned into Su Cheng's girlfriend, but she didn't expect him to actually think that way. That's pure scum. Classmate status is right there to initiate kissing yourself so many times. What an asshole. Oops. Okay. See the women's clothing store up ahead. You can pick anything you want in there, so you can rip me off hard for once. Su Cheng took the complaining Wu Xinlan in his arms as he pointed to the women's clothing store in front of him. After leading Wu Xinlan inside the store, Wu Xinlan ran inside with gusto, while Su Cheng found a place to sit. He didn't want to waste his precious time on shopping with a little girl. Auntie Blue, missed you. Is the handover of resignation done? When are you coming to be a maid? #love. Su Cheng took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Lan Meirou, and soon received a text message from Lan Meirou. Not yet, little devil. That's how much you want Auntie Blue to be your maid. Ha, hey. Mostly I miss you, Auntie Blue. Don't you miss me? Could it be that I make you uncomfortable? #aggrieved. Lan Meirou in the office picked up the cell phone and couldn't help but smile, but then thought of Su Cheng's rawness that day. Another moment of hindsight. She didn't want to endure another battle that intense. What are you laughing at, Sister Blue? Smiling so vaguely. Are you thinking of someone's little lover? Just then, someone pushed open the office door and walked in. Who laughed at the hidden? Don't talk nonsense there, Lan Meirou said with a pouty face. Although it was a reprimand, but it could be felt that the relationship between the two was very good, and Lan Meirou did not get angry. The person who pushed open the door was a tall-looking woman with glasses on her face, dressed in a workplace OL. Quite a seductive flavor. Yo, Sister Blue, am I wrong? This period of time to see you every day happy. Those who know think you've got a little love interest. Those who don't think you've won the lottery. Look at this tender skin. Isn't it moisturized a lot? Han Xiaoqi, I'm going to tear your nonsense mouth off today. Lan Meirou was furious, blinking as she rushed towards Han Xiaoqi, pressing her down on the sofa and scratching her non-stop. Wrong. Seeing that his message wasn't being replied to anymore, Su Cheng also closed his phone and went up to look for Wu Xinlan. Isn't this Xinlan? Your mom didn't come with you, so you came to this place alone to buy clothes? A piercing voice entered Su Cheng's ears. Su Cheng frowned and saw a short and fat woman with a lot of jewelry and a man walking towards Wu Xinlan. The eyes were still full of godliness and contempt. Auntie Wang. Wu Xinlan looked as if he was somewhat afraid of her. Even his voice became timid. With both hands on the bag, he unconsciously tried to shrink back. This store isn't cheap. Heartland, do you have that kind of money for it? Look at what Auntie Wang bought. Any one of these can cost several $1,000s. The woman also had her fingers crossed and her face made to look like she was going to gag, which seemed extremely contrived. Even the man beside this woman was a little embarrassed, not thinking that this woman could be mean like this. I can't believe you took so many clothes. I mean, Heart Blue, do you have the money to pay? Do you want Auntie Wang to help you pay? Saying that, this obese woman was going to yank Wu Xinlan's hand. Snap, keep your dirty hands away. Chapter 8 Unlimited Black Gold Card with $1 million in spending. Snap, keep your filthy hands off me. Su Cheng slapped away the obese woman's hand with extreme indifference. He already considered Wu Xinlan as his woman in his heart, so naturally he couldn't let her be bullied outside, much less let her be bullied in front of herself. Who are you? I say you lad. I'm talking to Xinlan's daughter. What's in your way? Auntie Wang, he's my boyfriend. Wu Xinlan walked out from behind Su Cheng, with Su Cheng backing her up. She was not afraid of this Wang Chuifan. Sucheng, I've bought it. The bag is for you. Wu Xinlan handed the bag to Su Cheng, then returned behind Su Cheng. She didn't want to care about this annoying Wang Chuifan anymore. Su Cheng took the bag and examined it carefully, then frowned. Didn't I tell you to buy whatever you want and rip me off? Is this how you rip me off? These things don't even add up to $10,000, right? Those who don't know think that I, Su Cheng, have no money. Go back and teach you a lesson. Su Cheng coldly swept a glance at Wu Xinlan, and then called the distant shopping guide young lady over. Take all those dresses that are hanging separately on the display case and bring them down for her to try on. Saying that, Su Cheng patted Wu Xinlan's shoulder, signaling her to hurry up and try. Wu Xinlan had never seen such a strong Su Cheng, and in her eyes, Su Cheng had always been stupid to be friends with Yifan. But after being called to the car by Su Cheng today, she began to change her mind about Su Cheng. It was as if there was magic in this man, captivating, something to be actively explored. And now Su Cheng's strong side is making Wu Xinlan's heart like a deer in headlights. Dokidoki. She's so into pretend what I pretend. Really do not understand how this shopper when the clothes on the display cabinet just let people try. Does she have money to pay? Wang Suifan mocked disdainfully. And at this moment, she did not intend to leave. She must take a good look at today's good show. When Wu Xinlan didn't have the money to pay the bill, she herself must taunt her severely. And the lad. It didn't take long for Wu Xinlan to come out. At the moment, she was wearing a champagne-colored silk gown, the water-like smooth fabric fitting her delicate figure. The hem of the skirt is also carefully designed, folds are like petals stacked in layers, with her light steps gently swaying, as if every step is in the clouds. Wu Xinlan is like an aristocratic girl coming out of an oil painting, both with the spirit of a young girl, but also with a few points of mature female segment flavor. This, coupled with the confident smile that, if anything, graced her face, made her look dazzling and glittering. Geez, it's so beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman, the shopping guide lady unconsciously exclaimed. Although Wu Xinlan was very beautiful before, but now that she had the addition of this outfit, it was as if an angel had flown down from the clouds. Well, Wu Xinlan turned in Su Cheng's direction and walked up to him and asked. As for Wang Suifan, who was on the side, she was about to go crazy with jealousy. As a woman, she was also completely unable to deny Wu Xinlan's beauty. If she didn't want to see Wu Xinlan's joke of not having the money to pay, she would have hated to turn around and leave immediately. Su Cheng unconsciously hummed a few times, very pleased with himself. After all, the current Wu Xinlan was her own woman, and having a face that could fight was a must. It's pretty, this is a nice piece, just wrap it up, and all the ones in this piece, let her try them on, and all the ones in that piece, go ahead and try them on too. Wu Xinlan, after trying on a dozen or so dresses in a row, each dress was extremely beautiful and suitable on Wu Xinlan's body. Wu Xinlan is the kind of natural clothes rack, those clothes on her body, some innocent, some charming, exudes a variety of wind color. People rely on clothes, but how can clothes not rely on people? Su Cheng didn't believe that these clothes would have the same effect on that obese woman. Thinking of this, Su Cheng involuntarily shook his head with a vicious chill. Wrap up the ones you just tried on. Oh, and that latest LV bag. Bring it along too. Su Cheng suddenly saw several other bags that looked like different styles in the distance. And that bag, the latest Chanel, I think, bring it along for me. Over there, that's the latest Gucci bag, right? Bring them all. And that Parisian house hourglass bag over there. Fill it all up. Sir, you have a great eye. Each of these clothes and bags you picked out are perfect for this young lady. In all the years I've been selling clothes, I've never seen such a perfect fit on these clothes. The shopping guide lady also kept smiling and chatting with Su Cheng. Humph, that's for sure. What's the point of being pretty? Trying on so many clothes and trying on one piece at a time. Acting like you have money to pay. Some people soon to pay only afraid is the original appearance. Hard to wrap up the clothes, have to put back again. The vicious face of the obese woman Wang Suifan is shown again at this moment. Swipe. Su Cheng pulled out a black and gold card and handed it to the shopping guide lady. And when the black and gold card appeared in front of the guide, she unconsciously let out a wave of shock. What? This is the legendary unlimited black and gold card? And after hearing her exclamation, Wang Suifan and the man beside him couldn't help but look over. What unlimited black and gold card? Why haven't I heard of it? The guide's hand visibly shook as she carefully received the card as if she was receiving extremely valuable antique porcelain. What do you know? This unlimited black gold card has a global circulation of only 100. The guide turned her head extremely seriously and stared at Wang Chuifan dead in the face. She would not allow such an honored guest to be mocked by others in front of her. The guide swiped the card for Su Cheng in a flowing stream, while the sound of spending and paying continued to reach the ears of the crowd. Ding, you have spent 58,888 renminbi. Ding, you have spent $99,999. Ding, you have spent a total of 1,000,000 yuan. And on hearing that the total consumption was 1 million, Wang Chuifan's eyes were dead set on Wu Xianlan. Her jealousy had completely ignited at the moment and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Why can Wu Xinlan, this little girl, be so beautiful and find such a rich and faceted boyfriend? The black gold card with unlimited credit. One didn't even think about the existence of such a thing, which could cost $1 million for a random dress and bag. A black and gold card with unlimited credit? Since it was just said that there were no more than 100 copies released worldwide, how could it appear on such a young lad? Stolen. He must have stolen it. After saying that, Wang Suifan wanted to grab the unlimited black gold card in Su Cheng's hand. Snap. This time, it wasn't an arm, it was a face. Wang Suifan's 140-pound body was directly slapped out. Chapter 9, Your brother is the chief? Useless. Noisy. Su Cheng slapped Wang Suifan's face, driving her plump body to fly several meters away. But Su Cheng still stayed his hand. He also didn't want to slap this obese woman to death in front of all eyes. Otherwise, how could Wang Suifan have withstood his slap? And after seeing such an amazing scene, several people present were shocked. Wu Xinlan looked nervous and grabbed Su Cheng's sleeve, looking at Wang Chuifan in the distance with some anxiety and fear. She knew that her identity was definitely not worthy of Su Cheng, and she was already content to be able to borrow Su Chang to buy some clothes. But Wu Xinlan never expected from the beginning to the end that Su Chang actually offended Wang Suifan because of her. Although Wang Suifan in front of Su Chang, it is as big as the gap between an ant and a dragon. So, young Su, are you alright? Wu Xinlan gazed nervously at Su Chang. A few others in the room were a bit speechless. Su Chang a slap to Wang Suifan pumped flying. Wu Xinlan actually asked Su Chang whether there is no matter. You, how dare you hit me, you pair of dogs. Wang Suifan covered her face and climbed up from the ground. Seeing Wu Xinlan snuggling at Su Chang's side became even more angry. In her eyes, Wu Xinlan was deliberately provoking her. Wu Xinlan's boyfriend is more handsome and richer than her husband. Himself is even prettier than her. Zhang Dakong, you just watched your wife being bullied. Wang Suifan hysterically yelled at his husband aside. On weekdays outside to protect themselves so tightly. Now really once encountered things become a shrinking turtle. On the other hand, Zhang Dakong, who was on the side, was looking at Wang Chuifan, who was splashing and rolling on the ground, with some difficulty. That unlimited black and gold card he'd heard of before, and it was true that there were less than 100 of them in circulation all over the world. Zhang Dakong had once seen from afar that Su Batian, the president of Su Group, had that one. But, that was Su Ba Tian, the richest lord in the entire Jiang City, the richest man in Jiang City. How can this young man be so young and still be a match for Su Ba Tian? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Dakong still decided to stand up for his daughter-in-law. No matter what, it's always wrong for you to hit someone with your hands. This gentleman. Zhang Dakong walked to Su Chang with a gloomy face and slowly opened his mouth. What are you? What's wrong with hitting her? I'm going to hit you again today. Su Chang snorted coldly and suddenly struck out, throwing another slap at Zhang Dakong's face. Snap! It was the same result again. Zhang Dakong was instantly slapped and sent flying, and it landed on Wang Chuifan's body in no time at all. Ow! Wang Suifan let out a miserable scream. Having already been jerked off by Su Chang, Zhang Dakong's weight pressed on her again, making her completely unable to withstand it. You stepped on the horse not long ago. You overpowered the old mother. Ouch! My old waist. Wang Suifan instantly cursed, but at this moment, she didn't have any strength at all. Wrong wife. I'm getting up. Zhang Dakong looked at Wang Suifan. Underneath him was also a burst of booing, and hurriedly got up, and towards Su Chang's side again began to call out. You boys are screwed, I tell you. I don't care where you stole that no-limit black and gold card from. Laozi's brother is the director of the Jiang City Public Security Bureau. If you dare to hit Laozi today, I'll dare to let my brother lock you up inside for 3 years and 5 years. Su Chang was also interested when he heard Zhang Dakong's words. Director of the Public Security Bureau? Isn't that Zhang Anmin? It's actually his brother? That's really a hit and a miss. Oh, the director of public security? Then hurry up and give your brother a call. I'll see how your brother can lock me up for 3 or 5 years. Su Chang sneered, his face full of disdain, holding Wu Xinlan's small willow waist to one side of the sofa and sat up. Wu Xinlan twisted her head to look at the man in front of her, and another wave of admiration unconsciously arose in her heart. The head of the Public Security Bureau is not even in his sights. But then came the uncontrollable feeling of loss at the bottom of his heart. Wouldn't it be nice if such a man was really his boyfriend? Unfortunately, he was not good enough for him after all. To be able to be a little playmate by Su Chang's side, and for him to be able to think of himself from time to time, he himself should be satisfied. Good. You kid has guts. You have guts. Zhang Dakong was also furious. Right now he just wanted his brother to hurry up and send the police over to arrest this kid who beat him up. Hey, it's me, cousin. It's Dakong. You don't know. I'm being bullied out there. Your name wasn't mentioned? Yes, I did. It doesn't work. This guy's so wild. He doesn't give a about you. Yes, he even said so. Even if you came he would still fight. Zhang Dakong was selling his misery while gesturing with his hands, as if he could see his movements on the other side of the phone. This guy was still looking a few times in the direction of Su Chang and the two of them while selling his misery, full of provocative colors and extremely wild. It was as if the two Su Changs were about to be taken to jail right away. This guy is so shameless. When did we ever say that we would beat up the director of public security even if he came? Wu Xinlan clenched her pink fists and clenched her teeth. Originally she thought it was just a very small thing. It never occurred to me that Zhang Dakong's mouth had become a completely different story. Don't be afraid. My Su Chang's identity is far from being as simple as the son of the richest man in Jiang City, a small Jiang City Public Security Bureau chief. I am completely oblivious. Su Chang sneered, then pinched Wu Xinlan's little face again. Seeing the worried anxiety on her face, one hand cupped Wu Xinlan's face, then took one of her small hands and placed it in her hand to play with it carefully. Then it took out its cell phone and sent a text message. I'd like to see who even wants to beat up our Public Security Bureau chief. What a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Soon, An extremely rough voice came from downstairs. It seems that the police sent by Zhang Anmin to Zhang Dakong have arrived. But when Su Cheng saw the two policemen who came, he froze at once. Eyes couldn't help but stare at the female of the two cops. The policewoman was tall, and her dark blue uniform was well tailored, outlining a slim segmented waist and slender legs. Her long hair was tied up high, revealing her slender neck, and a few strands of broken hair hung casually around her ears, framing her face even more delicately. The skin looked fair and delicate, the nose was strong, and the lips were very colorful with no idea what kind of lipstick they were wearing. A pair of almond eyes gleaming, clear and bright, with a bit of sternness. Not only that, Su Cheng's eyes were again attracted by the smooth leg lines. The police pants couldn't cover her beautiful curves at all. Makoto. Just as Su Cheng was still observing the fiery policewoman's figure, that fiery policewoman had already sped in his direction with extreme delight. Chapter 10, Encountering Sister Xiaoxiao. Catching up with Sister Xiaoxiao, seeing the hot policewoman walking towards herself, only then did Su Cheng realize that this hot policewoman was one of his former sisters, Tang Xiaoxiao. Tang Xiaoxiao is also one of the heroines in the original movie, and contributes a lot to the rise of the protagonist. Sister Xiaoxiao, long time no see. Su Cheng naturally sent back the jade hand that he was still holding and playing with, and stood up to give Tang Xiaoxiao a big hug. Wu Xinlan could only secretly curse in her heart at this, a big colorful horse, cold and heartless. Feeling the touch of softness plastered on his body, Su Cheng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Scary as hell, or else they say people are heroines, and by now everyone else on the field was dumbfounded. This includes Du Gang, the male policeman who came with Tang Xiaoxiao, who has been chasing Tang Xiaoxiao since he became a policeman. But the latter had been treating him with disinterest, and although Du Gang had some hard feelings in his heart, he had not been taking it to heart. After all, Tang Xiaoxiao was that way to everyone in the police station. Never heard her show a smile to anyone either. Even the director, Zhang Anmin, couldn't get any favors in front of her. It was only because Tang Xiaoxiao's background was extremely mysterious, and she had made several very serious mistakes after becoming a police officer because of her eagerness to catch criminals. But even then, Tang Xiaoxiao still managed to stay in the police station, enough to show that she has a deep background. It was such a hot body, but extremely cold personality of a female policewoman, but would also show such a sweet smile. Dugong couldn't believe it. His jealousy was overflowing. In what way is he or she worse than that kid? Missed you, Chan. Su Cheng wrapped his arm around Tang Xiaoxiao's shoulders and breathed in the fragrance of the flowers around her. Tang Xiaoxiao carried a light fragrance, a kind of early morning dew mixed with the flavor of sunlight, as well as the metallic scent flavor of the uniform. It's very much that hot policewoman thing. Tang Xiaoxiao also felt Su Cheng's undisguised movements, and her face began to be colored with a touch of redness, and in her heart she laughed shyly and scolded Su Cheng. What a little colorful horse. By the way, who is this? Tang Xiaoxiao swept Wu Xinlan a glance without thinking, then looked at her and asked. I am. She's my classmate. Wu Xinlan. Xinlan, this is Tang Xiaoxiao, Sister Xiaoxiao. It's her birthday tomorrow night, and I'm here to do some birthday shopping with her. Just as Wu Xinlan wanted to respond to Tang Xiaoxiao, Su Cheng's mouth was a little faster than hers, blocking her reply. Classmates? Is it the kind of classmate that you hold in your arms and kiss and touch? Wu Xinlan was a little hurt, even though he had been mentally built up, since the gifts have already been bought. Why don't you go back first, Xinlan? I'll make sure you have a happy birthday party tomorrow. Su Cheng twisted his head to look at Wu Xinlan, a trace of apology crossing his eyes. No way, officer, this is the kid who beat up me and my wife. And look at this face. It's still bruised and purple from the beating. This woman and this kid are in cahoots. We can't let this guy go back. That's right, officer. You guys can't just ignore the law because you know this kid. Zhang Dekong and Wang Suifan began to chirp like sparrows again. And only after hearing Zhang Dekong and Wang Suifan's reminder did Du Gang come back to his senses. Right, he's here to help support director Sang's brother. How could he have forgotten about this? Right, since these two are the suspects, we have to take them back before we can do anything about it. Du Gang hurriedly came over to Tang Xiaoxiao's side to remind her, but the next moment a cold, icy stare made him take a step back. Who are you calling Dash? Tang Xiaoxiao squinted sideways at Du Gang, the coldness in her eyes almost condensing out of substance. He himself had warned him many times before to call him by his full name. This time Du Gang actually called himself so intimately in front of Su Cheng. If it wasn't for the fact that she still wanted to be a police officer, Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to beat up Du Gang right now. Du Gang had bitter words to say? That look in his eyes just now was just too scary. He wondered if Tang Xiaoxiao had moved to kill himself. He was very suffocated. Wasn't he just calling her Xiaoxiao? Makoto, these two said you assaulted them. Is that true? Tang Xiaoxiao asked a little nervously. She was a woman with a strong sense of justice, otherwise she wouldn't have come to be a police officer as soon as she graduated. If Su Chang really committed a crime, what should he do? Arrest Su Chang? One certainly can't afford to give up. How can that be? Sister Xiaoxiao, don't you know what kind of person I am? I have the strongest sense of justice in my heart. Unless these two have done something to bully and whore men and women, how else could I have done it? Both of these guys have injuries from the two of them beating each other up. Lan and I were seeing them do it when we came here, and we were just trying to dissuade them from doing it, but we didn't expect to be blackmailed by them. They said they want me and Lan to pay $1 million in damages or they'll call the police. But where are Lan and I that kind of person? Although $1 million is just a drop in the bucket for me, but if I really lost it, wouldn't that be aiding and abetting the enemy? Su Chang, would never be able to do such a thing. Right after Su Chang's words were finished, Wu Xinlan violently turned her head to look at him. A look of disbelief filled his face. What? Blackmail? Isn't that opening your eyes? And after hearing Su Chang's words, a smile began to surface on Tang Xiaoxiao's face. I told you, Makoto is not the bad guy they say he is. Your own little Chang, you know it in your own heart. Officer, he's bull ting him. I'm the general manager of the optoelectronics group, and I make over 100 a year. Where did I get the reason to blackmail each other with my own wife here? And it's only $1 million. Zhang Dekong hurriedly shouted and explained. Yeah, since you said you and your wife didn't beat each other up, who believes you? So many people inside the store are watching. Su Chang opened his mouth in a cold and leisurely manner, pointing at the shopping guide lady in front of him, as well as a few customers in front of him who were preparing to pay. Yes, Mr. Policeman, Miss Policeman, I saw the whole thing. As the gentleman said, the husband and wife inexplicably beat each other up in the store, and I, for one, am to blame for not stepping in to stop them out of fear. Otherwise this gentleman wouldn't have been blackmailed by this couple. The guide lady walked up to the two policemen and suddenly spoke. At the same time, as if someone was leading the way in the women's clothing store, people kept walking up to Du Gang and Tang Xiaoxiao, accusing Zhang Dekong and Wang Chuifan of being husband and wife. Now it seems that it's not the old people who are getting bad, but there are bad people who keep getting older. That's right, you must be clear about it. Sister Policeman. Zhang Dekong and Wang Chuifan were completely stunned at the moment, both suspecting that there was something wrong with their heads. But then Zhang Dekong thought of something else. No way. I want to check the surveillance. Chapter 11, Full-Time Bodyguard 7. Close the curtain. I, Zhang Dekong, am no cutie pie. This guy must have bribed all these people with money. Zhang Dekong indignantly pointed at Su Chang and said, he's done this before. He's paid people to change their minds. He, Zhang Dekong, had done more and seen more. How could he just let Su Chang fool him? Ha. You're saying I pay people off? I haven't left this couch since the beginning, have I? And where would I get the chance to buy off the customers inside these stores? Su Chang laughed. This Zhang Dekong more or less had some brains, but in front of his own identity, how could he possibly think? He did take some money to buy people off, but only a little. These customers of the store are bodyguards who hide in the shadows to protect him and defend him spontaneously. What little customers there are will naturally be bought off by his bodyguards. This I don't know and I don't want to care. I'm about to pull the surveillance. Zhang Dekong really couldn't figure out how Su Chang did what he did to change so many people's mouths in such a short period of time. Sitting on a sofa? But he didn't want to think about that. Pull up the surveillance and it all came out. Wang Chuifan also crossed her arms, her fire coming up. I know. This kid must be using that no-limit black and gold card he stole to buy things for people in order to get all this help with his bull *********. If you'll give me that unlimited black and gold card, my husband and I won't let the police arrest you. As she said that, the color of greed surfaced on Wang Chuifan's face again. That's an unlimited black and gold card. It's a great way to swipe $1 million at the drop of a hat. If you can have such a good thing, you can also have all the brand name clothes, bags, silk scarves, all in your pocket. Zhang Dekong looked at Wang Chuifan with extreme disgust. If it wasn't for the fact that he had received favors from her family when he was down and out, he would have kicked her out a long time ago. So greedy even in front of the police? What an idiot. Tang Xiaoxiao slanted a glance at Wang Chuifan and just wanted to speak. What's wrong, Manager Zhang? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that the surveillance would be turned off during the day? A woman in a light gray suit walked out, rubbing her eyes extremely lazily and rushed at Zhang Dekong. But just as she finished speaking, she saw the two police officers standing aside and instantly widened her eyes and covered her mouth with both hands in death. I demolish, oh cow devil. You're pretending to be a pinched horse. When did you tell me that the surveillance was off? I don't even know you. When Zhang Dekong heard this woman's words, his heart instantly flamed up and he completely broke into a rage. He also saw the eyes of Tang Xiaoxiao and Du Gang on the side and knew that he was now in danger. Speak clearly. When did I meet with you? And when did you say the surveillance was off? Zhang Dekong forced himself to calm down. When? It is last night in the night. The woman opened her mouth a little aggrieved, muttered, and saw that the police officer was also looking at himself, a little disgruntled. And upon hearing the night in this woman's mouth, Zhang Dekong knew that he was completely screwed, not because of anything else. He was indeed in the night last night. Although he didn't recognize the woman in front of him, he knew that this guy was definitely Su Cheng's person. That unlimited black gold card is definitely his. One simply can't play a person who is on the same level as Su Batian. Zhang Dekong didn't want to talk anymore, lowered his head and sat down directly on the ground. He was tired. What night color? How come I don't know? Zhang Dekong, you tell me. Wang Suifan looked at the woman with some suspicion, then pointed at Zhang Dekong and questioned. I said you ama. If it wasn't for you, I could have offended him. Zhang Dekong, you've gotten fat with guts, haven't you? Immediately afterward, Zhang Dekong and Wang Suifan couple began to wrestle together, and the original fabricated lies became true. Tang Xiaoxiao and Du Gang also rushed up to stop them, pulling the two apart. Makoto, you and your classmates go first. See you next time. Tang Xiaoxiao turned back and admonished Su Cheng before she and Du Gang both continued to engage into the dispute between the two. How's that for a good play? Su Cheng walked out of the women's clothing store with his arm around Wu Xinlan's thin waist. That's awesome, Su Xiao. How the hell did you do that? Wu Xinlan was so impressed. It was really hard to believe that black could really be said to be white. And for just that short period of time, Su Cheng was able to sit by his side and play with his little hand. Just take control. What's even better? Do you want to see it? Just then, a Porsche stopped in front of the two, and Su Cheng picked up Wu Xinlan and got into the back seat. Wu Xinlan was startled. The car Su Cheng drove over before was not this one, and it was Su Cheng who drove himself over before, and now the driver in the car is who? It can't be a chauffeur. Nice work, 7. Come on, snap. Su Cheng stretched out his hand and said at the driver in the front row, while extending his palm. It's easy for 7 to strike. Snap. The two palms touched together with a sharp popping sound. Xiao Qi is Su Cheng's female bodyguard. Very powerful, always hiding in the dark to protect him on weekdays. Su Cheng does not call her. She will not appear. Xinlan, this is my full-time bodyguard, Xiao Qi. Don't look at her. She's a girl, and has achieved multiple championships in martial arts competitions, and is only a little bit worse than me. Su Cheng wrapped Wu Xinlan in his arms and sat on his lap, feeling the softness from his body, and suddenly opened his mouth. Xiao Qi glanced at Su Cheng and crooked her mouth, revealing a long tiger tooth that looked very cute, but did not speak. If she wasn't worried about losing Su Cheng's face, she wouldn't have even high-fived him. It was too damnable. As a full-time bodyguard, she knows very well how to conceal her presence, and she won't talk too much when the young master is holding such a lovely girl in his arms. Xiao Qi, close the curtain at the back. Su Cheng spoke with some urgency. Xiao Qi beamed and pulled down the curtain with extreme dissatisfaction. Stinky young master. Bad young master. Ha? No, you go away. Wu Xinlan was startled. Originally she was already very shy sitting in Su Cheng's arms. Hearing his mature voice scared her even more and she wanted to grow wings, break the roof of the car and fly away immediately. But it was impossible. How could a little angel who had fallen to earth and lost her wings be a match for the archdemon? In front of Su Cheng, she didn't have much ability to resist at all, and was suppressed in an instant. Oops, I'm not going to do anything to you. Just a kiss. Didn't you forget when we were in the car earlier? You're a wild one, aren't you? No, not here. I'll use other places and help you. Chapter 12, Master. You haven't had your milk yet. After satisfying Wu Xinlan, Su Cheng sent her back home, and Su Cheng also got on the passenger side. 7 didn't know which of her tendons was wrong, and she didn't say a word to herself along the way. Engaging Su Cheng could only talk to himself in boredom there. Ugh, humans are such a complicated species. They ignore people when they say they do. 7 Let me tell you a joke. One day old Huang asked old Ma, gee, old Ma, actually I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. Why is our child's last name Li? The old horse said this is not simple? Because Real Madrid yellow plus horse to get Li. Put. Xiao Qi had originally been a little curious as to what kind of joke Su Cheng would actually tell, but never thought it would actually be a harmonic stock. I can't believe I was so easily amused. Damn it, it's so humiliating. Xiao Qi was cold and forced to smile, ignoring Su Cheng and continuing to drive. So tolerant? Although he had just laughed a little, Su Cheng didn't want Xiao Qi to keep ignoring him. Tell you what, let me tell you another joke, and if you laugh, you're going to. As he said that, Su Cheng looked at Xiao Qi with an evil face, seemingly thinking of something bad. The whole person also slowly closed in on the driving 7. No, I don't agree, and the missus won't either. Xiao Qi quickly opened his mouth to refuse. He cannot because he just lost face. do not a moment and then lost Lizzie. However, after hearing Seven's reply, Su Cheng smiled again. This girl is finally paying attention to herself again. She's thinking a little too much, though, isn't she? What are you thinking about? My mom's favorite is you. And when my dad was looking for a fiancé for me, it wasn't always her who disagreed. Besides, my dad is very fond of you. He just wants me to start a family for the old Su. Su Cheng somewhat breathlessly pinched Xiaoqi's cheeks. Xiaoqi's face was extraordinarily angular because of her martial arts training, and coupled with her long tiger teeth, it had a unique and lovely aesthetic. Xiaoqi bristled. Of course she knew that both master and madam were very good to her. It also has the intention to set up herself and the young master. But, although Xiaoqi also likes the young master, she has always felt that she is not worthy of the young master. Su Cheng was somewhat helpless. It was a knot in Seven's stomach. She had always seen herself as little and as a result had been so consumed. She felt that her status was definitely not worthy of being a great, which would not be beneficial to the young master, nor to the Su family. If it was a princess from a large family that was a good match, the marriage between the two families would be very beneficial to the Su family. That's why Seven never agreed. Soon, Xiaoqi brought Su Cheng back to the villa. It was almost dark by now, but outside the villa was standing a little girl in a maid's outfit. It's Luo Xiaoyun. Su Cheng informed her of his imminent return. Sister Xiaoqi, young master, you're back. Luo Xiaoyun happily ran towards the two, choppy in the process, too fat for her. Su Cheng's eyes couldn't help but widen as he watched. How happy Luo Xiaoyun's children will be. Seven, for her part, was silent and looked down at her chest. It was light, better than nothing. After all, he was a martial arts practitioner and didn't need that. Still, Seven unconsciously clenched her fists. Little Cloud, I missed you so much. Su Cheng as soon as he went over to hold Luo Xiaoyun in his arms. This niece is really big hold on the body. Soft, moreover, Luo Xiaoyun still smelled good. How could Su Cheng top this Luckily he had already hugged Wu Xinlan before he met Luo Xiaoyun. Ha, young master, why do you have a strange smell on you? Hearing this, Xiaoqi, who was in the distance, couldn't help but blush a bright red on her face and cursed the beast, immediately going to park the car. The little maid's nose twitched and kept wandering towards the source of the smell, but was quickly stopped by Su Cheng with his hand. I accidentally got splashed by the stinky water when I got off the bus today. Xiaoyun, don't smell it. It stinks. Su Cheng grabbed Luo Xiaoyun's face and then picked her up and walked in towards the villa. Luo Xiaoyun covered her face sheepishly, but she was still a bit puzzled. I don't think it stinks. The dining table on the second floor of the villa was already filled with meals prepared by the other maids. Su Cheng held Luo Xiaoyun and walked to the second floor with no effort at all. This niece is not considered light. The fat should be fat. The thin should be thin. Just right. But this was completely hairy for Su Cheng, whose body was pulled full. It was the same during dinner. Su Cheng sat on a stool and Luo Xiaoyun sat on Su Cheng's lap. The two of them took a bite out of you and a bite out of me. And basically Su Cheng was the one moving the chopsticks. The shy little maid quickly fell away. I'll go take a bath first. Then I'll go and warm the bed for you. Young master. Hiss. If he didn't know that Luo Xiaoyun was truly innocent, Su Cheng would have thought that she was seducing him. This ninny will be sold by herself in the future without even realizing it. After having a fiery meal, Su Cheng also went to take a shower. Upon arriving in the room, there was a glass of hot milk next to the bed. Young master, you're back. The bed is warm, and there's hot milk ready for you. I'm on my way. Luo Xiaoyun rubbed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep in such a short while. Su Cheng grabbed Luo Xiaoyun's arm and pulled her down on the bed again. At this time, she was wearing a nightgown, and her arms, which were originally covered by the maid's outfit, were exposed, looking extraordinarily white. The lower half of the body can only be seen a little bit of the calf part. So much more a trace of innocence, less temptation. Where are you going, Cloud? The young master's voice wobbled into Luo Xiaoyun's ears as if she hadn't woken up yet. Young master, I'm going to my own room. Luo Xiaoyun was a bit puzzled and stared at Su Cheng with wide eyes and a droll tilt of her head. I've obviously warmed the bed. Why won't young master let me go? No, you haven't finished your work well. How can you leave? Su Cheng said in a serious manner. Luo Xiaoyun reached out her hand towards the bed and kept probing. This side was warm. Young master, get up for a moment. I'll look over here. After saying that, Luo Xiaoyun kept reaching and groping towards the bottom of Su Cheng's body. It's warm. Luo Xiaoyun just wanted to turn back, only to realize that his entire body was underneath Su Cheng. Young master. Little Cloud, why are you so cute? Su Cheng pulled the quilt up and directly covered the two. He then reached out and wrapped Luo Xiaoyun's delicate body directly in his arms. Hey, young master says I'm cute. Hiss. How the hell does this thing grow? He just wanted to sleep well with Luo Xiaoyun in his arms, and didn't want to do anything extra. But this thing kept disliking his body. making it very difficult for Su Chang. Little Cloud, turn your body around. From now on the room you sleep in will be my house. Even if I don't come back, you have to come and sleep in this house. After Luo Xiaoyun turned around, Su Chang rested his chin on Luo Xiaoyun's shoulder and placed his hand on her small stomach position. This feels right. Su Chang rubbed Luo Xiaoyun's little face with satisfaction. But suddenly, Luo Xiaoyun seemed to have discovered something. Young master, the milk hasn't been drunk yet. Suchung. Chapter 13, Liking Young Master, the best in the world. The next day, early morning, Su Chang slowly opened his eyes, and Luo Xiaoyun in his arms was still asleep. Nothing special happened last night, and he slept the whole night after holding Luo Xiaoyun in his arms. Waking up, Luo Xiaoyun changed her posture and wrapped a pair of arms around Su Chang's waist. Luo Xiaoyun's head was resting on Su Chang's arm, her mouth moving, not knowing what she was muttering. The soft few strands of hair fell loose in Su Chang's mouth, and Su Chang blew a few strands of hair away. The little maid is nice and soft. He could feel as if the scent of Luo Xiaoyun's body remained on his body. After rushing Luo Xiaoyun and giving her a kiss, Su Chang got up. After a few brief washes, he returned to his bed, wrapped his arms around the little maid, and opened his cell phone when messages from several people came through. Wu Xilan, I didn't remember until after I got home. You actually know my birthday. Ha! Wu Xilan, have you been plotting against me for a long time? Ha! If you don't chase people properly, you like to threaten and force them. Blue Meirou, almost got caught by someone else while chatting with you. Scared me. Blue Meirou, next time I won't message you back while I'm at work. #grumble. Yefan, Suchung, did you get that Rolls Royce fixed? Yefan, do you have any extra cars? Lend me a car. Yefan, if you're so rich, you wouldn't be willing to borrow a car, would you? After briefly replying to Wu Xinlan's and Lan Meirou's messages, Su Chang gazed at Yifan's message interface and couldn't help but smile. Moral abduction. Ha, I have a car, so I have to lend it to you? Besides, don't you have your own car? Suchung, the car is there, just don't know if you can drive it. Yi Fan, who was lying on the bed, was currently staring at his cell phone with a deadly stare, and it was only then that he finally received a message from Su Chang. Damn Su Chang. Surprisingly, he didn't reply to his message all night and kept dragging it out until now. This asshole couldn't have done it on purpose. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed awake until now. Yi Fan was furious with his teeth at the moment. Yefan, how can't you drive? What car can drive? Your car, how can I drive? I'm not that poor, love rich people. Su Chang's car is basically a luxury car. Even the cheapest has to be a few dozen or even more than $1 million. Even if he says he's not a good driver, that's probably a big couple $100,000 car. Sumakoto, that's fine. Come and drive when you need to. Su Chang looked at the cell phone screen with an evil face. This is what Yi Fan himself said. Any car will do. This asshole actually said that he wasn't some kind of smug person, so why come and ask to borrow a car? Can't he drive his own car? This kind of person. Su Chang was really speechless. But that's the kind of person that's also better to deal with. Well, don't blame him for that. Young master, what are you laughing at? The smile is so strange. Luo Xiaoyun also opened her eyes and rubbed her face against Su Chang's sturdy chest, raising her head and asking with some doubt. This young master is thinking about how to make Little Cloud happy. Seeing Luo Xiaoyun waking up, Su Chang lifted her up and placed her in his arms. I didn't expect Luo Xiaoyun to be a little nervous, her body involuntarily shaking a few times. It seems that Little Cloud still isn't quite used to this level of contact. You have to be acclimatized to get used to it. Otherwise the bed warming job still isn't done well enough. Little Cloud, come and give young master a kiss. Luo Xiaoyun's face completely reddened when she heard this. Although she was often carried into the young master's arms, and had been kissed and touched when she should have been. But, himself is more or less nervous, because the young master's chest was just too warm, and one was able to smell, while being held in the young master's arms, the inexplicable aroma of the young master's body, which was very comfortable. Wanted to be held in young master's arms all the time if I could. Let the young master kiss himself hard. By the way, young master seems to have asked Xiaoyun to give him a kiss. Then again, it seems like the young master only said that he would let himself give him a kiss, and didn't say where to kiss, right? Wow. In general, that should mean a kiss on the face, but would the young master be angry if he chose to kiss on the mouth? Luo Xiaoyun's eyes were attracted to Su Chang's mouth and her eyes gazed there. She suddenly realized that the corners of the young master's mouth were rising slightly, as if he was inviting himself, waiting for his arrival. Little Cloud? Without knowing when, Luo Xiaoyun's fingers were already rubbing the corners of Su Chang's lips. Su Chang couldn't stand it at this time either. He didn't expect his words to turn Luo Xiaoyun into this. Directly holding Luo Xiaoyun's small hand, his fingers clasped together and his head came up. I don't know how long it took before Su Chang was willing to let Luo Xiaoyun go. The little maid breathed in the air in Su Chang's arms, and the action she had just taken during that time caused a touch of shyness to hang on her face. In the bottom of my heart, I'm already happy. The young master kissed himself. He. Like the young master? Su Chang buried his head on Luo Xiaoyun's small stomach and suddenly opened his mouth to tease. At this time he didn't even need to tune into the system interface to know that the little maid must have liked himself from the bottom of her heart. Like young master. The world's favorite. Luo Xiaoyun leaned her face against Su Chang's hair, her palms patting Su Chang's back non-stop, as if she was taking care of a small baby. Asterisk. How come it's 7 o'clock in the evening? It's finished. I don't know if Xinlan is still at home now. It's all Su Chang's fault. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't been returning my messages, how could I have stayed up all night? Su Chang really deserves to die. Yifan glanced at the cell phone next to him and hurriedly put on a random outfit before preparing to go out. Pick up the phone, hurry up and pick up the phone. Yifan was furious and called Su Chang, but the call was never answered. Just as Yifan wanted to hang up, Su Chang's voice came from his cell phone. Hello? Su Chang, it's me Yifan. Didn't I talk to you yesterday about borrowing a car? Your car should be ready by now. I'll pick it up in a minute and you get it ready for me. Okay, it's ready for you. Just come over and drive straight away. Bid begged to borrow a car and still this attitude? Yifan, you are simply born Just hope that a moment you do not scream bitter on the line. Su Chang sneered. After a while, Su Chang saw Yifan get down from a cab and run over with an anxious face. Come on. Where's the car? It's going to be too late. Here, it's right there. You can just drive away. Yifan's emotions instantly exploded after he moved his eyes over. Suchung, what kind of international joke are you playing on me? How can I open this? Chapter 14, Picture Yifan driving a painful vehicle. Borrow or get out. Suchung, what kind of international joke are you playing on me? How can I drive this car? Yifan's emotions exploded and he directly started questioning Su Chang. Simply because in front of the line of sight, an extremely colorfully painted old man's music was parked there. That spray paint is a recently popular secondary female character with a rabbit girl, black silk, and long legs. Plus the fact that it was an old man's car made the secondary female character's figure stand out even more. Why can't I drive it? Do you know how much it cost me to get this car? Over $1 million. And my dad took away all my other cars. So if I didn't still have this one, I wouldn't have a single car. Since you don't see it, I'm not borrowing it yet. Su Chen looked angry on his face as well, but at the moment he was already happy in his heart. He was aware of Yifan's intentions, and had booked the Zhuhai Xian at 8 o'clock in the evening, intending to make his 99th confession to Wu Xinlan, and he has not informed Wu Xinlan about this matter, because Wu Xinlan also knew that he would most likely continue to confess. Yifan was worried that once he told her, Wu Xinlan would reject him outright. That's why he'd put in the blood money to book a spot at the Zhuhai Xian, because only in this way was it possible for Wu Xinlan to agree to the request to have dinner with him. The time now was already 7:30. If he didn't drive this pain-in-the-ass car, then he would definitely not be in time to pick up Wu Xinlan and rush to Zhuhai Xian. Not to mention, Wu Xinlan had also become Su Cheng's woman now. She's a gold digger. He had bought $1 million in gifts on her himself in just one day yesterday, and would have 100% refused Yifan's invitation to have dinner. Su Cheng couldn't wait to see the scene where Yifan drove this pain-in-the-ass car to pick up Wu Xinlan at this moment. I'll borrow it. Of course I'll borrow it. Hearing that this car wanted a full $1 million, Yifan also bit his teeth. It's always more than $1 million. Though it's a bit of a bad idea to pick up girls in this car, but one has no other choice. That's fine. Remember to give it back to me. Just park it straight back in its original position when you're done using it. Looking at Yifan, who couldn't wait to drive away this pain-in-the-ass old man Lu, Su Chang now couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wasn't it for this time today that he had bought all those gifts on Wu Xinlan's parents before? That day when he himself went to pick up Wu Xinlan, he drove an Audi A8 and gave very many gifts. Today, Yifan went to pick up Wu Xinlan alone, but he was driving an extremely painful car. Old man Lu. Damn Su Cheng ah. If he had made it clear earlier that it was this kind of car, then I might as well drive my own car? Alas, going back for your own car is out of the question now. Dead horse. Yifan indignantly smashed his fist on the steering wheel, but saw that the steering wheel actually had a tendency to move down, and hastily stopped to refix the steering wheel. This is all you get for a car that costs over $1 million? It's not even close to a Rolls Royce. Yifan muttered a sentence and drove in the direction of Wu Xinlan's house. At this time, Wu Xinlan was lying at home, fully dressed, with her legs resting on the bed, constantly rocking back and forth. What kind of surprise will Su Xiao give himself? Wu Xinlan was very happy and with much anticipation in her heart. She sighed that time passed very slowly. Surely Su Xiao wouldn't forget her birthday. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of Wu Xinlan's house rang. It's Su Xiao. Wu Xinlan instantly got up, and was ready to go out to greet Su Chang, taking 3 steps, with a large smile on her face. It took less than a minute to get to the gate, but just as she reached the gate, she saw exactly who the visitor was. It was Yi Fan. It wasn't the Su Chang she was pining for at all. In an instant, a huge disappointment welled up in Wu Xinlan's heart. What are you doing here? Wu Xinlan spoke with a cold face. Right now she only wanted Yi Fan to hurry up and get lost. She didn't leave herself to be properly dressed for him to see. Yi Fan acted as if he hadn't noticed Wu Xinlan's emotions, and still had a humble smile on his face. Heartland, isn't today your birthday? I've made dinner reservations at the Zhuhai Xian and wanted to invite you there, and I bought you a very expensive necklace that I wanted to give you. Yi Fan pleasingly kept opening his mouth and then pulled out a small red box from his pocket, signaling that this was the gift, but then he put it back. This operation of his looked at Wu Xinlan for a while speechless, and then as if she had thought of something, she suddenly opened her mouth. That dinner reservation at the Gathering Sea Cuisine. Are you going? What? Yi Fan seemed to be confused by this question from Wu Xinlan. What kind of question is that? It's your birthday, and I wanted to invite you to dinner, and you asked me if I'd go. Is it hard for me to let you go to dinner alone, and then I'll come home for dinner alone and spend my birthday that way? Of course I'm going. Heartland. Yi Fan snapped and opened his mouth, not figuring out what exactly Wu Xinlan meant. Yeah, well, since you're going, I'm not going. Oh yeah, and, Mr. Yi Fan, can you please not call me Xin Lan? I don't like that title. My boyfriend will not be happy to hear that. What? Wu Xinlan actually has a boyfriend. How is that possible? I don't believe it. When did you have a boyfriend? Xinlan, how come I don't know? Yi Fan was extremely dissatisfied and questioned Wu Xinlan. After so many times of confession, he had already taken Wu Xinlan as his forbidden domain in his heart. At this moment, after hearing that Wu Xinlan actually had a boyfriend, his anger began to completely explode. Where would he normally find the guts to question Wu Xinlan? Why should I tell you if I have a boyfriend? You're not who I am, so I have to inform you? Wu Xinlan was also annoyed. What kind of onion is this guy? It was only when he needed to lick the dog in the past that he forced himself to hold back his dissatisfaction and let him confess so many times. Now that he has Su Xiao, he should tell this guy to go back where he came from. Welp, look what's going on here. Hurting the world. That's the way the little youngsters are getting their drops nowadays. In my day, there were no such revealing clothes worn directly outside. Right at this moment, an extremely old and ear-piercing voice entered the ears of the two. It was then that Wu Xinlan's gaze was drawn to the old man Le Pain car parked outside, and the moment she saw the Pain car, Wu Xinlan's eyes widened. This guy even wanted to drive this car to pick her up for dinner at Zhuhai Xian? He would have really disgraced himself if he had actually followed him into this car. This guy is really stupid and bad. Who says it isn't? Look at the fact that someone can drive a car like this. Times have really changed. Honey, isn't this our front door? It was only at this time that Wu's father realized that this seemed to be his home in front of him. Isn't that your own daughter inside that door? This man is driving a car like this and is harassing his own daughter. You pervert. Get out of here and stay away from my daughter. After saying that, Mother Wu took her bag and smashed it towards Yi Fan. Chapter 15, Eating Cake with Wu Xinlan's Box. Cake must be eaten. Get the hell out of here. Wu Mother's brain was about to explode with anger at the moment. This asshole yellow hair even drove such a hurtful car to abduct her daughter. It's a good thing she saw it. If my daughter really ran away in such a car, I would be mad at myself. Wu's father also jogged over to prevent Wu's mother from having any accidents. Auntie, don't get me wrong. I'm not a pervert. I'm a classmate of Heartland's. Yi Fan was also screaming in agony at the moment. Driving such a painful car over was actually treated as a pervert. If it wasn't for Su Chang, how could he himself have driven over in such an old man's pleasure pain in the ass car? And how could they be treated as perverts by Heartland's parents? Su Chang, damn you for stepping on a horse. I'm going to hell. Is heart blue also what you call it? Get lost. Driving an old man music to learn people to pick up girls even if, but also spray a paint like this. Do you want some face? If you don't leave, I'll call the police. After hearing Yi Fan's intimate address to her daughter, Mother Wu exploded again. She couldn't wait to slap Yi Fan directly on his face. What class? How dare you call your daughter by her nickname? It would be more or less the same if it was Mr. Su who made his last visit to the door. And this Yi Fan was compared to that Mr. Su. It's like, one heaven and one earth. Yi Fan student, please don't harass me next time. My boyfriend has a bad temper too. Just then Wu Xinlan called out to Yi Fan and spoke again. She didn't want to ruin Su Chang's good intentions towards her because of Yi Fan. Wouldn't that be picking up a grain of sesame and losing a watermelon shed? Yi Fan couldn't help but feel happy in his heart when he heard Wu Xinlan shout to himself. Sure enough, she still has me in her heart. But after Yi Fan listened to Wu Xinlan's words, his heart, in an instant, became wowed. Is it harassment? After all the money and effort he spent, It was like a piece of his heart had been fed to the dogs. Such a long love chase was actually described as harassment by Wu Xinlan. Yi Fan just wanted to turn around and argue, but the face had been glued to the face by a bag. Yi Fan, get outta here. Mother Wu's mean words rang out once again. She wouldn't allow this kind of pervert to get half a step closer to her daughter. After hearing that Su Xiao later spent another $1 million on gifts for his daughter, Mother Wu had turned into the most solid protector between Su Xiao and Wu Xinlan. Before Su Xiao had abandoned his daughter, this thread would never allow any accidents to occur here with her. Whoa, Yi Fan was in tears, and he tearfully ran back to the old pain in the ass car on the old man music, leaving such a sad place. After finding a random place to stop, Yi Fan put his head against the steering wheel. What happened to him in front of Wu Xinlan's house tonight had already caused him grief. Why yes, the well-planned 99th confession was stillborn before it could be implemented. You will lose the most loving guardian knight in the world and miss out on so many souls who see you as a treasure. I hope you won't regret it. Even if you cry and beg me, I will never, ever return to you. The light of my heart has gone out completely and will not flicker a bit for you. A dead heart, completely broken and incapable of loving people. Let such a heart that once blazed go completely dim until the next person comes along to make it light up. Wu Xinlan, never to love again. After muttering to himself, Yi Fan suddenly seemed to think of something, and the sense of grief on his face suddenly disappeared, and the slightest smile appeared. Send a friend. Yi Fan quickly edited a friend circle. The guardian knight is about to go far away for good, and the princess who once loved her as her own has finally lost the knight who could fight for her against the world. Yi Fan sent out a hint of joy in the bottom of his heart, and then chose the settings to block all of his friends, leaving only Wu Xinlan alone. That means that as long as this friend circle has been viewed, then there is only one possibility. It was Wu Xinlan who viewed the friend circle. I wonder how Wu Xinlan will react when he sees this friend circle. Be sad, be helpless, high and mighty little princess. You're about to lose the knight who once loved you best. Unless you come back to me voluntarily to confess your love, that faithful guardian knight will never return. When Wu Xinlan confessed to himself, should he accept it or not? No way. How can I say that I have confessed my existence 98 times? Wu Xinlan's first confession to himself is something he absolutely cannot accept. At the very least, a second confession. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly remembered that the dinner he had ordered at the Zhuhai Xian hadn't been eaten yet. That cost him a fortune. What time is it? Why is it 8:40? It's over. I've spent my money and I didn't get to eat. Why am I so unlucky? Inside one of the private rooms of the Zhuhai Xian, Su Cheng was sitting face to face with Wu Xinlan. The table was being set with a large, extremely beautiful cake, while other gorgeous meals were crowded around it. All of them are Wu Xinlan's favorite food. And this, a birthday present for you. Open it. Su Cheng smiled lightly again and handed an exquisite little box to Wu Xinlan, gently receiving Su Cheng's gift and opening the small box with anticipation. Wu Xinlan's gaze was instantly attracted. Just inside is a pendant modeled after a pair of blooming roses, the petals set by many pink diamonds. The stamen is a yellow diamond, and the leaves are made of emeralds. The whole was so lifelike that Wu Xinlan came close, as if he could smell the fragrance of the roses. Filled with excitement, she directly stood up and flung herself into Su Cheng's arms. Arms wrapped around Su Cheng's head and gave him a big fragrant kiss. Is this the legendary rose kiss? Su Xiao, why are you so good to me? I love you so much. Muah. Su Cheng also cheerfully stabilized Wu Xinlan in his arms, and his hands kept caressing Wu Xinlan's waist. Since this young man has been so kind to you, how is Xin Lan going to repay me? Wu Xinlan pondered for a moment, then climbed up from Su Cheng again, having an idea, and smiled wryly. Would Mr. Su like to have some cake? After saying that, Wu Xinlan sliced off a piece of cake with most of the cream and took all the creamy parts inside into her mouth. Turning back towards Su Cheng, she threw a wink, then started to run towards the opposite position, wanting to get away from Su Cheng. It's still the big schoolgirl who knows how to play. Su Cheng couldn't help himself when he saw the scene and immediately chased after Wu Xinlan. This cake needs to be eaten. Chapter 16. You play Ash, I'll play. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yi Fan was lying at home. His cell phone kept refreshing his friend circle, and his mood gradually became irritable. After returning the car to Su Cheng from 9 o'clock or so, Yi Fan rushed straight back home. Playing with my phone. I would glance at my friend's circle every now and then, but for some reason, that circle kept getting 0 views. What's going on here? Could it be that my cell phone is broken? Just reboot it. Yi Fan scratched his head in extreme annoyance as the long reboot time passed. After turning on the computer, the first thing Yi Fan did was to open the circle of friends, wanting to see if the number of views of this circle had risen. But sadly, the number of views on this friend's circle remains 0. What's going on? I shark arm. It must be that Xinlan was too tired after his birthday at home and fell asleep straight away. After all, It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and no matter what, Heartland must be asleep by now. Ugh, I'm obsessed. Good night, Heartland, good night. But in fact, everything was completely different from what Yi Fan had in mind, because Wu Xilan didn't spend her birthday at home, but outside. And even though it was now 3 in the morning, Wu Xilan wasn't asleep, just a little tired. Inside an extremely luxurious gaming room, Su Chang was playing the computer game League of Legends in double row with Wu Xilan. Young Su, I feel like I'm really exhausted already. Your technique is just too good. Wu Xilan took a small breath of air and looked at Su Chang with admiration in her eyes, not expecting Su Chang to be so powerful in the League of Legends. I've been playing League of Legends for too long. My body has completely lost its strength. Please spare me. At this rate, I'll have to sleep all day tomorrow. Wu Xilan begged bitterly, not to mention that today was her first time playing League of Legends in a double row. Right now, her mental strength was completely unable to withstand the pressure of double rowing with Su Chang. Okay, but either way, you've got to finish this game. Su Chang's eyes bloomed with fire as he maneuvered the ice-cold archer Ash towards the enemy, outputting relentlessly. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy is tired, I fight. Su Chang knew the military law well, and gave this military law to the actual battle and continued to pull. Moreover, the passive of the ice sharpshooter Ash was able to slow down while attacking, which would also allow Su Chang to perform better pulls, move in and out and control the distance. Soon, the enemy was beaten by Su Chang and panicked. Suddenly, an abrupt voice entered Su Chang's ears. Ha, I'm dead. Wu Xilan let out a gasp of disbelief and looked at the computer screen, then flopped down on the gaming chair and fell asleep sleepily. It turned out that just as Su Chang was engaging in combat with the enemy, Wu Xilan was controlling the child of the stars, Nurse Soraka. It is also engaging the enemy. At times, you slow down the enemy to give yourself back blood. At times, you silence the enemy to make it easy for you to escape. But this hero has a drawback. Her W skill, Star Infusion, depletes her own blood when she heals others. Every time Wu Xinlan used her W skill to imbue Su Chang, her blood level was decreasing. However, she didn't pay attention to her blood level, which was excessively thin as she performed her last infusion. Surprisingly, he was killed by a blue buff on the side by mistake. Su Chang, on the other hand, was still feeling mentally exhilarated after he had finished the output. He looked at Wu Xinlan, who was sitting on the side of the gaming chair and completely passed out, and was out of ideas. This technique doesn't work. How can it still be taken away by the blue buff? Looks like there's more practicing to do in the future. After all, Su Chang can't play League of Legends alone here in single row. Single rows are the least fun. Sighing, Su Chang could only sleep like Wu Xinlan beside him. The next day, Su Chang was the first to open his eyes. He had a most healthy body, regardless of the wear and tear. His body stays at its healthiest moment. It was now 10 in the morning, and Wu Xinlan was still sleeping. She looked particularly seductive on this day. The original innocence had faded by 1 point and was replaced by a hint of flirtation. Su Chang slowly got up and simply washed up before ordering a takeaway. Although he still had a very strong battle power now, Wu Xinlan was after all a little party girl. After playing League of Legends all night, she couldn't get up at all during the day. No matter how much of an animal he was, there was no way he could just continue playing League of Legends at this time. That's really a birth. Soon, the takeout arrived and Wu Xinlan finally woke up. Su Sha. Wu Xinlan saw Su Chang, who came in carrying takeout, and unconsciously had a hint of fatigue. This man is just amazing. You know, what kind of man can still have such great energy after playing League of Legends for 6 hours straight? What's more, during these 6 hours, Su Chang had hit huge outputs in every single set. Isn't he sleepy? Also, they play Ash, the milkmaid combo. Given the intensity of the last game, she remembered, Suching could still keep playing. If he hadn't fallen asleep because he was so sleepy, the man would have continued to score again. It is not to be called horrible. Wu Xinlan didn't know what other people's League of Legends skills were like, but when she thought about it, she knew that the level, at the very least, was world-class, professional level. Awake, still washing up? Su Cheng subconsciously glanced at Wu Xinlan. She should not have any strength at all now. The dangers of staying up late playing League of Legends are just too great. Su Xiao. Otherwise, you carry me? Wu Xinlan said with a blushing face. She felt like she didn't have any strength left. Even the distance from the bed to the bathroom is hard to do on your own. If you want to wash up, you can only rely on Su Xiao to help you. Could be. Su Cheng walked over to Wu Xinlan's side, picked her up in a princess hug, and walked towards the bathroom. Wu Xinlan tilted her head up to look at this man who was hugging her. His own first man. If Su Xiao doesn't give up, Xinlan will always be willing to follow. Why? How come this friend circle still has 0 views? Is my cell phone broken? Or what's going on? Could it be that Xinlan she doesn't look at her cell phone at all? That's impossible. How can she play with her cell phone and not look at her friends' circles? Yi Fan was lying on his bed, gripping and twisting from side to side. The number of views that kept going to zero made his mind explode a bit. Oh noble princess, even if the night leaves for a while, you must be brave and strong and continue on your way. Don't bother to stay with the night. The warm harbor, run. With the same operation, Yi Fan sent another friend circle and blocked all his other friends. Wu Xinlan is the only one who can see this friend circle. Chapter 17. It is not a brother who is not a man. Your mother is too charming. Again. Several days passed. Su Chang lingered in the gentle land of little maid Luo Xiaoyun and Wu Xinlan every day. It was a bit of a cold shoulder for Lan Meirou. Then again, today seemed to be the day she finished handing over her work. Right? It's time to see her too. It's been too long. There's no way out. Call up big schoolgirl Wu Xinlan when you go outside. Back at home again, the warm as a jewel little maid warmed the bed in her own bed. Dai's own house was filled with Luo Xiaoyun's scent, sweet and cloying. System, check how much emotional value I have now. Su Chang lay on his back on the sofa, his mind calling the system. Ding detected that the host has obtained emotion value 274,000 from female host Lan Meirou, female host Luo Xiaoyun, female host Wu Xinlan, remaining emotional value 190,000. SS. There's so much more. Then let's all go to the raffle. This period of time allowed Su Chang to live a life where he almost forgot about the existence of the protagonist, Yi Fan. This guy's presence is so low, not to mention that Wu Xinlan, who originally belonged to the eldest female lead, was already Su Chang's person from the inside out. Draw a prize, just to see if you can get something good. Wasn't it because the secret of Wu Xinlan was drawn in the raffle last time that he was able to take her down as a matter of course? If there was another important secret to be extracted, wouldn't he or she be able to take down another one of those unknown heroines? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 18,000 rolls of clear grease toilet paper. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of Luo Xiaoyun's original stockings. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the relevant female lead spirit stream plot *1. Suchung. System, why did you get to draw Yun's stockings here? And if I want Yun's stockings, do I have to smoke them here? I'll just go to Yun and ask for them. You must compensate me. System. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining divine gun mastery. That's more like it. Ask for it and you actually give it. You can imagine how much you dog system has hacked me. This time the emotional value is almost twice as much as last time. The smoking isn't as good as last time, and it's all hacked up by you. System. He has no evidence. After saying that, Su Chang opened that spirit streams plot and began to watch it. After reading it, Su Chang got a general idea. Since Yi Fan's 99th confession hadn't been successfully carried out, naturally there was no plot after that 99th confession, because recently Lan Meirou didn't give him pocket money anymore, so Yi Fan could only earn money outside by himself if he wanted money, but he couldn't find a good job, so he just kept putting it off there. At 1800 hours tomorrow afternoon, Yi Fan found a piano tutor posted 5 minutes ago that was teaching Lingxi to play the piano. Then all one needs to do is log on to the job site at 17:55 tomorrow afternoon and intercept this tutoring job. Since there was still plenty of time, he could have spent more time with Lan Meirou today and tomorrow. After all, it was about time she fulfilled her promise and made herself a maid. Yi Fan, it's not that my brother is an improper person, it's just that your mother is too charming. Soon, Su Chang drove to the place where Lan Meirou worked, Lei Real Estate. Just as soon as he got off the bus, Su Chang walked in the direction of Lei Real Estate. He had already contacted Lan Meirou. Good, so handsome. Look. There's a handsome man, and he's driving a Maybach. Like millions of dollars? Don't you dare go up there and ask for a V-mail? I don't dare. He's too rich and handsome to look at us. Big fish and meat eat too much. That also need to eat some light. Look at my. Chattering voices from the surroundings kept coming. There was no way. Who let Su honestly be too handsome? A woman suddenly trotted over towards Su Chang before stopping him. Handsome, can I add a V-mail please? Sorry, he doesn't mess around with his V-mail. After the woman finished speaking, a voice entered the ears of the two, and Lan Meirou walked out directly from the Lei property. The expression was natural and generous as she looked at the woman, her arm holding Su Chang's arm extremely naturally. Sorry to interrupt. With that said, the woman returned to her companion's side, with a few hints of derision coming from time to time. Su Chang silently shook his head. Having tasted enough of the very best, he had Luo Xiaoyun, Wu Xinlan, Lan Meirou, and Xiao Qi. Each one is superb and of a different type. The current Su Chang simply couldn't look at these mundane women anymore. What are you doing out here? Did you miss me so much you couldn't wait to see me? You've sent me a special message to find me, so of course I'm coming to get you. What do you want or don't want? It's a courtesy. Lan Meirou's cheeks flushed a shade of red, and her head unconsciously turned to the side. What? If you don't want me, then I'll just go. Making a gesture, Su Chang was about to peel off Lan Meirou's arm and go back to his car. How could Lan Meirou follow him? Hurriedly tugging on Su Chang's arm, then pulling his body, he brought his mouth to Su Chang's ear to murmur, "Missed you, what a little villain. And I don't see you missing me." Lan Meirou was a little aggravated. SS. Those 3 words of Lan Meirou seemed to constantly echo in her ears, still emanating that unique, orchid-like musk-like flavor of a mature woman in her body. It felt like it tugged at my heartstrings. Who made you so dishonest? Su Chang straightened up and then got down to business. So, did you get all your work turnovers done? I believe it was finished today. When it comes to this, Lan Meirou began to become wriggly again, and her face showed a trace of embarrassment. Still haven't turned in. Su Chang was a bit dumbfounded. All given so long without handing over well? Yes, something went a little wrong. A portion of the property that was supposed to be in my charge was a dangerous building, and the government had originally approved the demolition of that lot, but the owner of one of the homes on the property refused to move out, saying something like, "I don't have enough money to pay for it." When Lan Meirou was halfway through her sentence, Su Chang understood. It is to carry out the demolition of dangerous buildings, but there are nail households who refuse to move out, thinking that the money is too small. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the plot about the female lead Xiaoxiao. Name, Jiao Zil. Age, 19. University, first year at Kanghae University. Trait, both parents are dead. Jiao Zil is a treasure girl who dresses in raggedy-looking clothes, has long bangs and round ugly glasses. After entering Jianghai University, he stayed at his uncle's house, and after encountering the demolition of a change of heart, he finally jumped into the river and committed suicide. Chapter 18, Xiaoqi is jealous. Auntie Lan is jealous too? Treasure girl. Su Chang had often seen this type of girl when he read novels in his previous life. Now he didn't think that he would actually meet this type of girl. Did you go and scrutinize it? Was the family greedy and didn't want to give enough money? Or did they really give less money? Su Chang gave Lan Meirou a puzzled look, and he became serious when he encountered a serious matter. It's not logical that Treasure Girl would do such a thing. Of course, how else could the others agree? It's just that one family that doesn't. I've offered up to $20,000 a square meter. And that's still a dangerous building. And even then, the guy still won't agree. It's simply lust. As soon as we talked about that nail biter, Lan Meirou got annoyed. Willow frowned, indignantly berating the nail biter. I'll help you out with this, just tell me where the place is. Su Chang took Lan Meirou's hand and led her along to the Maybach. At those words, Lan Meirou was a bit surprised, but then frowned. She wondered how Su Chang planned to resolve this matter. While Su Chang had a lot of money, the money that guy was asking for was surely a sprinkle for this guy. But, it was too cheap to just give the money to that greedy nail biter. Don't forget my identity. I'm the son of the richest man in Zheng City, a crown prince in general. Since that guy doesn't want to be demolished, I'll have someone just take him away and force him to be demolished. Won't that be enough? If he wants someone to sue me, then be prepared to face the world's strongest team of lawyers who will make him despair in minutes. Blue Meilou. Yes, how could she have forgotten? That's the way this guy does things. Moreover, even if it is really done as Su Chang said, Su Chang is not afraid at all, and the last unlucky ones will still be those nail households. Thinking of this, Lan Meirou's heart couldn't help but give birth to a trace of sweetness. After all, isn't all this that this guy is doing right now just for her? Trying to get himself to be this guy's maid. Lan Meirou blushed and looked out the window to hide it. Soon, the two arrived at the location of the dangerous building that Lan Meirou had mentioned. But after arriving at the place, Su Chang realized that the dangerous building was even more terrifying than imagined. The exterior walls were patchy, with huge cracks spreading like cobwebs, and the plaster on the bricks had long since fallen off. One could almost say it was shaky. The treasure girls actually live in such an environment, so it's not inevitable to suffer a demolition accident? This asshole uncle of Jiao Zil's is literally making people's lives dance on the tip of a knife. The people inside these dangerous buildings should have been paid demolition money to move out. Su Chang's face was grave as he turned back to look at Lan Meirou on the side, and his afterglow spotted Xiaoqi in the back. It's all been paid out in demolition money, and there's no one living here anymore except for the fourth floor of the dangerous building on the far side. Blue Meirou nodded. This kind of thing she certainly thought of. If there are casualties, it is not the same. The people in that dangerous building are in there all the time, so to speak, to prevent us from secretly demolishing the building. And there's a lot of food stored up, and they won't come out at all without making sure they get more money. Then, Lan Meirou said again through gritted teeth, she had also thought about the plan of secretly demolishing the house. But the people in that dangerous house had likewise thought of this operation, and were not only ready with food and water, but their vigilance was drawn full, and they would not open the door at all. In that case, it was better to have his own one, which he was easily able to do with his abilities. Just as he tried to move inside, two hands tugged directly on his arms. One hand came from Lan Meirou and one from 7. Are you stupid? Forget you have a bodyguard? Do you have to do everything yourself? Xiaoxiao's face was extremely cold as she stared at Su Chang, her heart very unhappy. It's amazing how easily you put yourself in danger. And, for such a woman, she was very upset. Lan Meirou, on the other hand, was looking at Xiaoqi with a stunned expression. She simply didn't know when this guy appeared, and where such a big living person appeared from. I'll just go. After saying that, 7 coldly walked towards the innermost dangerous building. Did I tell you to go? And equally extremely icy words came out from Su Chang's mouth. Something that both Xiaoqi and Su Chang knew by heart was that Xiaoqi could only be his woman. How could he possibly let his woman go inside a dangerous building to arrest someone? Even if he knew that 7 was very powerful, he didn't want 7 to go into danger. 7 frowned and gazed back at Su Chang. Come here. Hearing Su Chang's commanding tone, although Xiaoqi was upset, she still walked towards him and stood in front of him to stop. Turn around. Looking at Xiaoqi, who obediently turned around. Su Chang then took her in his arms and pressed her close to his body. Then the hand went back into 7's black pocket, pulled out a button, and pressed it twice. Xiaoqi looked back at Su Chang in extreme surprise. This was the first time he had shown his concern. That button was used by the lady young master to summon the bodyguard when she was worried about the two of them. Yes, not only did Su Chang have bodyguards, but so did 7. A few presses of that button will call in a few people. Obviously, Su Chang was not wanting 7 to go over there and chose to have 7's bodyguard come over. You're worried about me. And I'm worried about you, said Su Chang with a teasing smile. Boredom. Xiaoqi broke away from Su Chang's embrace and directly walked towards the corner outside and disappeared. Although he heard her say so, but Su Chang saw that last slightly curved corners of the mouth, as well as, read through the ears. That was? Lan Meirou looked at Su Chang without thinking, then asked, my full-time bodyguard 7. What? Auntie Lan, are you jealous? Kissing baby, don't be jealous. After saying that, Su Chang hugged Lan Meirou into his arms and rushed to kiss her face over and over. Oh, my god, who's your kiss ass? Lan Meirou was full of blush, want to hide away, but nowhere to hide. In less than a minute, 2 tall, strong bodyguards arrived in front of the two. None of those who could be Su Chang and Xiaoqi's bodyguards were not super experts. After explaining things, soon, 2 bodyguards came over with Jiao Zil and her uncle. Since Jiao Zil was a female, neither of the 2 bodyguards touched Jiao Zil, who walked over on her own. Her uncle, on the other hand, was escorted by one of the bodyguards. I'm going to sue you guys. I will sue you. Is there any king's law or heaven's justice? The demolition money given was not enough in the first place. Now you're still playing kidnapping. Forced demolition. Are you still human beings? I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. Chapter 19, bringing back a maid and a sister. Looking at the treasure girl's uncle, Zhao Dihai, who was being controlled by a bodyguard, he still kept on screaming. Su Chang laughed. What's wrong with tying you up? Ha, how dare I beat you? He slapped Zhao Dihai directly in the face, and in a flash, blood splattered and 2 large white teeth flew out. Zhao Dihai was directly confused by the slap. The treasure girl Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, also had a look of fear on her face, and couldn't help but step back half a point. She hadn't expected the man who looked this handsome to the core and very gentle to be so violent. A slap right across the face took out my uncle's front teeth. Good. Scary. He's not going to hit himself too. This slap down. Their mouth teeth will not all fall out. Female Jew ran dare to hit you actually dare to hit me? We call the police. We call the police. I want to call the police. Snap. Another slap to Zhao Dihai's face and another tooth fell to the ground. Looking at Zhao Dihai, who was immobilized by the bodyguards and unable to move, Su Chang laughed again. As an uncle, you're not even human, are you? Don't you know what's going on in your own home? A dangerous building that could collapse at any moment, and you take your niece inside and don't come out for many days at a time. As an uncle, you don't give a damn about your niece's life. Su Chang again reached out and patted Zhao Dihai's face. He had seen this kind of scum in his previous life, so now that he saw it, it was even more abhorrent. According to the system's plot to introduce it, Jiao Zil most likely suffered some major change in the time that followed. Otherwise it's unlikely that he would have jumped into the river and killed himself. But now that this kind of drama had been stopped by Su Chang, it couldn't possibly happen again. Otto hot. Oh, no more solo guts. Whoa, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Zhao Dihai was hanging by both arms and cried out directly. And after hearing Su Chang's words, Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. She didn't think that this extremely violent person was actually fighting for herself. A warm feeling could not help but grow in the bottom of his heart. Okay, don't cry here. Your house is less than 80 square meters. I'll give you 100 square meters. A normal square meter will give you 10,000 at most. I'll give you 20,000 per square meter, giving you a total of 2 million. More than enough. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Zhao Dihai froze and directly stopped crying, instantly grateful. That's a lot. If I had known there was so much money, I would have moved out for crying out loud. That's a straight up extra $1,200,000. Off the drag. Enough off the heat. Many to many. Enough. Well, I don't see how you can take care of your daughter with this virtue. From today on, your daughter is mine. You're okay with that? Right after those words, everyone in the room froze, including the two bodyguards. The young master is really hungry, and anyone who looks like this can look at them and give it to them, and they don't even want it. Young master is indeed hungry. Oh, didn't meet. I'm okay with that. Zhao Dihai can be too no opinion. This drag queen who ran from the countryside. Originally he did not like her. Unexpectedly, the young master in front of him was actually hungry now. It is equivalent to spending $1,200,000 to buy her. Then Zhao Dihai can be too no opinion. For Jiao Zil, the news was a bolt from the blue. His own uncle actually sold himself for $1,200,000, and the other guy was a very violent man. You won't be beaten every day after you get to his house. Woo woo. But where was Jiao Zil's rebuttal in this deal? Su Cheng handed a card to Zhao Dihai, and then held Jiao Zil at her wide sleeves without touching her wrist. He looked at Jiao Zil and frowned. So thin? Or are the clothes too big? And the latter, looking at him through a few strands of hair, shivered and dared not speak. Lan Meirou gave Su Cheng a vicious glance, then walked over to Xiaoxiao and took her small hand, placing it in front of her. Don't worry, don't be afraid. Don't look at this guy beating your uncle to appear so violent. He is actually very nice. You'll be very happy after you get inside his family. Maybe I'm going a little overboard in breaking your heart, but your uncle is really no good. It's amazing what you can do for more greedy money. Trapping a little girl as young as you in a dangerous building with you. Not a care in the world for your safety. This is a birthright thing to do. I know. On this journey, it was Su Cheng who was driving instead. Lan Meirou and Jiao Zil sat in the back row chattering about something, but in reality, it was basically Lan Meirou who was talking and Jiao Zil who was listening, and she was very afraid of being born. Every now and then the two would look at Su Cheng through the rearview mirror together, not knowing what things they were talking about. After Su Cheng looked over, the two instantly lowered their heads. Soon, Su Cheng drove the car directly to the house, holding Lan Meirou with one hand and Jiao Zil with the other. When the little maid Luo Xiaoyun saw this situation, she didn't dare to pounce on him anymore, and walked in front of him and greeted him with a young master. Su Cheng, however, remained the same as before, loosening the hands of the two of them after walking up to Xiaoyun, and took a deep breath as he wrapped the little maid in his arms. Frightened, the latter looked at Lan Meirou tightly, her eyes filled with tension and fear. Little Cloud's energy has been replenished. Little Cloud, this is Lan Meirou. From today onwards, she is also a maid of our family. Her job is pretty much the same as yours. Just serve me tea and warm the bed. This is Xiaoxiao. Well, my sister that I adopted outside. From now on it will be my sister. She's Luo Xiaoyun, my royal bed warming maid. Say hello. Jiao Zil was a bit nervous, not realizing that she would become his sister and wondering if his parents would agree. Luo Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was extremely surprised and a little flustered that this extremely dignified, elegant and generous-looking person was actually here to be a bed-warming maid. Is he or she going to be abandoned? No, 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 no. You're the older sister? Ha ha ha. As for this Jiao Zil, she didn't put it in her eyes and didn't look threatening. After Lan Meirou greeted her, she then looked at Su Cheng with a look of contempt. What a scumbag. This Luo Xiaoyun must be his woman too. Jiao Zil's side is also. And what sister? God's sister. Right. If she hadn't just secretly lifted Jiao Zil's bangs in the car to take a look, she wouldn't have thought that the other party was actually so beautiful. On the body side as well, while the body is very thin in general, it's not small in places? Wouldn't that mean that when Jiao Zil's nutrition kept up, she would definitely be a top-notch extreme beauty? No wonder this guy rushed up to help. Chapter 20 Hill's Tears, Making Friends with Hill. First, get one of the maids to go and measure Hill's physical stature, and help Hill buy more clothes, and pajamas. Then you give Hill a bath and trim a style that suits her. Her hair is too long and she's a bit unsure of herself, so you take care of it a bit more. Hill's room will be arranged next door to mine, and you don't need to arrange Auntie Blue's room. Yes, young master. After ordering everything, Su Cheng took Lan Meirou and rushed back to his room in a hurry. Godsister or godsister? Lan Meirou looked at Su Cheng with contempt and suddenly opened her mouth, her eyes full of contempt. She now seriously suspected that Su Cheng had been eyeing Jiao Zil for a long time. How else could they have just brought Jiao Zil straight back inside the house and recognized her sister? After reading Jiao Dihai and Jiao Zil's profiles so many times myself, I hadn't realized that Jiao Zil was actually such a top-notch great beauty. What godsister? Auntie Lan, don't make a yellow noise. From now on, Sheer is my real sister, Su Chang said righteously, his eyes full of righteousness. This expression looked at Lan Meirou was a bit skeptical of herself. Could it really be Su Chang's kindness? Pity that Jiao Xier then didn't want her to follow Jiao Dihai anymore, so he took her home. Maybe it's still true that good things happen to good people. Okay, it's your love sister. Okay. Lan Meirou helplessly coaxed him to open his mouth. Just then, Su Chang suddenly went and opened the closet door on the side and pulled out a maid's outfit from inside. This maid outfit was still a bit different from the normal maid set Luo Xiaoyun wore, looking very erotic and seductive. As agreed before, right, Auntie Blue, you have to be my maid, so get in your maid outfit. Su Chang's eyes glowed as he kept urging Lan Meirou. Lan Meirou, on the other hand, was wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. What kind of maid's outfit is this? Why? This maid outfit is not quite the same as the one Luo Xiaoyun wore just now. This shows too much. What's the difference between that and not wearing it? I'm not wearing it. Lan Meirou huffed and puffed. Such revealing clothes, and aren't Xiaoyun and Sheer still there? Really not wearing it? Su Chang asked tentatively as he carried the maid outfit. I'm not wearing it. Lan Meirou still had that one answer. Okay, that's what you said. Jia. In the next second Su Chang had an evil smile on his face and threw the maid outfit aside. You're the one who said, don't wear. 2 hours later. You're so bad you. Lan Meirou twisted Su Chang's waist with a shy face. Ouch. The pain caused the latter to cry out. Lan Meirou hadn't exerted herself. Of course she knew clearly. And how could she make Su Chang hurt like this? But seeing that Su Chang was willing to put on an act and play around with himself, a trace of sweetness was also born in his heart. Perhaps, this is the life one aspires to. Bang, 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 bang. Right at this moment, an extremely light knocking sound came into the ears of the two of them, and the frightened Lan Meirou instantly hid inside the quilt. Come in. Luo Xiaoyun pushed the door open while behind her was Jiao Zil. Right at the moment he saw Jiao Zil, Su Chang's entire body had been stunned. After Luo Xiaoyun's transformation, the current Jiao Zil was already very different from before. She was wearing a light blue dress, and much of her bangs, which had been extremely long over her eyes, had been cut off, leaving only a few stray strands of hair covering the top. After the bangs were cut off, it was finally visible that her eyes were bright and had a kind of soulfulness to them, like stars in the night sky. The blue dress revealed her beautiful collarbone, its lines soft yet elegant, and it looked extraordinarily white in the light. On top of that, there was a pair of small white leather shoes on his feet. Hill is so beautiful. Su Chang couldn't help but sigh. Was this the treasure girl depicted inside the novel? No wonder every male lead would never let go. Hearing Su Chang's words, Jiao Xier clenched her fists and seemed to have made a great determination as she suddenly opened her mouth. Brother. Su Chang froze for a moment and didn't hear what Jiao Xier said, simply because Jiao Xier's voice was just too small. Luo Xiaoyun looked at Su Chang and then at Jiao Xier beside her, a little anxious, but still didn't say anything. Brother. Jiao Zil shouted again, and this time her voice finally got louder. When Su Chang heard this, a smile also appeared on his face. Then he nodded and looked at Luo Xiaoyun again. Yun, has Hill's room been arranged yet? Aha, it's all arranged. Next door as you ordered. Young master. Luo Xiaoyun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, you clean up my side of the room. Hiss. I'll take Hill next door and look around. Looking at Luo Xiaoyun in Jiao Xier's puzzled eyes, Su Chang gently waved his hand, signaling that it was fine. After coming to the next room, Su Chang closed the door of the room. He took Jiao Zil's hand. Then the two of them sat on the bed together. Hill, I'll be your brother from now on. Reintroducing, the son of Jiang City's richest man, Su Chang. You, Jiao Zil, my sister, will be the daughter of the richest man in Jiang City from now on. Although it is said that it is only the richest man in Jiang City, but that is only on the surface. The power behind the scenes is even more terrifying. I won't talk to you explicitly for fear of scaring you. Zil, all you need to know is that no one can bully you in the future. You have the strongest backing in the world. If anyone bullies you in school, or in society, just fight. No one can afford to mess with you, as long as you don't actively bully others. Even if you stab the sky, brother can still protect you. You no longer need to wear long bangs and patched clothes like you used to. Protect yourself by playing ugly, and bring out the truest version of you. After the words finished, Jiao Xier couldn't hold back any longer and directly jumped into Su Chang's arms and cried, Makoto, she's had a really desperate time, having had no parents since birth and the only thing she had was a grandmother. Ever since I was a child, I have been living without enough to eat and wear. A dress with numerous patches and no extra clothes to change into. By the time compulsory education ended, Jiao Zil wanted to continue her schooling and had to earn her own money. But when it came to earning money, she finally realized that because of her poverty, being too pretty was a sin, and she would be molested and bullied by her customers. If grandma hadn't been protecting her, she would have been finished long ago. Later, Jiao Zil learned the hard way that she had to play ugly to hide her truest self. Otherwise, it is impossible to live. With her brother, now she could finally show her truest self. Well, there's no need to cry. I'll be there for everything from now on. You're a little angel on earth. Su Chang reached out a hand to help her wipe her tears, and the other hand patted her back in a comforting manner. Give Jiao Zil infinite patience, but everyone knows that, after being comforted, the crying will be more intense. Sure enough, Jiao Zil let out a wow and cried once again. Chapter 21, No, Young Master. Xiaoxiao rested her head on Su Chang's chest, her other hand resting on the side of his waist, telling him the story on her body non-stop. And after hearing the story on Jiao Zil, Su Chang realized how miserable the life she had led all these years was. She started a part-time job during her freshman year of high school, going to class during the day and selling flowers at night. There were times when she would meet a good classmate and buy a bouquet of her flowers, and Jiao Zil would feel happy. But if she were to meet one of those high school jerks, Jiao Zil would be in deep trouble. If it was a simple taunt, a few lines of derision, it would still be a good thing. The biggest fear was that the punks would praise how good her grades were on their lips, and in the twinkling of an eye they would snatch her basket of flowers away from her. They would give Jiao Zil the chance to chase after the flower basket, but at that time, she would be beaten up severely. Full body bruises are rare. She didn't dare tell her grandmother, not wanting her to be scared for herself or let grandma beat herself up for herself. That's what Jiao Zil is most afraid of. The year of her sophomore year of high school was equally agonizing for Zhou Hill. After all, in her freshman year of high school, she would just be beaten up and taunted and bullied. But by sophomore year of high school, those guys started getting worse and more reckless. It was because the group suddenly realized the fact that Jiao Zil was unprotected. That's the same year someone started robbing her. Some even began to covet her body, but she escaped that as well. I had no choice but to turn to my grandmother. Grandma chased these punks to their homes, breaking down one by one, spilling the beans, playing crazy, and reasoning. It took these people to finally lighten up and go back to their freshman year of high school and just beat and taunt and bully. No longer would they rob her or covet her. Jiao Zil also listened to her grandmother and started to make a fool of herself. The end of her senior year of high school was also the most painful, desperate and helpless period of her life. Grandma's gone. At the time of receiving this news, Jiao Zil no longer wanted to go to the college entrance examination. She wanted to go to her grandmother. But in the end, she found a suicide note on her grandmother's pillow, who couldn't write and had been helped by Auntie Wang at the head of the village. Inside the letter, her grandmother had been encouraging her to live, telling her that it would be best for her to go to college in the city of Jiang in this province, to where she could join her uncle. In this way, Jiao Zil lived for another year and came to her uncle's house in the city of Jiang. But what Grandma and Jiao Zil didn't know was, Uncle isn't much of a man either. Originally, according to the grandmother's intention to see, is to let Xiaoxiao to join the uncle to take care of her. But in Zhao Dihai's case, it was the complete opposite. Jiao Zil became Zhao Dihai's endeavor. Every month, the money from the part-time job is less than 10,000 yuan, and more often even close to 30,000 yuan, all of which has to be handed over to Zhao Dihai. After returning home, Xiaoxiao also had to do Zhao Dihai's laundry and cooking and clean the house. Hearing this, Su Chang was so angry that he felt like he was going to have a brain bruise. How much did you say? A little over 10,000 when it's less? Close to 30,000 when it's more? With that much money you give it all to him, and then he's going to make you clean the house and cook for her? Su Chang lifted Jiao Zil, who was resting on his chest, and held his hands on her shoulders. Jiao Zil froze and nodded him. Su Chang felt like he was going to have a brainstorm of anger. You're such a silly girl. You know what a luxurious house you can rent out there for 10,000 a month. What's more, you can live in a dormitory. It's cheap and everyone still lives in dorms. But, Grandma, in her suicide note, told me to defect to my uncle. Xiaoxiao murmured with some aggravation. Su Chang was dumbfounded. Grandma did it for her own good. But what does Grandma know about college or any of this stuff? He took Jiao Zil in his arms and let her rest on his chest, one hand rhythmically patting gently on his back. Here it wasn't that Su Chang wanted to hold Xiaoxiao, but to keep Xiaoxiao from seeing his cell phone. Su Chang, Xiaoqi, have someone bring me back that $800,000 as well. Also, tell Zhao Dihai to go into the factory and hit the screws during the day from now on. Come back at night to do housework. 7. #OK. In fact, the previous deal made when Jiao Zil was in person. What with the $2 million card and all, was all fake. Su Chang could not really give him so much money, but 800,000 was there, because that was really the demolition money that should be given. But since Zhao Dihai is such a person, he should not ask for this 800,000 yuan, and he will stay in the factory for the rest of his life. After glancing at Jiao Zil on his body, Su Chang's eyes began to soften at his words. Luckily, this Ninian finally met herself in her sophomore year. Su Chang put down his cell phone and rubbed his face against Jiao Zil's hair before sticking it on. At some point, a steady snort came from his body. Jiao Zil fell asleep. Su Chang carefully placed her on the bed, covered her with the quilt, made sure he didn't wake her up, and then walked out. After returning to his room, Su Chang realized that the sheets on the bed had actually been changed. At that moment, there was a man hiding under the covers on the bed, changing so fast. Aren't you going to keep working tonight? Auntie Lan, this is one of the 7 deadly sins. Jia. Su Chang lifted up a corner of the quilt and then blended right into the darkness. A cry of alarm came out from the quilt, and only then did Su Chang realize that the person inside wasn't even Lan Meirou. It has been replaced with Luo Xiaoyun. Su Chang lifted the covers with one hand. At this moment, Luo Xiaoyun was wearing a black nightgown with an unknown secret hidden in her chest. Looking at Su Chang, his lips muttered, but his hand was on Su Chang's chest, trying to push him away. Su Chang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. One word, winks. This action of Luo Xiaoyun's right now seemed to be tugging at Su Chang's nerves in every detail. Suddenly, Su Chang directly fell down and pressed on Luo Xiaoyun's body, then turned around and wrapped her in his arms again. Cloudy likes that, doesn't he? Su Chang opened his mouth in Luo Xiaoyun's ear, startling the little girl with a calling sound. Like, hearing Luo Xiaoyun's soft murmur in his arms, Su Chang felt like he was going to be unable to hold back again. He put his hand on little maid Luo Xiaoyun's waist and poked her. The little maid was a bit shy and reached out to hold Su Chang's hand. Little Cloud? Why are you touching my hand? Su Chang asked in a somewhat puzzled and very innocent manner. Luo Xiaoyun was red-faced and very shy. Young master, don't. Luo Xiaoyun's eyes gazed at Su Chang, and the young master's hand was placed on his little belly, as if he was comforting a newborn baby, patting it every now and then. Okay, I'll just rub my little tummy and never touch you. Well, chapter 22 Brother, is that too powerful? The next morning, under Jiao Zil's shy gaze, Su Chang came out of Luo Xiaoyun's room. Yes, since the little maid was still her first time after all, Su Chang took great pity on her. After 2 times, he turned from his room to Luo Xiaoyun's room to look for Lan Meirou. As expected, because Su Chang hadn't arranged a room for Lan Meirou, the little maid didn't dare to just arrange a room for her. Originally, the little maid wanted to go back to her own room to sleep, but couldn't resist Lan Meirou's soft persuasion, and finally went to Su Chang's room to warm the bed. And while Lan Meirou thought she could escape for the night, she ended up passing out with a cry for mercy. Good morning, Makoto. Jiao Zil slowly walked to Su Chang's front and then greeted him. Jiao Zil's face was still a bit shy as well as looking at Su Chang with a strange look, because, last night, she was woken up. In a daze, she thought she heard someone crying, which startled her, and only then did she realize that her brother was gone. But after Jiao Zil completely sobered up, she finally reacted. This voice seems to be the voice of the maid's sister Xiaoyun, and next door to my brother's room. Jiao Zil is not a simple little girl, because she entered the society at an early age, working part-time and part-time. She had also heard such sounds when she worked in a hotel. It's the greatest joy between a man and a woman. But how did Sister Xiaoyun cry so much? Could it be that brother is too powerful? Then, Jiao Zil buried her ears in the pillow and fell into a deep sleep amidst the sound of wave after wave. Su Chang, Hill, good morning. In fact, he wanted to say it last night, but he didn't for fear of spoiling the atmosphere. Can you not call yourself Chung brother? Ah, sounds really bad luck. Easy, to contact a certain man. Then he said what was on his mind. Jiao Zil looked at him with some confusion, but then nodded as well. So what do you want me to call you? Brother? Brother Su Chang? Brother? Or what? Jiao Zil looked at her with a serious face. After all, the name-calling thing was still very important. Just brother. After all, I can see those 2 words coming out of your mouth. Su Chang smiled and patted Shear's little head. In fact, he didn't care about this name, as long as it wasn't that obscure name of Brother Chang. Jiao Zil looked at the hand that was placed on her head and her heart was very warm. It had been a long time since anyone had been this close to her. This feeling of being close to people is really great. Then, Jiao Zil directly hugged onto Su Chang's arm and pressed herself up against it. Brother. After saying that, Jiao Zil even stood on her tiptoes and rubbed her head against Su Chang's face, enjoying herself very much. Su Chang also smiled when he heard this 3 company's brother, and his heart was very warm. It was the first time anyone had ever called themselves brother so seriously. All of them, both in their previous lives and in this body they traveled through, We're only children with no siblings, okay? For those 3 brother sounds, brother will personally make you a delicious meal. Su Chang very happily held Jiao Zil's hand and walked on. Then brother, I'll give you a hand. When doing so, it occurred to Su Chang that breakfast wasn't too hearty to eat either. After some time, a beautiful and very tasty-looking breakfast was made. Su Chang made meatloaf, sandwiches, a fried egg, and a glass of milk. Although it seemed very simple, he actually possessed the skill boost of a divine cooking talent. It's safe to say that any breakfast he makes, all of it will be delicious to the point of explosion. At this moment, Jiao Zil had completely turned into a little greedy cat. Brother is awesome, isn't he? Su Chang proudly raised his proud chin and said with a proud face, my brother is so good. This meatloaf, and this sandwich, it's so good. Hill has never eaten anything so delicious in her life. Xiaoxiao looked at Su Chang, her eyes bubbled with an essence full of admiration. She admired this brother too much. It's already unreasonably handsome to be long, and it's amazing that there's such a perfect culinary addition to it. Not bad for a brother. Su Chang took out a tissue and wiped the corners of Jiao Zil's mouth, smiled dotingly, and then opened his mouth. You have it all the time if you want it, don't eat so fast. Hey, okay, you eat too, brother. Jiao Zil handed the sandwich to Su Chang's mouth and smiled sweetly. Su Chang took a bite and the flavor was really great, so he urged Xiaoxiao to continue eating. You eat first. I'll go see if Little Cloud and Auntie Blue are awake. Su Chang first returned to his room and found that Luo Xiaoyun was still not awake right now. Her entire body curled up on the bed. The pillow was wet. The little maid was really scared last night, or maybe she was crying from the pain, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Really made of water. Su Chang sat next to her and helped her soothe her brow. Then again, he lowered his head and kissed her cheeks. The little girl didn't know what kind of beautiful dream she was having, and a smile began to appear on her face. Seeing this, Su Chang also smiled, closed the door and walked out. Coming to Lan Meirou's, at this time of the day, she was similarly sleeping. Su Chang took a look and found that this guy was sleeping very deeply. Not surprisingly, Auntie Blue was able to sleep through the night. After similarly kissing Lan Meirou's face, Su Chang closed the door to his room and went down to find Jiao Zil. Is there anywhere Hill would like to go? An amusement park, zoo or something like that, but we have to be back by 1700 hours tonight. I have some business. Jiao Zil tilted her head and thought, but then shook her head. Brother, I want to be with you no matter where I am. But, speaking of this, Jiao Zil's face became redder and redder, and her voice became smaller and smaller. Su Chang was a bit puzzled. But brother, didn't you do that with little sister Yun yesterday? And since you have things to do in the evening, let's stay home. Hearing Jiao Zil's outspokenness, Su Chang smiled. Last night he felt bad that the little maid was crying too much and might wake Jiao Zil up. Sure enough, the noise woke up. Okay, since you're heartbroken brother, I'll take you out with me next time, and we'll stay home today. I'll make you a truly unbeatable meal at noon. Su Chang wrapped his arms around Xiaoxiao and let her lean on him. Aha! Xiaoxiao was similarly unresisting, then leaned her head on Su Chang's shoulder and nodded sweetly. Next, the two of them ate and chatted. Every now and then Xiaoxiao feeds Su Chang a mouthful, and every now and then Su Chang feeds Xiaoxiao a mouthful. So intimate. Chapter 23, The Mature and Stable MS. Baek Young. After accompanying Jiao Zil for some time, Su Chang returned to his room. At this time, Luo Xiaoyun hadn't woken up yet. Su Chang lay on the bed and turned on his side to look at the sleeping little maid. It didn't feel quite the same when Cloud slept as it did when Hill slept. Hill is very good when he sleeps. It was different when little Cloud slept, curling up every now and then. Even his brow would furrow from time to time. Maybe it's the home environment. Hill was raised without parents and only had a grandmother before defecting to her birth uncle. Xiaoyun, on the other hand, goes from having two parents and a beautiful family to a family change where her mother abandons her and then takes care of her crippled father all by herself. Probably because of this, Xiaoyun became even more insecure. That's why Xiaoyun likes to be cradled in his arms, I guess. Su Chang gently got out of bed before being called by Luo Xiaoyun. Young master. Luo Xiaoyun blinked her eyes and looked at Su Chang with an aggrieved face. Last night the young master was too bad and didn't keep his words. Said I wasn't going to move myself and caused myself so much pain that I kept crying. Thinking about this, Luo Xiaoyun is a bit shy. Awake? I made some breakfast down here. Wait, I'll bring it up for you. Su Chang pinched Luo Xiaoyun's cheeks, then leaned over and kissed her forehead before preparing to go downstairs to get her breakfast. No need, young master. Luo Xiaoyun was just about to get up. Then she was stimulated by a sharp pain and cried out in shock. Do as you're told, and you'll stay honest today. Su Chang was a little helpless. He really didn't think that the little maid was actually fragile like that. Looking at the reaction just now, it was mostly swollen. It went well with myself and Wu Xinlan without such a big reaction. Get some ointment and give her a good rub down later. Soon, the door to the room was pushed open again. and Su Cheng came in with breakfast and sat on the edge of the bed to start feeding Luo Xiaoyun. After eating and wiping Luo Xiaoyun's mouth, the little maid shyly hid her little head inside the quilt. So shy. As a maid, I'm actually being taken care of by the young master. Is this the contrast? Yun, you should be swollen. I'll get the ointment and put it on you. Su Cheng patted Luo Xiaoyun, and then began to apply the medicine amidst the latter's extreme shyness. For the entire day today, Luo Xiaoyun couldn't get out of bed, not knowing if she would be able to slow down tomorrow. Lan Meirou, on the other hand, had been sleeping. She had slept too late last night. The two of them ate lunch with Zil, then played with her for a while, then went to feed Luo Xiaoyun, waiting until 17:55 in the afternoon. Su Cheng opened his computer and clicked on that recruitment website. Sure enough, he did see the posting for a piano tutor. Without hesitation, Su Cheng directly reported his 10th grade piano level. Then he went to the instrument room on the second floor and recorded a video of himself playing the piano and sent it over. Soon, the other party hired Su Cheng to teach piano to the girl named Lingxi. The parties agreed to teach every day from 15 to 1700 hours in the afternoon. A total of 1 month of instruction is conducted. Day 2. Su Cheng drove his piece of Maybach to Lingxi's house shown on the map. After ringing the doorbell, a very pretty, beautiful woman opened the door. The first time he saw this beautiful woman, Su Cheng was shocked because she was too beautiful. She looked extremely mature. Her long ponytail was sideways and fell in front of her. The top half of her body was dressed in a loose knit that released her rounded curves. The bottom half of the body was a pair of shorts that showed off the slender legs to the world. It is such an extremely simple dress that unabashedly disperses her mature woman's charm infinitely. Hello, are you Lingxi's parents? I'm the piano tutor who communicated with you online, Su Cheng. Although the other person looks pretty, it's not polite to look at them too much. Su Cheng took the initiative to greet and extended a hand, but the mature woman froze in place and didn't bother him. How are you? Su Cheng spoke again. Sorry, I just got carried away. Mature woman Bai Jing secretly cursed herself. She was actually looking at this handsome young man mesmerized. My name is Bai Jing. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Jing. Bai Jing smilingly grasped up with Su Cheng's outstretched hand. I see you're driving a Maybach? Why are you tutoring in a Maybach? She was a bit puzzled. Looking at this aura of the other party, she could feel it. It must be a child of a big rich family. What's with this kind of person running out to be a tutor? Since Su Cheng dared to drive a Maybach to do tutoring, he was bound to have been prepared for a long time. Sister Jing, since I called you Sister Jing, you can just call me Xiao Cheng. I drive a Maybach because I like to drive it, and I teach people to play the piano because I like to teach. There's no such thing as a reason for liking what you do, do you think? After saying that, Su Cheng withdrew his hand. Ms. Bai Jing's hand had a warm and soft feeling that he liked. Oh, you're right, Makoto. Then Bai Jing led him inside the inner room. On the sofa sat a little girl who looked about the same age as Luo Xiaoyun, and the moment he saw Su Cheng, he couldn't help but freeze. Because that video Su Cheng made earlier didn't show his face. Lingxi didn't expect this guy to be so handsome, and a piano grade 10 so young that she should be about the same age as herself. Lingxi forced down the fluttering in her heart and reached for an orange, peeling it. This is my daughter, Lingxi, who is now at grade 5 piano level. Lingxi, this is Su Cheng, also your piano teacher, Mr. Su. Lingxi hesitated for a moment, wanting to address Mr. Su, but resisting a bit, she finally said it slowly. For some reason, she didn't want to call the person in front of her Mr. Su. Hello Spirit Creek students, I hope we have a great piano experience over the next month. Su Cheng revealed a very sunny smile, then similarly extended his hand. Lingxi looked at the smile on his face and froze directly, her heart fluttering down up. I can't, this guy is just too good looking. She shook her head, then glared fiercely at Su Cheng. Mr. Su, don't waste time. Let's start now. After saying that, Lingxi didn't know what was going on, but she suddenly got bold and took Su Cheng's hand. Just start walking in towards her dedicated piano room. While Su Cheng let her lead him, he looked back at Ms. Bai Jing. Sister Jing, I'm going in then. Well, get in there. Bai Jing similarly waved her hand at her, but after that, she didn't know what came to her mind, and her face unexpectedly began to blush. Bai Jing, Bai Jing, you've really been a widow for a long time. As soon as you see a young handsome guy, you start to flirt. People were obviously talking about going to the piano room with their own daughters to practice, and it was amazing that they could even associate themselves with that. Chapter 24, You're mad at me for not kissing you? That 10th grade piano of yours, is that for real? Lingxi made Su Cheng sit on the stool while she herself sat on the bed and stared at him. She couldn't believe that this person as old as herself could reach grade 10 in piano. He himself was already very powerful, and he was only a piano level 5. And this guy actually had a level 10? Seeing that this little guy was still questioning himself, Su Cheng wasn't annoyed. His own persona was set from the beginning. A mild-tempered, highly skilled, rich kid who likes to play the piano. What? You don't believe me? Su Cheng smiled at Lingxi, then lifted the piano board with both hands. Anything you want to hear, I'll just play it for you. One could tell that this little girl called Lingxi should like playing the zither very much, and one only needed to display superior zither skills. Not afraid she won't be convinced. Pathetique 3, the young girl spoke faintly. Beethoven's Pathos 3? How do you like to listen to this? Su Cheng frowned and shook his head slightly. Then his fingers began to move on the keys, with a gentle motion, as if he were touching a dusty memory. His eyes were focused and deep, as if they were all one with the music. Every note is clear and powerful, and the tempo is bright and joyful. Su Cheng's body gradually began to move along with the playing, sometimes becoming taut. His fingers flew over the keys as the music continued to advance. Eventually, the movement came to an end in a joyous atmosphere. Su Cheng turned back to observe Lingxi's situation, only to realize that a smile had finally appeared on this girl's face. But seeing this appearance of Lingxi, Su Cheng asked with some curiosity, "You like the Pathos 3? Of course, this bittersweet taste is the best. Pathetic 1 and Pathetic 2 are so sad, but Pathetic 3 is the complete opposite of the previous ones. And isn't that the feeling Beethoven was trying to express?" Lingxi glared at Su Cheng with dissatisfaction. She was still a bit unfulfilled and completely convinced that Su Cheng had a 10th grade piano level. This was already the strongest level she could imagine. That being said, but you should be able to hear that Pathos 3 can be more than just joy. Can't you feel the tension, the antagonism, and the intense drama that's intertwined? I live in this world. I can't eat a little bit of bitterness. I, Su Cheng, appeared in this world to enjoy happiness. That's why I hate Pathos 3 so much. I haven't suffered a bit in this world and it tells me to suffer all I can before I'm happy. Tell me, can I like this song? Su Cheng's words were serious. After all, he had been a cow and horse all his life in his previous life. Life is over before you can even begin to enjoy it. He must not have suffered at all since he came to this world. Nonsense. What kind of person is born without a little bit of suffering? Lingxi was annoyed. This Pathos 3 was her favorite tune, and it was actually slammed by the person in front of her in such a crazy way. Why no more? Do you know who I am? The son of the richest man in Zheng City. Su Cheng smiled. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Lingxi was dumbfounded. She could indeed sense that Su Cheng's aura was not like an ordinary person, and was more than likely the son of a rich family. But a random piano tutor mom found online is the son of the richest man in the world. That's just too unrealistic. If you're really the son of the richest man, then I'll just write a novel and call it Crazy Love. The piano tutor is actually the son of the richest man. Su Cheng laughed. You have quite an imagination, but I do have a question to ask. If the male lead is the son of the richest man, who is the female lead? Is it you or Sister Jing? Hearing Su Cheng's extremely licentious words, Lingxi directly exploded. Forget it if you want to molest me. You molested my mom. Lingxi angrily grabbed a small bear from the bed and smashed it towards Su Cheng. But unfortunately, the weak little bear was instantly grabbed by Su Cheng with a raised hand. This guy even put the bear on his nose and sniffed it, inhaling hard. A flash of red surfaced on Lingxi's face, realizing that this little bear was usually held in her arms. It was sure to catch her scent, and the way it looked. What was the difference between that and this guy taking himself right into his arms and sniffing? That's a stinking hooligan. Thinking of this, Lingxi couldn't hold back any longer and directly pounced on Su Cheng's body to grab the bear. Moreover, Su Cheng raised the bear's position so that Lingxi couldn't even touch it a little. Bang! Suddenly, Lingxi touched the edge of the bed and her entire body fell towards it. Seeing this, Su Cheng hurriedly stretched out a hand to protect her head, and his own body pounced on top of Lingxi. All of a sudden, two pairs of eyes looked at each other, both launched into a daze. Don't forget, at this moment, one of Su Cheng's hands was still placed behind Lingxi's head. You, don't. Lingxi opened her mouth in some panic, but one look at Su Cheng's eyes saw the undisguised loss and disappointment. After that, Su Cheng let go of Lingxi's head and turned his head in the direction of the piano. What else do you want to hear? Lingxi froze, but when she saw that Su Cheng didn't hesitate to pull his hand out, her heart couldn't help but feel a hint of displeasure. So decisive? It seems to be the only one who was torn up about it. Thinking about this, Lingxi became even more upset. She didn't know why, but as soon as she saw Su Cheng, she had a feeling that her heart kept fluttering and her heartbeat kept speeding up. It's a wonderful feeling. It's very much like the kind depicted in the novel, The Deer in the Headlights. But then she thought, when Su Cheng asked if that heroine was herself or her mother, that she was carrying a smile in the corner of her eyes, she became even more angry. This asshole. Go ahead and play it for your sister Jing. Su Cheng? Lingxi suddenly opened her mouth. Her tone was extremely cold. As soon as she closed her eyes now, she thought of the image of him asking her mom if she was a heroine. Su Cheng inexplicably glanced at her. and it wasn't until he looked at the reddened eyes that he realized that this little girl was actually going to be angry and cry. What's the matter? Is it hard to be jealous of this? If you don't coax it at this point, it's a real cry. Or did you just get mad at me for not kissing you? Su Chang reached out his hand and touched Lingxi's head, then he sat down next to her with his butt. Strongly, he took those small hands of hers and rubbed them in his own. After a while, Su Chang changed his direction and turned the direction Lingxi was facing. Facing himself. Can I kiss you? Su Chang suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Simply and directly. Lingxi hesitated for a moment and twisted her face to the side, no longer looking at him. But at this time, a hand suddenly cupped Lingxi's chin, forcing her to turn her face. Su Chang's head went down. Chapter 25, Bullying Senior, Forced Love. When she just reacted to the fact that she had been forcibly kissed, Lingxi was like a little prickly hedgehog, very frantic to try to struggle and escape. But how could she do it in front of Su Chang? After only a short while, little spirit stream completely ran out of energy. Both legs fell and knocked, and if it wasn't for Su Chang holding her waist, she would have sprawled out on the bed in an instant. Only after a long time did Su Chang release the hand that was cupping her chin, letting her entire body lean on his hand before slowly lowering it. Hoo-hoo! Little Lingxi couldn't stop gulping in air. Her eyes were lifeless and her mind was blank. It took a while for her to come back to her senses. His own first kiss, but so handed over, and so exciting. This asshole actually ate himself up and almost didn't slow his breath. At the thought of this, Lingxi was even more aggrieved. Where had she been bullied like this since she was a child? Looking at Su Chang, who was like a Sven scum in front of her, she was even more angry. The strong kiss just now seemed to have awakened some strange attribute in this guy, and the current Su Chang looked at her with interest. That look, it was like looking at a tasty prey, and indeed, it does. He could feel Lingxi's deep attachment and solicitude, and an even deeper longing. Brush! In the next second, Lingxi's slap came, her face filled with blush and a hint of anger. She was going to beat this asshole who had forcibly kissed her into a pig's head, but the person she was going to fight was Su Chang, an existence that possessed a god-level body and god-level martial arts. As long as Su Chang didn't want to, no one in this world could hit him, let alone a little girl like Lingxi. He instantly grabbed Lingxi's swinging wrist. One wrist was grabbed, and Lingxi was a bit annoyed that she still wasn't convinced. Brush! The other hand swung over as well, but with the same sort of result. Su Chang grabbed this wrist of Lingxi's with his other hand, and then folded both of her wrists together and firmly grasped them with one hand. Just like this, Su Chang tackled Lingxi with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, leaning her against the piano. Thump! Lingxi's body touched the keys. You're shameless. You. No more kissing me, Lingxi said in an extremely flustered manner, and her cheeks had turned red. This position made her very shy, and the novel she had chased before, Bullying Senior, Forced Love, had the exact same plot as now. Su Chang was like that strong overbearing senior, and he himself was that little white rabbit who would rather die than obey. Next, he is sure to kiss himself. If you say no kiss, no kiss? I have to kiss today. Su Chang sneered. He wasn't a cutie either. Even without the system he could see that. This Spirit Creek guy just loves to play that tune. In the next second, Su Chang lowered his head once again. Her hands got out of control at some point and her arms pressed down on Su Chang's head, launching a counterattack. Seeing this appearance, Su Chang secretly laughed and let go of her hand long ago, but did not resist at all. But, just as the two were still forgetting their attack, a knock on the door suddenly entered their ears. The two men directly stared with wide eyes, incomparably panicked, and their attacks were stopped. Bang, 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 bang. Su Chang instantly picked up Lingxi, placed her on a stool to the side, and helped her straighten her clothes. When the knocking was finished, white silence pushed her way in. Looking at the two of them sitting on the zither bench, Su Chang was demonstrating how to play the zither for Lingxi and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Chang, Lingxi, rest for a while, here's some fruit and milk. Bai Jing's face had a mature woman's smile on it, and very gently placed the fruits and milk on a side table and chair. Thank you, Sister Jing. Lingxi's talent is very good. I'll teach her a little longer. Su Chang's face was covered with a gentle smile, a modest gentleman, gentle as jade. What Spirit Creek said about Sven Scum was a pretty good way to describe him. Ha. There's no rush. Xiao Chang, stay for dinner tonight. Our family cooks early. After teaching the zither, you and Lingxi can just have a meal. Bai Jing smiled again when she heard Su Chang praise his daughter for her talent, and immediately invited him to dinner at home. Then I won't fake it. Su Chang returned with a smile. He couldn't wait to stay here for a while longer, and he had to say that this tune with Lingxi was very carrying. Su Chang secretly licked his lips. And Lingxi, who was on the side, was getting anxious when she saw the two of them talking. My silly mom. Yo, if you keep this Sven scum for a while longer, your daughter will be eaten up by others. Maybe this asshole is still coming at you. And I remember you don't cook. Do you order takeout? Seeing MS. Bai Jing closed the door and leave. Both of the people in the room unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Just now it was really too thrilling. If it wasn't for Su Chang's quick reaction, the two might have been caught by MS. Bai Jing, I'll see if you dare to bully me again. When mom catches you, you'll be done for. Lingxi glared fiercely at Su Chang, as if she was venting her dissatisfaction, but also as if she was giving herself a boost. Su Chang turned his head to look at him, where on his face was the image of a humble gentleman. The whole thing was a big grey wolf. Are you trying to get me to be careful not to be found out by MS? White silence, or should we both be careful? An evil smile hung on Su Chang's face, full of meaning. Ugh, who's going to do that with you being careful? If you ever lay a hand on me again, I'll be sure to tell my mom. Lingxi viciously continued to look at him like a stressed kitten, extremely wary, but Su Chang knew very well in his heart that this was just the appearance of the little girl Lingxi. She just liked this tone. After all, if she really hated herself, she wouldn't have looked jealous when she showed her interest in MS. Baekjeong, nor would she even come forward and hug herself when she let go of her hands. Much less would she act as if nothing had happened when MS. Bai Jing pushed the door in and listened very attentively to Su Chang playing the piano. This ninny, who talks the talk and likes to play the bully thing. No, can't tell MS. Bai Jing, Su Chang said with some fear, since Lingxi liked to play, then he would play with her. And seeing this appearance of Su Chang, Lingxi froze a little. She thought that this guy was not afraid of heaven and earth. But then came a moment of loss. Did this guy really have something in mind for his mom? How else could you be afraid of your own mom? But he's clearly done such evil things to himself. Did you think I'd say that? But suddenly, another voice interrupted her thoughts. Lingxi looked up at Su Chang, and another extremely evil smile appeared on his face. This man, her domineering senior, unbridled. Chapter 26, Is my mom's hand soft? Looking at the mess in the kitchen and the large area on that wall that was blackened by the flames, Su Chang froze. He hadn't expected that this extremely beautiful and mature-looking MS. Bai Jing wouldn't know how to cook. I don't know how she did it, but she was able to cook until the walls were blackened. Xiao Chang, sorry to make you laugh. Sister Jing is actually not a very good cook. I think it's better to order takeout. MS. Bai Jing was apologetic and very embarrassed as she smiled at Su Chang, reaching for her phone to order takeout. But just at that moment, a large hand covered her small, extremely soft hand, stopping her plans to order takeout. Don't order takeout, Sister Jing. Takeout is inherently unhealthy, and I recently swiped a video. Said the delivery guy was adding some really nasty ingredients to the takeout. I'm a good cook. I'll make it for you. Su Chang told MS. Bai Jing what he had seen and heard, and then admonished her extremely seriously. MS. Bai Jing also felt a little nauseous at the news. That news she had also brushed up against, and she would never order takeout again. But this time, Bai Jing realized. Su Chang just held his hand, that big hand, still did not retract his, but instead seemed to be rubbing in her palm. Makoto? Looking at MS. Bai Jing's shy and puzzled look, Su Chang coughed lightly before withdrawing his hand. Sister Jing, why don't you go and watch some TV with Lingxi first? I'll be fine in the kitchen alone. Su Chang then pushed MS. Bai Jing out and began to handle the ingredients. 10 minutes later, smelling the delicious chicken soup scent that kept wandering in the kitchen, Su Chang nodded in satisfaction. Just then, a figure walked through the doorway of the kitchen, his eyes a little grim, seemingly upset. It's Spirit Creek. Who has upset the young lady again? If eyes could kill, Su Chang felt like he was going to be cut into 1,000 pieces by her. As soon as Lingxi came in, she likewise smelled the rich chicken soup scent in the kitchen. It was just too fragrant. But in the next second, she forced her surprise to collect and her face became more somber. What's wrong? Who actually made Missy angry like this? Let's find him and settle the score. Su Chang looked at Lingxi and stopped the movements in his hands. Lingxi didn't say anything either, but just stared at Su Chang gloomily, looking at the latter with some hairiness. It was a long time before he spoke back. You, Lingxi said with extreme certainty, staring at Su Chang dead in the face. Me? I'm not here cooking all the time? How can I still mess with you? Su Chang was puzzled, but in the next second, his face also started to become flustered and cold sweat ran down his face. Is my mom's hand soft? Lingxi looked at Su Chang coldly and humorously, and the moment she opened her mouth, she was struck by lightning. It's over. I've been seen. This niece was already very jealous of MS. Bai Jing, and she was even seen when she secretly touched MS. Bai Jing's hand and didn't let go. No matter how soft it is, it's not as soft as our sheer baby's hands. Saying this, Su Chang suddenly thought of Xiaoxiao, then shook his head. Walking over to Lingxi, He placed both of her small hands in his hands and played with them. Then he poked his head out again and looked outside to make sure no one was there before continuing to coax Lingxi. Come and have some chicken soup. Suchong used a spoon to pick up a spoonful of chicken soup and placed it in front of the two of them. And just as Lingxi wanted to take it, he fed it into his mouth again. In the next second, he fed Lingxi's mouth once again. And in order to keep the chicken soup from spilling out, the two of them could only keep attacking and finish the chicken soup. Finally, with the sound of one swallowing sound of soup after another, a spoonful of chicken soup was finally finished. Lingxi took a big breath of air. Her face was full of blush, and only after a long time, she glared fiercely at Su Chang. What she had to admit was that the chicken soup did smell so good that she was mesmerized and immersed in it. Su Chang hemmed and hawed. Looking at this appearance of Lingxi, this matter should be considered to be in the past. Is the chicken soup good? I'll have to add more seasoning if it's not good. He spoke suddenly, with a teasing smile on his face and as if he were asking seriously. Lingxi blushed and glared at him, reluctantly responding slowly. It's delicious, just the right flavor. Su Chang nodded his head in a serious manner, and then that evil smile once again hung on his face. So, is chicken soup better? Or, before he finished his question, Lingxi's face was already flushed. Even the roots of her ears were already red. Chicken soup is good. Chicken soup is good. Chicken soup is good. Ignore you. Lingxi interrupted him in shame, then fled from the kitchen in a huff. Su Chang laughed, then continued to make his full meal. 20 minutes later, Su Chang had all the dishes and soup ready, and with the help of Ms. Bai Jing and Lingxi, the three of them gathered in the living room, ready to start eating. I really didn't expect that your cooking skills are actually this good. Makoto, Ms. Bai Jing looked at him with appreciation. This man was just too charming. Even if you're tall and handsome, you still have money. The piano level has also reached the 10th grade, and there's also the cooking skill that can actually be good to such an extent. Thank you, Sister Jing, for the compliment. If you like it, you can eat more. Saying that, Su Chang picked up a piece of chicken and put it into Ms. Bai Jing's bowl. In a gaze that could kill, Su Chang picked up another piece of chicken and put it into Lingxi's bowl. That's what made the gaze that could kill subside. But when Ms. Bai Jing saw this action of Su Chang chucking vegetables into his own bowl and then chucking them into Lingxi's bowl, she involuntarily froze, because she suddenly thought of her husband. When Lingxi was still very young, he had also been like Su Chang, serving himself and his daughter dishes. Ms. Bai Jing was filled with sweetness as she finished the piece of chicken, but after she finished it, her face flushed a red color, because it suddenly occurred to her that Su Chang used those chopsticks to eat, and then used those chopsticks to give himself food. Doesn't that mean? Indirectly kiss. Thinking of this, Ms. Bai Jing shook her head in panic and saw Su Chang again, who had been climbing with her daughter. That's right, my own daughter doesn't care about that, so how can I, an older woman approaching 40, care about that? For some reason, a pang of loss welled up in her heart. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? It was then that Ms. Bai Jing came back to her senses and realized that both her daughter and Su Chang were staring at her with the slightest hint of a smile on their faces. Oh, I'm fine, just got carried away. Ms. Bai Jing smiled apologetically and then continued eating. Right, Sister Jing, have some chicken soup. Just now Lingxi interviewed in the kitchen. She said the chicken soup was very good, just don't know if it's to your liking. Su Chang smiled harmoniously, then served all three a bowl of chicken soup, and after he took his seat, Lingxi kept kicking him under the table in shame, until Su Chang grabbed the little foot. Chapter 27 Excitement at the table. Since Lingxi said the chicken soup was good, I have to try it. Ms. Bai Jing was a bit surprised. She didn't even know when Lingxi went to the kitchen and drank the chicken soup, using a spoon to pick up a bit of chicken broth and bring it to his mouth. An extremely rich flavor went up his nose. Smells good. Just as Ms. Bai Jing drank spoonful after spoonful of the delicious chicken soup, Su Chang and Lingxi had already begun their protracted battle. Lingxi's small feet were controlled by Su Chang, playing with them from time to time. She lowered her head to pick at the rice, blushing in shame, and tried her best to get her little feet back, but she was no match for Su Chang. Again, I wanted to take my little feet back, but I didn't want my mom to find out. Lingxi was very difficult, but such extremely bold and rebellious contact gave birth to an unimaginable sense of excitement. Being held by Su Chang's small feet in her hands made her feel warm. Feeling Lingxi's resistance decline, Su Chang's hand became more arrogant. His hand slowly began to move deeper, but at this point, after all, he was still eating, and he could only touch Lingxi's calf side. Lingxi's calves look like the kind that are soft and supple. Then she saw Lingxi involuntarily shaking, and then quickly retracted her legs. She had succeeded. Lingxi, what's wrong with you? Ms. Bai Jing sat next to her, so she instantly noticed Lingxi's reaction and asked suspiciously. Su Chang also pretended to be the same as MS. By Jing, probing his gaze at Lingxi's body and letting out a silent question. No, it's fine, just a little spiced up. Lingxi's reaction was quick, and after fooling Bai Jing for a bit, she glared fiercely at Su Chang. Her guts were still limited after all, and she didn't go back to picking on Su Chang. The three of them then ate their meal while chatting about family, life and whatnot. Soon, a meal was finished. Su Chang's cooking was too delicious. The three of them winded up in the middle of the room. Even if it was chicken soup, I'll go wash the dishes. Xiao Chang, if you're not in a hurry to go back, you can watch some TV with Lingxi and play the piano or something. After eating, Ms. Bai Jing was the first to speak up, perhaps because she could see that Su Chang had the intention of taking the initiative to wash the dishes. As the host, the meal has been cooked by the guest. You can't let the guest brush the bowl as well. Then she was too much of a master. And after hearing her words, Su Chang smiled. Ms. Bai Jing, this is your initiative to let yourself play with Lingxi, but it has nothing to do with me. Me, Mom, I'll do the dishes with you too. How would Lingxi dare to stay alone with Su Chang? This big pervert? After a short period of time, he could kiss and hug and touch himself. In time, he dares to do anything, but how could Ms. Bai Jing let Su Chang wander around the house alone? You silly girl. Ms. Su had a meal and rested. You can't just leave Ms. Su hanging there, you don't know any better. Ms. Bai Jing reprimanded Lingxi, then let her lead Su Chang to play. Lingxi was dumbfounded, knowing that her mom had a point. But, so let's go play the piano some more. Su Chang smiled warmly, then walked with Lingxi in the direction of the piano room. Just on this short road trip, Lingxi's heart was already pounding. Is he or she voluntarily heading for hell? Or heaven? What would he do to himself? Just after closing the door of the piano room, Su Chang's evil nature was unabashedly released. He pressed Lingxi against the door of the piano room, walloped one hand against the door, and looked down extremely belabored into her eyes. What do you think we should do at this point? Lingxi looked at him nervously as her mind began to wander. This image. She'd seen it in Bully Schoolmaster. The Bully Schoolmaster had done the exact same thing to the heroine. Bunny, play the piano. Lingxi murmured, as if she could feel her eyes spinning wildly. Senior that? No, it was Mr. Su. The incomparably strong scent of Su Chang's body lunged towards the inside of his nose. But just when she was about to completely lose her mind, Su Chang let go of her hand. Then we'll play the piano. Su Chang smiled shallowly, then took the lead and sat on the zither bench, signaling Lingxi to hurry over as well. For some reason, after no longer being hit by Su Chang's strong hormones, Lingxi subconsciously wanted to reach out and tug him, didn't want him to leave. After Su Chang let go of herself so decisively, the slightest hint of loss and regret flashed through her heart. It's a little hard. Shaking her head lightly, she too walked over in the direction of the piano, ready to play. Yikes! But just as she was about to head to the empty seat on the side, Su Chang grabbed her and placed her in his arms. A gasp of disbelief could not be avoided. Lingxi sat on Su Chang's lap, and her body leaned against his chest, continuing to feel the warmth from his body. Very warm and a little hot. Teach you to play the piano. Unexpectedly, Su Chang really didn't make another move on her, and he held both of his hands on Lingxi's small hands as the two of them played a piano song together. Spirit Creek knew that the song was Dream Wedding. She no longer resisted and closed her eyes, a smile hanging out of the corner of her mouth, allowing Su Chang to manipulate herself and feel the magnificent music. When the song ended, Lingxi's face was full of smiles as she sat on Su Chang's body and kept shaking her legs, very happy. Su Chang was also very happy. Seeing Lingxi with this expression tickled his heart without hiding it in the slightest. Holding Lingxi in his arms, he cupped her chin with one hand and his head went straight down. But, just after kissing for a while, a very sharp sound of breaking porcelain bowls came into the ears of the two people. Frightening the two people directly opened their eyes and quickly separated. It sounded like a bowl breaking. I'll go down and check. Su Chang blinked and gave Lingxi another kiss on the mouth to comfort and reassure her, taking the lead to check the situation. I'll go too. Lingxi's heart was still pounding and racing right now, her fingers subconsciously rubbing over her lips. That deep kiss just sitting in Su Chang's arms was fantastic. As soon as Su Chang arrived in the kitchen, he saw that Ms. Bai Jing's hand had a split. Sister Jing, are you okay? Su Chang extremely domineeringly held Ms. Bai Jing's hand and began to check it out. It should have been cut when the bowl broke and the finger was cut and broken. I'm fine, Ms. Bai Jing said dejectedly. She felt so useless, nothing but making money. Sister Jing, I'll bandage you up. Su Chang took out a band-aid directly from his pocket and simply helped Ms. Bai Jing bandage it up to make sure there was nothing wrong before letting go. It's okay, just don't get water on the wound for the next 2 days. I'll brush the rest of the dishes. Sister Jing, you go out first. Chapter 28. Ms. By Jing's massage benefits. Su Chang was extremely fast as he cleaned up the debris in the kitchen, and then started the dishes, halfway through packing. At this time, he felt as if someone had come in, originally thinking that it was Lingxi. He was about to turn around and give her a kiss when his afterglow revealed that it was actually MS. By Jing. Frightened, he hastily put away his crooked thoughts. Sister Jing, what brings you here? You definitely can't continue to brush the dishes if you want to. Su Cheng continued to brush the bowl, somewhat puzzled, and asked, then flirted with a smile on his face, looking at Su Cheng, who was still there continuing to labor. She even thought of not letting herself continue to brush the dishes. Makoto, is Sister Jing useless? As a woman, even if she can't cook, she can even break a bowl. Am I too useless? MS. By Jing's face wore a bitter smile. She was indeed too incompetent. And after hearing MS. By Jing's words, Su Cheng also stopped moving, his face extremely serious as he gazed back at MS. By Jing. Sister Jing, I don't think you're useless at all. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Maybe this not being able to brush the dishes and not being able to cook is indeed your weakness. But Sister Jing, you should also see your own strengths. As a single mom, you raised Lingxi all by yourself and made Lingxi grow into such a beautiful and cute little girl. Isn't that a merit? Sister Jing, I think this can already be called greatness. Sister Jing, I think you are a great woman. Su Cheng's words were extremely penetrating, and every word hit MS. By Jing's heart. This was also what Su Cheng really thought in his own heart. Bai Jing was extremely moved as she looked at Su Cheng, who had befriended her. This was the first time in so many years that someone had said such words to herself. It was also the first time someone said they were a great woman. After so many years of raising little Spirit Creek all by herself, someone was finally able to understand herself. MS. Bai Jing's heart cannot help but flutter. Xiao Chang, Sister Jing, just as the two were about to embrace. MS. Bai Jing suddenly saw that Su Cheng's hands were all covered in foam from washing dishes. Hastily, he stepped back, red-faced, and turned his body aside. Su Cheng cursed. Had he known that he should have just wiped his hands before comforting MS. Bai Jing. But, if there is another such scene, I'm only afraid that he will still choose the first time to comfort Miss Bai Jing. Su Cheng shook his head. There would be many more opportunities in the future. There was no need to seek speed. MS. Bai Jing he is sure to take down. Jia. Soon, Su Cheng cleaned up all the dishes and came to the living room. At this time MS. Bai Jing was sitting on the sofa watching TV, a pair of legs brightly placed on the table. Extraordinarily flash. It drew Su Cheng's eyes to stay on that, then unconsciously gulped. MS. Bai Jing also noticed his movements and somewhat sheepishly tucked her legs away. The perks that would have allowed me to keep watching are gone. Sister Jing, it's all packed up, or I'll go back first. Su Cheng rushed at MS. Bai Jing and said, after all, there are still 1, 2, 3 big beautiful women at home that need to be taken care of. It's not appropriate to always stay here. But unexpectedly, MS. Bai Jing stopped him. No, Makoto, come with me for a moment. MS. Bai Jing pulled Su Cheng's wrist and brought him inside a room. This room was filled with a fresh scent of lavender. Very charming, and on the wall there was a photo of MS. Bai Jing with a man in her younger days. It was probably MS. Bai Jing's husband, and Su Cheng was a bit upset. What's wrong, Sister Jing? Su Cheng didn't understand why she dared to bring herself to her boudoir to be alone with her. She is not afraid of. Jia. A wicked laugh escaped his mind at the thought, but the face was as usual. From this afternoon until now, you both taught Lingxi how to play the piano and then cooked for us, mother and daughter. I can't believe you had to do the dishes at the end. You must be tired. MS. Bai Jing's jade hand still gripped his wrist. I took massage lessons for a while when Spirit Creek's dad was still around. You lie down on the bed now, and Sister Jing will press you. With that, MS. Bai Jing guided Su Cheng to lie down on the bed. After lying down on the bed, Su Cheng looked at the black semicircular object next to his face and fell into deep thought. Kong. Su Cheng sniffed. It was very fragrant, and there was a very strong milk flavor. Fragrant and sweet. But the next second, this black semicircular round object was put away, and MS. Bai Jing stood at the edge of the bed with a blush on her face. Makoto? You didn't see anything just now, right? MS. Bai Jing inquired with a reddened face, but still with a nuclear goodness smile on her face. Sister Jing, I didn't see anything. How could Su Cheng dare to say anything superfluous at this time? He could only lie quietly on the bed, his face buried in the depression of the pillow. But even so, he could still smell a very strong scent, and this bed smelled of MS. Bai Jing, and the pillows were even very fragrant. No sniffing. MS. Bai Jing also noticed his movements, blushing and pouting. Su Cheng secretly blanked her. The scent of MS. Bai Jing on the bed were constantly rushing towards his nose. How could he be blamed? In the next second, MS. Bai Jing's jade hand covered Su Cheng's shoulder, and the temperature came through the clothes with a subtle touch. She was going to give Su Cheng a massage. The hand was gentle yet strong, fingertips sliding slowly along his shoulder and neck. Sometimes the palm pressed, sometimes the fingertips kneaded with just the right amount of force, making his muscles become a little more relaxed. Her loose hair sometimes swept over him, causing Su Cheng's heart to become tickled with soothing sensations all over his body. She has good massage skills. Then Ms. White's quiet hand began to move down his spine in a smooth and natural motion, scratching away every bit of his exhaustion. This is a master of massage. It's so tight in here. Ms. Bai Jing suddenly opened her mouth and pressed her hands hard near Su Cheng's shoulder blades. Su Cheng listened to her words and for some reason, felt that Ms. Bai Jing's voice was also so seductive. How does that make him stand up? Feeling the small hand that kept circling and pressing at his shoulder blade, Su Cheng's face that was buried in the pillow was also released and let out a comfortable sound. The massage is really comfortable with manipulation. Hearing Su Cheng's movement, Ms. Bai Jing's small hand stopped for a second, then pressed on his body again. Su Cheng looked back and saw that her face was red and her eyes were constantly circling. Don't try to be strong if you can't. Ms. Jing, you shouldn't have massaged a man for a long time, Su Cheng said somewhat helplessly, waking up the confused Ms. Bai Jing. It's been a long time since I've had a massage, but the technique is still good. Ms. Bai Jing retorted with a pout. Wasn't that sound of comfort the best evidence? Your own skills are still good now. Otherwise, Sister Jing, I'll give you a massage. Chapter 29, Comfortable? Ms. Bai Jing, you do massage too? Ms. Bai Jing asked with interest. Did this man even know how to massage? Is it also as skillful as his cooking as well as his piano skills? She was very curious. Yes, and it's awesome, or else Jing will try getting down first? Su Cheng slowly got up and looked at her with a light smile, a smile that belonged to the devil. Okay, then I'm really going to try, perhaps rising to the occasion. Ms. Bai Jing directly plopped down. Her own massage skills are very good. This man had the audacity to underestimate his massage skills, and if he didn't press well, he would definitely laugh at him. Let him know the sky's the limit. Thinking about this, Ms. Bai Jing's face also put on a smile, but she plopped up for a while before realizing that Su Cheng was still standing in the same place, his eyes staring at his own long legs in death. No looking around. Ms. White Jing said with a red face, still trying to pull her shorts down, but shorts were shorts after all, and she looked even more seductive with this action. Su Cheng peeled away Ms. Bai Jing's hand, and his hand also touched up towards Ms. Bai Jing's back. Just as her fingertips touched Ms. Bai Jing's back, she couldn't help but move a little, and her face buried deeper in the pillow. Perhaps due to her nervousness, Ms. White's back was very taut. Su Cheng's palms were hot and his movements were very slow. Each time the touch was deliberately prolonged, the fingers pressing hard at times, rubbing gently at others. Su Cheng's massage skills were no less than Ms. Bai Jing's. This touches Ms. Bai Jing's heart all the time. It caused Ms. Bai Jing to let out sound after sound of surprise, and beads of sweat began to flow from her face, her hair unknowingly stained with sweat. Ms. Bai Jing suddenly breathed in oxygen in large gulps, and her head began to tilt back slightly, allowing Su Cheng to massage her better. Her long hair drenched in beads of sweat spilling over Su Cheng's hands. Comfortable? Su Cheng suddenly came closer and let out a burst into Ms. Bai Jing's ear as he asked, is it comfortable? Ms. Bai Jing. And after hearing what Su Cheng said, Ms. Bai Jing's head tilted even more, allowing Su Cheng to massage her. His massage technique was very good, rushing Ms. Bai Jing's mind. Not bad. Ms. White Silence's voice was compromised, but her mouth was still very firm and refused to relent. Su Cheng's fingers pressed on Ms. Bai Jing's back, his movements getting slower and slower, as if he was testing her. Ms. Bai Jing seemed to understand Su Cheng's meaning at this time, as she glanced back at him and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Su Cheng's hand stopped, and his hand was placed on Ms. Bai Jing's waist, and at this moment, it was as if both of their breaths had stopped. In the next second, Ms. Bai Jing had a red face and didn't know where the strength came from, but she actually climbed up directly from the bed. Little Chang, your massage technique is indeed very impressive. Otherwise you'd better go back first. As soon as the words fell, Ms. Bai Jing unexpectedly didn't care about him and directly fell away and ran out. Su Cheng didn't say anything. This time was enough. She couldn't escape from her own hand. Whether it was Lan Meirou Wu Xinlan, Luo Xiaoyun Zhaoxiao, or Ms. Bai Jing's daughter Lingxi, Su Cheng had taken them all with ease, but when it came to Ms. Bai Jing, he had to put in a little more effort. After all, the only way not to give up Spirit Creek is to take Ms. White Jing alone. Just after returning home, He saw Luo Xiaoyun and Lan Meirou as well as Jiao Zil standing at the door waiting for him. As soon as he saw these two people, Su Chang's mood immediately became wonderful. Yun. Su Chang rushed over and held Luo Xiaoyun in his arms. Luo Xiaoyun's body hadn't fully recovered yet, and he hadn't wanted her to pick it up. I didn't realize that Xiaoyun still came to pick himself up after all. A reward for you, but next time if you don't behave, there will be a punishment. He gave Luo Xiaoyun a kiss on the cheek before sending her a warning. Lan Meirou on the side was a bit tasty. Su Chang was really too good to Luo Xiaoyun. However, in the next second, Su Chang similarly hugged Lan Meirou up, shying the latter into burying her face into his arms. Su Chang did not let it, and pulled out Lan Meirou and fiercely kissed him. Hill, come over here and let your brother hug you too. With a sweet smile on her face, Jiao Zil also jumped into Su Chang's arms, only she wasn't quite the same as the other two. Jiao Zil took the initiative to kiss Su Chang on the cheek, and a ha-ha laugh. You girl. Su Chang froze a bit, but he still rubbed Jiao Zil's head when he came back to his senses. Happy days are always endless. Perhaps the heavens see that Su Chang has lived too miserable in his last life, so let him live a life of eternal happiness in this life. The fire that had been lit by by Jing had to be put out by someone, and Luo Xiaoyun's body wasn't even swelling down now. Jiao Zil is his sister again. Blue Meilu. After tossing and turning Lan Meirou for the whole night, considering that Luo Xiaoyun was still not convenient to walk right now, Su Chang had been playing with Luo Xiaoyun and Jiao Zil during the day. When it was time for piano teaching, Su Chang went to teach Lingxi to play the piano, hugging her, kissing the piano, and touching her, then try to find a way to hook up with by Jing, but for some reason, by Jing never took the bait on her hookups, which made it difficult. Su Chang was helpless, when he suddenly thought of his good brother, Yifan. System, show me what Yifan has been up to. Ding. Since the host intercepted the piano tutor that Yifan was supposed to receive last time, Yifan has been depressed at home. Until tomorrow, Yifan would go to the night bar to drink his sorrows away, and then on his way out of the bar, saving Qin Yuefang, the daughter of the Qin family in Magic City, from her grandfather Qin Zhangwo, who was suffering from a heart attack. Later, he became Qin Yuefang's man, and was appreciated by Qin Zhengxin, and soared to great heights. Su Chang frowned. The male lead was worthy of being a male lead. You've been cut off twice, and you still have such a good chance? System, why didn't you tell me earlier? Could it be that if I don't ask you, you won't say anything? System, the host is usually on his way to either a woman as a villain. Dai Xian Jin. For this kind of behavior, this tutelary expresses strong contempt. Please host to the direction of career-oriented villain. Su Chang laughed. I'm supposed to be the big villain of destiny, don't you forget. Just like today's incident. How long has it been since I've opened the system interface? As soon as I opened the system to ask you, I gained such important information. What does it mean? Heaven's destiny is mine, not his. After saying that, Su Chang changed a coin out of thin air and tossed it up high, stretching out one palm and putting the other hand behind his back. Extremely confidently, he closed his eyes. Even the system king was a little curious as to why a villain who spent his days seeking pleasure would be a heaven's mandate villain. Was it really his destiny, as the host had said? In the next second, a coin stood straight up in Su Chang's hand. Asterisk. System Coin let out a cyber scream and looked at Su Chang's hands in disbelief. And now Su Chang's face was filled with a cold smile. Chapter 30. Yifan caught making a ruckus. The night bar. One of the most luxurious bars in the whole city. No one who can spend money in this place is poor. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 240,000 emotional values. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of Knight Real Estate in the lottery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Medical Talent, Tai Divine Needle, Ghost Gate 18 Needles. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Clear Breeze Toilet Paper. At this moment, Su Chang was sitting in one of the dimly lit corners of the bar, observing a pair of long legs that were constantly swaying within the night. Snap! Just then, the sound of a wineglass falling to the floor reached the ears of the crowd. Don't you have eyes? Do you know how much I paid for this dress? 700,000 customized. Enough to buy your ING life. A man in a tailored Armani suit let out a roar, his blouse soaked, and in front of him was a waitress girl, with a ponytail, who could be seen to be very pretty, bent over and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. It was someone who just pushed me. Wei Xinglan was very nervous as she explained to the man in front of her that she didn't know exactly who had pushed her. I don't care if someone pushed you, I'm asking you right now. I had this dress custom made, $700,000, what do you say? Wei Xinglan looked at him very helplessly. $700,000, is to sell himself, but also cannot take out Don't be so damn noisy, okay, is not just $700,000, you are here so loud shouting, brothers still how to drink Everyone said is not it. That's it. Isn't it just $700,000? Are people broke? If you're here to spoil everyone's fun, is this something that can be solved with $700,000? That's right. Suchang didn't want to go over and help that girl out, but just at this time, an unexpected episode occurs. Some people are deliberately up in arms at this point, or his own good brother, an old acquaintance, Yi Fan. Did I say I was short of the $700,000? Who was the first to speak just now? Stand out for me. The man in the customized Armani was also pissed off, and he was just looking at this waitress beauty as pretty and wanted to make things difficult for her. Then see if you can have a snack. But how dare someone get up in arms and try to discuss themselves at this time? Who the hell just said that over there? Stand out for me. They'd dare to say not dare to admit it, right? The man in the Armani got even angrier, but then a smirk appeared on his face. He's not a cutie, and since some people pick that time of day to get up in arms, there must be a reason. It doesn't matter if you don't come forward. Originally I was going to let this waitress toast me and forget about it, but I just have to make her pay the $700,000 now, and it's her turn to pay it. Geez, but she didn't have to pay it in the first place, just because some people like to heroically save the day. After saving the beauty of the heroes but also irresponsible, pat the ass and leave. This kind of people The man in Armani flirted indifferently before reaching out his hand in preparation to yank Wei Xinglan. But just as his hand was about to touch Wei Xinglan, a hand directly slapped him away. What do you want? Another old acquaintance of Su Chang's, or someone he hadn't expected at all. The fiery police flower, Tang Xiaoxiao. Her body was as hot as ever, but her personality and demeanor were extremely cold. At this time, she was dressed in civilian clothes, and was forced out of her job by Zhang Anmin, who prevented her from carrying out her mission due to another mistake she made while carrying out her mission. She had wanted to come here to get drunk, but just as she came in, she saw this man in Armani trying to threaten this little girl. How could she, with her sense of justice, stand it? Yo, big beautiful girl, that's a hot body. Okay, if you want to save her that's fine. This is a customized suit from Armani, $700,000. Either you come and help her pay it back, or you stay with me for one night and I'll let her go. After the words finished, a slap was thrown directly at this Armani man's face. A flash of blood instantly splattered wildly, and the Armani man's entire body was jerked off and rolled down in front of the counter. The others next to him were scared and dodged away. Some people are not for you to mouth off about. Bridges to bridges, roads to roads. Whoever found the matter you go to whoever. Next time let me hear you mouth. I abolish you. Su Cheng's face was icy cold as he stood beside Tang Xiaoxiao, his gaze extremely cold as he looked at the Armani man. But the Armani man fainted directly after hearing his remark. Makoto? What brings you to the bar? The first time Tang Xiaoxiao saw Su Cheng, her face was full of surprise, but once she thought about what this place was, she was unhappy again. Makoto won't learn the hard way, will he? I just saw you outside, so I followed you in. Su Cheng opened his eyes and talked nonsense. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Tang Xiaoxiao's face couldn't help but put up a sweet smile. She always felt that Xiao Cheng had become very different from before, but she didn't pursue it any further and turned back to Wei Xinglan, who was too scared to move a muscle. Little girl, are you okay? Thanks guys. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you. Wei Xinglan looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and Su Cheng with extreme gratitude. You don't think this is over, do you? That whoever pushed you, you can't find that person yet. The man's customized Armani, and I did look at it, was almost $700,000. So what are you going to do if the man wakes up and asks for it? Su Cheng could not eat her this set of things. People made mistakes, and were bound to pay for their mistakes. Makoto. At those words, Wei Xinglan also revealed a bitter smile. There's not much I can do. The person said to just let herself go with her. Where could someone like her, who came from a poor family, come up with $700,000 for compensation? Wei Xinglan can only through this way of selling his body. It is possible to pay back this $700,000. On this also depends on whether people want to. Just then, a hand suddenly wanted to rest on Su Cheng's shoulder, and Su Cheng dodged the hand sideways. Hey, isn't this Su Cheng? Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood next to Su Cheng with a big grin and posed an extremely sunny 45-degree pose. He wanted to make Tang Xiaoxiao next to him notice him, but he didn't expect Tang Xiaoxiao to look at him at all. He was even more surprised that his hand was actually dodged by Su Cheng, and for a while he looked very embarrassed. Oh, Yi Fan just now someone was up in arms there, did you hear that? Su Cheng's face was icy cold as he stared at him with eyes like looking at human scum, and after hearing Su Cheng's words, Yi Fan's face couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. What the hell? Did this damn Su Cheng hear it was his own voice? This asshole is not going to tell the Armani man about this. No way, no way. Aren't he and this guy good buddies? This guy is so scatterbrained. Surely he won't say anything. Tang Xiaoxia, on the other hand, was very puzzled. A little coaxing? How did I not know? Chapter 31, gives benefits. Up in arms? I don't know. I just came in. Did something happen? Yifan finally decided to die without admitting it. As long as he didn't admit it himself. This guy didn't have any evidence, but he was just focusing on Su Chang and Tang Xiaoxiao, completely forgetting about Wei Xinglan in front of him. Wei Xinglan's face was extremely scary as he looked at Yifan, as if he was comparing his voice to the one that had raised a ruckus earlier. In the end, she was pretty sure. The person who started the ruckus earlier was the asshole in front of him. It's because of you. That man has said in the back that he won't allow himself to pay the $700,000. If it wasn't for you, you wouldn't even have to pay the $700,000 yourself. And you're the asshole who pissed the guy off by hiding himself after starting a fight and leaving me alone to suffer the consequences. Are you still human? Wei Xinglan roared hysterically as tears continued to slide out of her eyes. It was also at this time that the Armani man woke up with an even more furious expression on his face. He looked at Tang Xiaoxiao and knew that the person who had just beaten himself up was most likely with this beauty. At the same time, he also saw the man who stood in front of Tang Xiaoxiao at 45 degrees. The Armani man's first thought was that Yifan was the one who had just sneaked up on him. Yifan's angle just couldn't see him, and the Armani man began to build up his strength, clenching his teeth, and darting directly toward Yifan. A flying kick. Ah. Yifan was shocked by Wei Xinglan for a moment, but in the next second, he was kicked out and crashed into a high glass cabinet on the side. In a flash, wine and glass flew across the room. Su Chang stood in front of Tang Xiaoxiao, pulling back his clothes to help her block the flying drinks and glass. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at this Su Chang who was protecting himself. Her face was filled with emotion, and she couldn't control her feelings for a moment. Muah! A fragrant kiss hit Su Chang's face. He couldn't help but touch his face, rubbing the spot where that fragrant kiss had just hit. Su Chang secretly hated that he had just reacted too slowly. If only he could react faster. A reward for Makoto being able to protect his sister. Tang Xiaoxiao smiled lightly, like a lotus flower that had just bloomed. Yifan, who was in the distance, was miserable, and was being held down and violently beaten by that Armani man. It was only at this time that the security guards of the night color finally arrived at the scene. Su Chang was a little dissatisfied. How to say that this night color is now also his own bar? Even the security guards couldn't get to the scene in the first place. It was a bad night. Here's $1 million. Take it. Su Chang suddenly opened his mouth and handed it to Wei Xinglan with an icy face. The latter, on the other hand, waved his hand in extreme panic. No, I can't take your money for nothing. Wei Xinglan's face was firm. Even if she was no longer poor, she couldn't be poor in her own dignity. She had already been helped by Su Chang and Tang Xiaoxiao. If one were to accept this $1 million from Su Chang with peace of mind again, would one still be human? Su Chang secretly nodded. Huge sums of money and still able to maintain the initial heart. This Wei Xinglan was not bad. When did I say I'd let you collect for nothing? There are requirements. What do you guys think about how well this night color security is doing? Su Chang shoved the bank card into Wei Xinglan's hand, then asked rhetorically about her as well as Tang Xiaoxia. It's bad. I also feel very bad. I thought that when I encountered this kind of thing there would be someone to help me speak. Wei Xinglan was a little aggravated, but she didn't expect it to be so long before a security guard came to the scene. That's why I'm paying you. I'm the owner of Nightshade, and I want you to run Nightshade for me. The money I just gave you comes out of your paycheck. And after hearing Su Chang's words, Tang Xiaoxiao gazed at him and wasn't very surprised, while Wei Xinglan's eyes widened. This student who looked as old as her was actually the owner of Night Color? This is too scary. How is that possible? Seeing that Wei Xinglan was obviously just a little disbelieving, Su Chang took out the title certificate from his pocket and placed it in front of her. Now that's believable. Wei Xinglan was completely shocked. No wonder this young man could be so grounded. It was too powerful. But, I don't have much management talent, Wei Xinglan said in a small voice. Meh, I couldn't possibly expect a waiter to be able to run a bar properly. I'll set you up with all the people. You just have to watch from here and make sure something like today doesn't happen again. That's a request that can be done, right? Can. Boss. But isn't this salary a bit too much? 1 million? Wei Xinglan nodded with great exuberance, then opened his mouth to ask again. She felt that what she was about to do was not worth so much money at all. Just give it to you and keep it. Where's all the nonsense? Su Chang glared at her. A smirk unconsciously appeared on his face. He felt as if he was a bit Reiki-ized. That girl just always liked to glare at himself. Boss. Wei Xinglan was a bit speechless. You are the boss. You have the final say. One just needs to be here to help him take care of the night and wait for him here. Then, Su Chang contacted the current manager of Night Color, explained everything clearly, and left Night Color with Tang Xiaoxia. Just then, an old man suddenly collapsed on the side of the road. Tang Xiaoxiao was startled and immediately ran in the direction of the old man. After trying to find out that the old man was still alive, just fainted. She wanted to call 120, but was stopped by Su Chang. Sister Xiaoxiao, no need to call 120, this is a heart attack, just let me do it. Su Chang held Tang Xiaoxiao's hand and gazed at him. Tang Xiaoxiao also saw the seriousness in Su Chang's eyes, and then she also put her cell phone back. Su Chang pulled out a bag of silver needles from his pocket, and Tang Xiaoxiao froze as she watched. Just then, someone passed by and gathered far away to watch the action. Look, 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 live needle application A. This young man is a medical student? Looks so young. This young man is so handsome, and that woman is so pretty, they must be a couple. Can you guys focus on being normal? This is saving lives. Su Chang instantly spread out these silver needles, and in the next second gathered them all in his hands. His gaze was like a torch and his expression was calm. Lightly twisting the silver needle, he stabbed at the old man. The first needle, Su Chang lightly tapped the center of the eyebrow. The second needle, fell in the middle of the man. The third needle, Fong Fu. The fourth needle, Chi Che. The fifth needle, Chang Zhu. A little bit of a drop. Each needle goes down, like a dragon diving into the abyss, a fierce beast returning to its nest, and like a spiritual snake coiling around. The 16th needle enters Linquan, the 17th points Taishi, and the 18th enters Fuya. Phew! Su Chang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The 18th needle is closed. The needle Qi enters the dragon and returns to the sea. Yin and Yang are harmonized, and Qi and blood are penetrated. Buzzing. In the next second, it was only heard that the silver needles that were originally inserted into the old man's body unexpectedly began to emit a buzzing sound at the same time, and then popped out at the same time. Pust! The old man opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why are you spitting blood? Would you call this a cure or a cure? Isn't the man awake? People wake up when they do. The vomiting was stasis, and the person has indeed been cured. Chapter 32, The Beautiful Doctor Wants a Teacher, not an apprentice. Ha! I'm so warm. Did you guys save me? Qin Jiangwo stood up in extreme amazement, and he could feel that he was in excellent physical condition. But didn't he have a heart attack and pass out on the side of the road? How come you feel so good physically? Grandpa, he saved you. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Qin Jiangwo with a smile on her face and said, then cast her gaze on Su Chang. This man, he's just too good, so admired and loved. Old master, your heart disease has been completely cured. There is no longer any danger of recurrence. Su Chang smiled. If I'm not mistaken, old master, you should have all the cold and evil in your body dissipated, like a spring breeze. Now that the sickness and evil in the body have also retreated as much as they can, the positive qi is starting to rebound. The body will also become healthier and healthier in the future. That's true, but my heart disease has been completely eradicated. How is this possible? Young man, you mustn't joke about this. Qin Jiangwo's pupils suddenly tightened, as if he had been struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. Old master, if you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Su Chang faintly said. No need. I believe what you said, little brother. No matter what, you saved my life. I, Qin Jiangwo, owe you a favor. He also knew that the man in front of him was his savior, and he would not say it in front of the two even if he checked. That would be a little too disrespectful. No need. Healer, just going along for the ride. Su Chang waved his hand. In fact, to be honest, the Magic City Qin family is just, he really does not feel how. Saving him was also entirely because he didn't want the protagonist, Yi Fan, to pick up the slack. Then, the little divine doctor must leave a contact information, and I will definitely come to the door to thank you some other day. Qin Jiangwo hurriedly called out to Su Chang, simply leaving a contact information. Su Chang and Tang Xiaoxiao slipped away, and at this time, a figure suddenly blocked the two of them. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I am willing to give everything just to learn the set of stitches you just performed. It was a woman in a white coat who actually knelt down directly after coming to the two. Su Chang froze because the woman in front of him was just too beautiful, even though she was wearing a white coat and only her face could be seen. But that face alone is enough to write about her beauty. Her hair was simply tied back, a few loose strands plastered to her forehead, making her look a little unkempt, yet it shows her more. I don't take on disciples. Su Chang slowly shook his head. He secretly licked his lips. This woman looks like the main female character. Tang Xiaoxiao is still beside himself. Take her down later when she meets herself again. He held Tang Xiaoxiao's hand and quickly left. Master, just watch. I, Lin Kuyu, will definitely not give up. While Lin Kuyu, who stayed in the same place, clenched her fists and made a bold promise. Elder Qin, your heart disease is confirmed to have been cured. Not only that, even your various bodily functions have become very good. My God, how the hell did that happen? A doctor looked at the data of the various body reports in his hands and couldn't believe that something so amazing had happened. It's a loss that you're still the top pillar of our Chinese medical community. At such an old age you can't even compare to a youngster. Qin Jiangmo spat. What? How is that possible? Are you saying that the one who cured your heart attack was a young man? That doctor was very shocked. He was a leading figure in the medical field, and he couldn't even cure Qin Lao's heart disease completely. Elder Qin, how on earth did he cure you? Another doctor likewise came over, the inquisitiveness on his face all too hard to hide. Qin Jiangmo's face was extremely smug, and just as he was about to continue to sell a story, a voice suddenly rang out. Acupuncture. That man is using an extremely ancient form of acupuncture. If Su Cheng had come over, he would have been able to recognize that the owner of this voice was none other than the beautiful doctor who wanted to worship him as a teacher, Lin Kuyu. Acupuncture? Koyu, isn't that kind of stuff always a scam? The middle-aged doctor said with a frown. Oh, it's not a lie. Chinese culture is profound and the art of acupuncture is one of the best. By stimulating fixed acupoints it is possible to regulate the qi, blood and functions of the whole body. If you compare the human body to a computer, then the individual acupuncture points are the buttons on the keyboard, and the right silver needle is the comfortable mouse. What about the monitor? The doctor asked curiously. A monitor? Naturally, it's the eyes of the person administering the needles, able to monitor the way the needles are applied to each point, while matching the precise strength. Enough to solve all the diseases in the world. Lin Kuyu said firmly. How can anyone do this, you say? So many acupuncture points in the human body, the right disease, the right way to apply the needle. This is simply not something a human can do. That middle-aged doctor argued up with reason, and after hearing the middle-aged doctor's words, Lin Qiu glanced at him disdainfully before pointing at Qin Jiangwo. Isn't this a ready-made example, Grandpa Qin? The middle-aged doctor was dumbfounded, and Qin Jiangwo, who had originally wanted to sell his story, could only sigh helplessly when he saw that everything had been finished by Lin Kuyu. By the way, Sister Dash, I didn't even ask you before, how did you end up going to Night Color? The two of them, Su Cheng and Tang Xiaoxiao, were eating a roadside stall barbecue, with one skewer for each person. Made another mistake and was replaced. That old guy Zhang Anmin won't let me go on missions outside. Alas, Tang Xiaoxiao said extremely helplessly. When Su Cheng heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He had guessed that this was the result. If you could do things the way you do when you treat other people, Dash sister, you certainly wouldn't make mistakes. Of course Tang Xiaoxiao knows, but her cynical character can't be changed at all. When she meets a bad guy, she has to rush up. Two bosses. Your beer. That's when a hot beer girl came over holding a beer and then placed it on the ground next to the two men. Was it good? Su Cheng turned his head back, only to realize that Tang Xiaoxiao didn't know when she had brought her face over and was looking at him somewhat tastily. Of course it looks good, but not as good as Sister Xiaoxiao. Sister Xiaoxiao is the best looking in the world. That's more like it. Tang Xiaoxiao's face finally looked better, raising her smile again and looking at Su Cheng with eyes full of tenderness. Seeing that Tang Xiaoxiao was jealous, Su Cheng was also quick to coax her. If Su Cheng was forced to put Tang Xiaoxiao and the beer girl just now into a score, he felt that it should be 50-50ths. The two have different styles, and although the beer girl wears very hot clothes, she actually exudes a flavor of innocence with her knitted brows and smile. Tang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, exuded a seductive flavor that was equally seductive. Snap! Just then, a sound of a wine bottle breaking suddenly came out, instantly catching the eyes of the two. Collecting protection money. Hurry up and go. Chapter 33, Collecting Protection Money? 7 kicked him out. A bald pugilist had a bottle of beer in his hand and instantly slammed it towards the table. Snap! For a moment, shards of glass from beer bottles flew everywhere, and behind him was a man. Followed his movements, overturning a table. Collecting protection money. All stop eating. Hurry up and get out. The bald man's face was extremely arrogant, and the broken beer bottle in his hand pointed at the people present. And after hearing this bald man's voice, everyone who was still sitting and eating barbecue was instantly thrown into a panic. Move! Dragon is coming. Run for your life. Is there no need to pay? Don't talk too much. Hurry up! For a moment, those who were on the field flew away and fled. You guys haven't paid yet. The owner of the barbecue restaurant, a big brother in his 40s, rushed out and tried to catch up, but with so many people, how could he catch up? Looking at the mess on the ground at the moment, his heart was dripping blood. Brother Lung, didn't you just pay the protection fee last week? Beer girl forced back her fear and walked with a smile to the burly man named Lung. Hearing this beer girl's words, Lung froze, then turned back to look at the minions behind him. They paid protection money last week? Brother Lung, I guess it was handed over to Snake. The little brother answered. Hear that? What you paid last week is not a protection fee for us. Hurry up and pay. The money that Long is completely unreasonable. Brother Long, the little girl doesn't know what to do. This protection fee we will definitely pay. The barbecue store owner hurriedly ran over, keep apologizing with a smile, and hand over a cigarette. Snap. Hearing this, Tang Xiaoxiao, who was filled with anger, couldn't bear it, slapped the table with both hands, and immediately stood up. Who allowed you to collect protection money here? Tang Xiaoxiao was furious. She hadn't thought that even in this day and age, there were still people collecting protection fees. The damage he caused by this protection racket cost the store owner his hard-earned business for the night. She couldn't bear it. Long and the barbecue store owner's eyes were also drawn over by Tang Xiaoxiao, and they realized that there were even customers who weren't afraid of death who hadn't left. Yo, there's a big beautiful girl here who hasn't left yet. What do you mean who's allowed? This is allowed. Long pointed at the broken bottle of wine in his hand, full of arrogance as he walked towards Tang Xiaoxiao. This beauty was surprisingly very pretty. As for Su Chang next to Tang Xiaoxiao, he was treated as a gigolo. So what if he touched his girlfriend in front of him? Would this little white boy dare to say a word? Brother Long, don't. This protection fee I'll pay immediately. Today this matter or else it will be considered to have passed first. The owner of the barbecue store was extremely flustered when he saw this and stopped Long. Not only did this customer not run out of orders, but he was even speaking for himself. If he was harmed because of himself, how would he be able to live with himself in his heart? You and off. Unexpectedly, Lung didn't give a damn about him at all and directly pushed him to the ground with a single reach. Boss! The beer girl saw the barbecue owner being pushed to the ground and rushed up. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the barbecue owner, the string in my heart dropped, but then it lifted again. Lung was already about to walk up to that beautiful sister and handsome man. No, can't harm that beautiful sister. Beer girl made up her mind and quickly ran over and stood in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. We've already had to pay protection money. What more do you want? Beer girl Zhu Ting held back the fear in her heart and stared angrily at Lung. Seeing the beer girl standing in front of him, Lung also gradually became interested. He hadn't even noticed before that this little pepper was extremely beautiful. Perhaps in an attempt to attract customers, a pair of small shorts were worn underneath, and the top half of the body was covered in a revealing short sleeve. Moreover, this extremely revealing outfit was particularly incompatible with the innocent aura that her identity exuded, and was extremely contrasting. Long unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he could this little pepper, it would be worth his death. Actually, Lung doesn't want anything. Let's put it this way. If you can stay with me for one night, I won't even charge protection money here from now on. Lung narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes constantly scanning over the beer girl Zhu Ting's exposed parts. Green and seductive. Go home to your mom for company. Beer girl Zhu Ting instantly cracked her mouth. This asshole didn't even look at the way he looked. He's flattering himself by saying he's a reincarnation of a toadstool. There's no sign of a human-looking person. Pust. And after hearing this response from beer girl, Su Chung unexpectedly and untimely laughed directly. This laugh of his drew Tang Xiaoxiao to stifle a laugh as well. You're laughing, Nima. This little white boy even dared to laugh at himself. Lung was really angry. The bald dragon brother's face was extremely ugly as he glanced at Su Chang. Then he wanted to smash the wine bottle towards him. Bang! But the next second, Dragon was kicked off his feet and smashed into a slice of the small table that had been placed there. Not Su Chang. Not Tang Xiaoxiao. It's 7 again. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to freeze, except for Su Chang, because he knew that no matter what time, no matter what place, no matter what kind of danger had befallen him, this girl will always be there for herself. How dare you hit Lung? That little brother also just reacted, extremely angry, then rushed up to try to avenge brother Long, but he was no match for 7. Another kick directly on the waist of this little brother. All of a sudden snotty. The little brother is also the same position folded on top of Long. Dear sister Zhu Ting's eyes glistened as she looked at Xiaoqi, who had violently beaten up the duo of Long with his sudden appearance. This sister, she's a bit handsome. Little 7, come have a barbecue together. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at Xiaoqi, who was standing by the side with an icy face, and smiled as she directly opened her mouth. Xiaoqi, naturally, Tang Xiaoxiao also recognized her, and in the past, she had also hated Xiaoqi very much. It was because this little girl would always stick to Su Chang no matter what, which caused her to be jealous a lot. But then after hearing Su Chang's mom tell the story of Xiaoqi, she kind of admired this pretty and cold little girl. No, I'll deal with these two. 7 shook her head gently before she was about to walk towards the fainting dragon, but was pulled right back by a hand. What's all this nonsense? If I tell you to eat, you eat. Su Chang pulled Xiaoqi, and as soon as he did, he yanked her into his arms and made her sit on his lap. 7's face instantly colored red, and just as she tried to speak, a skewer was shoved to her mouth. It was handed over by Tang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoqi sat on Su Chang's lap with a red face, receiving feedings from Tang Xiaoxiao beside her while reaching out her hand to try to pinch the leg under her feet. but it was wrapped in a large hand and played with delicately. Only the beer girl Zhu Ting stood alone in the wind, her face filled with shock. Chapter 34, Gambling Dad, Sick Mom, Young Brother, Broken Her. What? Could it be that this beautiful sister with an extremely hot body was not this handsome man's girlfriend? Beer girl Zhu Ting was completely dumbfounded. The handsome and beautiful sister who had originally kicked the bald dragon brother away was actually sitting on this handsome brother's lap with a shy face. It looks completely unresisting, and it's still being fed by that hot, beautiful sister with the hot body. Is this still the same handsome and beautiful sister who just kicked one person in the ass? Also, this combination of one man and two women got along extremely harmoniously. Could it be that this is the triangle with stability? Beer girl Zhu Ting is very messy. Beer girl, I'll cover the compensation for the broken stuff today, and you can serve me a couple dozen kebabs, okay? Su Cheng suddenly opened his mouth, and at this time, the kebabs on the table were almost finished. Xiaoqi ate very quickly, and Tang Xiaoxiao's feeding speed was also very fast, and in a short while these kebabs were going to be finished. Okay, handsome, but that compensation won't be necessary. After all, you guys saved me and my boss today. If it wasn't for you guys, the boss and I would be screwed today. What kind of terrible term is beer girl though? Calling yourself a beer girl just because you carried him a case of beer when we first met? So if she was grilling a barbecue at the time, would she have to call herself a barbecue girl? She thought badly in her mind. However, the beer girl Zhu Ting still looked at Su Cheng with gratitude, because she knew very well in her heart, if it wasn't for him, that handsome and beautiful sister Seven wouldn't have made a move. Su Cheng nodded. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Black Dragon Society. Tang Xiaoxiao opened her mouth while feeding Xiaoqi. Black Dragon Society? Su Cheng froze. Was there even this kind of plot inside this novel? That's right. The Black Dragon Society specializes in collecting protection fees and then feeding the people within the society by providing protection. It's considered to be the first of the three major underground organizations in Jiang City at one time, but now it's famous but not real. Su Cheng gently nodded, but he wasn't really interested in this. What with the Black Dragon Society and not the Black Dragon Society? It was just a small ant that he could destroy with his hand. Instead of discussing the Black Dragon Society, it would be better to have some fun with Seven in her arms, Sister Xiaoxiao next to her, or that highly contrasting beer girl, Pepper. Hey. Soon, the beer girl Zhu Ting came back with a big wave of kebabs. Big handsome man, two beautiful sisters. Your kebabs are ready. There's more when you're done. None of them cost anything. No money? Then we're going to eat a lot. Just don't know if you'll be heartbroken. Beer girl, Su Cheng said with a teasing smile. Of course I won't be heartbroken. If you guys hadn't helped us out, my boss and I wouldn't know what would have happened to us today. But all we can return to you is these kebabs, so please make sure you guys eat more. Beer girl Zhu Ting hurriedly opened her mouth, explaining even though she knew that this big handsome man was joking. Hearing Su Cheng take the initiative to talk back, Xiaoqi knew in her heart that this little scumbag who showed love everywhere must have taken a liking to this little girl. After all, the little beer girl was very pretty indeed, and she thought as a woman that the little girl had a great body. In the next moment, she broke away from Su Cheng's embrace, coldly glanced at Su Cheng, and turned to Tang Xiaoxiao and beer girl. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take care of these two and make sure they don't come back here to collect protection money in the future. Little girl, you sit over there and eat barbecue too. Xiaoqi opened his mouth with an extremely cold face, and then he directly turned around and walked towards the two longs. That's fine, since Seven has said so. Why don't you just sit down and eat too? Beer girl, you made so many barbecues. Now that Xiaoqi is gone, let's eat and chat together. Su Cheng opened his mouth somewhat helplessly, but inside his heart he was happy. True to his word, Seven could see right away that he had taken an interest in the beer girl. Just know too much. Must find a chance to make it up to her next time. He. Alright, then I'll be respectful. Beer girl Zhu Ting smiled, then picked a seat on the side as well. A few people started talking next. After chatting, Su Cheng realized that the name of this beer girl is Zhu Ting. Her age is only 1 year younger than himself, and the same as a student of Jianghai University, originally living in a well-to-do family. Unfortunately, then his father got into gambling and never looked back. The family's money was gambled away by the father, and eventually domestic violence began. The mother persuaded the father once, but it was no use at all. He ended up getting a good beating from his father, and then suffered from a major illness. Do you have a younger brother at home? Su Cheng suddenly spoke, with a heavy curiosity on his face. Yes, brother Su Cheng, how did you know? Zhu Ting was shocked because she did have a brother. Only the younger brother was still very young and could not possibly do much for the family. The life of making money basically falls on her alone now. Su Cheng, isn't that what this is? A gambling dad, a sick mom, a young brother, a broken her? It's a canon within a canon. This author is unbeatable. Ever thought about a different job? there's a bar on my side that's still understaffed. If you go over there, there's still a spot available now, and the pay won't be less. Su Cheng ignored her question and asked back. Hearing his words, Tang Xiaoxiao twisted her head to look at Su Cheng. I felt it before. The last time I met with Xiao Cheng, that Wu Xinlan's relationship with him was clearly unusual. As a result, this guy said he was a classmate, and now he's actually digging on people's little girls right in front of him. That waitress at the nightclub was fine, but now they're even digging back into a beer sister at a roadside stand. Although this roadside beer sister is ridiculously pretty, simply a scumbag. But beer sister Zhu Ting's reaction was something Su Cheng and Tang Xiaoxiao hadn't expected, and she actually declined the invitation. Thanks brother Su Cheng, but the owner of this barbecue restaurant is also very nice to me now. If I leave at this time, then where will the boss find the right new person? So let's just forget about it. And I'm sorry brother Su Cheng for letting you down. Dear sister Zhu Ting looked at Su Cheng with a serious face, her face full of determination. Su Cheng also couldn't help but admire her. Living inside such a family, she was actually able to maintain such a state of mind. Good for you. Both he and Tang Xiaoxia nodded unconsciously, their eyes filled with appreciation. After eating for a while, dear girl Zhu Ting got up to help the barbecue owner clean up the mess, and when she returned outside again, Su Cheng and Tang Xiaoxiao had long since disappeared. The beer girl Zhu Ting walked over to where the two had been sitting, and found a bank card on it, as well as a post-it note with a phone number on it. Beer girl, call this number when you change your mind, and count the money on your card as a tip. What a beer girl. Dear girl Zhu Ting saved the phone number on the post-it note to her cell phone, and she couldn't help but mumble under her breath. What kind of person is this mysterious man? Why are Sister Seven and Sister Xiaoxiao willing to be his women? How curious. Chapter 35. I'm not going to pretend to be a gentleman anymore. Early the next morning, Su Cheng slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Xiaoyun, who was showing a smiling face as if she was still dreaming beautifully. Straight away, he reached out and pinched her nose. Seeing Luo Xiaoyun's face become worse and worse because of her breathlessness, she finally woke up completely. A flirtatious smile appeared on Su Cheng's face. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoyun gasped loudly with some aggravation, then took away Su Cheng's hand. Just now she was having a very beautiful dream, and inside the dream, a young maid named Yun was serving the young master named Makoto. Cloud sat on Makoto's lap happily wiggling his legs, and Makoto took out a piece of cake and stuffed it into Cloud's mouth. And what was originally such a very joyful scene suddenly changed. While the little maid named Cloud was still eating the cake, Makoto took out another piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Cloud couldn't eat anymore, but piece after piece of cake was unceasingly shoved into her mouth. Luo Xiaoyun had trouble breathing and woke up like this. Had. Of course it's toying with our cute little Cloud. In the next second, an evil smile appeared on Su Cheng's face, and like a big gray wolf, he carried the little maid into his arms. Then it was time to open his bloody mouth and begin his attack on the shy little maid in his arms. Young master, don't! Luo Xiaoyun smiled cheekily and tried to get out of Su Cheng's clutches, but where could she get out of it? But Su Cheng suddenly let go of his hand. Don't? Does Xiaoyun not like young master touching you? Then young master won't touch you in the future. Alas, Xiaoyun must have moved on. Maybe she's already going to talk to someone she likes, Su Cheng said aggrievedly. But unexpectedly, just the moment he let go of his hand, the little maid became anxious on the spot. Luo Xiaoyun hurriedly placed his hands on her waist, wanting the young master to continue holding her. But the young master's hand just always drooped, and after he put his hand on it, the young master drew it back. Young master, Xiaoyun likes to let young master touch, and, little Cloud will never move on. Little Cloud will only ever like young master alone, Luo Xiaoyun said with the same aggression. The young master's hands were not willing to hug herself, so she could only move towards the young master herself. Tears were streaming from the corners of his little face. Seeing the aggrieved little maid who was constantly rubbing and hugging on herself, Su Cheng also stopped pretending and once again took her into his arms and began to gently pat and pacify her. Of course young master knows that Xiaoyun won't move on. Just kidding. But who let Xiaoyun be dishonest? No saying no in the future. Su Cheng rubbed the little maid's face in the same way, and he found that Luo Xiaoyun liked this intimate way. Young master is so bad. Luo Xiaoyun beamed, and her face began to become puckered. Good. Bad mouthing in front of the young master. Right. Since young master is so bad, does Xiaoyun like it? Su Cheng again pretended to be angry and scratched the little maid's nose. Then an evil smile hung on his face again. Like, favorite young master. The #1 favorite in the world. Luo Xiaoyun's face immediately hung red, but still very happy rubbing against the young master's face. Just when Su Cheng still wanted to continue doing something to Luo Xiaoyun, the doorbell of their family villa suddenly rang. Who is this? Doing everything to disturb the young master and the little maid. Su Cheng stood up and stared at the little maid's face filled with pity, but the latter looked at him happily. The last time she did that with the young master it hurt so much that she cried all night. She didn't want to do that with the young master. As long as the young master could hold her in his arms, she would be happy. He. Just stay in bed and don't move. I'll clean you up when I get back. Su Cheng glared at her and went out to leave. Lan Meirou had been called away by the police because of Yifan's incident last night, so there were now only a few working maids inside the house. Only Luo Xiaoyun, Jiao Zil and Su Cheng were left. A maid walked up to Su Cheng. Young master. It's an old man and a very pretty-looking woman. They say they're here to thank you for saving their lives. Should I open the door? Su Cheng nodded. So it was that old guy Qin Jiangwo. As for the very pretty woman, it should be his granddaughter, Qin Yuefeng. He stroked his chin. Magic City 1000 gold Qin Yuefeng. He would like to see what this heroine actually looks like. Su Cheng never thought about going out to greet them by himself. That Qin Jiangwo he didn't like, and even brought questions after he saved him. Soon, the maid brought in both Qin Jiangwo and Qin Yuefeng. Little divine doctor, it's good to see you. What a surprise. You're actually the young master of Su's group. No wonder he was able to possess this medical skill of taking over heaven and earth at such a young age. Moonfrost, come and meet little divine Dr. Su. Qin Jiangwo's face also became more and more respectful. Do not know without checking. A check shocked. Originally, he just wanted to check the identity of this savior, but he never expected it. He went so far as to check on the Su group in Jiang City, and finally found out that Su Cheng was even the only son of Su Batian of the Su group. To know that Su Baishan's deeds were a big deal at that time, the only son of that meritorious figure, then isn't Su Cheng the first grandson of that meritorious figure? Qin Jiangwo didn't dare to delay at all and immediately rushed over with her granddaughter who had become a female president at the age of 26. If this Yanjing Su family's first grandson could take a liking to Qin Yuefeng, then wouldn't his own Mordor Qin family have hooked up with the Yanjing Su family? You don't have to worry about it anymore when you die yourself. I've met divine Dr. Su. I've long heard that Grandpa was saved by a young man with extremely advanced medical skills. Originally I didn't believe it, but as soon as I saw divine Dr. Su's first face I knew that Grandpa wasn't exaggerating and that he was indeed a hero. Qin Yuefeng was very surprised when he saw Su Cheng for the first time. He didn't think that this young man who saved his grandfather was actually so handsome and really young. Looking at him in this way, he must be at least 5 or 6 years younger than himself. Can someone so young really be that good at medicine? Su Cheng froze, then a cold smile appeared on his face. This Qin Jiangwo only stated his identity as the only son of the richest man in Jiang City, but he hid his other identity. That incident with his own father had almost triggered a massive earthquake in the entire upper class, and this old man had checked on Su Batian. It would be impossible not to know that he came from the Yanjing Su family. What an old fox. But they're all foxes of 1,000 years. Who hasn't played chatty? As long as the fox himself is big enough. Thanks for the compliment from this beauty. May I ask who you are? Su Cheng asked with some doubt. Qin Jiangwo wants to use his granddaughter to get the Mordor Qin family and the Yanjing Su family on the line. Then he doesn't have to pretend to be a decent man. Jia. Chapter 36, the new bedwarming maid Qin Yuefeng. Little divine doctor. She's my granddaughter, Qin Yuefeng. If you don't see any strangers, just call her Yuefeng. Qin Jiangwo couldn't help but be overjoyed on his face when he saw Su Cheng taking an interest in his granddaughter. This granddaughter of his own is really pretty, but unfortunately it's just that her eyes are higher than the sky. Now he finally met a more powerful young man. Although this young man was a bit young, but that was not a problem. It's only 6 years old. They're both 2 adults. So just nurture the relationship straight away. Miss Moonfrost is a natural beauty, but I see that she is afraid that she is going to have a plague of bloodshed in the near future. Judging from her face, Su Cheng suddenly opened his mouth, but the moment he opened his mouth, it was a shocking wave. Qin Jiangwo's face was also shocked, but he immediately asked Su Cheng back. Dare I ask the little divine doctor if there is a solution? He himself was originally someone who had been saved by Su Cheng, so he was even more convinced of his words at this moment. He also didn't believe that his heart disease was completely lifted before, but after checking in the hospital, he knew that what Su Cheng said was true. So for what Su Cheng was saying now about the blood and light disaster, he didn't dare to disbelieve it. Qin Yuefeng, on the other hand, frowned. Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. She had previously thought that Su Cheng really had some real skills. After all, he had really helped her grandfather with his heart condition, but now it seems that it may have been solved by mistake. If it wasn't for his horrible Yanjing Su family status, he would have flipped out himself right now. The solution, there is, but it's just that I don't know if you can pull off doing it. Su Cheng looked at Qin Yuefeng. A hint of a smile flashed in his heart. There's no harm in Dr. Su speaking up. Qin Yuefeng still had a light smile on her face, but this smile was her trademark fake smile as a female president. It's simple. Just come to my house and be a maid for a month. Su Cheng slowly opened his mouth. not appearing to be faking. In fact, Su Chang did not fake it. The Magic City also had 4 major families: the Magic City Lin family, the Magic City Qin family, the Magic City Chen family, and the Magic City Song family. These 4 forces and the Magic City Qin family at the bottom. Qin Jiangmo got a heart attack after the power is even weaker. Some other family, naturally, would think of coming to nibble away at the Qin family, and after Su Chang's words, Qin Yuefeng's heart couldn't help but flash a trace of loathing, and the original impression of Su Chang's flamboyant gentleman at the first glance was also corrupted. Qin Jiangmo, who was on the side, was in deep thought. It was impossible for Su Chang to have suddenly said these words. There should be a reason. Why is it that by making Moonfrost a maid, she can escape the bloodbath? If there's really a bloodbath, why don't we just have Moonfrost stay home and not go out? Did the threat come from within the Qin family? It can't be. The more Qin Jiangmo thought about the chaos, he finally frowned and looked at Su Chang. May I ask Dr. Su to speak up? Qin Jiangmo's aura in front of Su Chang was getting weaker and weaker. From the first questioning to the current low voice, it was only because he knew that Su Chang was the first grandson of the Yinjing Su family outside. But now, even after putting aside Su Chang's horrible identity, just Su Chang alone made the old master of the Mordor Qin family difficult to see through. This Yinjing Su family has really produced a unicorn son. The practice has been given to you, and it is up to you whether you do it or not, whether you choose to do it or choose not to do it. It doesn't really matter much to me. Su Chang stood up and yawned. In fact, she wasn't really short of women right now. One more or one less actually didn't matter. After all, he had already broken the relationship between the Mordor Qin family and Yi Fan. Why not? Qin Jiangmo, on the other hand, laughed, then gently patted his granddaughter Qin Yuefeng's shoulder. Originally, he had come on this trip partly to thank Su Chang for saving his life. On the other hand, isn't it just to get the Mordor Qin family on that line with the Yinjing Su family? Regardless of whether that blood and light disaster Su Chang had mentioned was true or not, the closer he could get Moonfrost and this unicorn son of the Su family, the better. Even if Moonfrost couldn't become Su Chang's explicit wife, that would still be enough for the Devil's Qin family to turn the tables in Devil's capital. Qin Yefeng glanced at her grandfather, naturally understanding what he had in mind. She couldn't help but feel some disappointment in her heart and lowered her head in frustration. Since that's the case, I'll leave you guys alone. Moonfrost, since Divine Dr. Su asked you to stay here as a maid to solve the bloodlight disaster, then you can be a good maid here and remember to listen to Divine Dr. Su. After saying that, Qin Jiangmo took the initiative to walk out, his face extremely happy. Can you cook? Su Chang suddenly spoke. No. Qin Yefeng replied indifferently. Clean house will you? No. What do you know? Managing a company. Managing a large company with tens of thousands of people, and then making money. Speaking of this, Qin Yefeng's nose seemed to be turned up. After all, this one was one of the best things she'd ever done. Creating an international company of 20,000 people within 2 years of graduating from college. Become a female president in charge of tens of thousands of jobs. Oh, only this will do, is it? Su Chang gently nodded, his face extremely perfunctory, as if he was very much looking down on Qin Yuefeng. Only this. Qin Yefeng's face lifted into another smile, this time genuine. You were the one who swindled my grandfather and then forced me to come and work for you as a maid, and now I can't do any work. I'll see what you do. Fine. Then you can just warm my bed from now on. Su Chang said another flat sentence, while smiling in his heart. Can't do anything, can you? Anyway, you are also the daughter of the Qin family in Mordor, a little phoenix of sorts. Since you can't do anything, I'll let you warm my bed. What warms the bed? How do you warm it? Qin Yefeng froze, not understanding what Su Chang was saying. It was actually the first time she'd ever heard the word, never having heard anyone talk about it before. You don't have to worry, there will be someone to teach you in the evening. Su Chang also froze, but this kind of thing was okay. It was at this time that he noticed a small head poking out from upstairs, eavesdropping on them. This movement, it's Zhou Hill. Sierra, come down. Su Chang suddenly spoke, hearing Su Chang's voice calling out to her. Xiaoxiao also knew that she had been discovered, and after shrinking her body, she headed downstairs. Brother. Jiao Zil's face carried a hint of embarrassment, as if she was embarrassed that she had been caught eavesdropping, and the moment she saw Jiao Zil, Qin Yefeng directly froze. She didn't think this person coming down the stairs could be so beautiful. This woman. No, girl. Surprisingly, it's prettier than myself. Qin Yefeng was very shocked because she hadn't met many people prettier than herself since she was a child. There were very few even if they were hard to distinguish from her. Her own best friend counted as one, and there were a few from those 3 great families. Other than that, she had never seen such a beautiful girl. Call Sister Moonfrost, from now on she'll be my bed-warming maid as well. Sister Moonfrost, Chapter 37, Thy mother and I will raise thee, and thou shalt not be concerned. Hearing Su Chang's words, Jiao Zil's face turned slightly red, but she still obediently shouted out, "Sister Moonfrost, this is Jiao Zil, my younger sister, and she is also considered your master, but it's up to Zil herself how to call her. Sister Moonfrost, you can just call me Xier, or call me Sister Xier." Hearing Su Cheng's words, Jiao Zil hurriedly opened her mouth. Brother's meaning should be that he wants to make a good relationship with Sister Moonfrost, and Sister Moonfrost is also brother's bedwarming maid, not a bad person. And it was only after hearing Su Cheng's words that Qin Yuefang reacted. It turned out that after one became his maid, one was to call him master. Gosh, how can this possibly shout itself? Since her own birth, she had never even held a boy's hand. How can you do something like call a boy master? Qin Yuefang's little face turned red all of a sudden as well. Looking at the sight of Qin Yuefang who was there alone celestial entangled, Su Cheng also froze. He himself only just reacted. It turned out that the maid could address him as more than just young master, but also as master. I can't believe he forgot about such an interesting play. You don't need to call me master, just call young master. Su Cheng was a little speechless and touched his head. This image of the heroine was something he really didn't expect. A cold and frosty female president with an imperial style, who rides to her heart's content in the business world, is actually like this? This guy looks like he's good at self-stripping. Hearing Su Cheng's words, Qin Yuefang also finally came to her senses. But the title of young master was equally shameful for her. She was once recommended a novel called Rascal Warlord Crazy Favor by her best friend. One of them, the lady in waiting, was just calling the young master to that warlord's male master. But he doesn't even let himself be called master anymore. And besides, the title of young master is already normal, right? Qin Yuefang's brain began to spin rapidly as her mind kept recalling the contents of Rascal Warlord Crazy Favor. It was as if it was out of her control, and no matter how much she tried to control not thinking about it, she simply couldn't do it. Young master. What none of the three people present expected was that Qin Yuefang didn't know which one of her tendons had gone wrong, and she even delicately shouted out. The voice was very shy and heavily laden with love. My God, Qin Yuefang, what have you done? Did you actually make that pouty voice just now? You. Are you thinking of yourself as that cute little maid and treating this bastard Su Cheng as a rogue warlord? Su Cheng also didn't expect that this female president, who had been in the shopping mall and had conquered thousands of miles, would actually make such a shameful sound. It's kinda catchy. Well, he'll just take her to a random bedroom and then you guys communicate and just hang out. Qin Yuefang, your task today is to play with Xier, just make her happy. After giving his orders, Su Cheng couldn't help but go find the little maid. Hey, where is little Yuner hiding? The young master is here. Looking at Luo Xiaoyun, who was still lying on the bed, Su Cheng directly threw off his clothes, lifted a corner of the quilt, and pounced in. It couldn't help but cause a gasp of surprise. In the twinkling of an eye, the little maid was in his arms again. Young master. Looking at the obedient little maid in his arms, Su Cheng suddenly thought of the name-calling issue just now. Little Yuner. No calling young master. What's it called? Call the master. Luo Xiaoyun seemed to have been irritated by Su Cheng's words as well. Her face began to redden again, but she had always called young master. Feeling so shy if you suddenly call your master. Master. However, Luo Xiaoyun still shouted out. Only her voice became even smaller, just like a mosquito. Su Cheng felt as if he had turned into an elephant at the moment. His trunk spewing out a large mouthful of hot air, started to keep rubbing his face against Luo Xiaoyun's face. How is Xiaoyun so nice? Master is here. Jia. No master. I that coming. Hearing Luo Xiaoyun's words, Su Cheng froze. No way. So unlucky. But since Luo Xiaoyun that came words, Su Cheng also has no way out. After all, although he is not a righteous man, but also not a beast. Well, then hug. Su Cheng was a little aggravated. Aha master. Suchung. Su Cheng wrapped his arms around the little maid and just quietly coaxed her. When Luo Xiaoyun was completely asleep, he couldn't help it at all. Immediately sent a message to Wu Xinlan, but it turned out that the other party actually took advantage of the last bit of summer vacation to run away to travel for fun. He also sent Su Cheng a private photo of her, and his words were all teasing and very arrogant. He was furious. This big schoolgirl dared to take advantage of his absence to provoke madly. Wait until she came back. One must let her know why the flowers are so red. At this time, he thought of Lan Meirou again. Lan Meirou was very sad because of Yifan's injury. Maybe she should also go and see her good brother Yifan. By the way, he went to comfort Lan Meirou's broken heart. The First People's Hospital of Zheng City. Lan Meirou was extremely sad as she lay on the bed, wiping her tears. How could she not have thought that she was only working as a maid at Su Cheng's for a period of time? Van El was then suddenly hospitalized. If it wasn't for the sudden call from the police, he wouldn't even know that something like this had happened to Vanille. According to the police, Van Air was for arching a fire at the night bar and taunting others for not even being able to come up with $700. $000. He ended up getting sneak kicked by the guy and then thrashed like crazy. Fanner, it's all my mother's fault for not teaching you well. If only she could keep an eye on you and not let you go to a place like a bar. And you won't be getting hit like this. Oh ha ha. At this moment, Yi Fan's entire body was bandaged, and it looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Pust. Su Chang stood outside the window and looked at Yi Fan inside, and directly did not hold back his laughter. Yi Fan, you deserve this. Doing what you're doing now, you're really to blame. This incident of Yi Fan's injury actually had nothing to do with him. It was all because Yi Fan had brought it upon himself. Well, there may be that much of a connection. After all, wasn't that Armani man treating Yi Fan as the one who had sent him flying? Although it would be tragic for the Armani man to attack himself, but no matter what, Yi Fan had helped himself out. Then of course he himself was going to do Yi Fan a little favor. For example, Yi Fan is now in a coma. Others see that no one eats the fruit he sends, so they have to help themselves to it. His mother, Lan Meirou, also had no one to take care of her, so she mustn't help Yi Fan take care of his mother more? Thy mother and I will raise thee, and thou shalt not be troubled. After all, he and Yi Fan were, well, good brothers. Jia. Chapter 38 Hubby. Love you so much, Auntie Blue. Su Chang walked inside the hospital room with an empty hand, and his face was very heavy, and Lan Meirou, who heard the voice, was a bit surprised, not expecting Su Chang to come over at this time. When he thought that Su Chang didn't come back so late last night, he came to the ward early this morning. It means that he immediately rushed over as soon as he heard about this matter. Thinking of this, Lan Meirou was just very touched. Honey! Lan Meirou stood up and directly jumped into Su Chang's arms and cried. Su Chang also had a heavy face as he patted Lan Meirou's back again and again to help soothe his mood. It's okay, Auntie Blue. After Lan Meirou had cried for some time, the two sat on the edge of the hospital bed. Su Chang casually picked up a banana, peeled off the skin, and handed it to the mouth of Lan Meirou, who was leaning on his shoulder. Honey, you eat. Lan Meirou gently took a bite and put the banana to Su Chang's mouth again. Su Chang was also not polite at all. After all, he was also considered Yi Fan's father. What was the difference between giving him fruits and giving them to himself? After eating the banana, he peeled an orange. Su Chang a tooth, Blue Meirou a tooth. Su Chang a tooth, Blue Meirou a tooth. But as she ate, tears seeped out of Lan Meirou's eyes again. She knew that this was the tenderness from Su Chang. This was such a man, even though he was a good brother to Fan Air. But he wouldn't ask himself what was going on with Van's child. All he could think of in the first place was comforting himself. They said, that Vanier might not wake up later. Speaking of which, Lan Meirou's tears could not be stopped completely. Although this son is not very good, but after all, it is his own child born in October, and he has raised Fan Air for so many years. Pust. Lan Meirou wiped her tears and looked at Su Chang beside her with some doubt. She just seemed to have heard laughter from Su Chang, but after turning her head, she saw him with his head lowered and his hands pressed down on his knees in death. It's all my fault. If I was with Fanner, I wouldn't have let Fanner suffer such painful things. Su Chang blamed himself. It actually did hurt him to hold in his laughter right now. No, it's none of your business, hubby. If it wasn't for Vanille running off to the bar on her own, how could something like this have happened to her? Don't blame yourself, even though you're already considered Van's dad. You're just his best friend to Van after all. I've told Vanier before that he shouldn't smoke or drink, let alone go to places like bars, but he still goes. It's me who didn't control Fanner. It's all my fault. Lan Meirou's small hands covered Su Chang's hands, and she herself squatted down in front of him and began to comfort Su Chang, before finally attributing the mistake to herself. Su Chang's face had a touch of gentle color hanging on it as he held Lan Meirou's hands in his hands. No, wife, stop saying things like it's your fault and my fault. Since you've already taught Fanny not to allow him to go to the bar, then it's all Fan Air's fault for this 1,000 mistakes. Honey, think about it. There's just a chance that Vanier won't wake up. His consciousness is still there. You're Van's mom, I'm Van's dad, and the two of us are here to watch over Van, who is a kind child, and how can we bear to blame us? So we must pull ourselves together. We can't keep wilting like this. Speaking of which, Su Chang was a little thirsty and unwrapped the box of pure milk lying on the ground and took out 2 boxes, plugging both boxes with straws. One of the boxes was handed to Lan Meirou and he himself began to drink furiously. Honey, you're right. We really can't keep grieving like this. Van is right here. We need to pull ourselves together or how will he be able to relax? Lan Meirou took the milk and began to drink it as well, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Squeaks. Su Chang held her hand and couldn't help but bring his face over and kissed Lan Meirou's face with a mouthful. A blush finally spread across Lan Meirou's face, but she only looked at Su Chang tenderly and slightly lowered her head. Vanner is still here. What are you afraid of? Didn't we all say that Fanner won't wake up for a while? Besides, don't you think that Fanner might want a younger sibling? In the past, Fanner often told me that it was a pity he didn't have a sister. Why don't we fulfill his wish? Su Cheng's face was still full of tenderness, but as he spoke, it was tinted with evil intent. Seeing Lan Meirou gently nodded, Su Cheng held her chin with one hand and wrapped his other hand around her waist, pulled her to herself. He then lowered his head. Don't. Van is still there. Go to the bathroom. It's okay, Vanner isn't awake. Let's hurry up and make him a sibling so that Fanner will be happier. Is the door locked? It's locked. No one will get in. I don't know how much time has passed. Lan Meirou was panting and lying in Su Cheng's arms as the two of them lay on the hospital bed. Yi Fan, who was originally lying in the center of the hospital bed, had been pushed to the edge of the bed by the two men. Do you think that this time can add a younger sibling to Fanner? Lan Meirou touched Su Cheng's chest, constantly caressing it, and suddenly opened her mouth. What? Do you want to add a younger sibling to Fanner or? Said this, Su Cheng's face hung up an evil smile again. You hate you. It seems that I, old Su, still have to work harder. Otherwise how can I suppress you? A female goblin. Watch the move. Su Cheng once again raised his spear and mounted his horse. It's not working. It's not working. Lan Meirou, the female demonic spirit, was finally subdued by the great sage Su Cheng and let out a gurgling sound of fear. She looked at Su Cheng with love and affection. Just such a man. He fell in love with such a young boy, who came over to be with him at the first opportunity when he knew he had suffered an aggravation. Again, he passed up the opportunity to actively probe to know how his good brother was doing, and instead waited for his grieving self to slow down. He took it upon himself to take the blame for the mistake after his own heartbreak and self-condemnation over Van's injuries. He in turn helps himself to the wish of Van's life, desperately wanting to add a sibling to Van's. It was such a man. How could she, Lan Meirou, not love him? If she had known before that she would meet Su Cheng in the future, she would never have married Yi Fan's father. Looking at Su Cheng's angular and spiritual side face, Lan Meirou directly kissed it. She then leaned her head on Su Cheng's shoulder with soft eyes again. Su Cheng twisted his head to look at her, then similarly leaned his face over and placed it on Lan Meirou's head. Husband, love you so much. Chapter 39 MS. By Jing has a fever. It's time for another day-long piano teaching session. Sister Jing. Su Cheng carried a large bag of vegetables as well as fresh meat in his hands to MS. By Jing's home. Makoto, come on in. MS. By Jing trotted over and reached out her hand to take the vegetarian dish inside Su Cheng's hand. After eating your cooking last night, this morning and at noon, Lingxi and I didn't know what to eat. MS. By Jing's face was wearing a smile. And today, instead of wearing the shorts she had worn earlier, she chose a pair of yoga pants that showed off her body's curves better. Then why don't I make some more tonight, when it's tomorrow morning and at noon? You guys can heat it up and eat it right away. Then come and teach Lingxi piano in the afternoon, and I'll continue cooking in the evening. Su Cheng's face spoke with a faint smile. At those words, MS. By Jing froze. She just suddenly thought and spat. I didn't expect Su Cheng to actually give a good and simple solution. Then I'll work you a little harder. Makoto, thank you so much, or else I'll count more money for you. But you don't lack money. MS. By Jing said with some hesitation. This man was indeed very good to herself and Lingxi. But this guy is so rich that he travels in luxury cars. Before that, he drove a Maybach. And today it's a Lamborghini. You don't even know how to repay it if you want to. And after hearing MS. By Jing's words, the smile on Su Cheng's face lifted upwards. Ever since that day when she and MS. By Jing had massaged each other, Sister Jing had always had a deliberate sense of detachment towards herself. But never in a million years would I have thought that today would be such a great way to get closer. It's okay, Sister Jing. How about this? You continue to massage me when I'm about to leave. Since the last time you gave me a massage, Sister Jing, my body has relaxed a lot. Your technique is really great. Hearing Su Cheng's words, MS. By Jing's footsteps stopped. At this time her face suddenly turned red. In fact, the image of the massage that night kept coming up in her dreams. And, it's all about lesser dreams. In the dream, Xiao Cheng's touch from her fingers was real and clear, constantly teasing her already extremely confused thoughts. Again, because it was a dream. Later she simply, what's wrong, Sister Jing? Seeing this, Su Cheng similarly stopped and asked Sister Jing with some confusion. Suddenly he realized that MS. By Jing's face was very red. The next second, his hand was on MS. By Jing's forehead. MS. By Jing was startled and her body involuntarily stepped back. You, what are you doing? Her face was filled with petulance, but she quickly calmed down and asked Su Cheng in return. But since Su Cheng dared to make such a move, he naturally wasn't afraid of MS. By Jing's questioning. Sister Jing, your blush is very abnormal. I just touched it with my hand and it's really hot. It might be a fever. Su Chang reminded. Yes, there is, MS. Bai Jing asked suspiciously before placing her own hand on her forehead to try as well. Seems a little hot. Sister Jing, you're not allowed to try it that way. Let me try it for you. Su Chang directly reached out his hand and took MS. Bai Jing's waist, pulling her into his arms, his other hand ruffling the bangs she had scattered to cover her forehead. Buzz, the current MS. Bai Jing was completely stunned. She didn't expect Su Chang to be so bold. He dared to take himself into his arms at the door of his own villa, and now he is even more so. What to do? What to do? Should we duck? MS. Bai Jing's heart was extremely flustered. Not knowing how to choose, she simply closed her eyes and quietly waited for Su Chang's arrival. The next second, the kiss that was expected to come didn't feel like it. Instead, Su Chang pressed his forehead against MS. Bai Jing's. One could feel the heat radiating from MS. Bai Jing as if she were a steam engine. It does burn hot. How Su Chang's face was so close. He pressed his forehead against his own. MS. Bai Jing was dumbfounded. Sister Jing, you should have a fever. Are you dizzy? Looking at Su Chang's extremely close face in front of her, as well as the hand that was still placed on her waist, she knew that she seemed to have misunderstood. When I thought about what I had just done by closing my eyes, oh my god, I was acquiescing to this man's actions. Luckily Su Chang didn't do it to himself. Didn't do anything to himself. Thinking of this, for some reason, MS. Bai Jing's temperature suddenly lowered. The heart couldn't help but flicker with a hint of loss. I'm not too dizzy. It's fine. MS. Bai Jing forced her heart to calm down and smiled slowly at Su Chang. Looking at MS. Bai Jing's face that was forced to smile, Su Chang had some bad taste, and gradually his face began to look serious. Sister Jing, when you are not feeling well, you must say it. You must never hold on to it. You are not a child anymore, and even adults get tired just the same. If they keep squeezing inward, they'll break down. I'll carry you in. Su Chang was extremely overbearing, picking up MS. Bai Jing in a princess hug, pushing open the door and heading towards MS. Bai Jing's bedroom inside. Lingxi, you go and practice alone for a while. Sister Jing has a fever. I'll help her lower it. Su Chang looked at Lingxi, who was sitting on the sofa, and instructed. Mom has a fever? Her bedroom is at. I know. Lingxi still wanted to tell Su Chang where MS. Bai Jing's bedroom was, but she was unexpectedly interrupted by Su Chang. However, she didn't think much about it now and hurriedly followed behind Su Chang. Why did you suddenly go out to pick up Su Chang and get a fever? MS. Bai Jing was completely dumbfounded the moment she was picked up by Su Chang's princess, and she felt like she was simply going to be unable to distinguish between reality and dream. Why would there be a plot similar to a dream inside reality? However, thinking that Lingxi was still waiting inside, she could only choose to pass out and play dead. Being carried by Princess Su Chang in her arms, she was simply ashamed to the point of death. Su Chang placed MS. Bai Jing on the bed, and then he was ready to start the cooling down work. The first thing he did was ask Lingxi to find the medical kit. Sister Jing, hold this. Su Chang opened the medical kit and placed a thermometer by Bai Jing's mouth. MS. Bai Jing had no choice but to contain the thermometer that Su Chang handed over, and she became even more shy. I don't know why, but it was clear that he was many years older than this Su Chang. However, every time he was in front of this guy, he was like a little girl who was always frustrated. It's been a long time since I felt like this. At some point, a sweet smile appeared on MS. Bai Jing's face. Lingxi still wanted to come along and help, but was driven away by Su Chang to practice the piano, and in the end only left behind a warning look like a knife. She was warning herself not to do anything to MS. Back young. Ha. Su Chang laughed. Chapter 40, Giving MS. Bai Jing a needle. Sister Jing. 38. 1 degrees Celsius. Su Chang picked up the thermometer and looked at it before handing it back to MS. Bai Jing. MS. Bai Jing squinted at the thermometer, and really, she felt like her head weighed 1,000 pounds. Sister Jing, why don't you let me give you a needle? It's guaranteed that the needle will get rid of the disease. Fast. Su Chang opened his mouth, his face full of confidence. What? A needle? MS. Bai Jing was dumbfounded. How can this work? Isn't this taking advantage of someone's danger? And to think that he wanted to ask his permission to do something bad when he saw that he was rather dizzy. But, I think she did hear about that way to cure fever. After all, you can sweat that way. Okay, but you must be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. MS. Bai Jing said pitifully. It seems that she has completely brainstormed. Good, but you absolutely can't move. Oh, Xiao Jing. Su Chang was like coaxing a child, coaxing Bai Jing who was in a fever. MS. Bai Jing let out an O sound, and then she flopped down on the bed, letting Su Chang move. Su Chang once again pulled out the silver needle from his pocket. Ghost Gate 18 needles. With these 18 needles, All diseases can be cured, but not all diseases can use 18 needles. 7 stitches are sufficient to reduce fever alone. Su Chang gazed at his concentration. His eyes were like electricity, and he began to lay down the needles. De Shi, Chu Qi, He Gu, Wai Guan, Feng Qi, Xiao Shun, Shi Xian. Fast. Su Chang's movements were just too fast. In just 2 seconds, his 7 needles came out in unison and pierced into the corresponding acupoints. The next second, it was the same again. The silver needles lodged in Ms. Bai Jing's body began to vibrate at the same time and finally burst outwards. At the same time, a large amount of sweat gushed out from Ms. Bai Jing's body. Su Chang took a towel and helped her wipe away the sweat on her body, unconsciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Ms. Bai Jing's body really smelled good. After the sweat was wiped off, to this point, the fever subsided. Ms. Bai Jing's face also gradually reddened and her head felt less heavy. It's too powerful. Xiao Chang, you even know acupuncture. And aren't you very good at this acupuncture, too? It wasn't even 30 seconds, was it? And you've taken my fever down. Ms. Bai Jing's face was filled with shock. As a person involved, she certainly knew how terrifying the speed of this fever reduction was. Sister Jing, your clothes. But Su Chang didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he looked straight at Ms. Bai Jing, unconsciously licking his lips and pointing at her chest. Ms. Bai Jing looked in the direction of his finger, only to realize that her chest was already completely transparent from the sweat stains. The vibrant colors and shapes were on display, clinging to her body completely. The little pervert, Ms. Bai Jing was a little flustered and covered it with a pillow. Her gaze gazed at Su Chang, her mind wondering what she was thinking and hesitating. But in the end she didn't say anything. Xiao Chang, go teach Lingxi to play the zither. My fever is completely gone. Ms. Bai Jing smiled warmly before trying to push Su Chang out. But how could Su Chang do what she wanted? Wouldn't that make him a great grudge bearer? As soon as he held Ms. Bai Jing in his arms, he sniffed up the charming aroma. Head straight down. Ms. Bai Jing still wanted to resist, but in front of Su Chang, where could she resist? Simply stop resisting too. And after he left, Ms. Bai Jing's face reddened once again as she recalled how she had just pampered Su Chang in bed. Last time you said everyone has strengths and weaknesses. I think your weakness is being horny. Right, definitely on purpose. Little bastard. After murmuring something, a grin spread across her face. The corners of her mouth raised high. Fingers also rubbed absently over his mouth. After Su Chang arrived at Lingxi's piano room, he saw that this little girl was actually practicing the piano. Why did mom suddenly get a fever? Hearing the movement of Su Chang pushing the door, Lingxi suddenly opened her mouth. I don't know. Maybe it's just the stress. She's been taking care of you all by herself and the strings are so tight that she doesn't want to talk much about anything. It accumulates and suddenly gets sick. Su Chang guessed that this should be the reason. Lingxi let out a low oh and her mood dropped. Seeing this, Su Chang sat next to her and touched her head. It has nothing to do with you. It's mainly Sister Jing's problem, and it was originally a small matter. It's just a fever. Who hasn't had a fever before? Su Chang comforted. Lingxi also nodded her head gently, and then placed her gaze on Su Chang again, her eyes flashing with a dark light. Coming. Su Chang gave a dark cry. Let me ask you, just now in the bedroom, did you big pervert do anything strange to mom? Lingxi's face was icy cold, with extreme scrutiny on her face. How is that possible? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Saying that, Su Chang took the piano-playing little Lingxi in his arms and placed her on his lap. Look, I never take advantage of people. I only do it blatantly like this. Barking. Su Chang even gave Lingxi a kiss on the cheek. That's more like it. But no, you're not allowed to do this kind of thing to mom blatantly. It's enough for you to do this kind of thing to me. Lingxi glared at him viciously while waving her small fists. I will do it blatantly to Ms. Bai Jing, just don't let you see it. Su Chang secretly said in his heart. So, you want me to do this kind of thing to you more often? An evil smile hung on Su Chang's face, and his hand was placed on her small stomach. Lingxi glanced at him, her eyes filled with contempt. Who would want you to do such a thing? Ugh, what a pain. Little Spirit Creek won't allow kissing and hugging and touching anymore. I'd better go to Ms. Bai Jing. Su Chang sighed, extremely helpless and sad, but his eyes still looked at Lingxi. Lingxi glared at him fiercely and gritted her teeth. Bah, you dare. You're such a just think of it as a benefit for you from your sister. With a red face, Lingxi lifted part of her blouse and grabbed Su Chang's hand with one hand, placing it on her small belly. His own entire body turned around and turned back to peck at the corner of Su Chang's mouth. Su Chang nodded with satisfaction. She was satisfied with little Lingxi's movements. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he lay on little Spirit Stream's shoulder, his big hands constantly rubbing her little tummy. Every now and then, he would hold little Lingxi tightly in his arms again and kiss her little cheeks. What a restful. Thank you. Just as Su Chang was still immersed in the touch of Lingxi's small stomach, a voice entered his ears. Su Chang turned his chin and glanced at Lingxi, who had twisted her head away. The little girl turned her head away at this moment, leaving only the back of her head for Su Chang. Thank you for being able to take care of mom when she had a fever. Hearing this, a gentle smile hung on Su Chang's face. He cupped Lingxi's chin to keep her eyes on him again. Don't say this kind of thing to me. Tell Sister Jing more often. Understand? If Sister Jing knows that you can understand her words, she will definitely be very happy. Then he withdrew his hand, which was still rubbing Lingxi's little tummy, and placed it on her little head. Lingxi nodded gently, then suddenly glared at her fiercely like a cat blowing up. Long-winded. In the next second, Lingxi's mouth stopped and stopped talking, and only the sound of drinking water could be heard. Chapter 41. Beer Girl was drugged and kidnapped, molesting little Spirit Creek at MS. White Jing's house and teaching her to play the piano. Su Chang also left MS. By Jing and Little Miss Lingxi meals for tomorrow morning and noon. Originally, I thought that I could continue to enjoy MS. By Jing's massage technique and that charming yet soft mouth. MS. By Jing was really fragrant, but I didn't expect MS. By Jing to slip away on the pretext of work. Ugh. MS. White silence. MS. By Jing's constant struggle in her arms was still fresh in her mind. She had to eat her as soon as possible. She knew frost that guy as long as not what moths, certainly no problem. She would dare what moths. They will not let her go. Su Chang laughed coldly, picked up his cell phone and prepared to send another message to Lan Meirou, asking if she had returned to the villa. But as soon as he pulled out his cell phone, it rang. An unrecognizable phone number. Hello? Brother Su Chang? Help me. I'm at. Chow. Get this little cell phone and stop her. She's on the phone. Hurry up and send it to Chen Xiao in a while, before it's too late. Bang! In a flash, Su Chang's eyes became ruthless, and the person on the phone was the beer girl Zhu Ting. He had never touched this highly contrasting little pepper before, and someone was actually trying to touch her. The only person who could do such a thing was naturally a villain, but now this villain had actually bullied his head. Ha. System, get me the location of beer girl. Ding, this tutor will navigate for you in real time. Shady Lane, in a stopped van. Hall Master, that little just called. Shouldn't anything go wrong? A small flathead looked to the big brother next to him and asked. The older brother on the side has tattoos all over his body and an over-the-shoulder dragon tattooed on his arm. He was one of the 4 Hall Masters of the Black Dragon Society, Black Iron Dragon. At this moment, this Black Iron Dragon had a worried face. It's fine, didn't this little throw away all her cell phones? Even if the person inside the phone calls the police, they won't be able to find us. That wasn't actually what he was worried about. His concern comes from the man who instructed them to kidnap the beer girl Zhu Ting, Chen Xian. Chen Xiao. This one was a truly high-powered and terrifying existence from the Chun family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. If such people wanted to get them killed, they could do it with just a flick of the wrist. Fear is just afraid that Chen Xiao is not a proper person. If he doesn't want to leave a handle to directly do it to us, we can't do anything at all. Black Iron Dragon sighed lightly. A hand was then placed on his shoulder. Hall Master, things have come to this, we can only hold on to this thigh. Otherwise, the rest of the Black Dragon Society won't let us go. Flathead's face held seriousness as he comforted. A vicious color appeared on Black Iron Dragon's face. Right now, if he was discovered by the other senior members of the Black Dragon Society, it was certain death. Indeed, we can only cling to the thick and big leg of Chen Xian. Seeing Black Iron Dragon's face return to its usual expression, a hint of teasing and laughter flashed across little Pingtu's face as well. Hall Master, we are idle. Why don't we just play with this little how? About it, the little flathead licked his lips and unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Dear girl Zhu Ting was bundled aside. Her body was already dripping with a large amount of sweat, and she couldn't stop gasping for air. The situation is strange. What's wrong with you? How dare you touch the woman that Mr. Chen wants? Beware of letting Mr. Chen find out and have your arms and legs chopped off and made into a human swine to be sunk into the river. Black Iron Dragon frowned as he reprimanded the flat-headed little brother. He. Hall Master, I'm not just saying. Besides, we're just kissing and touching. We're not screwing her. How did Chen Xiao find out? A greedy look appeared on the face of the small flathead. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman since he was a child. Honestly, if you die under a peony flower, you can be a ghost. If he could come once with this kind of the best on earth, it would be worth it. If he, little Ping too, just died, that won't do. You've really eaten your bear's heart and leopard's guts, daring to touch the woman that young Chen has his eye on. If you dare to move her a bit, I'll directly chop off your hand. Black Iron Dragon's face was gloomy. How could he have such a little brother? Although he was the only junior who was willing to defect from the Black Dragon Society with himself, This greedy and astringent nature was really hard to achieve great things. A look of contempt appeared on Black Iron Dragon's face. The small flathead face resentfully responded, but in his heart, he was extremely disdainful. What to pretend? Stupid big man, played like a monkey by me. If it weren't for me, would you have rebelled against the Black Dragon Society? Rash. At the same time, he didn't give up on the idea he had in mind for beer girl Zhu Ting. Looking at beer girl Zhu Ting's sultry figure and the way it was eroded by the drug, this should have been completely out of his mind. The little flathead thought darkly, if he could have a kiss, it would be worth it even if he, Little Ping too, had to go to the 18 layers of hell. He blocked Black Iron Dragon's view with his body and reached out his hand towards the beer girl Zhu Ting's face. Snap! The sound of something falling suddenly appeared inside the van. The hand of the small flathead that wanted to touch the beer girl Zhu Ting dropped straight down. Blood flowers bloomed and screams were heard. My hand! Pinky looked up as a tall man appeared in the van at some point. He held a long knife in his hand. This man was none other than Su Chang. With a lingering deathly intent in his eyes, he gazed at the little flathead as if he were looking at a dead man. Who are you? Black Iron Dragon was also the first to notice Su Chang and hurriedly tried to pull little flathead. Just as his hand touched Pinky's arm, it too fell away. Black Iron Dragon's body trembled as he watched himself actually pull the little flathead's arm off. What's going on here? The little flathead was also noticing the difference in his body. His fearful mind was infinitely amplified in this moment. Dead? Dying? But I haven't touched. In the next second, the body of the little flathead dropped as well. The Black Iron Dragon's eyes were extremely frightened. To escape. To flee. This person. No. This thing. In front of him was not human at all. He turned and twisted his head. And in the same way, his body dropped. Suching didn't care. He held the beer girl Zhu Ting in his arms. Her body was very hot. Her eyes were mesmerized and with a sense of seduction. And she was constantly writhing in Su Chang's arms. This ninny. It's killing me. Brother Sucheng, is that you? Brother Sucheng. Dear sister Zhu Ting's eyes were watery, and she cried out directly the moment she saw him. She had no idea what to do at that time, and could only think of a way to call Brother Sucheng. Later, it seemed like he was drugged. Is it possible that the one in front of him is not Brother Sucheng, just a hallucination due to the drugs? Don't. I don't want to be touched by anyone other than Brother Sucheng. In the next second, the drugged beer girl Zhu Ting immediately had to bite her tongue. She wanted to kill herself. Su Chang suddenly heard this inexplicable bang from the beer girl Zhu Ting and realized her movements. It was also a shock, but on the spot, with a hand slashing the knife, he struck her in the neck, knocking the beer girl Zhu Ting out. Chapter 42, A Night of Crazy with a Beer Girl. Even though the beer girl Zhu Ting fainted, the blazing sensation still made her pick at her clothes, but with her clothes partially removed, she still felt very hot. Su Chang's heart was even more itchy, which called him a decent man cannot endure awe. After some thought, he decided to take the beer girl out into the night, contact Wei Xinglan and ask her to reserve a room for herself. He has a godlike talent for driving, and he has to endure the temptation from the beer girls on the sidelines while driving his Lamborghini wildly. Totally epic difficulty. Soon, the two arrived at the night, and Wei Xinglan stood waiting outside the door. At this time, the night and the previous decoration had been very different. Sitting in the innermost part of the main hall was actually the previous manager. Su Chang was a bit surprised, but didn't put too much stock in it. Master Su, the room prepared for you is on the innermost part of the second floor. I'll take you there. Wei Xinglan looked at the beer girl in Su Chang's arms that kept rubbing against him like a kitten in heat. A hint of meaning flashed across his face. Su Chang also does not nonsense. The good people in his arms cannot be delayed at all. Followed by Wei Xinglan came in before realizing the room she had prepared for her was actually an erotic hotel room in general. Master Su, have fun. Wei Xinglan playfully hooked her lips and helped Su Chang with the door. Su Chang watched Wei Xinglan, who was like a stranger, leave, and a trace of curiosity flashed under his eyes, but he suppressed it again. It was only because the beer girl Zhu Ting, who he had left on the bed, had launched herself into another frenzy and lunged at Su Chang. Brother Sucheng, Brother Sucheng, Brother Sucheng. Her pair of jade hands kept scratching on Su Chang's back, and even her mouth was planting strawberries on his face. Su Chang wasn't some kind of willow. He couldn't tolerate a bit of this situation. As soon as he picked up the beer girl Zhu Ting, the two of them collapsed right onto the bed. But I don't know where the beer girl Zhu Ting got the strength to be like an octopus, deadlocked around Su Chang, just won't let go. After an unknown amount of time, a ray of sunlight passed through the screen window and shone on Su Chang. He slowly opened his eyes and felt the soft sensation coming from his hand. A night of madness. The room had been strewn with scraps of clothing and self-contained suits from within this room, all played by Su Chang and beer girl Zhu Ting. Last night's battle was also the craziest battle since Su Chang crossed over. Even the time before when Luo Xiaoyun and Lan Meirou took turns, it was far inferior to this one. This beer girl Zhu Ting is indeed a little hot pepper, and due to the reason of being drugged, this guy is even crazier. Every time she changed her suit, she would elicit a very reluctant sound from the beer girl Zhu Ting, and after changing her suit, she would continue to catch up with Su Chang. Attack again. Rubbing beer girl Zhu Ting's head, Su Chang changed into his own clothes and walked out. At this moment, Wei Xinglan was hanging up clothes, one men's suit after another. Master Su, how was the fun? Did that little kitty play happily with you? Wei Xinglan said with a flirtatious smile and gave Su Chang a wink. Come Master Su, try to see if this dress fits. Wei Xinglan picked up another piece of clothing and walked towards Su Chang. Su Chang spread his arms wide and let her try the clothes on for himself. You've become too fast. There's no need for this. Su Chang slowly spoke, somewhat helpless. Could it be that Master Su doesn't like this look? I can change it until it is changed to your liking. In fact, I used to be the same type of kitty you play with, and I can still change back if you like. Wei Xinglan stopped her movements, her eyes firmly looking at Su Chang, as if there were stars twinkling inside. Forget it, whatever, just do as you're happy. Su Chang was somewhat helpless and waved his hand. He didn't really care about these things, just as he hadn't cared about Wei Xinglan, who had been embarrassed by the Armani man. In the first place, if that Armani man hadn't made things difficult for Tang Xiaoxiao, he himself wouldn't have cared about Wei Xinglan from start to finish. He let Wei Xinglan take off his own clothes and put on the one she was holding. Master Su, you say I'm becoming fast, but some things are the same. I am a cunning girl, fragile and sensitive. Every step I take I want to get closer to you and for you, Master Su, to remember that there is such a little girl here. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think anyone has ever used the title Master to you. It's kind of a little selfishness on my part. It would be nice to use this exclusive, only I'm using it title on you, and I think that maybe I might be the special one. Su Chang froze. He didn't expect Wei Xinglan to say such words to himself at this time. Your ambition isn't small. Su Chang laughed. Yes Master Su, just like when I was at my most difficult, my poorest, I came to Nightshade to work as a waitress because it was the fastest way to get money. There's actually another reason. I get to see how all kinds of successful people live their lives. And one day, I'll be one of them. Speaking here, Wei Xinglan paused for a moment. As I said, I'm a cunning and intelligent woman, and I know it very well. How I got everything I have now is because of Master Su. You gave it to me. You can bestow these on me, and naturally, you can always take back these little gifts that are given out of hand, or perhaps pass them on to other kitties. So I'll try to be your most special kitty. I won't go out of my way to find you, but you'll have a girl here for you whenever you come to me. Master Su, I will always love you. Wei Xinglan tidied up Su Chang's changed clothes for him, and his words fell. She walked to Su Chang's side and dropped a quick kiss on his face, then tried to escape extremely shyly. But how could Su Chang let her eat his tofu so shamelessly? With one hand, he grabbed Wei Xinglan's arm and wrapped her in his arms. Backhandedly, he gagged her. Looking at Wei Xinglan's blushing face as she fled, Su Chang had a cozy look on his face. Still, he then shook his head, a light smile on his face. Since Wei Xinglan was a smart woman, he didn't need to think much here himself. Being ambitious is a good thing in Su Chang's case. She wants money and status from herself, and one happens to have these. If the ambitious woman did make a stupid mistake and betrayed herself by desiring higher money and status, then he himself would take back these small gifts that he had gifted her in the past, causing Wei Xinglan to once again fall into that dilemma of being humiliated by the Armani man. It's nothing more than a smooth ride for yourself. Therefore, Wei Xinglan had better really not betray himself. Otherwise, she would have seen the real hell. Su Chang gently licked his lips, as if he saw Wei Xinglan in his eyes. He wanted to eat this ambitious woman. Chapter 43, Master Su, your little cat has awakened. Young Master Chen, those two can no longer be contacted. Only a van was found at the scene. An extremely sultry woman looked very seductive in an OL-set dress with long black stockings wrapped around her legs, and in front of her was a fat man with a big belly, which was none other than Chen Xiaoan. It doesn't matter if those two are lost. Where's the barbecue babe I want? Chen Xiaoan slammed the red wine glass in his hand to the ground instantly, his face filled with anger. That's really a superb product. It can be compared to the Chinu Frost that she had been chasing before, right? If he could have this kind of superb woman on his knees, just thinking about it made Chen Xiaoan horny. But now, this extremely beautiful woman was actually nowhere to be found. Even the person who worked for him or her was nowhere to be found. His hand covered the woman's long black silk leg and slowly traced upward. Since that barbecue beauty can't be found, it's up to you to fill my broken heart. Don't, Chen Xiao. That beautiful woman gave a petulant grunt, but she didn't resist at all, so she was grabbed by Chen Xiaoan and collapsed into her arms. 2 minutes later, Chen Xiaoan was lying on the sofa in high spirits, looking at the beautiful secretary who was also beside him with unfulfilled desire. another smug look on his face. How's that? Following Chen Xiaoan keeps you well fed. Chen Xiaoan's hand patted that beautiful secretary's butt. Bugger young Chen, you're just too good. Following you, I'll be able to have a full meal every meal. Chen Xiaoan haha laughed, but he was a bit tired at this time and lay down on the sofa to sleep. When the beautiful secretary saw him suddenly fall asleep, contempt and disgust flashed across her face as well. Pure and simple 3-second man. 2 minutes of foreplay. 3 seconds of foreplay. If Chen Xiaoan hadn't suddenly asked her, is it hot? The beautiful secretary didn't even know he was in heaven. Where's the face to ask if you're hot or something like that? The beautiful secretary gave a contemptuous middle finger and then picked up her cell phone. Old Wang, coming out tonight? Dear girl, Zhu Ting slowly opened her eyes. The extremely unfamiliar scene startled her, but after calming down, the ridiculous and sweet events of last night came flooding back to her. I actually did something like that with brother Sucheng. Zhu Ting bent her knees, and suddenly she saw the splash of red on the bed, and her face began to redden. Again, he saw the scattered clothes on the floor, and if anything, the marks. Geez, how crazy was he last night? She also remembered her various active looks, frantically attacking Su Chang, in whipping Su Chang. Wishing Ting stood up, her legs hurt as if she had fallen, but not badly enough to walk. Grabbing a set of clothes someone had prepared at the end of her bed, she briefly washed up and walked out. She wanted to find brother Sucheng and explain to him that she really wasn't like that. Awake? Just then a voice reached her ears. It was light and soft. The beer girl Zhu Ting hurriedly looked back and realized the owner of the voice, a woman, a very beautiful woman. But she didn't recognize this woman. Wei Xinglan took her arm and gently supported the beer girl Zhu Ting. I know you're Master Su's woman. Are you going to find him now? I'll take you there. Master Su? Is it brother Su Chang? Beer sister Zhu Ting asked with some confusion. Her man, still surnamed Su, wasn't it brother Su Chang? Wei Xinglan gently nodded. Her smile was serene and she treated Zhu Ting's movements very gently. I'll take you there. Dear sister Zhu Ting was puzzled. Who was this woman? Why did she call out to brother Su Chang? Master Su? And then there is. What exactly is this woman's relationship with brother Sucheng? She was a little distracted. Wei Xinglan pushed open the door to a room where Su Chang was discussing something unknown with a mature woman. Master Su, the little cat is awake. Wei Xinglan suddenly opened her mouth, a teasing smile on her face, but one could see a touch of extremely strong shyness in the bottom of her eyes. Her first kiss was taken away by Master Su just like this. What little cat? Don't talk nonsense. Su Chang glared at her, then waved his hand, signaling the woman in front of him and Wei Xinglan to both go out. Zhu Ting stood in front of Su Chang, not knowing what to say when he opened his mouth. Su Chang was also a bit embarrassed. After all, he was kind of taking advantage of someone's danger, right? That, brother Sucheng, I'm really sorry about last night. But what he didn't expect was that before he could apologize, the beer girl Zhu Ting apologized first instead. Last night, those two men suddenly just knocked me out and took me captive, and gave me a spring, an aphrodisiac. I really didn't hold back and saw brother Sucheng just. As she spoke, the beer girl Zhu Ting also became more and more embarrassed, and a large red color emerged on her face. Su Chang led her to a sofa and sat down. What does this have to do with you? It can only be said that I didn't push you away, and it's still me who took advantage of the situation. He reached out and touched Zhu Ting's head. It's not that I'm taking advantage of people's danger. Brother Su Cheng, you are just trying to save me. But he didn't expect that just after he said those words, the beer girl Zhu Ting's reaction was even more intense than his. If it wasn't for you saving me, brother Su Chang, I would have definitely been given by those two scums. Thank you very much indeed, brother Su Chang. If I was really bullied by those two scums, I'd rather die. Dear sister Zhu Ting said decisively, without a hint of hesitation in her eyes. This was her true thought. Silly girl, don't say anything about dead or alive. There is only one life. He was silent for a long time, and touched beer girl Zhu Ting's small face with his hand. Then, that brother Su Chang, it's this thing that you and I did last night. Can we not tell sister Xiaoxiao and sister Xiaoqi? They would hate me if they knew about this. Dear girl raised her head to look at Su Chang with a hopeful, very serious request in her eyes. Sister Xiaoqi saved herself when she was in danger, and she was definitely brother Su Chang's woman as well. Otherwise, such a powerful force wouldn't have sat so obediently in brother Su Chang's arms. And then there's sister Dash, who is equally kind to herself and doesn't look down on her at all for being a girl who delivers beer and sells barbecue. At that time when the customers had all run out, only sister Xiaoxiao and brother Su Chang did not run. Sister Dash was also the first to tap the table, stepping up and drawing fire when she was about to be bullied by that bald dragon. Sister Dash is a total sweetheart, and she definitely liked brother Su Chang as well, although she didn't know what kind of relationship they had. But the way sister Xiaoxiao was gazing at brother Su Chang, she definitely couldn't be wrong. Two such nice people both like brother Sucheng, although I don't know if they have sex. but it was true that he had a relationship with brother Sucheng. If sister Xiaoqi and sister Xiaoxiao knew about this, where would she have the face to meet these two? Chapter 44, we'll be sisters from now on. Are you sure they'll hate you if they know about this? But 7 already knows. Su Chang said with some difficulty, a look of sadness on his face. What? Sister 7 even knows about it already. Dear sister Zhu Ting's eyes turned gray in a flash, and her body directly collapsed towards Su Chang. It's over. I'm going to be hated by sister 7. Su Chang hurriedly wrapped his arms around her and began to comfort her. Oops. What are you thinking? Do you think your little sister 7 is like that? That she would hate you because of that? It's more like she hates me. Su Chang scraped her little nose and teased. Just then, 7 appeared out of nowhere in the room. He's right. This has nothing to do with you. I won't hate you. A smirk crossed 7's face, revealing her long tiger teeth. You don't know how hateful this guy is. He obviously can. When he said this, 7's mouth suddenly stopped and glanced at Su Chang. Anyway, he's just a big asshole and we're all here to hate him. Su Chang smiled and crossed over to the beer girl Zhu Ting, taking 7 in his arms. Look who spilled the vinegar. I won't say who. 7 struggled symbolically. Her eyes flashed a smile and she reddened. Whose jealousy did you say spilled? Xiaoqi was showing her long tiger teeth again. Su Chang's other hand wrapped the beer girl Zhu Ting, who didn't know what to do, in his arms as well. One sat on his left leg and one on his right, both leaning into his arms. Sister Xiaoqi, are you really not angry with me? Dear sister Zhu Ting asked cautiously. She felt that if it was herself, a stranger who suddenly appeared and somehow became her sister, definitely going to have a problem with this woman. 7 sat on Su Chang's lap gazing at Zhu Ting, the beer girl who was watching from the side. It wasn't your fault in the first place, so blame those two bad guys. Besides, I like you a lot too. Hey, 7 gave a goofy smile. Sister Xiaoqi, you are really nice. Dear girl Zhu Ting looked at her extremely moved. 7 rolled her eyes and looked at Su Chang, who was holding the two above her head. As soon as she heard these almost explicitly conspiratorial words, the beer girl Zhu Ting didn't dare to answer them. After all, she herself has also considered Su Chang outside to pick the flowers, provoke grass. Someone is always out there womanizing again. Beware that one day, I also go outside. But before 7 could finish her words, her mouth was gagged by Sucheng. Su Chang lowered his head, one hand cupping her chin in a deadly grip, not allowing her to move a bit. The other hand was back around her waist, controlling her. The two men took turns attacking, neither refusing to submit to the other. A moment later, Xiaoqi let go and Su Chang chased after him again. A moment later, Su Chang let go of his hand, and Xiaoqi rectified for a moment and also chased after him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 7 cursed suddenly as she lay on his lap, gently breathing in the air. Asterisk 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 says who? Su Chang smiled back and took 7 in his arms again, signaling that he was going to gag her again. He. Xiaoqi sneered, forced by Su Chang's jinwei. This war, she still lost, but 7 would never admit it. Zhu Ting, the beer girl sitting on Su Chang's other leg on the side, had already looked completely dumbfounded, covering her eyes with both hands and looking through the cracks in her fingers. It's not, is it? Can it take so long to just have a kiss? Zhu Ting, the job over at the barbecue restaurant. No more going. Su Chang suddenly spoke, his face very serious. He had spoken to his beer girl, Zhu Ting, about such an intention once before, only to be rejected, but now it has been subjected to such a thing as kidnapping. Then this matter naturally cannot be just let go. But the barbecue restaurant side, dear girl Zhu Ting still wants to retort. The barbecue store side let him just find a random apprentice. If he can't find one, I'll help her find one. Su Chang directly interrupted her with serious eyes. Zhu Ting, in the future, you'll be here to help Wei Xinglan, and it's not like you need to be a waiter. Anyway, just help manage it and don't have any nasty incidents. If you encounter violence, just call the security guards directly. They are all well trained. Su Chang rubbed her little head. And, I'd also like you to help me with something. This night bar is my property. Okay, I promise that's it. Dear girl Zhu Ting nodded. Then we'll be sisters from now on. It's just cheap for this big pervert. Xiaoqi reached out her hand and nudged Zhu Ting's nose, very gently. Well, where is the big colorful wolf? Ah, how come I didn't see it? Said Su Chang also put the two women together into his arms and laughed evilly. After chatting with Wei Xinglan for a bit about beer girl Zhu Ting's job, Su Chang sent someone to send her back first. 7 was nowhere to be found at that time either. Hidden in the shadows again, exchanging feelings with Wei Xinglan again. Su Chang also left the night. Of course, it's the not-so-serious ones. Point blank, there are so many great beauties at home who haven't yet gone to be pampered, so why don't you go home and see them first? But the moment Su Chang returned to his bedroom he was dumbfounded. A large and two large beauties lay on the bed, their hands still in the position of alternating fingers. The two faces were also pressed together. emitting extremely smooth breathing sounds, and the two hadn't woken up yet. The little beauty was Luo Xiaoyun, while the big beauty was Qin Yuefeng. Su Cheng picked up his cell phone and just snapped a few pictures. This beauty is something he certainly can't miss. He also stood on each side and gave a close-up of both their beautiful sleeping faces. Very delicate. After taking the pictures, he walked out of the room and first came to the bedroom that belonged to Luo Xiaoyun. Unfortunately, there was no one inside. It seemed that Lan Meirou hadn't come back yet and should be taking care of that waste of a son. When he thought of Lan Meirou, he recalled that very ridiculous daytime. It's literally 100%. Yi Fan was lying on that hospital bed, with himself and Lan Meirou attributing mistakes to him while eating the gifts that others had brought him. Not only that, they pushed Yi Fan to the edge of the bed, and themselves and Lan Meirou together on that bed. Thinking of this, Su Cheng couldn't help but become itchy once again. Although he had fought all night yesterday, he basically wouldn't feel tired with his god-level physical health and god-level martial arts talent. It's like a humanoid machine. He, desperately wanting to exercise, could only start exercising now, considering that he had to go see Lingxi and MS by Jing in the afternoon. System, check the location of Chen Shaoan. He really needs to start exercising. Chapter 45, to do great things, one must start and end with a sword. Chen Shaoan, a direct descendant of the Chen family among the four major families in Magic City. He is a complete second-generation ancestor who has been chasing after Qin Yuexian for more than 10 years. But the other Qin Yuexian doesn't even look at her for a second. A live-licking dog. This shows that even the topmost rich kids will still be infested with lickspittles. After hearing that Qin Yefeng accompanied her grandfather to Jiang City, this follower farted and even followed her over. But he didn't follow Qin Yuefeng to Jiang City to be a licking dog this time. Although the Devil's Capital Qin family was gradually declining, it was still one of the four great families of Devil's Capital in the end. Chen Shaoan didn't dare to move her in Mordor, and when he came to Jiang City, this kid dared to make a move, and from the beginning, he harbored such an intention. Xiao Yu, have you found out the whereabouts of Qin Yuefeng? Beside Chen Shaoan stood a beautiful woman with a very outstanding figure, wearing a pair of glasses and a long ponytail, looking very intellectual. One could tell that the face bore a slight resemblance to Qin Yuefeng. Young Chen, according to the investigation, it was found that Qin Yefeng had been accompanying Qin Jiangwo before, and after a certain time when Qin Jiangwo fainted on the road, Qin Jiangwo then sent Qin Yefeng to hide inside a villa and hasn't come out until now. Chen Shaoan's eyes were constantly scanning over this glass's beauty, not hiding his desire in the slightest. Oh, hiding? Are there many people inside that villa? No, because the person who was observing the situation suddenly lost contact, and we haven't been able to get in touch until now. Koyuki's face was a bit stunned. It was because those observing the situation had been observing Qin Yefeng for a long time, but by the time they reached the vicinity of that villa, suddenly it's out of touch. I suspect that there are a very large number of bodyguards inside that villa. Otherwise the contact person wouldn't have suddenly lost contact. You knew in her heart that there was a high probability that that person was dead. If it wasn't for the fact that the footage from that camera is always conducting, we wouldn't even know what that villa looks like. You added. Chen Pingon frowned. He didn't want to hear these inexplicable words. He only wanted to know if Qin Yuexian was hiding there. Could he snatch her out or not, and still not expose his identity? Seeing the increasingly dark expression on Chen Shaoan's face, Xiao Yu's heart couldn't help but panic. However, young Master Chen, we will work very hard to complete this task. But she knew in her heart that the probability was that this problem would not be completed. I don't care what you're trying to do. I want Qin Yefeng. Don't stand there. Come here. Chen Shaoan slammed the table very angrily. Then his expression got better again. At the same time, that Xiao Yu's expression went cold. I'll go over if you tell me to? Chen Shaoan, you can't get me. Qin Yuefeng, in this lifetime, so die while you can. Xiao Yu suddenly took off her glasses, her complexion cold and abnormal. Ha ha ha, yes, that's it. It's so similar every time. That's how she rejects me. Chen Shaoan laughed out loud, and the fat in his obese body followed with a tremor. You said I couldn't have you. But aren't you standing in front of me right now? Kneel down for me. His eyes were abnormally hot, and this feeling of being able to delude himself into obtaining Qin Yuefeng was even more infatuating. Chen Shaoan grabbed Xiao Yu's high ponytail and pulled her down, kicking towards her legs. Snap! With two crisp sounds, Xiao Yu directly knelt down in front of Chen Shaoan. Eat! Since it was broad daylight, Su Cheng made a little extra detour and finally arrived at the system's navigated location of Chen Shaoan. Su Cheng wore a pair of sunglasses and a mask that completely covered his face, changing into a plain black uniform. Even his shoes were equally black, because he was going to do something amazing today. You can't expose yourself. Chen Shaoan's location is a town near the outskirts of Jiang City. with surveillance around it, but Su Chang didn't hack the surveillance. Su Chang put on his hat and gloves and climbed directly up the wall to the second floor and came to the window of Chen Xiaowan's room. Wow! He slammed his fist on the glass and instantly broke the window. Chen Xiaowan and Xiaoyu in the room had been completely stunned, not expecting that someone would break the window and come in. Who are you stepping on? Chen Xiaowan lifted his pants and looked at the black-clothed man in front of him with an extremely frightened gaze. You want to be an understanding ghost? Su Chang suddenly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. The moment she heard Su Chang's voice, Xiaoyu instantly turned away from Chen Xiaowan and opened the door of her room in preparation for her escape. But a knife was suddenly stuck in the door, stopping Yu's movements. Seeing this, Xiaoyu could only crouch in a corner with a frightened heart, not daring to move a muscle. No, you can't kill me. Did Chen Xiaoping ask you to kill me? Why does he still want to kill me? I'm not robbing anything. I'll give you double what he paid you. No, triple, quadruple, quintuple whatever. I'll give you all the money you want, as long as you can let me off the hook. And if you kill me, Chen Xiaoping will definitely unload on you. You'll definitely die. At this moment, Chen Xiaowan was like a madman. His mouth was constantly hissing and begging for mercy. Young master, what happened? Young master, are you alright? Hearing the bodyguard's voice, a trace of surprise flashed across Chen Xiaowan's face, but once he saw the black-clothed man next to him, his mood fell again. Roll, scram, I'm fine. Chen Xiaowan roared and shouted furiously. Right now he was probably the last one who wanted these bodyguards to come in. Su Chang suddenly laughed and pulled out 5 flying daggers from his pocket. Brush! In the next moment, 5 knives came out in unison and blood splattered. They landed on Chen Xiaowan's left hand, left foot, right foot, and below. Ah! He was just about to cry out in pain when Su Chang grabbed him by the throat. Su Chang's strength was just too great. Such a fat and heavy person was actually lifted up directly by his neck. In the endless struggle, Chen Xiaowan suffocated to death alive because his neck was choked and he couldn't breathe well. Suddenly, Su Chang walked in front of Xiaoyu, who squatted in the corner, covered her mouth, and didn't dare to say a word. But the good thing was that Su Chang was only here to take his knife. Close your eyes. He kicked Xiaoyu next to him before taking the knife and walking back to Chen Xiaowan's body. Knife up and head down. Rolling hot blood flew everywhere, spraying on Xiaoyu's face, but she still didn't dare to open her eyes, clenching her teeth and closing her eyes in death. When she opened her eyes again after a long time, the body in the room was gone, and so was the man in black. Xiaoyu was still crouching in the corner and didn't dare to move. Chen Xiaowan's death had touched her very much. She was leaving. She was never going to be a plaything for these posh kids again. Her hand kept fumbling in her pocket, pulling out a small recorder. And it was already on the news when she used this recorder as a condition to leave. The 4 great families of the Magic City. Chen Xiaowan, a direct descendant of the Chen family, died in Jiang City. Head was kicked as a ball by a black man in People's Square. Body parts, whereabouts still unknown. Chapter 46. It is my duty to warm the bed. Sister Moonfrost, look, you're so pretty. Jiao Zil's eyes glistened as she handed her cell phone to Qin Yuefeng. It was showing an image of her and Luo Xiaoyun with their hands crossed 10 fingers and their faces pressed together. Pust. Qin Yuefeng almost couldn't hold back the tea she just drank inside her mouth. When did you take this picture? Qin Yuefeng brought her face in front of Jiao Zil, her face filled with astonishment. How did she not know that Jiao Zil sneaked in and even took pictures? If this photo were to be circulated, where would she be able to keep her reputation as a high-strung female president? Qin Yuefeng was a bit frantic, but she remained outwardly calm, with only the ever-firing hand squeezing the cup showing her emotions. I didn't take this picture, Jiao Zil said with a calm face. Then who shot it? Qin Yuefeng was very puzzled. Could it be that guy Su Chang? This guy sneaked into her and Luo Xiaoyun's room? It was taken by my brother. Jiao Zil was calm again. Because you're really very cute, Moonfrost's sister, so my brother couldn't help but take a picture of it. Things of beauty should always be recorded. I wouldn't have seen such a lovely picture if my brother hadn't taken it. Ha? What are you talking about? Lovely. Qin Yuefeng was amused by Jiao Zil's words and then stared at her intently. Where did you hear that just now? Did your brother say it? Qin Yuefeng's eyes were cold and full of questioning. Jiao Zil was a bit baffled by her question. It's not what my brother said. I really think so. Like I said, if brother doesn't film it, how can you see it? Sister Moonfrost? And I'm sure my brother thought you were cute in his heart too. He just didn't say so. Jiao Zil's face held a smile. She knew that Sister Moonfrost was definitely one of her brother's mates as well, just like Sister Xiaoyun and Sister Meirou. So hopefully she'll be more kind to her brother as well. Qin Yuefeng's face flushed slightly as she gazed carefully at herself as well as Luo Xiaoyun in the photo. Seems like it's still a bit cuter for little Cloud. How can I be that cute myself? And where is your brother now? Why haven't I seen him? And where's little Cloud? How come he disappeared as soon as he woke up? Xin Yifeng asked curiously. She remembered that she was sleeping with this cute maid, Yoon. This little girl came to teach herself about bed warming when she didn't know exactly what it was. This is the time when one realizes that warming the bed means sleeping. Just like that, Xin Yifeng and Luo Xiaoyun warmed the bed together, and then the two of them fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Hearing Qin Yuefan's question, a flash of red appeared on Jiao Zil's face, not knowing how to answer. And when she saw this expression on Jiao Zil's face, she didn't know what was going on. Your brother took little sister Yun away? Taken where? Xin Yifeng's face was filled with ice. For some reason, his heart was very angry when he heard that Su Cheng had taken Luo Xiaoyun away, leaving her there by herself. However, Xin Yifeng only thought it was because her cute little Yun sister had been abducted by the big bad wolf. After all, who would want to see such a cute little Cloud sister being scourged by that big bad guy who made someone a maid as soon as they met? Brother, he should probably be out shopping. Jiao Zil touched her face in embarrassment, then finally compiled a reason out of it. But as a beautiful president of a super company, how could Qin Yifeng not see her lies? Sister Zil, you have to be honest. Think about it. I am after all your brother's own maid that he brought back and will be serving your brother for a long time. If I can't find your brother in Xiaoyun at this time, Xiaoyun may feel apologetic in her heart, and she'll feel like she's eating alone. She will feel sorry for me in her heart, although I don't care about this kind of thing, but Xiaoyun herself will be very difficult. Don't you think so, Zil? So take me to both of them. Qin Yifeng was like a cunning fox, constantly putting her heart in her mouth and thinking of herself and Zhao Xier in Xiaoyun's body. Jiao Zil. Seems to make sense, eh? After all, both Little Cloud sister and Moonfrost sister would be brothers mates. What if Sister Xiaoyun monopolizes her brother at this time and blames herself for being sad later? No, it can't be. Sister Moonfrost, let me take you there. They should be in Sister Little Cloud's room. Zhao Xier took Qin Yuefang's hand and walked towards Luo Xiaoyun's own room. And after hearing Jiao Zil's words, Qin Yifeng froze a bit. Xiaoyun's room? Wasn't the room you woke up in Xiaoyun's room? Jiao Xier first pressed herself against the doorway and listened for a while to make sure that her brother and sister Xiaoyun weren't doing that. She signaled Qin Yuefang for a moment before she gently pushed the door open. Sure enough, as soon as he came in, he saw the figures of Su Cheng and Luo Xiaoyun. After opening the door, Qin Yuefang's movements, who had originally wanted to teach Su Cheng a lesson, directly stopped. His eyes were extremely dumbfounded as he looked at Su Cheng and Luo Xiaoyun on the bed, his mind going blank. Two people fall asleep facing each other. One of Su Cheng's hands held Luo Xiaoyun in his arms, and Luo Xiaoyun similarly wrapped her arms around Su Cheng's waist. Because of her body shape, Luo Xiaoyun's head was resting on Su Cheng's arm, while Su Cheng's head was pressed against Luo Xiaoyun's head. The two were like a legendary and enviable couple. It's a paradox to know that your brain is blank, but why you remember everything in such detail? Why does that place hurt? Qin Yifeng didn't understand. Suddenly she didn't want to bother these two. Or maybe, these two just shouldn't be bothered by anyone. Just as she tried to touch the doorknob and leave of her own accord, the doorknob suddenly moved, avoiding her touch. Sister Moonfrost, don't forget that you're the maid that brother took the initiative to get back. You should go to serve and please your brother. That's your duty and obligation. You can't run away from it. Jiao Zil suddenly stretched out her hand and touched Qin Yuefang's face, her eyes filled with tenderness. In the next second, Jiao Zil took the initiative to walk out, and before the door was completely shut, her tiny fists were placed in front of her chest, cheering for Qin Yifeng. Qin Yifeng looked at the divine couple lying on the bed, and because of Jiao Zil's words, she finally possessed the courage and desire to break in. Sister Hill is right. It was clearly this bastard Su Cheng who asked himself to be his bed-warming maid. Sister Xiaoyun is a bed-warming maid, and she herself is a bed-warming maid. Xiaoyun's younger sister was lying here warming the bed. If he himself didn't warm the bed here, it would be too much to say. It would be evading his responsibility. Thinking of this, Qin Yifeng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. Gently lifting the quilt, Qin Yifeng also lay over. Only she chose Luo Xiaoyun's side. Glancing at the two heads that were stuck together, Qin Yifeng forced down her heart that was fluttering wildly and brought her own head over as well. Then gently took the hand holding Luo Xiaoyun and took himself in. Chapter 47. Qin Yifeng ran into the wrong room. Looking at the sleeping Luo Xiaoyun as well as Qin Yuefang on the side, Su Cheng directly froze. He remembered when he came back. Although Luo Xiaoyun and Qin Yifeng did sleep together, but hadn't he carried Luo Xiaoyun to her own room? How is it that now that I've woken up, Qin Yifeng is also here? But after looking at the time, he went on lying down. It wasn't time for the piano tutor yet. There was no hurry. He reached out and placed his hand on Qin Yifeng's body, continuing to hold her in his arms. There was also Luo Xiaoyun in the center, and the three of them hugged each other so warmly. Far away from the magic city. What did you say? Xiaoan is dead? And his head was kicked as a ball in People's Square. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s looked at the butler in front of him incredulously. He was none other than the contemporary head of the Chen family, one of the four great families of Magic City, Chen Koan. But now the man who stands near the top of the Magic City is receiving news that he can hardly believe. His second son died, and even after he did, his head was in People's Square by someone else, in front of a large crowd, being kicked in the balls. How could he endure this? Pust! Chen Koan instantly spat out a large mouthful of blood, the fury in his heart completely unable to calm down. The other party was not only kicking his own son Chen Xiaoan's head as a ball, the other party was kicking himself, the face of the entire Chen family, as a ball. House master, how are you? The butler saw this and rushed forward to assist him, but he waved his hand and pushed him away. There weren't many people who would dare to do such a thing, and he didn't believe that Xiaoan could offend such a horrible person. Such a big body, and Xiaoan's head. There wasn't even a bit of blood left outside the window to the villa. It's just not going to happen. There is only one reason. Chen Koan's face was icy cold, and his face was even darker and extremely terrifying. Xiaoping, you thought to take things so far as to kill Xiaoan while dragging the entire Chen family, even yourself. Down with you. Will that get you off the hook? Don't ever let me find evidence or, no harm done. Notify down. Investigate for me. Investigate this matter to the bottom of my heart. The first results of the investigation will be given directly to me first and foremost, and will not be allowed to go through anyone else. Do you hear me? Chen Koan still left his hand a bit. No matter what, Xiaoan's death was already an established fact. If another son, Xiaoping, was hitched up because of this incident with Xiaoan, then their line of direct lineage would all be completely lost. The housekeeper's face was a bit shocked when he heard Chen Koan's words. Obviously, he also understood what Chen Koan meant. If this matter was really done by Chen Xiaoping, Chen Koan would choose to keep Chen Xiaoping. Yes, house master. From now on, anything investigated in this matter of Xiaoan will be docked to you, family lord. It will never go through anyone. The housekeeper was also stony-faced. The stakes of this matter were just too high. Even if you kill your brothers, you don't even let them go when they die, and you end up kicking people's heads in People's Square as a ball, not even returning the body. At the same time, another mansion of the Chen family in Magic City. Stupid, 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 pop, pop, snap. Chen Xiaoping frantically smashed a piece of porcelain on the table onto the floor, his face extremely angry. The other butler on the sidelines also stood by, not daring to say a word. Just now, this butler had likewise told Chen Xiaoping about the matter regarding Chen Xiaoan, but in reality, he was panicking himself, because he didn't even know if the incident was done by Chen Xiaoping. If Chen Xiaoping did this is an outrageous thing to do. Can it really be this ruthless? If Chen Xiaoping didn't do it, then who could have taken the body from that situation and still left no trace of it outside? This steward dared not think about it, nor could he. The only person who knew the truth was Chen Xiaoping, but he never wanted to make a move to kill this waste of a brother. But now that this guy has been killed by someone so blatantly human, who will others suspect killed him? Though no one on the outside would have thought it might have been this brother who moved. But, with his paranoid dad's brain, it was easy to think in his favor. Add to that the extremely outrageous escape of the man in black, who was able to leave not a single drop of blood on his escape route with the body. This is a real mole, isn't it? Who do you think did it? Don't pretend for me. Chen Xiaoping stared at the housekeeper like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. A cold sweat dripped from the butler's forehead and he hastily slumped to the ground. I think it might be. Snap. But before he could finish his words, another bottle of china smashed directly towards his head, falling to the ground and turning into shards. The butler didn't dare move a muscle, and slumped there silently. You damn well thought that I did it too, right? Chen Xiaoping let out a furious rebuke. Old slave doesn't dare. Old slave doesn't dare. Old slave's loyalty to young master can be seen by the sun and the moon. The butler kowtowed frantically on the ground, wanting to obtain Chen Xiaoping's forgiveness. Okay, check for me. Find out who that bastard has offended. Jiang City is that big? I'd like to see who dares to hit our Magic City Chen family's face like this. Although Chen Xiaoping said so, but also just on the surface, cannot believe this housekeeper. This point he still inherited his father Chen Koan. How would he, Chen Xiaoping, dare to use a lackey who didn't even trust his own master? Someone within the Chen family had been bribed. It just wasn't clear who exactly had been bribed. This incident was actually not necessarily done by Chen Xiaoan's enemies. Rather, it was very unlikely. The Song family, the Lin family, or the Qin family? Qin Yifeng, the Qin family's eldest young lady, seemed to be the one that her own punk brother liked, right? The waste brother died in Jiang City, and this Qin family's little princess, Qin Yuefeng, happened to be in Jiang City. Will there be any connection? Chen Xiaoping crossed one leg and sat on the sofa, constantly thinking, yikes, pervert. Xin Yifeng suddenly let out a scream and stretched out her hand to strike at Su Cheng's face, but with Su Cheng's terrifying physical strength, how could she fight just because she wanted to? As long as Su Cheng didn't want her to hit, Xin Yifeng couldn't hit him in her life. What's gotten into you? Su Cheng was a bit speechless. He was still sleeping and sleeping well when he was suddenly woken up by the screaming of this fellow Qin Yuefang. You, why are you so close to me? It turned out that at some point, the little maid Luo Xiaoyun who was sandwiched between the two had disappeared. Only Su Cheng and Qin Yuefang were left on the bed, and Qin Yuefang had originally been wrapped in Su Cheng's hand. With less Luo Xiaoyun, the two were naturally closer. It was basically head on arm, face on face. The whole person was stuck on Su Cheng. His head was also pressed against Su Cheng's face. How should I know? If you ask me, who should I ask? Besides, isn't this Xiaoyun's room? Why did you come here? I ran into the wrong room. Chapter 48, Sister Moonfrost, you and the young master are a good match. Let's go. There's piano tutoring. You have nothing to do so you can sleep more. Su Cheng pinched Qin Yuefang's face, causing the latter's delicate body to tremble. Then he smiled and prepared to depart. But I didn't expect Qin Yuefang to get up as well. I've woken up from my nap. I'm not sleeping anymore. Qin Yuefang lifted the quilt on her body and sat up. Su Cheng twisted his head to look at her and didn't say anything. And when he went out to do his piano tutoring, Qin Yueshan was standing at the door with a genuine smile on her face, holding up her hand to greet him uncontrollably. Su Cheng recognized the mouth shape. Have a safe trip. Xin Yifeng turned her head back and realized that at some point, Jiao Zil and Luo Xiaoyun were also standing next to her. Yikes, you guys scared me. Xin Yifeng covered her chest and complained in a small voice. It's not because Sister Moonfrost you can only see your brother inside your eyes all of a sudden. Jiao Zil teased with a light smile. Yes, Sister Moonfrost. You don't know when I woke up and realized that you and young master were holding me in your arms. It gave me a shock, and when I got up I realized that you guys were hugging each other immediately. I even took pictures. Look. Luo Xiaoyun's face revealed an equally sweet smile before she took out her cell phone and placed it in front of the two. And the cell phone screen was showing Su Cheng holding Qin Yuefang in his arms. At just the first glance, Qin Yuefang was surprised, because this photo was exactly the same as the image that Qin Yifeng saw when Jiao Zil pushed open the door at that time. Only the character in it changed from Luo Xiaoyun to him. Qin Yifeng twisted her head to look at Jiao Zil and realized that she had the same touch of surprise on her face. Sister Moonfrost, your face looks really happy. Jiao Zil sighed as she looked at the two in the photo. Really, Sister Moonfrost, you and young master are really well matched. You look like a divine couple. Luo Xiaoyun similarly sighed as she looked at the photo. At those words, Qin Yifeng froze again. Fairy couple? Did she and Su Cheng really look like a divine couple? She had always thought before that Su Cheng and Luo Xiaoyun were the divine couple, which is not such an exaggeration. In fact, I felt before that Xiaoyun, you and Su Cheng are the ones who look like a divine couple. Qin Yifeng spoke her true thoughts out. Hearing Qin Yuefang's praise, Luo Xiaoyun felt like she was startled and hastily backed up and waved her hand. Me? I can't. My family lineage and the young master don't match at all. The one who can truly be a divine couple with the young master should have to have an extremely high family background to be able to do so. Just like you, Sister Moonfrost. Or maybe it's like little Sister Seven, who is pampered by master and madam. I'm content as long as I can be a little maid by the young master's side and be hugged by him from time to time. Luo Xiaoyun's face was written with sincerity. Her heart had long thought of all this. It was enough that young master could think of her from time to time. After hearing Luo Xiaoyun's words, Qin Yifeng couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache for her. Qin Yifeng hugged Luo Xiaoyun into her arms. Then one hand kept rubbing on her long hair. Don't be presumptuous. Su Cheng is very fond of you. He likes it. That's enough. Qin Yifeng continuously comforted Luo Xiaoyun, but just as she was comforting the little maid, her mind was constantly pondering over what Luo Xiaoyun had just said. Like Sister Seven, pampered by the lady and the master? And who is this Sister Seven? He didn't seem to have seen someone named Sister Xiaoqi in the past 2 days. For a moment, the alarm bells in Qin Yifeng's heart also rang very vigilantly. Xiaoyun, this Xiaoqi sister you're talking about, is she pretty? Qin Yifeng began to pry for information. She didn't want to be kicked out by this little Sister Seven who suddenly appeared at some point. And upon hearing Qin Yuefang's question, Luo Xiaoyun's expression began to become excited. Sister Seven is beautiful. She has a very nice body. Tall, slim and delicate. The main thing is that little Sister Seven also has a long little tiger tooth. It peeks out when you smile. Very cute. Speaking of this, Luo Xiaoyun was almost starry-eyed. And due to her martial arts practice, Sister Seven's body is very tight and really comfortable to touch. Qin Yifeng's alarm system was now completely full. This was a very scary woman. Very distinctive with her own characteristics. Good looking, good body even so, and even have a tiger tooth? What kind of epic white moonlight chimera is it that shows off your tiger teeth when you smile? But the very good thing was that he himself had never met this little 7 girl until now. It means she doesn't live inside this villa. Listening to what Luo Xiaoyun had just said, this Xiaoqi's birth was not noble, so to be able to get acquainted with the bigwigs of the Yinjing Su family, there should be a high probability that they were adopted by Su Cheng's parents and lived on Su Cheng's parents' side. She had the status of Su Cheng's bed-warming maid, and today she was even put to sleep in his arms. You could say it's close to the water. When she and Su Cheng, the big bad guy, were completely together, she wouldn't have to worry about this Xiaoqi kicking her out. However, Sister Moonfrost, your figure is also very good, bulging where it should be, and curving where it should be. It's a little less the same type as Sister Seven's, but it's all very pretty. Seeing Qin Yuefang alone there with her head bowed in deep thought, Luo Xiaoyun thought she was sad and hurriedly comforted her. Seeing Luo Xiaoyun keep saying nice things to compliment herself because of her silence, a smile also appeared on Qin Yuefang's face. This little maid was really very cute and so well behaved. Who wouldn't like it? Sister Jing, I'm here again. Looking at MS, by Jing who had changed her outfit again, Su Cheng's eyes became blazing. Today's MS, by Jing was wearing a very minimalist shirt on her upper body. Nothing too fancy, pure beige and white. While MS, by Jing's lower half was wearing a pair of dark blue high-waisted straight-legged pants, which made her look like she not only had very long legs, but also was very elegant. Su Cheng secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What a demon! Looking at Su Cheng's completely uncovered yet naked gaze poking around her body, MS, by Jing's face slowly reddened. Inside, she felt very happy again, but it was quickly squashed from her. Sister Jing, you're so well dressed, wearing all these clothes that are just right for you. Su Cheng opened his mouth again, since he had unabashedly sized up MS, by Jing, let's just boast directly. But what he didn't expect was that just after he had complimented MS, by Jing, a small, round head poked out from right behind MS, by Jing, with very cold eyes, staring at her as if she were looking at human scum. Su Cheng was a bit surprised. Why did this girl come out with MS, by Jing to greet herself? Hadn't they all been arrogant and pretentious before? Sitting on the couch with a disinterested look on their faces, waiting for them to come? Chapter 49, How dare you when mom's right next to you? This is bad. He's been caught teasing someone's own mother to her face. Ha. Come on, don't be poor, come on in. Today Lingxi is also going to pick you up together. You have that effort to praise Sister Jing. Is my daughter's clothing not good? Seeing her daughter, Lingxi, who poked her head out from behind herself, MS, by Jing hastily stopped the panic in her heart. He himself always lost his temper in front of Su Cheng, and was even princess hugged in front of his daughter. Not wanting to continue this in front of her daughter, she rushed to make a joke. Su Cheng handed the vegetables he bought in his hand to MS, by Jing's hand, and between his fingers brushing against each other, the latter seemed to shake a little. Lingxi is naturally just as beautiful. After all, she inherited Sister Jing's beauty. Hearing the words handed over by MS, by Jing, Su Cheng also took them in a hurry, not forgetting to compliment MS, by Jing. Today's Lingxi was just as unique. She wore a little pink Lolita dress with 2 long white silks over her feet. The skirt is fluffy, with layers of lace with bows spaced out for decoration, and also with delicate white lace. Feet covered with a pair of small round-toe shoes. Shoes on each embellished with a small bow. Living like a princess out of the fairy tale world. Hearing Su Cheng's praise, Lingxi snorted coldly. The coldness on her face subsided for a few minutes, and she extremely naturally took over a portion of the remaining vegetables and fruits. And during this process of entering the doorway, Lingxi could even feel Su Cheng's fiery gaze that was extremely aggressive and conscious. This bad guy, it's like he's been staring at his legs. With a blushing face, Lingxi turned her head back and looked straight at Su Cheng, and sure enough, she saw his completely undisguised line of sight. Even when she looked back at him, the scoundrel still had no qualms about looking at her legs. Lingxi fiercely glared at Su Cheng, but without thinking about it, the next second she was pulled into Su Cheng's arms and extremely quickly pecked her in the mouth. This asshole is crazy. Mom's right next to him? How dare he? What's wrong? MS. White Silence likewise noticed the movement behind her and looked back at the two. Didn't find anything strange though. Lingxi just seemed to have accidentally broken her foot. Lingxi's body was half lying in Su Cheng's arms. Su Cheng pulled her arm with one hand and wrapped one hand around her waist. Su Cheng didn't panic at all and responded calmly. Looking at the extremely sunny and innocent smiling face in front of her, MS. Bai Jing didn't think much about it. So careless. Lingxi, I'll give you a look later. Just apply some bruising wine. It was normal to break her foot. Even MS. Bai Jing herself would break her foot, so she didn't put much thought into it. No need, Sister Jing. I've dabbled in this aspect of trauma. When I teach Lingxi the piano later, I'll just help her straighten her bones. Su Cheng opened his mouth to refuse. If this was seen by MS, by Jing, wouldn't the lie be directly punctured? Xiaoxiao, you also know how to set bones. That's fine. Upon hearing this, MS, by Jing said with some surprise, but for some reason, the scene that had just been imprinted in his eyes, the way Su Cheng had wrapped his arms around Lingxi in his embrace, came back to his mind. Although he knew it was because his daughter, Lingxi, had broken her foot, Su Cheng had to support her. But there is still that glimmer in MS. By Jing's heart, it feels solid. Lingxi could only continue to lie in Su Cheng's arms and nodded in silence. She didn't know where Su Cheng got such a big nerve. Mom was right in front of him and he had the nerve to pull himself into his arms and kiss him. That's crazy. She shuddered to think what her mom would do if she found out. In the past, but any boy who came close to her would almost always be driven away by her mother. So Lingxi had never been in love since she was a child, and no friends of the opposite sex at all. If Mom found out that Su Cheng dared to do such a thing in front of her, she would have to cut Su Cheng. After entering the villa, Su Cheng helped Lingxi toward the piano room. After all, to do a full set of drama. And after entering the piano room, Su Cheng was like Granny Wolf seeing Little Red Riding Hood, instantly becoming hideous and wanton. Ji. A sound of evil laughter came out of his mouth, and immediately after that, Lingxi was picked up by Su Cheng. Instead of going to the bed, the two made their way over to the piano seat. It had almost been an unspoken agreement between the two. The two of them are like a pair of certified piano teachers and students, and as soon as they enter the piano room, the two of them go there. There is no pair of piano students or teachers who work harder and love their jobs more. Little Lingxi also didn't resist at all. Her pair of arms actively encircled Su Cheng's neck. Little Spirit Creek's stockings were lightly textured and slightly glistened with skin. She's always been well dressed. Against the lacy hemline, it accentuated a hint of dreaminess. I don't know how long it took before the two ended the swinging kiss. Little Lingxi was really tired. Her body slumped against Su Cheng without a trace of strength. If it wasn't for Su Cheng's hand circling her at the side, she would have only fallen to the ground as soon as she slipped out. He pulled the piano stool forward, then took Lingxi, who didn't have a bit of strength, in his arms and made her sit on his lap, her body against the piano. After making sure that Lingxi wouldn't fall, Su Cheng placed his hands on the piano and prepared to play the piano for her. An extremely light and melodious zither sounded, and Lingxi lay in Su Cheng's arms quietly listening. It's light with a softness and a very beautiful melody. It's Beethoven's To Alice. Lingxi closed her eyes and carefully listened to every note, every melody that Su Cheng played. At the same time, her mind began to fantasize about Su Cheng's every move, and it seemed like there was really a Su Cheng in her head, his fingers constantly leaping on the piano. From the opening a minor dominates, soft and elegant, while the right hand is full of emotion and the left hand keeps breaking down the chords. Then Su Cheng in his head shifted to C major, and the melody instantly became lighter, brighter, and more lively in tempo. His right hand was running around and his left hand was jumping around like a happy little elf. In the midst of this non-stop forward melody, Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed dead on Su Cheng above her head, her face filled with joy. I've realized. Ha ha ha, I finally understand. Lingxi didn't know where the strength came from, and Su Cheng couldn't help but smile when he saw this look on her face. He released his hand on the piano, turning to Spirit Creek to carry out the playing. She chose Chopin's Puppy Waltz, again a fast and light tune with a very lively rhythm. The moment Lingxi's hand was placed on the piano, Su Cheng in her mind reappeared, his hand on the same frequency as Lingxi's. But after just a moment, the melody changed, and the Su Cheng in that mind began to dissipate, changed into a brand new Spirit Creek and a Lolita. She looked extremely confident, a smile on her face and her hands were jumping around. When Su Cheng saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh and feel admiration in his heart. She really did become, and her zither skills became enlightened and became out of this world. A puppy runs free on a piano. Chapter 50, You're enjoying yourself, aren't you? Ha ha, big bad, I love you so much. When Lingxi's song ended, she turned around and hugged Su Cheng's neck amidst the melodious sound of the zither. Big bad, how the hell did you do that? Why is it that I suddenly came to an epiphany just by listening to your piano? Spirit Creek was like the puppy in the puppy round dance she had just played. In front of Su Cheng, he kept wagging his tail and huffing. Su Cheng patted her back, then took down her hands that were hugging her neck and reached out to lay them flat in front of her. Lingxi subconsciously placed her chin on Su Cheng's hand. Well, very good, very good. It was only after hearing Su Cheng's words that Lingxi reacted to the fact that she had subconsciously thought of herself as an enthusiastic puppy. Lingxi instantly became angry and irritated. In an instant, she hugged Su Cheng's neck again, then came to place her head on his side and stared up. Su Cheng's ears were close to his head, exquisitely shaped yet proportioned, with soft yet three-dimensional ear curves. The earlobes were also not too big and not too small, adding a touch of warmth to his gangly and roguish nature. Gollum, Lingxi looked dumbfounded, perhaps because of that puppy round dance song she had just performed, and ghostly, she actually bit Su Cheng's ear. Ah! Su Cheng was taken aback. He was truly surprised that Lingxi would suddenly make such a bold move. This ninny is playing so sick. No! No! Gotta push her away quickly. Su Cheng wanted to pull away from Lingxi's body, but he didn't expect that this girl's grip was very tight. He couldn't take it anymore and pinched Lingxi's neck, pulling away from her the moment she reacted with discomfort. What are you doing? Lingxi was getting a little angry. It wasn't like she had done anything particularly strange. Su Cheng had done so many strange things to him. Kissing, hugging and touching himself without resisting too much himself. She had only bitten his ear, but Su Cheng had done this to her, and even pinched her own neck. What do you mean, what am I doing? I should be the one asking you what you're doing. What are you biting my ear for? Su Cheng was also a bit shy. The feeling was very strange. He also just said the word bite. Su Cheng, you're such an asshole. What's wrong with me biting your ear? And you've done so many weird things to me. Spirit Stream's face was laced with anger, but the afterglow of her eyes could be seen. She was still watching Su Cheng's ears, unsuspectingly. Gollum! Lingxi involuntarily gulped again. Su Cheng's body trembled, and he also saw her movements. What have I done to you? Su Cheng suddenly opened his mouth and reached out his hands to hold her shoulders, wanting to interrupt this matter. He wanted to divert Lingxi's attention on this matter and simply went along with her words. Lingxi's eyes had to be drawn to Su Cheng's eyes because her shoulders were being held. What did you say you did to me? Lingxi was mortified. I said I didn't do anything. I just kissed and hugged and touched you. And besides, didn't you enjoy it too? Su Cheng brought his face to Lingxi's face, and the distance between the two faces was extremely close, almost on the verge of sticking together. And yet it didn't come across. Smooth breaths hit Lingxi's face, instantly making her blush. She tried to back up, but with the piano behind her, there was no way back. Her back touched the piano and stopped. You're such an asshole. A scumbag. A scumbag. Lingxi couldn't move on Su Cheng's body and could only angrily vent her dissatisfaction. I never thought I was like that, and since you put it that way, I'm just fine. What? Grandpa, you said Chen Xiaoan is dead? How is that possible? Qin Yafeng let out a shocked cry, her face filled with disbelief. She had her cell phone in her hand and was making a call, while on the other end of the line was her grandfather. Qin Jiangwo, you can just open your phone and look at it. This is so connected. Just remember that you are honestly working as a maid in Su Cheng's house. Just stay there and don't come out for this period of time. Don't leave even if it's due. As long as Su Cheng isn't very forceful in his attitude and wants you to leave, you'll just stay there. Qin Jiangwo's voice came over the phone, and his face was very shocked. Just before, that Qilan son of the Yanjing Su family had said in front of them that Moonfrost was going to have a bloodbath. Looking at it now, wasn't that Chen Xiaoan coming for Qin Yuefeng? If Moonfrost hadn't stayed at Su Cheng's house, once she was targeted by that Chen Xiaoan, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. It was fortunate that he had decisively allowed Moonfrost to become this Su Cheng's maid, or else Moonfrost would only have been captured. After a moment of afterthought, Qin Jiangwo's face was celebratory again. Luckily that Chen Xiaoan was killed, or by an extremely scary madman, but who in the world dared to lay such a poisonous hand? Even the first line of the Chen family in Mordor dared to kill them, and even dared to kick Qin Xiaoan's head as a ball in People's Square. This practice is nothing short of lawlessness. After a moment of thought, Su Cheng's figure surfaced in his mind and quickly dispersed, not daring to think about it anymore. Shocking. Chen Xiaoan, a direct descendant of the Chen family in Mordor, is confirmed dead. His head was kicked as a ball in People's Square by a mysterious man in black, who is suspected to be the murderer. Shocked. Mysterious man in black is so rampant. People's Square kicks his head in. The body of the young master of the Chen family in Mordor is still unaccounted for, and has been rewarded by Qin Koan, the head of the Chen family, with a reward of $10 million. Shocked. What's the truth about the Chen family's young master's son? The truth is unbelievable. Anonymous news. Shocking. The truth about the death of the young master of the Chen family. The murderer may be a member of the Chen family's inner circle? Anonymous news. There were just too many similar news, and Qin Yafeng was directly dumbfounded by what she saw. It took a few clicks to realize what was going on. Chen Xiaoan's head was chopped off, and he was also kicked as a ball by that man in black in People's Square. The body part was also abducted by the man. Who the hell did this? Qin Yuefeng flamed with questions and clicked on other news, most of which were melon-eating, fake hot spots. The only two anonymous news went so far as to say that Xiaoping Chen and Kuan Chen did it. Qin Yafeng forced herself to calm her brain down and kept thinking about who would dare to do such a thing. When she didn't have a clue, she associated it with what Su Cheng had said in person earlier about the blood and light disaster. Could it be that the blood and light that Su Cheng said was Chen Xiaoan? He knew that he had come to Jiang City, so he chased after him and wanted to make a move on him here? Qin Yafeng didn't know. her head spinning rapidly. She wondered if it was Su Cheng who killed the people in the Jiang city dare to take action against Chen Shouan. Almost only he is and only he has that backbone. But if it was him, why would Su Cheng do that? Is it for yourself? A smirk appeared on Qin Yifeng's face, her cheeks reddening. Chapter 51, hurry up and put your socks on. You almost got caught. It's not that Chen Koan hasn't thought about keeping the heat down on this, but he felt that the other party in this matter had done too much, that the man in black had done that kind of thing in broad daylight in public. There would be almost no way to keep the heat down. It's just too hard. So he let the internet fester freely after he'd placed the bounty, which was already the case anyway, and don't care too much about it. He looked at the butler in front of him and finally made a decision that he would make a trip to Jiang City. Butler, prepare a car and fly my private jet to River City tonight. I would like to see Jiang City in the end is what Dragon Pool and Tiger's Den. I Chen Koan this go. Have to make a mess of him. For me and Shouan to ask for an explanation. Family master. Then should Duke Xiaoping be brought along? The butler asked as soon as he heard the order. Chen Koan's face instantly darkened, his eyes glancing at the butler in front of him, because he also hadn't thought about whether or not he should bring Chen Xiaoping with him. If Chen Shouan really died by his hand, it meant that his power in the Chen family was already very scary. I'm afraid that even the second and third house side have already obeyed his orders and are at his disposal. If he took him with him, once he was stabbed in the back by Chen Xiaoping, he was afraid that his life might not be saved. If he didn't take him with him, he was afraid again that he would override himself in the family. And when he came back, no one would treat him as the head of the family anymore. Leave him in Mordor. I'll take care of the rest. Yes, Prince Xiaoping, Master will take a private jet to Jiang City tonight. A butler stood in front of Chen Xiaoping and reported. And this butler was the same butler that Chen Koan had ordered to prepare the private jet earlier. He didn't know when he even got involved with Chen Xiaoping. Without me? Chen Xiaoping asked with some doubt. His lordship intends to bring a group of bodyguards to the magic capital, and has no intention of bringing you. Your Excellency. Chen Xiaoping was puzzled. He was truly surprised that Chen Koan would leave himself in the magic city. It was logical that with that personality of his father's suspicious nature it was impossible to leave himself in Mordor. But why exactly? Chen Xiaoping's fingers rose and fell on the table, but he still hadn't come up with the reason. Fu Bar, he didn't tell you why he didn't take me? Chen Xiaoping was a bit annoyed, so he simply asked Fu Bo, the housekeeper kneeling on the ground, directly. Mr. Xiaoping, the master did not inform me of the reason. For this matter, replied Fu Bo truthfully. Hearing this answer, Chen Xiaoping was very surprised that he didn't even tell Uncle Fu. Just as well, since Dad won't take himself along, don't blame yourself for turning on his people. Uncle Fu, you have also watched Shouan and I grow up. I think you know the truth that when trees move to death, people move to life. Now Shouan has been killed by the man in black and his body is nowhere to be found. Dad has aged and I can tell he is getting worse by the day. It can be said that the Chen family's direct lineage is now almost all on my shoulders alone. If I, the last person in the Chen family's direct lineage, also has problems, then simply let the second or third uncle come up directly. What do you think? Chen Xiaoping suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes looking out through the window. But he had no idea what he was thinking. The second house is short-sighted and headstrong. The third house is only interested in pleasure and is unwilling to bear the slightest obligation. If their two lineages came to power, the Chen family would be eaten up by the other three great clans in less than 20 years. Only you, eunuch Xiaoping, can possibly carry the beam of the Chen family, so you absolutely cannot go wrong. Uncle Fu raised his head and faintly said. He said what was on his mind. You're right, so I mustn't have any problems. Chen Xiaoping murmured in a low voice, again as if he was speaking to his housekeeper. Fu Bo, the butler, Fu Bo, knelt on the ground and listened quietly, not moving a muscle. Even though his mouth said that, it was a mixture of truth and falsehood. It is true that the heirs of both the second and third house line of the Chen family are not working, but it does not mean that the first line of the family is not working with less Chen Xiaoping. As a matter of fact, as far as he knew, Chen Kuan, the head of the Chen family, didn't only have two children, him and Chen Shouan. Chen Kuan also has a child living outside. Only this matter even Chen Kuan himself does not know. By him in the dark. That child was dropped by him at birth and left inside an orphanage. And that orphanage, as it happens, is in River City. Sister Jing, what's wrong? Looking at Su Chang and Lingxi who were sitting on the piano stool, Ms. Bai Jing couldn't help but feel a little strange. She always felt as if there was something going on with these two. But at this moment, Su Cheng's expression was very normal in both his demeanor and movements. Only her daughter, Lingxi, looked strange, looking red in the face, as if she had a bit of a fever. What's wrong with Lingxi? It can't be sick. Ms. Bai Jing was a bit worried and hurriedly tried to walk up to the two. It's okay Sister Jing, this is normal for her, because Lingxi had just practiced several difficult pieces. Her technique had arrived but her stamina had not yet caught up. She won't be like this when she gets more exercise later and her strength comes up. Su Cheng stopped Ms. Bai Jing's movements and explained to her, Sister Jing, you cut an apple for Lingxi. This is good for regaining strength. In the past, I also had this situation of physical exhaustion from playing the piano. Just eat some apples first. Su Cheng's face was smiling, very sunny and affable. Ms. Bai Jing nodded, turned around and went out to prepare apples for Lingxi. Only when they were sure that Ms. Bai Jing had left did the two of them let out a long breath of relief. Su Cheng's hand also hurriedly removed from next to Lingxi's Lolita. Get your socks on. Seeing that Lingxi on the side was actually just relaxing her body over there, he was also furious and hurriedly reminded Lingxi. Lingxi hurriedly nodded her head. It was only because she only had one sock on her leg right now, and on the one near Su Cheng, the sock had fallen under the piano. Because it was uncomfortable to play the piano, Su Cheng simply asked her to take off her socks. Ms. Bai Jing could only see half of Su Cheng's body from this angle, so she didn't notice that she had taken her socks off. After putting this stocking back on as well, the two of them completely relaxed. That was so exciting. I almost got caught by Mom. Just as Ms. Bai Jing pushed the door in, Su Cheng's left hand was almost caught on the spot, but by then Ms. Bai Jing had already come in, and if Su Cheng took his left hand away from Lolita's side, I'm just afraid I'll be arrested on the spot by Ms. Bai Jing. It was all he could do to find a way to stop Ms. Bai Jing's movements and keep her from walking in front of the two, or else he would be exposed as well. It's a good thing he came up with the excuse to utilize the preparation of apples in a hurry. After seeing Ms. Bai Jing really stop, Su Cheng's guts were even bigger. Looking for flower corners next to Lolita in Lingxi, he waited until Ms. Bai Jing went out before he took his hand off. Exciting indeed, but I'm afraid of being discovered. If this is discovered, Ms. Bai Jing will definitely not be able to spare me. Su Cheng couldn't help but say. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ms. Bai Jing pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 52, Flirting with Lingxi. Ms. Bai Jing gets jealous. Who can't spare you? As soon as I came in, I heard you talking about this. Makoto. Ms. Bai Jing pushed the door open with one hand and walked in, with several pieces of apple inside her other hand and a smile on her face. Nothing, Sister Jing. It's just that I was just talking about Lingxi's lack of stamina, so I was thinking about inviting her to run with me. As a result, Lingxi jokingly asked me if I was trying to abduct her. I said no. If I really abducted you, Sister Jing would not be able to spare me. Su Cheng smiled and opened his mouth, but his eyes were fixed on Ms. Bai Jing. Ms. Bai Jing froze when she heard Su Cheng's words and turned her gaze to Lingxi. She had the impression that clearly Lingxi wasn't someone who would joke about this kind of thing. But at this moment, how could Lingxi have the courage to look straight at Ms. Bai Jing? Although it was said that she liked that kind of excitement, she didn't want to face the excitement straight now. Nonsense. You ask my mom. If she agrees, I agree. If she doesn't, I don't. With a vicious glare at Su Cheng, Lingxi stood up from the piano stool and took the initiative to get the apple. Hearing her daughter Lingxi's speech, Ms. Bai Jing's heart normalized a bit. She had told her, isn't that what Lingxi looks like? Where would it be like the one Su Cheng said in his mouth? Isn't that like flirting? Would her own daughter flirt with Su Cheng? Ms. Bai Jing froze, her heart inexplicably flustered. Su Cheng also got up at this time and came over to take a piece of apple. Sister Jing, let's go down and watch TV. Let's stop the piano teaching for today. Lingxi also rest and relax. Ms. Bai Jing stabilized her emotions and smiled warmly, agreeing with him. After watching TV for a while, Ms. Bai Jing excused herself to go to the bathroom and escaped. She hid in the bathroom and kept rinsing her face with cool water so she could stabilize her emotions. Ms. Bai Jing's mind went back to the time when she was just watching TV. Su Cheng and Lingxi, you said one thing and I said another. Chattering and discussing the characters as well as the plot within the TV series. One moment saying this makes sense, the next saying this doesn't make sense. There were times when the ideas were different and they argued again, but it didn't feel like that kind of fight at all. What's the point of looking so happy when you're going to have a fight instead of having a good one? You should fight like you're fighting, okay? It's really annoying. Noisy. Ms. Bai Jing murmured a sentence with her head lowered, her voice almost inaudible. Obviously the day he had a fever. Su Cheng had even kissed himself. She didn't know what was wrong with her. The moment she recalled how Lingxi and Su Cheng had just spoken, laughing one moment and arguing the next, she was annoyed to no end. It feels very obtrusive. After rinsing her face with cool water again, Ms. Bai Jing looked in the mirror to make sure there was nothing wrong and walked out. But when she came to the living room, she saw Su Cheng and Lingxi sitting together again. Ms. Bai Jing froze and walked over again. She remembered that when she went to the bathroom, the two of them were not this close. Ms. Bai Jing's mood which had only just been regulated in the bathroom, instantly fell. Sister Jing, you're back. Seeing Ms. Bai Jing return from the bathroom, Su Chang smiled and greeted her. Ms. Bai Jing forced a smile on her face before sitting on the other side of Su Chang. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? It feels like your face looks bad. Su Chang asked with a small voice as he looked sideways at Ms. Bai Jing next to him. Ms. White silence froze and didn't answer. Seeing this, Su Chang brought his face a little closer and repeated the question he had just asked. Ms. Bai Jing looked at this very close-side face, and a touch of softness radiated from her eyes. I don't know why, but it's obviously something I've known before, but it feels different now that I'm rethinking it. This man was really handsome, and this man was also very nice to himself and Lingxi, cooking for herself and Lingxi, and would make extra for the two to keep warm for the next day. Teach Spirit Creek to play the piano and give yourself a massage. When she thought of this, a touch of gloom suddenly appeared on Ms. Bai Jing's face, and a trace of pain was born in her heart. For some reason, it suddenly hit her. All the things that Su Chang has done for himself seem to have been done for Lingxi as well, and he has also specifically taught Lingxi to play the piano and sit on the same stool. The door will also be closed, although he had also massaged himself. But, who knew? Had he ever massaged Lingxi? After all, didn't this guy Su Chang come here to play the piano for Lingxi in the first place? Himself, only incidentally. So that's how it was. The reason why he was upset when he saw the two flirting there was because Su Chang was rushing towards his daughter. He himself had not allowed Lingxi to fall in love before, and now that the two might fall in love, that's why he was hurting so much. It turns out that, Sister Jing? Sister Jing. It wasn't until Su Chang's loud shout that the Ms. Bai Jing, who had sunk into deep thought, was completely awakened. What's wrong? Ms. White silence responded faintly. Her face seemed to have lost its high beams, and she answered without a trace of emotion. Looking at this appearance of Ms. Bai Jing, Su Chang and Lingxi both froze a bit. They had never seen Ms. Bai Jing like this before, and suddenly she was like this. Sister Jing, your face suddenly looks so bad. Did something happen? Su Chang looked at Ms. Bai Jing in front of him and inquired with concern and doubt. It's nothing. I'll go back to my room first, so you guys keep watching. Ms. Bai Jing gently waved her hand before turning around and heading upstairs. Su Chang and Lingxi looked at each other, very puzzled and confused, and could only continue to watch the TV. Could it be jealousy? It's possible. Su Chang watched the TV while pondering the reason why Ms. Bai Jing became like this. It's been a strange feeling since that time when Ms. Bai Jing had delivered the apple, but she didn't react at all the first time she came, indicating that she didn't notice the action between herself and Lingxi. That would be the second time the apple was delivered. Was it because of your own remark? Lingxi, you continue watching TV here. I'll go check on Sister Jing. Su Chang first glanced in the direction of the second floor, then kissed Lingxi on the cheek. Then he walked up under Lingxi's gaze that somewhat exuded coldness. Su Chang gently pushed open the door to Ms. Bai Jing's room and found her lying on her bed, burying her head into the pillow. And Ms. Bai Jing likewise heard him push the door in, her body shaking a little but not lifting her head up. She moved as if she were in a deep sleep, but in reality she wasn't. Not hearing the person who pushed the door and speak, Ms. White was still a little puzzled. The next moment, the sound of the mattress under pressure reached her ears. It's Sucheng, isn't it? It must be Sucheng. He hadn't opened his mouth to speak to himself, and now he was sitting on the edge of his bed. What does Su Chang want? He wasn't going to try to do something bad to himself again. Just like the day of the fever. Just like those dreams that I had before. Weren't they all in this bed when they were dreaming? Could he be dreaming now? She wanted so badly to pinch herself to see if she was dreaming, but didn't quite dare move. In this quiet and soundless room, Ms. Bai Jing seemed to be able to hear her own pounding heartbeat. By now she was nervous as hell. Su Chang hasn't made a move yet. What the hell is he doing? What the hell does he want? A finger suddenly touched her. Chapter 53, Ms. Bai Jing, you have to eat meat one bite at a time. Aha! This is his hand, isn't it? His hand is on me. What does he want? Even though she had already been touched by Su Chang, Ms. Bai Jing still didn't lift her head from the pillow. Su Chang, on the other hand, was somewhat speechless as he looked at Ms. Bai Jing who was lying on the bed. Is this her pretending to be asleep? Doesn't this woman realize that she is already very seductive just by lying on her back in this position, and how his own hand shook when he touched her, and even then he didn't get up? Or, could it be that Ms. White Silence was so looking forward to her touch that she wouldn't get up? Su Chang laughed, a very evil laugh. Since Ms. White Silence was wearing a very simple solid-colored shirt today, he poked her directly from the side of the shirt's exposed waist. There was no reaction, and Ms. White Silence still didn't look up, but her body shook again. Su Chang was a bit surprised. Was this to make himself a direct beast? But what if Ms. Bai Jing doesn't want to when she's a beast? She's been avoiding herself since last time. Or maybe she was just trying to get herself out of the way by pretending to be asleep and she'd gotten the wrong idea. No, this couldn't be, because if Ms. Bai Jing was really angry, she would definitely just get up and kick herself out. Just like when she was just outside, she went straight to her bedroom. Whatever, a beast is a beast. It's supposed to be a villain. Who cares about that? I'm charging. Su Cheng gently lifted the corner of Ms. Bai Jing's shirt before placing his large hand directly on it. Warm palms gently rubbed over Ms. White's quiet waist. She had a great body with little extra flab. I can see that Ms. Bai Jing is still not reacting at all. Su Cheng reached out again and gently loosened both of Ms. Bai Jing's hands that were holding the pillow and turned her over on her body. Ms. Bai Jing still hasn't opened her eyes. Looks like it was really jealous out there just now. A hint of a smile flashed across Su Cheng's face. Since Ms. Bai Jing only wanted to be passively accepted, then he would satisfy her. He reached out and rubbed Ms. White's quiet little face a few times, then slipped his hand back in through the slit in the shirt underneath. Su Cheng's actions weren't too excessive, just taking a small advantage, so his hand just wandered around the small of Ms. White's back without going any further up or down. Meat should be eaten one bite at a time, and soup should be drunk one bite at a time, but this was just not enjoyable, and even made him very hard on himself. It's just torture to screw up like this when you're supposed to be handing out benefits. He simply lay down on the bed himself, reaching out and wrapping Ms. Bai Jing in his arms, his hands still resting on that spot on her waist. Seeing that Ms. Bai Jing still didn't respond, he buried his face near her neck again and waited for close to 10 seconds, but Ms. Bai Jing still didn't respond. Su Cheng directly brought his mouth to Ms. Bai Jing's face this time and slowly kissed it. His afterglow looked at Ms. Bai Jing's eye sockets and moved slightly, surprisingly still unresponsive. That's how much he wanted to make a move on her. Su Cheng was silent for a while, then he climbed up from the bed and came above Ms. Bai Jing. His hands hung down on either side of Ms. Bai Jing's head, and in the next second, his head also hung down and landed on Ms. Bai Jing's head, and mouths touched. Ms. Bai Jing finally opened her eyes. Her face was filled with panic as she tried to push Su Cheng's head away. But after all that, if he just gave up, wouldn't he be a great grudge? His hands held Ms. Bai Jing's head tightly, and it was only when she loosened her hands on her head that Su Cheng finally let go of Ms. Bai Jing. Much of her strength had dissipated. Su Cheng glanced at Ms. Bai Jing, who was gently breathing in her arms. This face was really extremely warm and seductive with a mature atmosphere. Seeing that he had finally released himself, Ms. Bai Jing was just about to speak out of her mouth, but she was blocked again. Ms. Bai Jing's head was again grabbed by Su Cheng, opening up another war. This time she finally branched out, no longer a tight defense, but instead opened the gates wide to lure the enemy in. She used the empty city trick, but even the legendary empty city plan is futile in the face of a strong enough force. Once again, Ms. Bai Jing was defeated. She lay on the bed breathing in a big breath of fresh air, her hair, which had been tied up, falling out at some point. Su Cheng's battle power was not depleted at all, but now at this time, Ms. Bai Jing was no longer capable of fighting. We can only rest and wait for the army, and wait until we have enough food and supplies before we go out to fight again. He fixed Ms. Bai Jing's hair and then covered her up. Sister Jing, Lingxi and I said we were coming up to see you for a long time for fear of her thinking too much. I'll go down first. You can wait a little while before you go down again and I'll go cook for you. After saying that, he dropped another deep kiss on Ms. Bai Jing's forehead. Soon, one's own initiative to let go this time. The next time should also take Ms. Bai Jing. Ha ha ha. Ms. Bai Jing looked at Su Cheng, who closed the door behind him and left, her face filled with shyness. What's wrong with her? Why didn't Su Cheng open his eyes when he first touched himself? When Su Cheng picked himself up, it was clear that he could also open his eyes, even if pretending to be woken up was also possible. Even though he had been kissed once, but he had been indulging him like this. Su Cheng was really getting more and more unrestrained. But why was he suddenly doing this to himself? Could it be that he liked himself? Right, Su Cheng must like himself. Why else would he treat himself like this? She could feel Su Cheng's attitude towards herself. It was like he was trying step by step, not wanting to let herself wake up. From the beginning, he massaged himself for him, and he in turn massaged himself. Wasn't it clear to himself that his soothing yet gentle touch on his back was a clear test? Although I was afraid to change and ran away, I had that kind of dream after that. And recalling Su Cheng's actions in the room just now, her face turned even redder. Not only did he do that kind of thing in the dream world, but he did the same in reality. Could that be a precognitive dream? Will I do that kind of thing with Su Cheng in this bed in the future? No, it can't be. Lingxi is still at home. even if we have to do it, it must be outside. Thinking of this, Ms. Bai Jing's face turned even redder, covering her face with the quilt and twisting around on the bed. What's up? Just as he walked to the edge of the stairs, he saw Lingxi's icy gaze capturing himself in death. It's like you've done something outrageous, Sucheng. This was great. It was hard to comfort the jealous Ms. Bai Jing, and now little Miss Lingxi didn't know where she was jealous of. What do you mean, what am I doing? Of course I'm checking to see what's wrong with Ms. Bai Jing. She was in a bad mood, so of course I went to ask what was going on. Sucheng also laughed, and after glancing over his head, he simply held Lingxi directly in his arms. A hard kiss, giving the Lingxi in her arms a fright. The little ninny glanced upstairs to make sure Ms. Bai Jing didn't see it and quickly slipped out of Sucheng's arms. You've got a lot of nerve for an asshole. Wait until the next time you get caught by your mommy. You won't dare. Little Lingxi licked the corner of her mouth and glared at him viciously. Chapter 54, Mom, you can't run away from your daughter-in-law. Sister Jing, eat more. Looking at the more or less unnatural Ms. Bai Jing, Sucheng chucked up a piece of meat and put it in her bowl. Ms. Bai Jing nodded gently before continuing to lower her head and pick at her bowl of rice. With this one taken care of, the other one certainly can't be ignored. Looking at Lingxi, who was like an icy polar bear next to Ms. Bai Jing, he gave Lingxi a piece as well. Lingxi, you eat more too. After Lingxi received it, but she still looked at Sucheng intently, the inside of her eyes full of scrutinizing flavor. If she had known, she should have followed Sucheng into her mom's room. Now she could only notice that her mom was obviously having something going on with Sucheng without knowing exactly what it was. That's what happened last time with mom's fever. This time, he had neglected himself for a bit, and the bastard Sucheng must have gotten his hands on it again. Mom, did something happen when Sucheng just came into your room? Lingxi asked as if she didn't care at all as she chucked in her dishes. Cough, cough. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Lingxi's words, Ms. Bai Jing was as vain as a thief caught by the police. She had choked directly on her meal as she had been picking at it with her head down. Sucheng hurriedly scooped a spoonful of soup and passed it to her, and Ms. Bai Jing drank it before her condition improved. She breathed a soft sigh of relief and calmed down again. Nothing happened. Why? Suddenly asking that, Ms. Bai Jing's face was very calm as she picked up another bite of food and put it into her bowl, not forgetting to give it to Lingxi at the side as well. Nothing. Lingxi's emotions instantly became grave, and her eyes stayed on Sucheng's body. This guy is inside the room. Where exactly did he make it? The atmosphere at the table was just too much. Although Lingxi no longer spoke, she herself could feel her extremely gloomy sight. This Neisan had been looking at herself. Forced to do so, Sucheng could only disappear directly after eating. There are still some things to take care of at home. Sister Jing, Lingxi, I have to go back first. You can just leave the dishes and platters directly on the sink after dinner, and I'll just wash them tomorrow night. Be careful along the way. Ms. Bai Jing nodded her head and admonished. Lingxi's eyes were exactly the same as before. Sucheng felt that she was really going to be furious this time and had to hurry. Otherwise this ninny would definitely not let herself go. But what he never expected was that by the time he got home, there was an unexpected person in the house. Mom, what are you doing here? Sucheng's face was full of surprise, and he directly hugged towards the beautiful woman standing in the doorway. The beautiful woman's name was Lu Xian, and she came from the Yinjing Lu family, which was likewise a terrifying big family in Yinjing. A loving smile appeared on Willowheart's face, no wrinkles in sight, groomed. Although her age was already in her 40s, her body was well maintained, convex in front and curved in the back, and she was living like a mature and beautiful woman. If Mom didn't come over, she wouldn't know that your boy has found me so many daughters-in-law. Lu Xian was very happy that her son had gotten the hang of it. After all, I have to open up a branch for our old Su family. Sucheng touched the back of his head and smiled heatedly. When they arrived at the hall, they realized that Jiao Zil, Luo Xiaoyun, and Qin Yifeng were all here, but Lan Meirou was not. Although Lu Xian already knew them, Sucheng still wanted to introduce them to him again. This is the first time since he crossed over that he has such a strong expressive desire. Is it because he didn't have parents in his previous life, and the desire for a father's and mother's love in this life? Mom, this is Jiao Zil, the sister I recognized outside. Obedient, well-behaved and cute. Sierra, call Mom. This is Luo Xiaoyun. The maid I found earlier is already my woman. Xiaoyun, call Mom. This is Qin Yifeng, the girl from the Qin family in Magic City, now also abducted back by your son to be a maid. How is it? Isn't your son great? Sucheng hugged on Lu Xian again and asked her with an expectant face. Not bad for my son. Got me 3 daughters? Awesome. Lu Xian laughed harshly, then put her hand on Sucheng's head and rubbed it. And after hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Yifeng's face instantly developed a bright red color. Somewhat shy, I didn't expect to be treated as a daughter-in-law even by myself, and to be treated as his girlfriend by Su Cheng's mom. Qin Yefeng's heart couldn't help but develop a trace of joy. Mom didn't bring any particularly nice gifts with her this time she came back, so these little things are for you. Hill, this is the Chopin Blue Diamond Rhythm, worth $100 million. You are Su Cheng's sister. Naturally you are also my daughter. For you. Lu Xian first came to Xiaoxiao and handed her an extremely exquisite box. Thanks Mom. Jiao Zil was not a fool, although she knew that this thing was very, very expensive. She still chose to accept it. She couldn't thin her mom's face at this time. Luo Xian walked over to Luo Xiaoyun again and pulled out another red box and placed it in Luo Xiaoyun's hand. This is the pink star diamond, worth $100 million. Xiaoyun, this is for you. Since you are Su Cheng's woman, you deserve to still call me mom. Give it to you. Luo Xiaoyun glanced at Su Cheng in some panic, and when she saw him nod, she also put it away and shyly called out mom. And finally, Qin Yefeng, Moonfrost, you are the eldest miss of the Qin family in Magic City, and you are also a well-informed character, even though you are not Su Cheng's woman yet, but I can tell from inside your eyes that you've fallen for Su Cheng, and I love you as a daughter-in-law. This one is the Hope Blue Diamond, worth the same $100 million. For you. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Yefeng's face also reddened as she glanced at Su Cheng with her afterglow. Realizing he was looking at him, he hastily looked down, only to look up again the next second. That, Aunt Lu, Su Cheng and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend right now. That's why this Hope Blue Diamond is definitely unacceptable to me. This is just too expensive. Qin Yefeng looked straight at the beautiful lady, Aunt Lu, her face full of resistance. Okay, Mom, if she doesn't want it you can just give it to me. Anyway, this daughter-in-law of yours definitely can't run away. It's the same if you give it to her or to me. When Su Cheng saw Qin Yuefeng's attitude, he also directly rushed at Lu Xian and said, good, then I hope you can take Moonfrost soon. Giggle. Lu Xian laughed as well. Qin Yefeng, on the other hand, reddened her cheeks and glanced towards Su Cheng's place with wide eyes before making a face. This mother and son are blatantly talking about taking themselves down in front of their own. Su Cheng, come over here with me for a moment. Lu Xian directly pulled Su Cheng towards her and her husband's room in this villa. I was expecting my mom to say something, but I didn't realize she was talking about something else. Where is Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi, come out quickly. Mom brought you a present. Lu Xian smiled and spoke. Chapter 55. Look at this face, this waist, and this. Mom, it's been a long time. Just as soon as Willowheart's sentence was finished, Seven stepped out of the shadows and excitedly jumped into her arms. She kept rubbing her face in Willowheart's arms, pouting. Ah, Seven, it's been such a long time. Mommy misses you so much. Willowheart did the same, hugging Seven's body and rubbing her face. Su Cheng, who looked at him, was speechless for a while. Who exactly was Lu Xian's biological child between him and Xiaoqi? If you didn't know, you'd think he'd picked it up. 7. Mommy has the same gift for you. Oh, and it's better, prettier. Look. Willowheart smiled as she pulled another beautiful box out of her pocket, but this one was much larger. Mom, you know, I'm just happy to see you. I don't need any gifts. 7 was touched and shook her head. She also didn't need Lu Xian to make equal treatment in this kind of behavior. As long as she could always be by Su Cheng's side to protect him, it was enough. No, you are the big house that I watched grow up and always supported. Su Cheng's other women have it, how can you not have it? With that, Willowheart opened the red box with gusto. This is the Graph Diamond Peacock Brooch, worth $2.5 billion, and it fits 7 very well. Su Cheng, you put it on 7. Lu Xian directly called Su Cheng, who was next to him, over and then handed over the Graph Diamond Peacock Brooch in his hand. 7's face reddened as well and she gave him a slight look before lowering her head. How could Su Cheng not be happy? Yes, Mom. Su Cheng gently pinned the Graph Diamond Peacock Brooch on her chest, as if an elegant peacock was spreading its wings on its chest. It does fit, Mom, and the brooch is perfect on 7. He sighed softly, wondering how his mom had picked it out. The tiny diamonds on it were like stars hidden in the sky, converging to form the Milky Way, and like Xiaoqi's sparkling eyes, bright and deep. 7's temperament was able to blend perfectly with this brooch, and she had the grace and pride of a peacock in front of anyone. At the same time, with the toughness and purity of diamonds, this Graph Diamond Peacock Brooch seems to have been made for her. Willowheart was really, really good to 7, as evidenced by this outrageously appropriate gift. Hey, it's not just the gift that's good, it's mainly the person that's better. Look how pretty 7 is. Willowheart walked up behind 7 and showed Su Cheng what she had. Look at that face, smooth and strong, with its upturned nose and charming little lips. There's also this waist, a veritable little willow waist. How nice it feels, not to mention these long legs, highlighting a fatal. Su Cheng's eyes also followed Lu Xian's introduction as they roamed recklessly over Xiaoqi's body. from top to bottom, refusing to let go of a single spot. Seven's face was completely red, and a blush was tinted behind her ears, even from Willowheart's touch. But the completely undisguised eyes of Su Chang in front of her, unbridled, made her heart lift and her breathing began to quicken. Su Chang's eyes were too reckless, and Xiaoqi stole a glance at him, realizing that the other party was also looking at his face. It was discovered. She was instantly like a steamroller with shy gas rising if anything from her head. I really don't know how you put up with it in front of Xiaoqi. Su Chang, don't you like her? If you don't like Xiaoqi, that child of the Lu family before even proposed to Xiaoqi with me, you don't like it, then, no. The two men spoke in unison. Seeing this appearance of Su Chang and Xiaoqi, Lu Xian also laughed happily. These two are really, obviously a couple who like each other, but they have not had a substantial relationship until now. Xiaoqi heard Su Chang's unhesitating sentence of no, and a hint of sweetness was born in the bottom of her heart. Which woman doesn't want to see her man defending himself like this? So she was really happy. Her complexion was also gentle, quietly looking at Su Chang. The little tiger teeth in her mouth showed again. Although Su Chang knew that Lu Xian was doing it on purpose, he still said so. After all, who wouldn't be happy to see their mom giving them an assist? Mom, go ahead and get out. Su Chang suddenly opened his mouth, then directly leaned down and bent over, holding Xiaoqi and a princess hugged directly in his arms. The latter was also startled by her action, but without a bit of resistance. He simply circled his hands around Su Chang's neck and leaned his own head over. Ya mom will go out now. Xiaoqi, if you don't know anything, movements, knowledge, anything you don't understand, you must ask mom. Mom doesn't mind guiding you. Willowheart covered her face with her hands and peered at the two through her fingers, mouthing very mortifying words. Mom, okay, get out. This is going. Willowheart pushed open the door to her room and walked out, her eyes full of surprise and emotion. It had finally worked. These two, the natural couple she had always pushed for, the handsome man and the beautiful woman, were finally going to be together for real. Her efforts were not in vain at last, and this $250 million graph diamond peacock brooch was so worth buying. If she had known that this would spur the two on further, she could have filled her home storage with this. Su Chang gently placed the woman in his arms on the bed, then similarly sat and leaned against her body. He leaned his body forward and looked at this handsome yet delicate to the core pretty face, and those rosy yet slightly curved vermilion lips. Su Chang gulped a little, recalling the way Xiaoqi had sat on his lap that day when he was in the night. Xiaoqi looked like she noticed his eyes landed there. Her little face suddenly turned red, was also recalling the scene in the night that day, right? Su Chang didn't know and didn't want to know anymore. His eyes were only on these tantalizingly vermilion lips now, wondering if its feel had changed. Su Chang's head came up, and a pair of Xiaoqi's arms reached over, passing through his armpits and resting on Su Chang's shoulders. It hadn't changed. It was indeed just as soft, Su Chang thought to himself, but then he wanted to know more secrets about this woman. Specific ones, unknown ones. Su Chang wanted to know everything about this woman. His hands were on Seven's waist. I don't know how long it's been, or if it's been a really long time, until a sliver of sunlight shone through a gap in the curtains. It was only when Seven finally opened her eyes that a pair of thick, strong arms gathered her in their embrace. As last night's night of debauchery and relief pried at her nerves, Seven observed the slumbering man with a sweet look on her face. It finally worked, finally becoming his woman. Xiaoqi gently printed her lips on Su Chang's well-defined, smooth and powerful side face. Then she shrunk herself into Su Chang's arms again and closed her eyes. The corners of her mouth hooked into a sweet smile, her white tiger teeth gleaming. Chapter 56, Bloodline Connection? How can they find out? Bang, 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 bang. A gentle and faint knock came in. Su Chang opened his eyes and glanced at Xiaoqi, who was still asleep in his arms. Enter. In came her mom, Willowheart, with a bowl of soup in her hand. This is the Angelica, red date and black chicken soup that mom had the maid make for you too. I tasted it and it tastes really good. With a smile on her face, Lu Xian glanced at Xiaoqi, who was still in Su Chang's arms, and surprisingly had not yet woken up. Her face was very surprised. Looks like the two of them really conquered until late last night. Worthy of being my Willowheart's son. Good. Mom, you just put the soup at the bedside. In a while when Xiaoqi wakes up I'll feed her. Su Chang also smiled and rubbed his palm over Xiaoqi's face. At this time Seven's face actually gave birth to a sweet smile, looking very happy. Su, Makoto. The voice was small, faint as a mosquito, but the room was already quiet and silent, and both Su Chang and Lu Xian had to be very close because of the soup they put in, so both of them heard it. Willowheart covered her face with her hands in great surprise and let out a silent gasp. Xiaoqi, This girl was murmuring Su Cheng's name even when she fell asleep? Not bad for her most favored CP. Willowheart's eyes were shining inside, very excited. But when she saw her son Su Cheng similarly waving his hand with a smile on his face, signaling her to go out, the smile on Lu Xian's face instantly disappeared and she looked at Su Cheng with a complaining face. Having a wife and forgetting her mother, that's a good way to get the old lady out of the house. Thanks to the assists you played last night. But the moment she closed the door gently behind her, a smile appeared on her face again. Very happy. Su Cheng gazed at Xiaoxiao in his arms. This woman was simply an angel sent to him by God. The miserable life he had led in his last life was extremely compensated for after coming to this world. Thinking of this, Su Cheng's mouth gently imprinted on Xiaoxiao's lips. Seven looked at the face near her in a daze, not yet understanding what was happening. But then she noticed the gentle serene smile on Su Cheng's face and couldn't help but stare. Eyes glazed over and motionless. What are you thinking about? Su Cheng used his hand to help her press down the quilt, then wrapped her in his arms and patted rhythmically. Thinking of you. Seven's face was very sincere. And then one arm wrapped around his waist and a laugh escaped. Seven is such a girl. She plays with you and messes with you when she's happy. And she's pampered and spunky and cute. But as long as there is another woman next to Su Cheng, she is unhappy again. And all of a sudden she becomes cold to the extreme. Not saying a word to him. It was just silently protecting Su Cheng in the dark and unconditionally carrying out his orders. Mom had the maid make you soup. Try it. Su Cheng brought the bowl of soup to the two of them and then passed a spoon to Seven's mouth. Seven let out another odd laugh before downing the soup from his spoon in one gulp. More. Good. Mom, I wanted to ask you yesterday, but didn't have time to say why you suddenly came to the city. Su Cheng looked at Lu Xian in front of him and asked suspiciously. Willowheart stared at him instead when she heard this question, with a slightly probing look in her eyes, because she had a hunch before that this son was gradually growing up and even made her a bit impervious to him. Son, have you watched the news lately? Willowheart suddenly opened her mouth, an inquiry in her countenance. On the sidelines, Su Cheng froze for a moment, not knowing exactly what she was talking about because he hadn't really seen the news. Looking at Lu Xian's somewhat serious eyes, Su Cheng hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and opened the news. But as soon as he turned on the news he realized that it was this thing. Mom, you're talking about this? The matter of this first family of the Chun family in Magic City? Su Cheng picked up his phone and showed it to Lu Xian. The news was almost dominated by this matter. Willowheart nodded gently, then hesitated some more before making up her mind. This man in black is you, isn't it? Willowheart suddenly opened her mouth, her tone very sure, almost asking with an answer. Su Cheng, on the other hand, was taken aback. How could that be? He could be 100% sure that he hadn't revealed any cracks. Heads and tails were handled very cleanly, and there wasn't even a hint of himself in this case. Otherwise he wouldn't have been rampant enough to dare to do that kind of thing in broad daylight, when there were the most people. How on earth did Mom know? Seeing the way Su Cheng was shocked by his own words, Lu Xian smiled and didn't care too much. I had a very familiar feeling when I first saw the man in black. It felt like watching your father in you, and even Seven didn't feel that way. It's like blood connection. Your dad was right next to me, and the man in black was in River City, and I thought of you right away. Lu Xian smiled very gently, then gently stroked Su Cheng's head with her hand, gesturing that he had nothing to worry about. A small Chen family is just a small family. You still know how to hide your identity. I'm afraid that you'll make your identity known and do something crazy like this in public. Willowheart laughed softly. If he did do that, it would end very badly. The social implications would be too great. Hearing Lu Xian's answer, Su Cheng fell silent. Was that actually the reason? Seeing a picture gave him a blood rush he'd never felt before, because in his last life his parents abandoned him when he was very young. He didn't say a word, and flung himself into Willowheart's arms, immersed, to feel this motherly love. Mom isn't a cutie either. How could my good Makoto child do such a thing for no reason? Then I checked all the way, and it really let me find out. Lu Xian touched the back of Su Cheng's head giggling lightly. That Chen Shouan likes Moonfrost, and if you brought Moonfrost home as a maid, you naturally like her as well. And that little girl Zhu Ting, rushed to the red face, worthy of my son, did a very beautiful, people kill on the kill. But, Lu Xian's expression changed instantly, from the original kind and tender to very serious. Next time never allow yourself to do it. You and Seven have so many bodyguards on hand. If you don't want Seven to do it, let the others do it. She reached out and tapped her finger hard on Su Cheng's forehead, indicating the seriousness of such a thing. But there wasn't much dissatisfaction in the matter of Su Cheng killing Chen Shouan. Good mom. The main thing is not still want for small Zhu Ting out of anger. Next time let the bodyguard to do. Su Cheng rubbed his forehead against Lu Xian's shoulder to pout, agreeing to her sermon. This kind of preaching was new to him as well, The parental preaching that his peers had hated in his previous life had never been experienced in his case. That little girl, Zhu Ting, aren't you going to let me meet her? Willowheart expected the question. And knowing that her mom had checked here, Suching had an idea. Forget it, Mom. She's managing a bar in my name and I'll bring her to see you again sometime. Lu Xian was obviously surprised. He didn't think Sucheng really didn't want her to see the red face that this son rushed for. Actually, Sucheng didn't want Lu Xian to see Wei Xinglan right now. Chapter 57. You scum me. You scum Ting Ting, and you scum my mom. The next morning, the sun came out a little. A trail on the outskirts of the countryside was not yet crowded. The two of them, Su Chang and the little girl Lingxi, were running and sweating together outside. Although she was running in company, Lingxi, who was like the embodiment of ice, was not willing to give Su Chang a single word. A towel hung around her neck, sweat dripping down her smooth forehead, but she didn't wipe it. Little Lingxi was still immersed in being jealous of Su Chang and her mom. Su Chang followed behind and ran slowly. Although the little girl was already running very slowly, he didn't dare to really leave her behind. The reason is simple. Ran straight for it last night and the little girl is still angry and jealous. Gotta run slow. You don't have to pity me, just run straight ahead. Lingxi gasped and continued jogging, suddenly opening her mouth and not looking back at Su Chang. But the woman's angry words. Su Chang how dare to take it seriously. If he really left the little girl behind, she told Ms. Bai Jing what to do with their own things. Who pities you? I'd be happy to stay behind a pretty girl and run. You don't know what that feels like. There's a crisp, sweet scent in the air. A flirtatious smile hung on Su Chang's face, and he took a deep breath while jogging. Fragrant and smells like Little Spirit Creek. And after hearing Su Chang's mixed up words, Lingxi broke on the spot. A blush appeared on the little girl's face, showing her teeth and glaring very angrily at Su Chang. No sniffing, but where was this kind of thing within Su Chang's control? As he ran along behind Lingxi, breathing heavily, it was as if they were trying to suck all the breath out of the air into their bodies. The little girl Lingxi's face was getting redder and redder, and she was fiercely glaring back at Su Chang again. You run to the side. No following me. You told me to run to the side, so I ran to the side. Did your family build this road? I won't do it. It wasn't like he hadn't encountered this kind of angry state of Lingxi before. Su Chang didn't give a damn about her. You. Little Spirit Creek was angry again, and her feet stopped at some point. With a red face, she wanted to argue with Su Chang, but then she remembered that she was still angry with him at this time, so she simply turned her head and continued to run forward. When Su Chang saw that little Lingxi actually didn't fall for it at this time, he was also somewhat helpless. The little girl has been provoked into resistance by him, so what can be done? Sighing softly, he simply continued to follow. River City is not too big, not too small, but sometimes it's just very small. Before the two could run for a while, a voice suddenly called out to Lingxi. Lingxi, an innocent little sister with a single ponytail ran over, directly in front of the two. It was someone Su Chang hadn't expected. Zhu Ting? What a coincidence. Are you coming over here to run too? Lingxi's original angry mood finally changed, and meeting her good sister made her happy. Zhu Ting was also extremely joyful, not expecting to meet Lingxi over here. Well, but I'm not here to run this way. My family lives this way. Zhu Ting shook her head and explained to Lingxi. Then Zhu Ting's sight probed towards Su Chang, only to realize that the person in front of her was actually the Su Chang brother she hadn't seen for a long time. The Su Chang brother who had a relationship with herself. Brother Su Chang, why are you over here too? Zhu Ting was extremely surprised, and the fact that brother Su Chang actually knew Lingxi, or had a relationship where they could run together in the morning. I'm running with Lingxi. You know this girl too. Su Chang was equally surprised. It looked like the two were still good girlfriends and had a good relationship. Wouldn't that allow little Zhu Ting to persuade Lingxi? Otherwise this guy would get angry without end. But it was only at this time that Su Chang realized that the little girl, Lingxi, was angry again, standing where Zhu Ting couldn't see and staring intently at himself. Bad. Jealous again. Spirit and I are good girlfriends, aren't we? That's right. Zhu Ting turned around and wrapped her arms around Lingxi before turning her head to smirk at him. This little girl didn't wear her revealing clothes again today. Instead, she was wearing a normal shirt and pants, releasing all of her innocence. Lingxi also changed her face quickly, and a pair of hands similarly held onto Zhu Ting's body. I heard you call him brother Suching from Tingting? You guys know each other? Although the little girl Lingxi still had a smile on her face, Su Chang could feel the anger and jealousy from her. She was jealous again. Eating Ms. Bai Jing's vinegar is not even a problem. How Zhu Ting just met and said hello, you can also be jealous. You said brother Suching ah. Don't I work at a barbecue restaurant? Brother Su Chang saved me once before, and then we got to know each other. Zhu Ting answered slowly, and it was as if Su Chang saw a hint of a wry smile on her. Su Chang's heart jumped steeply. She seemed to be looking at herself with deep meaning in her eyes, like she was scaring herself. Still, she didn't tease Su Chang or bring out the deeper relationship. Hearing this answer, Lingxi was a bit surprised, but her mood obviously improved. Spirit Creek offered to want to run with her as a partner. No, Ling Ling, I didn't come out to run either. To buy some things, you and brother Suching run first. Brother Su Chang, you run with Ling Ling, I'll leave first. Wishing Ting guffawed again before waving her hand and running off in the opposite direction from the two. But in the dead center that Lingxi didn't see, as she passed by Su Chang, her hand crossed over his and she also lightly scratched at her palm. This little girl, really, quirky, Su Chang thought secretly. Ling Ling, let's run too. Su Chang's face carried a hint of teasing as his eyes stared at little Lingxi. Who told you to call me Ling Ling? Don't call Ling Ling. Okay Spirit, run Spirit. Lingxi sighed lightly, unable to do anything about him. What's your relationship with Tingting? Why did she call you brother Su Chang? Lingxi also realized that it was not a solution to go on so coldly, so she simply asked bluntly. Since they had already met Zhu Ting and she greeted them so cordially, with little Lingxi's jealousy, she would naturally ask, so he'd been ready to answer for a long time. What's the connection? Didn't she just say that she was being given a hard time working at the grill and I saved her? Lingxi skimmed her lips before giving him a squint, not believing him at all with this answer. She always felt there must be a deeper relationship. Ugh, there's no way out. I'm done pretending. I'm showing my cards, because my charm is just too great. After that heroic rescue, little Zhu Ting fell firmly in love with me and couldn't help herself. Su Chang spread his hands and said extremely helplessly, Bah, Tingting wouldn't fall for a big bad guy like you. It's only the ones like me, who are blind, who would fall for a scum like you. Lingxi wouldn't believe a single word of his obviously deceitful bull asterisk. She still retained the slightest possibility of that statement, though, after all, the guy was smelly, but he did seem really handsome, too, and it is still a hero to save the beauty. The person is also so active. Ting, probability is also like him. Thinking of this, Lingxi became even more angry and walked forward full of jealousy. Little Lingxi, you can't just wrong a good person just because you're cute. Who did I slag off? You still have the face to say that. You slagged me, you slagged Tingting, and you slagged my mom. Chapter 58, If I send it up to you to eat, how can you not eat it? Hearing little Lingxi's words, Su Cheng's face instead revealed a smile. The guy is just saying that, but she has no proof. Isn't that a false accusation if you say it without evidence? Don't talk nonsense. Zhu Ting and I are innocent. Even if you falsely accuse me, you don't bring people's reputation down. Su Chan walked to her and touched her little head. So what you're saying is that you and my mom aren't clean anymore? You're going to have a showdown with me. Unexpectedly, Lingxi didn't eat him at all. She became even more angry, tears in her eyes, avoiding his hand. How could I? How could I? Don't you wrong me. I like you so much. Surely I won't fail you. Anyway, I like both you and MS. By Jing. After Su Cheng finished speaking, he took the teary-eyed Lingxi into his arms and then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Lingxi looked at Su Cheng in front of her with a twitch, her face filled with aggression. You must like my mom anyway, and my mom is still so special to you. And even if you don't like Ting, she definitely likes you. And Ting is still so pretty that she's going to send it up to you to eat. So how can you not eat it? The more she talked, the more aggravated she became. And the more tears she accumulated, the more she cried. No, 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 I, the evil big bad wolf, will eat you, the cute and innocent little sheep, okay? As he said that, Su Cheng even made a face, as if he really looked like a big bad wolf. Pust, you roll. Unexpectedly, little Lingxi, who was originally crying, was so teased by this action of his that she directly laughed out her snot bubbles and immediately scolded him in shame. Anyway, if I don't roll, the big bad wolf is bound to come back. Su Cheng took out the paper from his pocket to blow her nose for her and pinched her little nose. After so much teasing, little Spirit Stream's mood also finally got better. That's all you can do is coax me. The two of them sat on a bench, and Lingxi suddenly leaned her head on Su Cheng's shoulder. She knew in her heart that her mom and Su Cheng must have something, but I don't know exactly how far the two have progressed. She didn't want to capriciously say the kind of thing that would make Su Cheng abandon her mother, nor did she want to tell her mother about the matter of her and Su Cheng's words. Mom has had a hard enough time taking care of herself for so many years, and now it's so hard to have a favorite. How can you bear to break them up? But she didn't want to withdraw herself. She really liked Su Cheng so much. She liked his face, his lips, his ears, his embrace, and his gentleness. If you do go as far as the day your mom finds out, quit on your own. Who will I coax if not you? Su Chan leaned his head on Lingxi's head as well. The two just sat on the bench, quietly, and in the distance, behind a bush, Shu Ting stretched out her head to look at the two people leaning together, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. I told you, brother Su Chang is surrounded by so many beautiful women and now he's with Lingxi. Will he let Lingxi go? She took out her own cell phone, turned on the camera, and pressed the shutter to record the quiet, beautiful scene. When I'm alone with Lingxi myself, I'll make sure to tease her. Ha ha. After several consecutive shots, Shu Ting looked at the picture of the two snuggling in her cell phone, and the corners of her mouth gradually fell. After running, Su Cheng first sent Lingxi home, then he was ready to rush home. During this morning, Ms. Bai Jing suddenly called to ask him to take Lingxi for a run with him. He knew it wasn't good when he got the call, but he accepted it. After all, he had to face it. But the good thing was that overall it was good, and Little Spirit Creek made up with herself, and had Wishington on her side of the fence. Su Cheng opened his cell phone and suddenly realized that Zhu Ting had sent himself a message. Humph, this niece, next time we meet beware of not having good fruit to eat. Su Cheng smiled wickedly, then saved all the pictures this niece had sent. The picture Zhu Ting sent inside was exactly the scene of herself and Lingxi leaning against each other, shoulders resting against each other, heads snuggled together. When I got home, no one in the house was awake. The one who accompanied herself to bed last night was still only Luo Xiaoyun, and Qin Yefeng ran away directly after warming the bed. This bed-warming maid, not up to snuff. Su Chang returned to his room, removed his outer clothes, laid down on the bed, and wrapped the still sleeping Luo Xiaoyun in his arms. His head was also buried in Luo Xiaoyun's arms and covered with the quilt. Little Cloud is so fragrant, soft and sticky, like a little dumpling. His face rubbed against Luo Xiaoyun's body, smelling the body scent from the little maid's body. That laundry detergent kind of smell. It was really great. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around Luo Xiaoyun's waist and lay quietly in her arms. Young master, you're back? A touch of shyness flashed across Luo Xiaoyun's face as she looked at Su Cheng, who was like a little baby in her arms. Su Cheng rubbed against her again as a response. A gentle smile appeared on the little maid's face. Then she reached out and hugged Su Cheng's head. By now, his entire body was in Luo Xiaoyun's arms. Luo Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with tenderness, and her jade hand was also rubbing the back of Su Cheng's head non-stop. Then she too closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth and sweetness of the brief departure and return. Neither one did anything out of the ordinary, but the two were getting closer all the time. Son, I heard from Zil and Xiaoyun that you can cook, and cooking is delicious? Willowheart's face was very surprised, looking at her with suspicion and interest. Humph humph humph. Why don't I show you my hand at noon? Don't know if you don't eat it. Once you eat it you'll be shocked. Lu Xian was even more puzzled. This son of his own a few pounds or two or no. She thought that her son had ordered takeout from somewhere to Fool Hill and was ready to catch him, but she didn't realize that the bottom line was actually so strong. Even Qin Yefeng, who was on the side, had a foxed face, knowing that even she, the multi-talented female president, didn't know how to cook. Su Cheng actually knows how to cook, and also cooks very well? She doesn't believe it. Willowheart didn't believe it either. Su Cheng, on the other hand, glanced at the two of them disdainfully. Humph. In that case I'll show you just how horrible a 6-star chef's cooking is. Xiaoyun, Sheer, you and Mom go watch TV with Moonfrost first. Mom, Sister Moonfrost, brother's cooking is really, really good. Wait a while and you'll believe it. That's right, young master is really, really good. Cooking is delicious, and young master's piano playing is also very good. Jiao Zil and Luo Xiaoyun praised Su Chang in unison, as if Su Chang was the most powerful person in the world. Looking at the two men's boarded-up appearance, Lu Xian and Qin Yuefang were also somewhat convinced and gradually began to look forward to it. And while Su Chang was serving up the prepared meal, I can't believe it's so good. The two men spoke in unison. Incredulous. Chapter 59, My neglected maid has finally returned. It's delicious. Qin Yefeng picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, her face filled with shock. It was literally the best, most delicious thing she'd ever eaten. Even the 5-star chef inside her Qin family in Magic City couldn't make it as good as Su Chang's, right? How the hell did he do that? Even Lu Xian, who was next to him, was just as shocked. His son's cooking skills were really ridiculously good. Eat more if it's good. Su Chang smiled faintly, then picked up a piece of meat and put it into Qin Yuefang's bowl. The latter also didn't care at all and couldn't wait to pick it up. It's really good. Qin Yefeng covered the side of her mouth with one hand and closed her eyes, extremely satisfied. But just as she opened her eyes she realized that almost everyone in the room was looking at her. What's going on? Qin Yefeng put down her chopsticks with a reddened face, somewhat shy. It's nothing, don't even look, just eat. Lu Xian smiled and snapped, and there was more than a hint of fondness in her eyes as she looked at Qin Yefeng. Qin Yefeng was a bit puzzled and just wanted to continue picking at her rice. Jiao Zil's little head came up. Sister Moonfrost just ate the dish that brother pinned for her without hesitation. Jiao Zil's voice was so small that only the two of them could hear it. Qin Yefeng's little face reddened in a flash. It's still true. Why had she just eaten the meat Su Cheng had pinned without hesitation? She had never eaten a dish pinned by another man before. Even the dishes her dad chucked at her were frowned upon. But she actually ate the dish Su Cheng had pinned straight away? Could it be that he really liked Su Cheng? Steam appeared to be surfacing from Qin Yefeng's head, and the feeling of lying in bed with Su Cheng earlier and being held in his arms rose again. After a hasty meal, the crowd went back to their respective rooms to sleep, and Luo Xiaoyun was naturally brought back to her room by Su Cheng. Qin Yuefang kept pacing in her room, nodding her head one moment and shaking it the next, her face all tangled. Should we go or not? She really wants to go to Su Cheng's room now, and wants to be held in his arms, and sleep together. But she was so shy. How was she supposed to talk about such things? Is it going to be like what Hill said before again? Aha! That's right. Hill's right. She clenched her fists, and after gathering her courage, she stepped out of the room and came to the door of Su Cheng's room. The power that just surged up instantly disappeared in half. So shy, would he be laughed at if he knocked on the door and went to him like that? What about just pushing the door in? Speaking of which, Su Cheng and Luo Xiaoyun seem to be in that kind of relationship, right? If he pushes the door directly, they will hate himself if he is doing that kind of thing, right? Qin Yefeng's heart steeply sank. She shook her head. She couldn't go on like this. She had to work up the courage. She took out her cell phone, stood in front of the door and opened the photo album, designing that picture of Su Cheng holding herself as her desktop, with a blush on her face. Knocking on the door, he paused where he was and didn't dare move again. Humph, has my derelict maid finally returned? Seeing that it was Qin Yuefang, Su Cheng's face also smiled and quickly jumped down from the bed, then picked her up in a princess hug. What are you doing? Su Cheng used his foot to bring the door shut before placing Qin Yefeng next to Luo Xiaoyun. What do you think I want? Sleep. Su Cheng kissed her on the forehead and then pinched her face. Luo Xiaoyun closed her eyes and shrunk between the two men pretending to sleep, her slightly trembling eyes betraying her. Su Cheng's head was placed on Qin Yuefang's head, while Luo Xiaoyun's head was pressed on top of his chest, and the three of them huddled together to sleep. He was able to hold both in his arms with one hand. So cozy. One of Qin Yuefang's hands also hugged over and placed it on Su Cheng's waist, gently rubbing it through his clothes. Her gaze lifted upwards. Looking at this man's face, Qin Yefeng felt that she really liked Su Cheng. Regarding Chen Xiaowen's matter, although there was no sign pointing to Su Cheng as the one who did it, Qin Yefeng felt that it was him, and he did it for himself. Or else what kind of person would dare to make a move on Chen Xiaowen and do it so ruthlessly? Coupled with Su Cheng's initial comment about a bloodbath, wouldn't that indeed have happened if she hadn't come to be her maid? There was also the fact that Su Cheng was very nice to himself, and had just spoken to himself as soon as he came in, for fear of being embarrassed, right? And pretending to come to bed with a strong hold. A sweet smile rose on Qin Yefeng's face. Abracadabra. Qin Yefeng gently kissed Su Cheng's neck, then rested in his arms and closed her eyes. When Su Cheng woke up again, Qin Yuefang and Luo Xiaoyun were hugging him like two little kangaroos. He laughed softly, then gradually removed the hand on his waist. Qin Yefeng's attitude towards herself had recently undergone a great transformation, and today she even took the initiative to run to her side to warm her bed. Hopefully that attitude will change faster. A wicked smile spilled out on Su Cheng's face as he dropped a kiss on the corner of Qin Yuefang's mouth. Jiang City, a remote suburban villa. Oh, this Su Cheng comes from the Yanjing Su family? Chen Kuan, the head of the Magic City Qin family, glanced at the old housekeeper Fu Bo with a grave expression on his face. He didn't expect that just a mere river city would let him hear such explosive information as soon as he arrived. Yanjing Su family, the most terrifying power in China. Surprisingly, he was harboring in such a small river city. That's right, family master. But this Yanjing Su family's crown prince has no conflict with Prince Xiaowen. Uncle Fu placed all the information he had investigated on the table in front of Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan also took the information on it and read it. Very sketchy and useless information. Yanjing Su family's crown prince, which is so good to check. He sighed softly. If Qin Xiaowen's death was related to this crown prince of the Yanjing Su family, then he could only give up. It was impossible for him to offend a behemoth like the Yanjing Su family for the sake of the already dead Qin Xiaowen. However, at the moment, this matter may not be related to the Su family. Where's Qin Yuefang? Did you find out where the little girl is? A cold light flashed under Qin Kuan's eyes. Chen Xiaowen could be said to have died for Qin Yuefang. If it wasn't for her, how could Xiaowen have come to Jiang City? And how could he have died? I've found out. Qin Yefeng should still be hiding in a villa with a very large number of bodyguards. Our people could only observe the necessary path out of the villa from a distance and did not find any traces of Qin Yifeng coming out. Of course, don't rule out the possibility of her sneaking out mixed up in the car, but I think that should be very unlikely. Fu Bo gradually opened his mouth, a trace of scorn radiating from his eyes. The super experts brought from the Magic City had lost several of them while investigating that villa. I really didn't expect the Qin family to hide so deeply. Chapter 60, The Fat Pig's Love Enemy Comes. Keep checking for me. I don't believe that old thing Qin Jiangwo can put much effort into her. Chen Koan was furious. That Su family's crown prince he didn't dare to mess with. Could it be that he couldn't afford to mess with the Qin family's Qin Yuefang? If necessary, we can take coercive measures and directly break into the villa to snatch the Qin Yuefang out for me. Hearing Chen Koan's words, the butler Fu Bo became anxious on the spot and directly knelt down next to Chen Koan. No, family head, the people we brought with us had lost quite a few just from surveillance before. If we really go and forcefully rob Qin Yuefang, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete. What did you say? Their Devil's Capital Qin family is still at our mercy in Devil's Capital, but after arriving in this city, my Chen family is afraid of her instead. What kind of reasoning is this? Chen Koan slapped his hand on the table. The butler Fu Bo's words made him very dissatisfied. His own age was already not young, and this Fu Bo was even older than him. Being so cowering and worried was still the same Uncle Fu who had once followed him around and pioneered for the Chen family? I see that you're really old, so don't bother with this matter anymore. Let Qin Jingsheng do it on your behalf. Just stay over here and play chess with me. Upon hearing this, the butler Fu Bo immediately raised his head and looked at the family head in front of him incredulously. His rights were taken away just like that? He clenched his fists darkly, his ingrown nails pinching his flesh frantically, forcing him to calm down. Yes, master of the house. Now it seems that he betrayed Chen Koan and threw himself to Chen Xiaoping this move. It is really right. Master of the house. What an old fool. Go down and call Chen Jingsheng over. Chen Koan's words came in, his eyes cold. Depriving Uncle Fu of his rights didn't have the slightest effect on him. Soon, a tall and powerful man with exploding muscles came over, and he was Chen Jingsheng. Greetings, house master. Seeing Chen Jingsheng, a smile instantly rose on Chen Koan's face. Like an amiable old man, he walked up to Chen Jingsheng. Jingsheng, our purpose of coming to Jiangjiang this time should be clear to you. He patted Chen Jingsheng's shoulder and spoke slowly. Identify the true culprit of Lord Xiaowen's murder, and then avenge Lord Xiaowen's death. Chen Jingsheng's eyes revealed a touch of viciousness, and his murderous aura was spreading outwards. It's obvious that he's killed people, and only a few more. Good, I'll give you a mission now. Go inside a villa and arrest someone. Arrest Qin Yuefang out to meet me. This is her portrait. Chen Koan took out his cell phone and pulled up Qin Yuefang's photo, placing it in front of him. No problem. There's no time to lose. I'll make sure to capture her to meet you within today. If the family master does not have any other orders, Jingsheng will take his leave first. Chen Jingsheng clasped his fists and was very respectful. Well, go ahead. After Chen Jingsheng left, Chen Koan sat very uneasily in his chair, and he always had a very bad feeling in his heart. It was as if Chen Jingsheng couldn't come back from this trip. Could it be that the Qin family really has a very terrifying power in this way? No, it can't be. If the Qin family really had such a terrifying power here, how could they possibly allow other families to encroach on the Qin family in the Magic City? Chen Koan, Chen Koan, how come you are also the same as Fu, that old thing? Chen Koan's face showed a touch of bitter smile. Half reclined on the chair and closed his eyes. Chen Koan's side of things didn't affect Su Cheng at all. At this time, Su Cheng was driving his beloved Maybach and came to this side of the vegetable market. That's right, he's buying groceries. Ma'am, how much do you pay for a caddy of this vegetable? $2? No, it's too expensive. 50 cents. Deal? That's fine. Su Cheng secretly chagrined that he had bought expensive again. He was particularly fond of bargaining after he realized that he had become rich. This process of two people playing with each other and testing each other's bottom line was very addictive to him, and he could get a very great sense of satisfaction from it. Just like the previous tryst on MS. By Jing. When he thought of MS. By Jing, Su Cheng's heart instantly became on fire again and he didn't want to cut the price. These vegetables, wrap me up 2 pounds of them. And that one, all of them. After buying enough groceries, he drove the Maybach to the front of MS. By Jing's house, but just as he stopped the car, his eyes sharpened. Eyes narrowed slightly as they stared at a BMW 7 Series next to the stop. What's going on? Is this someone coming to steal MS? Baek Yong from herself? He rang the doorbell. Almost immediately, MS. By Jing came out to greet him along with Xiaolingxi, and behind the two, there was a grown man, probably in his 30s, looking at him with a smile. Makoto, you're here. MS. By Jing was the first to speak. There had never been a moment when she could be so grateful for Su Cheng's arrival. It was really this man in the back that was so annoying. Su Cheng gently nodded his head before he shifted his sight to the man in his 30s. Sister Jing. Who is this? He smiled. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where there was a love rival like this, and it looked like it was still coming for MS. By Jing. He's a former high school classmate of mine who got my address out of nowhere and suddenly came running. MS. Bai Jing took the dishes from Su Cheng's hands while whispering to him about the situation. Su Cheng gently nodded his head. So it was like this. After a casual greeting, a few people walked into the house. Uncle, I see that there is a BMW 7 Series outside. Did you drive it here? Su Cheng spoke up, casually opening the topic. As soon as Li Ming heard his words, an arrogant smile appeared on his face, bringing the fat beside him to shake with it. That's right, young man. Work hard and you'll definitely be able to drive a car like this in the future. Li Ming was very proud of himself and even reached out his hand to try to pat Su Cheng twice on his shoulder as a sign of encouragement. But how could Su Cheng be touched whenever he wanted to? If it was Xiaoxiao or MS. By Jing, it would be fine. Even an older obese man like him wanted to touch Su Cheng? Su Cheng directly stood up and turned his head to walk next to Lingxi. Lingxi, you go up and play the piano first. I'll help Sister Jing get rid of this fat pig. Put. Fat pig, that's an apt description. Then you must protect my mom or I won't spare you. Lingxi glared at him fiercely and turned around to go upstairs. The two men's voices were extremely low, and the conversation was not heard by Li Ming. Uncle, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. I drive a Maybach. A wave of playfulness on Su Cheng's face walked over to MS. By Jing and then sat down. This action looked very jealous of Li Ming, because he had just tried to sit next to Bai Jing, but unfortunately, she had dodged him. Just because of this action of Su Cheng sitting next to MS. Bai Jing, Li Ming didn't even hear his words out of jealousy. Chapter 61 I'm her husband. She's my wife. Right, Bai Jing, I wanted to ask you before. Where did Lingxi's father go? Li Ming this guy also do not know what's going on. It is reasonable to say that they have found Bai Jing's address, but do not know that her husband has long been gone? At those words, MS. Bai Jing's face was a bit embarrassed. Just as she wanted to reply, her hand was held by Su Cheng, and MS. Bai Jing turned her head to look at him. Su Chengjing shook his head at her, signaling for her to keep quiet and speak for herself. MS. Bai Jing's heart warmed, and she immediately shut her mouth and quietly sat next to Su Cheng. And Li Ming was even more jealous when he looked at how easily Su Cheng was able to grab Bai Jing's small hand. This Uncle Li, don't pry into other people's privacy. Don't you know this etiquette? Su Cheng's words were short and strong. Originally, he had wanted to keep Li Ming here to continue playing assists for himself, but now that he was here it would make MS. Bai Jing uncomfortable, and little Spirit Stream was also worried. How could one bear to see it? Oh, I'm just asking. Li Ming was a bit dumbfounded. He still wanted to dislike him back, but he didn't expect that when he casually asked a question. This little brother directly jumped out and disliked himself. The attack is still so strong. This Uncle Li, I don't know what you're here for. If you have something to say, just say it. Su Cheng spoke again. If he answered that it was fine, he himself would let him roll now. I just came to see Bai Jing. Suddenly I remembered her. We even did the same class in high school. Li Ming wiped his sweat and said smilingly, high school classmate? That was 800 years ago. Sister Jing is afraid that she has long since stopped recognizing you. If it's alright I advise you to hurry up and leave. I don't want to make a move to kick people out. Su Cheng laughed coldly and stood up directly, looking at him condescendingly, his eyes full of disdain and coldness. Seeing that this little brother was not polite at all, Li Ming was also enraged. I'd like to ask, I wonder what kind of relationship you have with Bai Jing. Little brother, grabbing someone's hand for no reason. Don't you know that a man and a woman are not related? And what does it have to do with you if I come to visit Bai Jing? Who the hell do you think you are? You're so broad-minded. Li Ming similarly stood up, but he was also not as tall as Su Cheng, and he still had to look up at Su Cheng when he stood up. You ask what is my relationship with MS. Bai Jing? I'm her husband. She's my wife. What do you think our relationship is? Hearing these words, MS. Bai Jing beside her was also instantly dumbfounded. Her face instantly turned red, her eyes slightly trembling. She lowered her head down, and without retorting, she stood up and held Su Cheng's hand. She was really not expecting Su Cheng to say this, husband-wife or something, but also too, MS. Bai Jing did not dare to think about it again. You say you are Bai Jing husband? I don't believe it. You're old enough to be her son, right? And you say you're her husband. Li Ming was annoyed. She couldn't believe that Bai Jing would like someone who was a dozen years younger than her. But once he saw Su Cheng next to Bai Jing who let him hold his hand, he froze again. His ears reddened and his head slightly lowered. Just like a little daughter-in-law, Li Ming was mad with jealousy. He had never seen Bai Jing look so delicate and had never held her hand before. Looking at Su Cheng in front of him, he hated him so much that his teeth simply itched. But suddenly, he was relieved. You say you're her husband and you are? Maybe you're some relative of Bai Jing. Maybe she still watched you grow up. A hint of a smile appeared on Li Ming's face. How could Bai Jing allow a stranger a dozen years her junior to hold her hand? But what if this stranger was her sister's son? Wouldn't it hold? Looking at Su Chang and Bai Jing's slightly dazed appearance, Li Ming felt that he had discovered the truth. Oh, I got you right. Young man, it's good to know how to protect a woman, but a mature woman still needs a stronger man to protect her. When you find the woman you love, then offer that protection to that person. Li Ming slightly shook the bangs on his head and showed what he thought was his most handsome side. Pust. Su Chang was really unable to hold back his laughter. You're such a sprinkler. I told you I'm Bai Jing's husband, and you said I'm her relative's kid. Fine. Since you don't believe me, I'll simply prove it to you. Su Chang suddenly loosened his grip on Bai Jing's hand, and instead was placing this hand on her waist, turning her gently around and bringing her into his arms. Bai Jing's breathing accelerated slightly and became rapid, feeling the blazing heat that landed on her waist. Her face was as red as a peach blossom blooming in early spring, with a few hints of tenderness in her brows. Even the air around her seemed to have become ambiguous. Bai Jing's hand grasped Su Cheng's corner of the coat, as if she wanted to open her mouth to say something. Her lips moved, but in the end, she just pursed her lips, her face all flushed as well as nervous, and did not open her mouth. The next moment, Su Cheng's mouth plucked those delicate, flower-like lips. His other hand was also on the back of Bai Jing's head, keeping her body stable. Both of them seemed to be so engrossed in it that they didn't care about Li Ming next to them anymore. And they also forgot about Lingxi in the piano room upstairs, just kissing in oblivion with only each other in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. This time, the kiss seemed to be extraordinarily intense, and before long, Bai Jing couldn't help herself and began to breathe in the fresh air. Li Ming stared wide-eyed at the two people who were passionately kissing each other at the side, and his heart felt as if it was dripping blood. Surprisingly, it's true, this little boy was really Bai Jing's husband. It wasn't some relative's kid at all, and Bai Jing was really in love with someone a dozen years her junior. Su Chang gave Bai Jing a moment's rest, one hand stroking up her face that was gradually getting hot and moist from sweating. He didn't open his mouth to speak to Li Ming. He only had this charming and moving Bai Jing in his eyes. How could he waste his time warming up with a beautiful woman because of a big fat pig? Su Chang wiped Bai Jing's sweat for her, then once again leaned over and tried to kiss her, but was unexpectedly interrupted. You won't have a good outcome. Bai Jing, how could you? How could you fall in love with a man who was more than 10 years younger than you? Can he shoulder your and Lingxi's future? Only I can. I drive a BMW 7 Series outside and have a $1.2 million house, at $200,000 a year. Why don't you pick me? Li Ming's face was filled with malice and hysterical madness and rage. Isn't he himself 100 times better than this bratty poor guy? Su Cheng's eyes swept him with an extremely icy cold look. $200,000 a year. Right, this guy's job don't want it. How dare he interrupt his own good show with Bai Jing. Bai Jing only remembered at this time that Li Ming was still there, and directly did not have the bottom to cover her face and shyly sat on the sofa. This is a Maybach key. This is a Lamborghini key. This is a Maserati key. This is a Bugatti. This is a Pagani, a Koenigsegg, an Aston Martin, a Ferrari. Is that enough to shoulder? If it's enough, get out of here. If you don't believe me, there's a Maybach parked right in front of the door. Get out and see for yourself. Chapter 62. We can't be here. Let's go upstairs, okay? This, how is this possible? Li Ming couldn't help but tremble in his heart as he watched Su Cheng place the keys to the luxury car in his pocket on the table one after another. It can't be. It can't be. It's got to be a fake. Snap. A loud slamming sound rang out, and Li Ming ran wildly directly toward the outside. He wanted to see if the Maybach Su Cheng had spoken of was real or not, but when he actually came outside and saw the black Maybach actually parked on the side of the road, Li Ming's heart almost stopped. It's really Maybach. The Maybach, a symbol of wealth and power, is actually being driven by a little kid that young. But why? And how did a kid like him get to drive a Maybach and have so many keys to a luxury car in his pocket? Is it a rich kid? It must be. His hands trembled slightly, and blood dripped from his heart. Did true love finally lose out to reality? Bai Jing was just snatched away by that kid. Li Ming knew that he would never be able to snatch Bai Jing from that rich second generation in his life. He went back to his car, drove the BMW 7 Series, which was all his own, and left the sad place. Since love can't stand up to reality, he'll have to find his own reality. Woo-hoo-hoo. And at Bai Jing's house after Li Ming left, Bai Jing still had a blushing face and used her pair of white jade hands to block Su Cheng's line of sight. She actually kissed Su Cheng again, and it was still a public kiss in front of outsiders. And moving herself, Oh my god, she couldn't believe it. Where would Su Chang give her time to calm down? He sat down next to Ms. Bai Jing, then reached out his hand for her to lean in his arms. Ms. Bai Jing was so shocked that she took her hands away and looked at the man who was so close to her. She knew that Su Chang had just kissed herself in order to drive Li Ming away for herself. But, now Li Ming was all gone. What else does he want? I can't believe he still wants to. No way. And just now Li Ming closed the door so loudly. Who knows if Lingxi heard it? What if Lingxi comes out and sees him when she's having sex with him? No, I can't. Just as she wanted to speak, her mouth was blocked by Su Chang once again. Ms. Bai Jing's eyes widened, not expecting him to dare to do this. Ms. Bai Jing was a little scared. She wanted to try to push Su Chang away, but found that she couldn't push at all. His hand around her waist was just too dead. Can't be here. Go upstairs. Will you? Ms. Bai Jing looked at him in an extremely aggravated manner, then reached out and pointed upstairs. Su Chang read her meaning and immediately rejoiced. The mouth imprinted on Ms. Bai Jing's lips also loosened, and a princess hug picked her up, not even bothering to feel the softness coming from her legs. With a rush, he ran towards Ms. Bai Jing's room on the second floor. After arriving at Ms. Bai Jing's room, Su Chang placed her on the bed and then pounced like a wild beast. He once again gagged Ms. Bai Jing's mouth, and the two of them lay on the bed, kissing excitedly. Su Chang's hand also explored past Ms. Bai Jing's body, but a jade hand stopped it. He glanced at Ms. Bai Jing suspiciously before he was hooked by her frowning look. But even so, Ms. Bai Jing stopped her. Don't. You should be teaching Lingxi piano right now. She'll get suspicious after a while. How am I supposed to teach in my current state? Su Chang cried and laughed, glancing down at the ground. Ms. Bai Jing also knew that he was very disgruntled right now. But in reality, how could she not be herself? But what if Spirit Stream really found out? Tell you what, why don't you start by running around here or something? For exercise? Big deal. I'll go outside with you tonight? Ms. Bai Jing also finally made up her mind, turning her head over with a red face and saying words that never crossed her mind. Really? This is what you said? Ms. Bai Jing, I definitely won't let you go tonight. Jia. What are you doing? I thought I told you to calm down. Why are you here again? Ms. Bai Jing was red in the face, feeling as if her eyes were spinning inside their sockets, and the person was completely dazed. No more thinking. Anyway, you have to help now. Otherwise how can I teach little Spirit Creek in this condition? Meanwhile, in another room on the second floor, Lingxi slowly lowered her hands from the piano. She pushed open the door to the piano room and headed outside before casting her eyes down to the first floor at the living room, where no one was. Lingxi's shell teeth lightly bit, and her pink fists also directly clenched. Her face instantly darkened. Bright eyes flashed with anger, like the moon covered by dark clouds, and her tiny nose opened and closed slightly as her breath began to catch. Spirit Creek turned her gaze to her mom's house, the door to which was closed. You've got some balls, asshole. Her voice was very soft, but it contained boundless anger. It's outrageous that he's taking the time he should be teaching himself piano to spend with his mom. He has acquiesced to him and his mother. Su Chang even more unscrupulous, leaving himself in the piano room to practice alone. And then he went too and his mother. Lingxi took a big breath and gave her mom a hard stare at the closed door of her room before turning her head back to her piano room. When Su Chang returned to the piano room, little Lingxi was lying on the bed holding that little bear doll that he often saw. It seems like he's sleeping, or not. In short, he's not doing anything. What is little Lingxi doing? Why aren't you practicing the piano? Go practice on your own. Oh come on. The little girl Lingxi was jealous again. Could it be that she had seen herself and Ms. Bai Jing enter the room? Su Chang thought about it. The probability was that she came out on her own, then saw that there was no one down there, and saw that Ms. Bai Jing's room was closed. What do I have to practice on my own? How can I practice the qin without the white, tender and fragrant little Lingxi? Right now one must continue to coax the little girl. Oh, why can't a person practice the piano? I was just practicing alone there. Just as well. I can practice on my own if I'm your student. Why can't you practice if you're still my teacher? The little girl from Spirit Creek sneered, still playing with the doll bear in her hand. Every now and then he would give it a punch, like he was venting the anger in his body. That's not because our little girl Lingxi is well behaved. Even if we let her practice alone she can still hold out for a bit. But I can't. If I don't have Spirit Stream, little Su Chang will die. Su Chang removed Lingxi's hand on the bear doll and put it into his own hand, playing with it. Lingxi's head almost went down after hearing Su Chang's words, which were almost like a confession. She tilted her head to look at Su Chang, who was still playing with her small hands, and her eyes met that pair of extremely sincere eyes, and her heart pounded like a deer in headlights. Lingxi really didn't expect that Su Chang would say such a heartfelt paragraph to herself. and a red ripple spread across her face. Since you can't stay away from me that much, I'll grudgingly forgive you. Chapter 63, How nice for the three of us to be happy together. Finally the Little Spirit Creek's jealousy was consoled. And this time, Little Spirit Creek hadn't even asked what she was really doing with MS. White silence. Did it mean that she had acquiesced to herself and MS? By Jing? Little Lingxi, why are you just sulking and getting jealous there and not asking what MS, By Jing and I are doing? Su Cheng held the little Lingxi in his arms and placed his head on her back, suddenly opening his mouth to inquire. Thump! Lingxi's hand that was playing the zither also stopped, and only the sound of the last stroke stretched on. She glared back at Su Cheng fiercely, like some great evil had found its prey. Very vicious. How dare you ask? Why am I afraid to ask? Su Cheng looked at her exasperated red little face and didn't hold back and directly bit lightly on her mouth. Soft and sweet. This action of his caused all the complaints that Lingxi had originally coalesced to dissipate, leaving only shyness. Just bully me. You're bullying me while you're bullying my mom. Thinking mother-daughter. You're bullying me over here just because I like you and because I don't mind. You'd better pray that mom doesn't find out about me and you or she'll never let you go. While Lingxi didn't mind that she was with her mom and Su Cheng, her mom didn't know. Su Cheng touched his head. Lingxi was right, so he also had to work harder to take down MS. By Jing. When the time came, his own happy days would come, with his left arm around little Lingxi and his right arm around MS. By Jing. Otherwise, Xiao Lingxi, you can help? I like you so much and I like your mom so much, and you and your mom like me so much. It's so nice for everyone to be happy together. Su Cheng lightly sniffed the moving fragrance of the little girl's body, his hands kneading on her small stomach as he began to persuade. But I didn't expect the little spirit stream in my arms to be in a hurry. You're such a shameless asshole. It's not enough that you have me. Do you have to have mother and daughter together? Lingxi turned around and looked back at him with tears in her eyes, very aggravated. She didn't understand that she was already so indulgent to Su Cheng that she did whatever he wanted her to do. Now I can't believe I'm being asked to help. Su Cheng held her little face with both hands, then helped little Lingxi wipe her tears. You like me. Your mom likes me too. Think about it. If I let Lingxi leave me because of my mother, little Lingxi, you would definitely be very sad. Do you want Mess, By Jing to suffer that as well? Su Cheng started the moral kidnapping, although it was bad, but it was useful. Lingxi pouted in aggravation again, looking at her with extreme grudges. You just think of mommy aggravation and not me. I'm aggravated sitting in your arms right now and you just think of mommy. Saying that, little Lingxi's tears were coming out again. This little girl was simply made of water. Whenever I'm jealous, I have to cry, and I'm always jealous of MS. By Jing. Su Cheng didn't dare to say anything more. If MS. By Jing came in at this time and saw little Lingxi crying in her arms, that would really be the end. Then let us not have mom. After that, the two of us, Xiao Lingxi and I, will live in a two-person world, and let that bad MS. By Jing who wants to break us up go wherever she wants to go. Su Cheng feigned ferocity as he continued to wipe her tears with his fingers. The little girl's tearful eyes were misty, and he couldn't help but be tickled. And the fire that he had just managed to suppress at MS. By Jing's came back up. You roll not allowed to not want mom. Lingxi heard that Su Cheng wanted to abandon MS. By Jing was anxious again and pouted. You're saying that you won't allow me to have a mother-daughter all-in-one on one hand, and you won't allow me to abandon MS. By Jing on the other. You're making it very difficult for me, aren't you? Su Cheng's breathing became rapid, and he kissed the tearful corners of Lingxi's eyes in his arms, helping her to dry her tears. Lingxi closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her face, which had just been crying, became flushed. Her heartbeat became fast again, pounding, and she wondered if Su Cheng could hear it, but her gradually becoming ragged breathing had been able to indicate everything. You, anyway, I don't care. Xiao Lingxi you I'm sure I want, and you won't let me abandon MS. By Jing, I can only want all of them. Jia. After saying that, Su Cheng couldn't hold back any longer. The delicate body cradled in her arms made it hard for her to endure, and cupped Lingxi's face in front of her, straight up blocking. Lingxi seemed to be similarly enduring to the limit, and the two were like people trapped in a cave on an icy day, unlikely to leave after finding the fire. Her hands similarly cupped Su Cheng's head and came up. Su Cheng's hands also kept roaming on top of Lingxi's clothes, but was afraid that MS. By Jing would suddenly come in, so he only pinched and rubbed at the sound in soft locations. Lingxi's small hands seemed to be similarly feeling uninspired as she moved her hand away from Su Cheng's head. The movements were almost the same as Su Cheng's. His hand touched from the top of Su Cheng's clothes and rubbed on his back, feeling Su Cheng's powerful and robust figure. A moment later, he turned his hand from the back to the front and touched it on Su Cheng's abs. The two just kept hugging and kissing until Lingxi pushed him away. Water. Lingxi gave him a shy look before jumping down from Su Cheng's arms. With beads of sweat still saturating her hair and her throat dry as if it were roasting on fire, she grabbed a bottle of water and drank tons and tons of it. Halfway through the drink he took a big gulp of fresh air and let it all out. I can't. Water for you. Lingxi looked at Su Cheng somewhat sheepishly, handed him the water, and returned to sitting in his arms. You're a real little girl. Little Spirit Stream was treating herself like this at this time. Then at night, Bai Jing would have to suffer a little more, and this was an exchange of equals. Su Cheng took the mineral water she handed over, and drank it all. He was just as thirsty himself when he had just hugged and kissed little Lingxi. Drinking half a bottle of water kind of relieved it a lot. Lingxi lay in his arms shaking her little legs, her face full of happiness. Su Cheng thought about it, but he was going out with Bai Jing in the evening anyway. Little Spirit Creek is sort of an appetizer before the main meal tonight. He picked up little Lingxi and sat her on his lap, leaning his head against little Lingxi's back as he listened to her play the zither. Let's go out to eat tonight. Su Cheng cleaned all the dishes and dinner plates that were left over from before and came in front of Bai Jing and Lingxi. Going out to eat? Eat what? The food outside isn't even as good as your cooking, Lingxi said with a skittish look as she sat on the couch propping her face up with her hands. Since eating Su Cheng's cooking, Lingxi and Bai Jing rarely ate out. Can't eat it, it's really not good. It's still best to eat Su Cheng's cooking at home. And I didn't say we wouldn't eat my cooking when we go outside. We could go have a picnic. Su Cheng wickedly licked his lips. Picnic. Open air. Tent. Bai Jing, you are blessed tonight. Chapter 64, an exciting picnic night. Picnic. Want to go. Lingxi was ignited by Su Cheng's proposal, and her eyes were sparkling. But a picnic requires a lot of preparation, right? Is it too late to go tonight? Bai Jing raised questions. They seem to have nothing at home: tents, sleeping bags, cooking utensils and so on. And if you have a picnic, you also have to prevent mosquito bites and other things. The ground moisture, a lot of things have to be ready. Don't worry, Sister Jing. Today we three will go empty-handed. I've had things prepared. Su Cheng smiled faintly. These things still need him to personally prepare? Early let the group of bodyguards arranged everything. Sister Jing, want to go? Go ahead. Bai Jing looked at Su Cheng's extremely blazing line of sight. Why was he staring at himself like this? Suddenly she remembered the agreement she had made in the bedroom at the time. Is this guy trying to do that after the picnic? Can't we go to a hotel? That's too bold. But the agreement had been made before. And Bai Jing didn't dare to refuse with a red face, so she could only go along with him. The picnic site prepared by Su Cheng was a lakeside, and the environment was good according to the bodyguard's reaction. This place is basically empty at night and even the mosquitoes are rare. When the three came this way, the tents were all set up and the rest of the picnic utensils were in the tents. Wow, it's awesome in here. A small lamp, a sleeping bag, a pillow and a moisture-proof pad. Su Cheng, you prepared so comprehensively? Lingxi felt novelty. This was her first picnic. We'll have a tent for each of us when the time comes, and we'll sleep comfortably. Su Cheng responded with a smile, while reaching out a hand to scratch at the palm of Bai Jing's hand next to him. The latter shivered involuntarily. Bai Jing didn't expect Su Cheng to be so bold. He dared to do this when his daughter was right in front of him. Next Su Cheng began to prepare the cooking utensils, took a smooth big stone to put the gas stove. Next to it were many buckets of water that others had prepared earlier, and then the fire began to cook. Cooking was basically the same, with Bai Jing and Lingxi's large and small group watching from the side, and Su Cheng explaining to them from time to time. It's ready to eat. Come and taste it. I'll do it. Lingxi raised her little hand, and with great excitement, she pounced over, holding the little bowl and picking up a piece of meat with her chopsticks. Yummy. It still tastes the same. She shook herself contentedly, unusually happy. Sister Jing, you taste it too. Well, under the moonlight, the lake glistened with silver waves, like a huge mirror. After the three of them had eaten and drank, they found a clean patch of grass near the tent and spread a blanket on it so they could lie down and rest. The moon is beautiful. Su Cheng suddenly opened his mouth and quietly gazed at the huge moon. In the vast night sky, countless stars are hugging each other, but the moon is the only one. He is a man from another world who has found his true home here. A hand suddenly held him. Su Cheng's head twisted to the right. It was Lingxi. Her face was a little red and she squeezed on Su Cheng's hand, and made a mouthful of like. Su Cheng smiled at each other and gave the same squeeze on her small hand, responding to Lingxi with a like. Little Spirit Stream took the initiative to come over, but it was impossible to do anything more on this occasion. Unable to hold it in her arms and kiss it like before, Su Cheng thought about it, since Xiao Lingxi's side was taken care of. Bai Jing's side couldn't be spared either. Unfortunately, you still have to take the initiative yourself. He turned back and continued to look up at the starry sky, while his other hand touched towards MS. By Jing's side, there was no convoluted journey. It was easy to take MS. By Jing's small hand in hers, MS. By Jing shivered and tried to break away, but failed to do so. Su Cheng's hand gradually turned upwards and clasped his fingers together, bringing MS. By Jing closer to himself. Xiao Lingxi's side was the same. The two of them clasped their fingers together, feeling the temperature of each other's palms. She was even more daring, and even slid her body on the blanket, resting her head all the way against Su Cheng's head. Su Cheng could only pretend to look up at the starry sky, not daring to move a muscle. Zip, zip, zip. Su Cheng's pupils tightened. His body trembled slightly on its own, and the hands holding on to the two of them shook a little, frightening MS. By Jing to follow suit. What did Lingxi just do? She actually drew on her ears with a hairbrush. Is this girl really? The more exciting the place, the more guts she has? She used a quill dipped in ink and placed it on her ear, starting at the lobe and working up to the auricle, turning and drawing. Su Cheng's legs were a little weak, and he could only use his hands to control MS. By Jing on the blanket. In case she saw this scene, it was simply unthinkable. The ink in the brush spread over his ears, and Su Cheng's breathing followed as he slowly became faster in an unconscious manner. It's her gifted drawing skills. The brush then tickled Su Cheng's earlobe again, wiggling slightly. It tickles. It really tickles. Down it came, and down it came again where the painting had been, and Spirit Creek changed its position. She was still tracing Su Cheng's ears, one stroke of the brush going on, using the drawing skills she had once learned. That's a superb drawing skill that's uniquely hers. The brush continued to draw into it, letting out large swathes of ink, completely blackening Su Cheng's ears. Su Cheng's rapid breathing stopped with him. It was only at this time that he realized that his breathing had become so rapid. Wouldn't that be discovered? Su Cheng used his afterglow to glance at MS. By Jing next to him. Her face was very red and the slightest beads of sweat were showing between her clasped palms. It didn't seem to notice, and Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that MS. By Jing was taking his reaction as a result of being 10-fingered with her, and he smiled inwardly. He hadn't even relaxed for a few seconds yet, and the circled brush that had been resting on his ear continued to draw. She seemed to have stopped copying her ears with the brush. Instead she changed places with the brush in her hand and drifted off. The brush he was holding came to Su Cheng's face. He was going to draw something else this time. No longer just copying ears. She was going to draw on Su Cheng's face. The current Lingxi was like the best painter in the world, with a brush in her hand, and Su Cheng's face became her canvas. Dots of moonlight rubbed against the lake and hit it. Lingxi was able to barely make out Su Cheng's face, so drawing normally wasn't a problem. Between one stroke and the other, she first draws a circle, then a puddle of lake water. Su Cheng was simply about to collapse. It was as if he felt as if his entire face was going to lose consciousness and was full of ink. Chapter 65. This is the first and last time. After Lingxi finally gave up drawing on her ears, Su Cheng performed guitar for the two for a while longer. Unsurprisingly, he, who possessed divine instrumental talent, played and sang several wonderful tunes for the two. The light in the eyes of the little girl, Lingxi, who was watching constantly flickered, and with both hands folded, she looked at him with extreme admiration. MS. By Jing was the same, her heart filled with admiration. As a young man, Su honestly is just brilliant, with a ridiculously high level of piano and guitar. He also gives massages, acupuncture, and cooks better than a chef in a restaurant outside, as if there's nothing in the world he doesn't know how to do. Xiao Cheng, is there anything you're not good at? MS. Bai Jing looked at him curiously. When Lingxi beside him heard this topic, her ears straightened, her eyes glowing as she stared at him closely. Lingxi was also curious. Could this man who was never confident to the point of being invincible have something he wasn't good at? If I have to say something I'm not good at falling in love. Su Cheng pondered for a moment and looked at the two. Hearing Su Cheng utter such an answer, the corners of both Lingxi's and MS. Bai Jing's mouths couldn't help but twitch. You're not good at relationships? It's almost a lie, isn't it? Could it be that you haven't been in love since you were a kid? It's impossible. Xiao Cheng, you're so handsome. MS. Bai Jing was interested in Su Cheng's answer. She hadn't really seen any women next to Su Cheng, nor have I seen him on the phone with any female friends. Is it true that he's as bad at relationships as he says? Yes, Sister Jing, I've never been in love. Although many girls have handed me love letters since I was a child, I couldn't accept them, because I can't imagine what they like about me. Is it money, or is it the face? After all, I'm too rich and handsome. Alas, MS. Bai Jing and Lingxi were instantly dumbfounded, having never seen such a roundabout way of praising themselves. But what Su Cheng said was indeed true. Haven't you ever met a girl you like? You're so rich and handsome. It shouldn't be possible for a girl to reject you. MS. Bai Jing raised her doubts again. and it was clear that he was a veteran of love affairs just by the way he was testing himself. I did meet a girl I like recently, but she doesn't seem to like me, and every time I get close to her, she pushes me away, rejects it, and runs away. But we've gotten a lot better lately. She's finally willing to get close to me. Su Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly with intent, his gaze sweeping over Ms. Bai Jing's body without a second thought. Ms. Bai Jing's heart snapped. Wasn't he talking about himself? It was almost even if he was expressing himself. So was Su Cheng confessing to himself? Or was he just hinting that he liked himself and was going to fulfill his promise at night? Ms. Bai Jing didn't know, so she just nodded lightly and didn't dare to ask again. Lingxi on the side was furious. Even though she knew that this guy liked his mom and wanted to have a mother-daughter relationship, but then he was so reckless in front of his face, confessing to his mom with such affection that he didn't take himself seriously. Lingxi took advantage of Ms. Bai Jing's inattention and twisted Su Cheng's waist, signaling that he was jealous again. Su Cheng laughed bitterly, but little spirit stream had to be put aside at this time. After all, although she had agreed to a mother-daughter all-you-can-eat diet, Ms. Bai Jing hadn't. I can only condemn little spirit creek first. Su Cheng similarly took advantage of Ms. Bai Jing's inattention and pretended to look down to pick something up, kissing the corner of little Lingxi's mouth. This is considered compensation. Don't be jealous. Su Cheng's voice was small, only to the extent that he and Lingxi could hear it, not daring to let Ms. Bai Jing hear it. Lingxi slightly skimmed her lips and didn't do anything more, but she was actually quite happy. I didn't expect Su Cheng to take such a big risk and suddenly give a kiss to comfort himself. Still mouth to mouth. After another short walk, the three of them returned to the vicinity of their tents, the moon already deep in the sky. Looking at the time, it was almost approaching midnight. Since it's already so late, let's each go back to our tents and sleep. Evening quiet, sister. Good night, Lingxi. Good night, good night. After greeting, Su Cheng returned to his tent, picked up his cell phone, and sent a message to Ms. Bai Jing. Su Young, Ms. Baekjong, are you coming to see me or am I coming to see you? #bad joke. Su Cheng waited for a while but there was no response. Is Ms. Bai Jing pretending to be blind? Or is she trying to pretend to be asleep to avoid this one tonight? Su Young, Ms. Bai Jing, if you don't reply to my messages, I'm going to drill you directly into your 10 #smile. Ms. Bai Jing lay in her sleeping bag, looking at the message from Su Cheng on her phone, her cheeks blushing, and she sighed lightly. Baekjong, forget it. I'll go over to your tent. After sending the message, Ms. Bai Jing's little face reddened again. Was she actually going to give this little man the door? What a surprise! A pianist tutor encounter about a genius rich kid. Has she become the heroine? Now Xiao Chang said he liked himself, but in reality he was just a college student. The young man's mind would soon change, and he could not wait for his mind to change before he was heartbroken. Otherwise the only one who will be sad is yourself. Ms. Bai Jing gently unzipped the tent and walked over towards Su Cheng's tent, but just as she reached the door, a pair of hands pulled her right in and held her in their arms. Sister Jing, did you know that your body smells so good? Su Cheng's face was pressed against Ms. Bai Jing's neck, greedily sniffing the scent from her body. The aroma is delicious and moving. Su Cheng's breathing became rapid as he opened his own mouth, then kissed Ms. Bai Jing's neck. Ms. Bai Jing's body trembled slightly, not expecting Su Cheng to suddenly kiss up. Her head slightly started to rise. Her breathing also began to gradually accelerate. Su Cheng's nostrils flaring, pounding on Ms. Bai Jing's already stimulated cerebral nerves. However, she didn't stop it and instead reached out her hand to touch Su Cheng's head. She had already treated this first time with Su Cheng as if it was her last, so she gave a little tenderness to the boy who still liked her now. Ms. Bai Jing turned her head, looking softly and winkingly at the man who was about to make himself understand what it meant to be a woman. Where else could the current Su Cheng see Ms. Bai Jing in this state? Roaring softly, he directly pounced on her in the sleeping bag, took in Ms. Bai Jing's mouth, and her hands began to roam at her belly, not daring to move, really not daring to touch. Ms. Bai Jing was also moved, and in the oblivious kiss, she put her hand on Su Cheng's back, then pinched and touched it, not daring to move it again. I've got soundproofing in this tent, don't be afraid, give it all to me. Well, Chapter 66. Last time. This is really the last time. The battle continued until close to morning, and Ms. Bai Jing's pleasant voice as well as her delicate and light movements always inspired a new round of energy in Su Cheng. Every time after the energy was evaporated, the person who was like a water snake lunged again. Perhaps it was the years of abstinence that washed over Ms. Bai Jing all at once, and she ate it up, won't leave him alone. But how was Su Cheng not the same? Ms. Bai Jing's body was like a synonym for taboo, giving birth to endless energy in his heart. Looking all the way through Ms. White's body, he knew almost every corner of Ms. White's body. It could be said that the current Su Chang was the person in the world who understood MS by Jing the most, more than herself and more than Lingxi. Looking at MS by Jing's gazing eyes, as well as the red lips that were close at hand, Su Chang began to get excited again. No, Lingxi should be waking up soon. I have to go back, then I'll carry you back. Although Su Chang was reluctant to give up, he also knew that MS by Jing had a point. MS by Jing's hand held Su Chang's head and she just leaned tightly into his arms. The night's frenzy had left her legs almost completely drained of strength, and this little man was, well, really something. MS by Jing's face was slightly flushed. Last night's self was extremely crazy. Over and over again she was asking Su Chang about his limits, but she didn't realize that this little man's power was not something she could compare to as he absorbed every bit of energy from his body. Let yourself be a woman again after more than 10 years, and also experience the true joy of being a woman. She's in love with this man, but they can't be together. Makoto, the kind of thing that happened last night is over. This matter, you just pretend it never happened. What? Su Chang was dumbfounded. Last night's so happy night was gone just like that. Wasn't the pleasure he had given MS by Jing last night enough? The clasped hands, the moving voice, all fake? Why Sister Jing? Could it be that you are not satisfied, Sister Jing? I can come back again. MS by Jing's face was suddenly covered in red. What do you mean you are not satisfied? You are already satisfied beyond satisfaction, talking about yourself like some kind of demented woman. Sister Jing, you want a few times to be a few times. The big deal is that later we will send Lingxi back first, and then come out to the hotel. No, Xiaoxiao, you misunderstood. I'm already satisfied. It's impossible between the two of us. This kind of absurdity is enough once. MS by Jing waved her hand and twisted that rosy face to the side, not daring to look at Su Chang. Why is it impossible? You like me, and I like Sister Jing. Let's be together. I'll be responsible for you and Lingxi. After opening MS by Jing's tent, Su Chang reluctantly put her down from his arms and the two of them came back into the wide sleeping bag. Feeling the blazing temperature of Su Chang's body and listening to his confession to herself, MS by Jing's heart violently trembled. And we won't have financial pressure when we're together. Sister Jing, you don't have to work so hard for Lingxi in the future. Su Chang hugged MS by Jing and lay down in the sleeping bag, using the temperature of his body to give her warmth. You're too young. We won't be happy together. You like me now, but when I'm old in the future, you really won't abandon me? You're handsome and rich. You'll definitely fall for some girl out there, and I'll be miserable at that time. Don't say another word about this. Last night was the last time. Don't piss me off. Su Chang wanted to continue persuading, but MS by Jing's attitude was unusually resolute. It seemed as if this matter could only be left unsettled like this, but where could he give up on MS by Jing? The two in the sleeping bag just kept cuddling, perhaps knowing that this was the last time, and MS White's silence had no intention of urging him to leave. Su Chang greedily breathed in MS by Jing's fresh scent, and that moving soft feeling was unforgettable to him as well. Sister Jing, since you said this is the last time, why don't we do it again? Su Chang's voice was extremely dry and his mouth was dry. MS by Jing was startled as his extremely deep and violent breaths kept hitting her face, making MS by Jing's nerves tingle. Her delicate body struggled in panic. No, I can't. MS by Jing's struggles were useless, and the clothes she had only just put on before were removed in an instant and tossed aside. His lips were also blocked by Su Chang, constantly purifying the breath from MS by Jing's mouth. When MS by Jing was short of breath, Su Chang would take the initiative to retreat, giving her plenty of time to recuperate, and when MS by Jing tried to speak again, Su Chang would once again lean in. Between the repetitions, you go back and forth. MS by Jing finally gave up. She took the initiative to cater up to Su Chang's lips, and her hands also rubbed the clothes on his back. The two were at war again in MS White's tent, their appetites insatiable, craving each other's presence. Even after having embraced it in my arms, it still doesn't feel like enough. Far too far. Their hands kept squeezing each other's hands, trying to get closer to each other and their chests. A beautiful voice that was as gentle as a yellow warbler's song rang out. It was MS by Jing, who had turned into a yellow warbler, singing softly, lilting and melodious. Then, as if she realized something, she turned into a hungry vicious wolf again and bit down on Su Chang's shoulder. The beautiful song of the yellow warbler is gone, devoured by hungry wolves. The two just embraced, and it all seemed to be over. But nothing seemed to be over. They felt the heat in each other's arms while feeling the distance between their hearts. Su Chang and MS by Jing gagged again, but their movements were far less savage and reckless than before. It was like they were savoring the most delicious dessert in the world. keeping in mind the essentials of eating dessert and chewing slowly. Finally, the two stopped. Su Chang gently dropped a kiss on By Jing's forehead before speaking. Sister Jing, I'll go back first. Good, By Jing quietly gazed at his back, desperately restraining the desire to stop that last declaration, but that mouth was forcibly stopped by her hard choke. For the last time, this really is the last time. By Jing murmured, one hand covering her heart, trying to fill that empty and lonely heart. It's not possible, Bai Jing. It's not possible for you and him. You're an older widow nearing 40, and when he finds his true love, he'll surely abandon himself. Don't ever think about him again. It's the last time. She pursed her lips and buried her head in the pillow, unable to see anything. Chapter 67, You Think I'm Dying? After sending both Bai Jing and Lingxi back, Su Chang was ready to return to his own home. I thought that the relationship between the two would develop further after taking Bai Jing down, but I didn't expect it to be the last time. It's a long way to go, and we still have to make plans. Su Chang sighed lightly and drove his familiar Maybach back to the villa. Qin Yufeng and the little maid were lying on their own beds, still sleeping. Su Chang went up from Qin Yufeng's side and hugged her into his arms from behind. Her body was very soft, and there was also a very rich and light scent. Su Chang inhaled deeply, then placed his head on Qin Yufeng's shoulder and closed his eyes. However, Qin Yufeng in her arms slowly opened her eyes. She didn't look backward. Su Cheng's big hand was gently kneading on her belly, transferring heat, and the heavy breath from the shoulder, not blazing, but warm. The corners of Qin Yufeng's mouth gradually rose. Her face was like a peach blossom as a sweet smile hung on her face. Her delicate body couldn't help but slowly move backward, wanting to feel the body heat from Su Cheng's body even further. Sleep. Su Cheng noticed her movements and murmured a soft sentence. The hands holding on Qin Yufeng's small stomach pushed inward, and the two of them became closer, feeling that very warm and extremely secure body. Qin Yufeng was also satisfied. She put her hands over the two that had been resting on her small stomach and gently rubbed them together. Su Cheng's hands were different from hers. His hands were large, and when he touched them he could feel the sharp knuckles, and they were still hard, unlike her fingers which were softer. Soon, Qin Yufeng fell asleep again in this peaceful environment. The hand after falling asleep still covered Su Cheng's hand, refusing to let go. Inside a villa on the outskirts of Zheng City. What did you say? Jing Sheng hasn't contacted you until now. Chen Kuan's face was extremely shocked, and the hand that was originally placed on the edge of the sofa was withdrawn, and in front of him, naturally, was that elderly butler? Uncle Fu. Yes, milord, I suspect he may have. Uncle Fu opened his mouth. His face was also filled with astonishment. Chen Jingsheng completely disappearing while on a mission was something that had never happened before. Not to mention Chen Jingsheng's terrifyingly strong strength. Even in the Magic City he was a first-class expert. And how could he disappear in this tiny Jiang city? Unless, of course, there was a more terrifying presence in that villa. Could have been what? Are you saying he's already dead? I just asked him to kidnap Qin Yufeng. Chen Jingsheng still can't kidnap a tiny Qin Yufeng? Chen Kuan was also shocked and skeptical, his face filled with incomprehension. If this is the Magic City, even so, go to the Magic City Qin family to kidnap Qin Yufeng. There is still a possibility, but here is only Jiang City. Chen Jingsheng how can miss it? But right now Chen Jingsheng's loss of contact has said it all. He is most likely not missing. He is indeed dead. Uncle Fu didn't dare to take Chen Kuan's words for fear that he might have offended the cruel man in power. No images or anything like that? Where was he lost? Did he go near that villa? You should always know these things. Don't you tell me you don't know anything. Chen Kuan's words were cold, but his face was calm, as if it was an impending storm. Fu Bo was extremely alarmed and instantly fell to his knees, a symbol of the family head's impending wrath. He picked up his cell phone, opened the video image that someone had passed to him, and presented it to Chen Kuan with both hands. An image found Chen Jingsheng suddenly walking toward an alleyway when he was heading to the villa where Qin Yufeng was staying, and then he was never seen again. Chen Kuan didn't say anything, just quietly took the phone and clicked on the video to watch it. Just as Uncle Fu said, Chen Jingsheng was walking to the villa where Qin Yufeng was, and his steps suddenly stopped. Then in a flash, he rushed inside a dark alley and never came out again. Chen Kuan's eyes were a bit gloomy, looking left for a moment and then changing positions. Butler Fu Bo remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to open his mouth. His old back was sore and aching, but he still forced himself not to get up. What do you think? This matter of Chen Jingsheng. Chen Kuan spoke up, some fear on his face, as well as hesitation and worry. I think he should have sensed the presence of an expert and chased after him. Maybe he got ambushed or something. Fu Bo raised his head and voiced his opinion. Well, but that's the strangest part, isn't it? Where does River City get its masters? Chen Kuan frowned. Now he had a great sense of unease. This matter was too confusing. Chen Jingsheng's disappearance might be an early warning to himself that if he dared to continue pursuing the matter of Qin Yuefang, he would be next. The Qin family is simply not that strong, and that would be the owner of the villa. Could that villa belong to that crown prince of the Yinjingsu family? I don't believe it. How is it possible for the devil's capital Qin family to hitch a ride with the Yinjingsu family? Uncle Fu, call all the people from our Chen family who came this way. But even Chen Jingsheng is. Uncle Fu obviously panicked a little. He was supposed to be an undercover agent for Chen Xiaoping over here. How could he give away his old life? On Jingsheng's side, it's him who took the initiative to provoke the people in the alley. So let's go to that villa and find someone. Arrest Qin Yuefang and leave. Chen Kuan's face was very ferocious. He must catch Qin Yuefang. Otherwise it would be hard to solve his heart's hatred. No way, family head. Duke Xiaoan died in Jiang City because he came after that Qin Yuefang. And now Chen Jingsheng is also dying 9 deaths because of Qin Yuefang. We can't afford to be foolish anymore. You are the head of the Chen family. You have to think more about the Chen family. Butler Fu Bo knelt on the ground, tugging at Chen Kuan's feet with a handful of snot and tears. He really didn't want to die. Chen Kuan suddenly squatted his body down and looked down at the butler Fu Bo at his feet, stroking his head like a dog. When did I say I was going? But didn't you just say? The housekeeper Fu Bo raised his head tremblingly and looked at the family head Chen Kuan, whose face was like a spring breeze, and smiled brightly. You go and bring Qin Yuefang back to me. Butler Fu Bo's heart instantly became as cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This was letting himself die? But why? Yes, family master. But what is even more stupid is to disobey Chen Kuan's order in front of his face. That is seeking death. You must be curious, right? Why did I ask you to bring back Qin Yuefang? Chen Kuan had a smile on his face. Fubuki froze, listening quietly. Because I'm not dead yet. Bang! A loud crashing sound rang out as Chen Kuan lifted the butler Fu Bo's body, making him kowtow on the ground over and over again. You stepped on a horse and licked my punk son's stinking feet when you thought I was dying, didn't you? Fu Bo's forehead and face were covered with bruises, and his vision gradually became blurred, almost fainting. Family master. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. His voice was broken and extremely weak. Chapter 68. The second male lead. Dragon Emperor Yi Chen. This will only happen once, and if I catch you licking the stinking feet of my punk-ass son again, I'll break you into pieces. Chen Kuan's face was extremely cold, as if the person who had just grabbed the butler Fu Bo's head and kept smashing it on the ground was not him. Many thanks for the family lord's enlightenment. Ah Fu swears to serve the family lord to the death. Come on, don't be a poser there either. Chen Kuan resumed sitting on the sofa and sneered. This kind of knocked over person, if he dares to betray again, he himself will definitely make his life worse than death. It was the same even if he chose his own son, the only direct line of the Chen family in plain sight. You don't need to go and arrest Qin Yuefang either. Contact the boss of Ghost Gate Pass, Master Ghost, for me and have him meet me tomorrow night. Yes. How the hell do you ride a bike? How dare you run such an obvious red light? Yes, my fault, pay whatever you say. An older man who reeked of decadence got out of his battery-operated car and nodded to the owner of another sedan. Where did you get the money to pay for the damages? You battery bike rider, get out of here. Yes. Looking at the owner of the faraway minivan, a faint smile hung on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen had been away from Jiang City for close to 20 years, and had been imprisoned for murder, with the same 20-year sentence. But what everyone didn't know was that Yi Chen hadn't been put in jail. Instead, he had been admitted into the military district to join the army. This trip was 20 years, and he had also transformed from a murderer at the bottom of the hierarchy into the world-famous king of soldiers, Dragon Emperor Yi Chen. I don't know how Meirou and Fan Air are doing now. They must really hate me. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Chen's face, but his footsteps kept moving forward. He missed their mother and son too much, casually calling a cab. Yi Chen rushed in the direction of his remembered home. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the new script, Return of the Dragon King. In order to protect Lan Meirou and Yi Fan's mother and son, Yi Chen killed Wang Fuxing and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. However, he was favored by the No. 3 chief and entered the military region. After 20 years of time, he became the master of the Dragon King Hall and achieved the name of Dragon Emperor. Plot detected, hero saves beauty. Tonight at 8 p.m., Yi Chen will pass by the outskirts of Jiupan Mountain on the way to a drag race to save the female lead Qi Shanshan, and as a result, he gets the job of being Qi Shanshan's bodyguard. Su Cheng stood up from the sofa with a jolt. Ever since Yi Fan was held down by him in the hospital, there was no protagonist that he could bully. Now finally another protagonist has come out. Or Yi Fan's father. Jia. An evil smile appeared on Su Cheng's face. Since you chose to return at this time, then don't blame me for not being polite. Ah, what do you mean? Mei and Fan Air have moved away? Then where did they move to? Yi Chen froze, a joy to come back to find his wife and children. Did not expect to no longer live in the memory of the place. How should I know? Geez, scum like you who abandoned your wife and child, get the hell out of here. They won't even want to see you either. The heart of Auntie Wang at the head of the village was filled with contempt, disappearing straight away when her child was just born. Is this still a human being? Even if you saw Meirou, she's living happily with her own husband and child now, so you don't need to bother with that. I'm ashamed to talk to you when it comes to people like you who hate dogs. Auntie Wang at the head of the village pointed at Yi Chen's nose and cursed, and Lan Meirou's difficult life at that time is still vivid in her mind now. No, it won't. Meirou is sure to wait for me to come back, not to mention she has Fanner. Even if she did take Van Elle and find someone to marry, it wouldn't be a very happy life. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Auntie Wang was even more furious from the head, picking up a walking stick and hitting towards him. People like you are really a birth, abandoning people Meirou to let her bring up a child, and now you still want people to have a bad life. Do you still have a conscience? Yi Chen hurriedly got up and dodged away, not wanting to speak to this crazy anymore. He turned around and ran. Seeing that crazy old woman Wang Dama did not catch up, Yi Chen was also relieved. But then his mood was heavy again. Mei and Fanny had moved away. Where would one find them? It was easy to find it by utilizing the power of the Dragon King's palace, but when he came back, he clearly said to give up the power of the Dragon King's palace. It would be a shame to contact them at this time. There's not much money left on me, or else I'd better find a job first. The titular Dragon Emperor would be ridiculous if he starved to death inside the city. But where could Yi Chen's experience lead him to find an ordinary job? After hanging out all day, there wasn't a lot of money left on me. Is it really going to be like those urban novels? The return of the king of soldiers can only be a security guard? Yi Chen was a bit unwilling. The outskirts of Jiupan Mountain. Quickly escort the young lady to go first. A bearded man with blood dripping from his body and 2 long scars on his back hissed as hard as he could. Behind him there were 2 swordsmen as well as a gaudy little girl with 2 ponytails, and in front of him were likewise several swordsmen, but they were in much better condition than the bearded man. No way, I can't leave. If I leave, Uncle G, you're definitely dead. Although the 2 ponytailed girl was extremely scared and her legs were trembling, her eyes were extremely determined. You're even more of a handful here. Raven, Mouse, take the lady away. I'll help you clear the way. The man known as Uncle G got a little angry and snarled, glaring back at the twin ponytailed girl. After saying that, the bearded man rushed forward. Even though there were 2 people in front of him, he was not afraid and met them with his sword. His blade was quick, slashing the man next to him in the small of the back. Blood splattered everywhere. He looked back and tried to slash again, but was dodged. The people named Mouse and Raven next to him moved at the same time, and as soon as Mouse picked up the twin ponytailed girl, he lunged forward, completely oblivious to the enemy in front of him. The long blade in Raven's hand slashed forward vertically, and the 2 enemies in his way were forced to dodge as he rushed to meet them again. Mouse and the 2 ponytailed girl just rushed out of the encirclement, but Mouse didn't dare to stop moving for a moment for fear of being caught up by the people behind them. But in the next second, the rat's figure stormed backward. A ring-button blade instantly slammed into the spot where he had previously stood. It's you? Inkblade Gucheng. That old miscreant ghost hand actually sent you here. Mouse's skinny body blocked in front of the double ponytailed girl. Extremely surprised, Inkblade Gucheng picked up the ring buckle blade that was stuck on the ground, his eyes full of teasing. Master Ghost asked me to come. Naturally he wants to make sure that none of them can leave. Little Princess Shan, why don't you just go back with me? Master Ghost and Master Nine were good friends when they were young. As the daughter of the 9th Master, you are naturally our guest at the Ghost Gate. Bah, Gu Chang, you want me to go back with you? That's impossible, unless you let Uncle G, Mouse and Uncle Crow all go. Shanshan hid behind the mouse's skinny body to reveal her head, her face with hatred angrily staring at Gucheng. In that case, I can only forcefully take you back. Little princess. Gucheng crossed his sword and slashed out in the next second, arriving in front of the rat in an instant. It could not be dodged. The rat was in a cold sweat, gazing at the approaching blade, unable to move. But just at the moment when the ring-buckle blade was about to slash at him, the ink blade Gucheng instantly crumbled out, while the ring-buckle blade in his hand shattered into several blades. Su Chang stood in front of the rat and looked disdainfully at the ink blade ancient green embedded in the tree. A fragment of a ring-button knife was lodged right in his heart. It's dead. Chapter 69, Little Lori Chi Shanshan. The Black Dragon Society rats thank your excellency for saving their lives. The rat walked up to Su Chang and gently arched his hand, clasping his fists in thanks. However, his eyes kept a close eye on Su Chang, not daring to spare any of his movements. It's just a show of hands. I can beat that man to death in a flash. And you're still there all the time defending yourself against me. Can you defend yourself against me? Su Chang casually raised his hand. Then he placed his gaze on the double ponytailed loli, which was indeed beautiful. This Chi Shanshan is worthy of being one of the female leads. A soft golden double ponytail, Looks very youthful. The small face also has a bit of baby fat unique to lowly. Very pretty. Qi Shanshan also noticed him sizing herself up and met Su Cheng's eyes back. This is the man who saved his life and Uncle Mouse's life. Tall, handsome, and a bit of a heartbreaker with his martial arts skills. Handsome brother, there are still my friends over there being rounded up. Can you help? Qi Shanshan folded her arms and stepped out from behind the mouse, a clear light shining in her praying little eyes. Uncle Crow and Uncle G were both fighting over there. If this expert who could kill Inkblade Guqing in seconds could help, they would be saved. Of course you want me to help them, but I'm just passing through here, and I've already saved you guys, and I'm going to save them. How will you repay me, Lori? As soon as he heard his words, Mouse immediately looked at him with wary eyes. With a smile on his face, Su Cheng turned his gaze to Crow and the bearded man. Their opponents are at about the same level as them, and it won't do any good to not save them anytime soon. He, Su Cheng, was a villain, and although it was to intercept Yi-chan, the little lowly Qi Shanshan didn't know. Being able to feel that this martial arts but somewhat good and shy savior in front of her was still sizing herself up, the little lowly Qi Shanshan's little face flushed. If you can save them, how about I give you a kiss? I feel that I'm a bit of a loss. I just saved your life. Other people's little lowly to save their lives are all to the body. How do you this still have to save others once again? Su Cheng's face carried a teasing smile. Teasing this kind of very youthful and cute little lowly felt really great. Could feel the sight of the rat looking at him with extreme displeasure, but didn't dare to make a move. You have a point. How about we send you a territory then? Lori suddenly spoke, the red color fading from her face and a blazing light in her eyes. Hearing the words of the little lowly Qi Shanshan, the mouse on the side seemed to freeze and looked at her with very strange eyes. Give me land I still have to manage. I don't want it. Su Cheng coldly laughed. This little lowly doesn't look like a good person. Just now she was molested by herself with a red face, and now she said the words of giving away the land. If he really took over her territory, wouldn't he be a member of the Black Dragon Society? What good would joining the Black Dragon Society by oneself do to oneself? Even if it was the Ghost Gate, which had always been against the Black Dragon Society, it would be nothing more than a snap of the fingers to oneself. Why don't you just be the boss behind the scenes, and we'll send you someone to manage it? The little lowly Qi Shanshan's smile was innocent, and her eyes would look like crescent moons, but what came out of her mouth was always words of reckoning. It's not impossible if you want me to work for your Black Dragon Society. You have to stay with me for one night. Su Cheng mixed up and smiled. This little lowly wanted to count herself, and she still wanted her. The little lowly Qi Shanshan's face instantly turned red, bulging her mouth as she stared intently at Su Cheng. I advise you to better not make a move. People's little lowly didn't even say anything, and you lewd uncle is still angry. Su Cheng cheerfully looked at the little lowly Qi Shanshan, but the words that came out of his mouth were directed at the mouse. It was only because the murderous aura on the rat's body had overflowed after he had uttered those words, and he was about to strike. Not allowed to be rude to the lady. The words of the mouse are somewhat powerless. His own thoughts were instantly surveyed by the man in front of him. The horror of the excessive. I'd advise you not to say such things. If you get me angry, I don't mind disemboweling you and then taking Lori home captive. Su Cheng's face still had a smile on it, and he unconsciously licked his lips. He was a little moved by the idea, and it would be nice to take Lori home captive if he did do it himself. When the little lowly Qi Shanshan saw Su Cheng's undisguised movements, her heart couldn't help but flutter, like a deer in the headlights. Then what do you say to do in order to go out and save Uncle Crow and Uncle G? As long as it's not too much, it's not impossible to promise. The little lowly Qi Shanshan squirmed, realizing that she seemed to have moved on to this badass savior. Miss, no, huzzah. As soon as Mouse's words to stop fell, a sword was placed across the edge of his neck. Uncle Mouse, stop it. I can't understand old farts like you. You think you're doing Lori a favor. When you're gone she can voluntarily jump into my arms. You stay out of young people's business. Su Cheng put the sword away with a helpless face and placed it backward in his sleeve. A sword in your sleeve? So cool. The little lowly Qi Shanshan's eyes glowed as she curiously looked at Su Cheng's sleeve. Well, anything as long as it's not too much, is it? An evil smile hung on Su Cheng's face, and his line of sight roamed recklessly over the little lowly Qi Shanshan. I want you. No. Bang. Su Cheng blasted out a fist and smashed it into the rat's chest, directly pinning him to the tree. Uncle Mouse, don't worry, I've got it in my mind. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Who let him interrupt me? The little lowly Qi Shanshan looked at the mouse's side with some concern, and realized that he really wasn't in any serious trouble, and her mood improved. That's too much to ask for. I think it's better to take it slow. The little lowly had a red face, and the line of sight that was originally looking at Su Cheng turned away, not daring to look at him. Su Cheng was dumbfounded. He hadn't even made any conditions yet. How could he go overboard? Have you misunderstood? I haven't said the conditions yet. Su-chan looked at the little lowly Qi Shanshan with a smile. The little lowly Qi Shanshan remembered. The handsome brother in front of him did say talk was interrupted by Uncle Mouse. And what he said was not that he wanted himself. Self-indulgent. I want you to kiss me 10 times. This should not be too much. The little lowly Qi Shanshan glanced at Su-chang with squinted eyes. Wasn't this still coming at herself? Although a little shy, but kissing 10 times is still relatively easy to accept. Not too much, Lori said and walked toward him. Bend over, it's too high for me to kiss. Su-chang bent down. Then he sent his side of his face over. The little lowly Qi Shanshan took a deep breath. This is her first kiss, given to her and Uncle Mouse's rescuer, and he is tall and handsome and also strong in martial arts. No loss. Finally mustering up the courage, she slowly sent her lips out for a kiss on the cheek. But, just at this time, Su-chang suddenly moved. The face that had been turned sideways suddenly turned, taking in the lips of the little lowly Qi Shanshan. The little lowly's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 70. Missy was so excited that she took the initiative. It was only after almost 2.5 minutes that Su-chang was satisfied and released Lori. Sweet and still flavorful and soft. How could Lori Qi Shanshan not expect him to play this? She was already shy when she thought it was a kiss on the face, but he turned his head and kissed her on the mouth. How dare you? That was my first kiss. Where had the little lowly Qi Shanshan received such an aggravation? After calming her breathing, she immediately accused Su-chang. A pair of ponytails also followed her angry head as she flung around. The little lowly Qi Shanshan holding her double ponytails, whipping up a tornado, about to strike at Su-chang's body. Su-chang grabbed her ponytail, then cupped her chin and brought it up to her body. How can you blame me for this? Didn't we agree on 10 kisses earlier? Your bull ting me. You're clearly talking about kissing you 10 times. The little lowly Qi Shanshan was so anxious that tears were squeezing out of the corners of her eyes, but Su-chang wouldn't spoil her. Which is nonsense. 10 kisses. You didn't say where. The final interpretation is mine. You scoundrel, you stinking rascal. This lady doesn't care about you anymore. You say you're ignoring it? Aren't you forgetting something? Su-chang's face hung that familiar evil smile again, and one hand once again cupped the little lowly Qi Shanshan's chin. Missy, the agreement was for 10 times, and it's only just been once, so you still owe me 9. In the next second, Su-chang once again bullied his way up, holding in the mouth of the little lowly Qi Shanshan, and a pair of hands also picked up the little lowly. The little lowly Qi Shanshan, whose center of gravity was unsteady due to the change in altitude, let out a cry of alarm, and the tightly guarded city gate was thus pried open and opening. Su-chang's highly attractive manly scent was launched again, swirling around in the little lowly Qi Shanshan's nose. Only for a moment, the little lowly was again powerless. One hand was helplessly placed in front of her body, her eyes were confused, and she looked blankly at Su-chang. But Su-chang's time did not stop there, and he found the old marshal in the breached gates. When Chu and Han fight, two kings face each other. One will be hurt. Sure enough, in the incessant sparring between the two men with swords drawn, the little lowly Qi Shanshan was cut, her tender body simply unable to withstand the trauma. The little lowly Qi Shanshan shook her head and pushed Su-chang's face away in a pitiful manner, leaning into his arms and breathing in a big breath of long-lost air. It was suffocating, literally suffocating, and the scent of that mature man was making her head spin. Su-chang gently smiled. The little lowly was obviously inexperienced and too much of a dish. Just wait until you teach her more later. Come on, let's go save your Uncle Crow and Uncle G. Just go? The little lowly Qi Shanshan asked curiously, but she was still in his arms. Was he going to carry herself to deal with those people? Of course, if you want to come down, I'm not willing to let you down. Hooligans. The little lowly Qi Shanshan skimmed her mouth with a red face. This was a big rascal. The first time they met, they took their first kiss, and it's surprisingly exciting to play. In the distance, the crows and the bearded man were still conquering, but that Uncle G was dealing with a little more people obviously as well. Su-chang also did not dilly-dally. The original use of the long sword from the sleeve again appeared, looking at the little lowly Qi Shanshan, eyes glittering. None of these people were really a match for Su-chang, and with just a slash, a stab, and a chop, those members of the Ghost Gate Pass went back to their old homes. Uncle G's pupils tightened as he saw the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared, as well as Missy in his arms. Who is this man? How come he's never seen it before? But just as he was fuming, all of these enemies surrounding him were taken care of by Su-chang, and no one was even able to dodge his sword. How's that for handsome? Stinky rascal, why are you so powerful? Handsome. The little lowly Qi Shanshan was very happy leaning in Su-chang's arms. These Ghost Master's men were killed by his sword one by one, just like killing chickens. Watching the scene of Su-chang's massacre from such a close distance was even more of a strange feeling that made her heart flutter. The little lowly Qi Shanshan didn't think about it. It's not like she hadn't seen dead people before. but it wasn't at all as exciting as looking in Su Cheng's arms. That's right, and don't you see whose man I am? Slightly, shame on you. You're not my man. The little lowly Qi Shanshan despised and mocked him, and stuck out her tongue and made a face. I didn't say I'm your man either. Why are you so excited? Or do you really want to be my woman so badly? Su Cheng looked at the double ponytailed little lowly that was wrapped in his arms with one hand, and a flirtatious smile appeared on his face. You're a rascal. I'm not going to be your woman. The little lowly Qi Shanshan clenched her teeth when she heard Su Cheng's words and looked at him in great shame. It's not up to you. A little lowly. Brush. Su Cheng slashed out another sword, and a person who tried to sneak up on Crow was instantly cut off by him, his face filled with fear. The moment Su Cheng came here for the little lowly Qi Shanshan, their end was already predetermined. There won't be any possibility of change. Crow likewise discovered Su Cheng as well as Missy's arrival. His face was extremely surprised. This man even held Missy in his arms? You should know that Missy would not let anyone touch her easily, let alone something as unthinkable as carrying her in her arms. On top of that, the man is too strong. Between seconds, Su Cheng winded up. None of them could hold him back for a second. And these people from Ghost Gate Pass were all wiped out. Too powerful. You're too fierce. Stinky rascal. Ha ha. The little lowly Qi Shanshan excitedly hugged Su Cheng's head and gave him a hard kiss on his face. The person that Master Ghost had sent to attack them was unexpectedly not a one-move match for Su Cheng. And even that terrifying ink blade Gu Qing was killed by him in one move. What is this Shibuya's big handsome guy anyway? Does it feel like you just can't stop my nowhere to be hidden charm and are going to fall in love with me uncontrollably? The corner of Su Cheng's mouth revealed a trace of an evil smile, and he couldn't help but kiss the little lowly Qi Shanshan on the cheek as well. Ah, what are you doing? Stinking rascal? The little lowly Qi Shanshan's heart was pounding like a deer in headlights. Then it was as if she realized something. He had asked her to kiss him 10 times. Hadn't she just kissed him again? So if you take the initiative at this time, won't it be easy for you to use up the remaining 7 times? Who let you suddenly molest me? I'm a big man being kissed by you like this. What if I can't get married in the future and no one wants me? Su Cheng justifiably glared at the little lowly Qi Shanshan in his arms. Stinking rascal. Why don't you tell me I'm not wanted? You took my first kiss today. The little lowly Qi Shanshan began to accuse Su Cheng, her face very angry that he actually bit back at her, but her heart always pondered whether to quickly clear those 7 kisses. You don't also still take away my first kiss. Just now you also kissed someone else in public. Su Cheng aggrieved. Mua. Taking advantage of the gap between Su Cheng's words, the little lowly Qi Shanshan suppressed her shyness and flew and pecked twice on Su Cheng's face. He still wanted to kiss a 3rd time, but was directly blocked by Su Cheng's mouth. In the distance, the mouse, the crow, and the bearded man froze as Missy was abducted by yellow hair. Just now it was clearly Missy who was so excited that she took the initiative to kiss it, and then the two of them began to kiss deeply. Chapter 71. I didn't even ask for it. How can I count it? Ha 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 ha. It was only after a long time that Su Cheng and the little lowly Qi Shanshan separated their mouths. Each time it was a deep kiss, and lowly Qi Shanshan's breath control visibly strengthened, becoming more persistent. And in the distance, the crow, the bearded man and the rat that had been nailed to the tree earlier were about to walk over when they saw the two finally stop. A woman is not a woman. I really didn't expect Missy to have such an active side. Who says it isn't? We've all watched her grow up, and we've never seen Missy interested in any man. It just feels like a ripe cabbage that's been hogtied. Mouse heard the two of them gabbling next to each other without saying a word. He didn't expect that mysterious man to be prophetic, and by the time he was gone, Missy had actually pounced on him, and even offered him a kiss so easily. Missy, you have to be reserved. The mouse felt it the most, like blood was dripping from his heart. Black Dragon Society Crow? Ji Yuan, Mouse, many thanks to the warrior. When the three walked up to the mysterious man and Missy, they began to thank him for saving their lives. But how could the three of them not have expected that? Having gone all the way to the face, Missy would kiss this mysterious man again. Mua. Asterisk. 3 quick kisses like a chicken pecking at rice and wanting to move on to a 4th. Su Cheng once again blocked her lips, and unexpectedly, the gates were once again lost. Lori Qi Shanshan didn't know what was going on. Obviously this was the last time she expected to just get her breathing disordered. Instead, she was extremely careful to utilize the technique she had previously learned from Su Cheng, placing the tempo very slowly and leaving herself plenty of breathing space. The little lowly Qi Shanshan's body paused for a moment, and in the next second, she stretched out a pair of jade arms to hug Su Cheng's head. She had learned the skills Su Cheng had taught her, and she could rest slowly for lack of breath. But this was the 10th time, so she couldn't be separated. Lori Zissander is a bit of a shedder. After a long time, until the little lowly Qi Shanshan's breathing was completely disorganized, she was forced to push Su Cheng away. The little lowly Qi Shanshan's head hung down on Su Cheng's chest. Her body didn't move at all, just breathing in the oxygen in the air extremely greedily. Black Dragon Society Ji Yuan, Crow, and Mouse thanked the warrior for saving their lives. The three stood side by side in front of Su Cheng, clasping their hands in unison to thank him. Just take note of the saving grace. No need for thank you gifts or anything, just look at your missy. Su Cheng dotedly glanced at the exhausted little lowly clinging to him in his arms before turning his head to look at the three people. 3. That's true, the most precious treasures of the Black Dragon Society have been abducted by him, and looking at him, he can't be an ordinary person. Your Excellency, then there will be no more words of thanks. If there is anything that the Black Dragon Society can do to help, we, the Black Dragon Society, will go through fire and water. Ji Yuan arched his hand and said. Su Cheng gently nodded. My name is Su Cheng. You guys can just call me Su Xiao. As for your missy, it seems to me that she is very reluctant to leave me. I'll drive her around for a while and I'll take her back when she wants to go back. Su Xiao. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Crow and Beard were already stable people, although they knew that this matter was bad. But the strength of this Su Xiao in front of them was too terrifying. The rat, on the other hand, was because he had just climbed out from inside the tree. Plus this Su Xiao really had no ill will towards Missy. Rather than saying that Missy was interested in him, none of the three dared to open their mouths to stop it. Don't worry, your big miss this little carrot head look. I won't do anything to her. When she wants to go home I'll send you back. Su Cheng casually waved his hand, and hearing Su Cheng's words, several people's hearts picked up a bit, but Ji Yuan still stood out. If anything goes wrong with Missy, the Black Dragon Society will never let you go. His eyes were very serious and extremely stern as he warned Su Cheng. Even though they weren't Su Cheng's opponents, they still used the most distinctive attitude to show everything. As long as something went wrong with Missy, Su Cheng was the enemy. Still dare to threaten me? Not a little bit of guts. For the sake of your Missy I won't bother with you. Let's go. Su Cheng coldly looked at the bearded Ji Yuan and carried the little lowly Qi Shanshan and walked out. Shake grass. Equal smiley face. You said he killed Inkblade Gu Qing in one move. Then why didn't you warn me just now? Ji Yuan looked at the mouse with a horrified expression. What kind of a man was he putting up a fight with? One move to kill Inkblade Gu Qing. He was at most 50-50 with Gu Qing. Wouldn't he be able to kill himself with one move as well? The crow next to him was also incredulous. Killing Inkblade Ancient Green in one move. How strong must that strength be? Who let you speak so sharply? I don't even dare to say harsh words. Besides, didn't you see that Missy herself was happy to go with him? I think you're really an old fart. You keep out of young people's love. The rat said righteously, and he even used the words that Su Cheng had said to him on Ji Yuan. The bearded Ji Yuan was dumbfounded. Young love? But Missy was indeed very proactive. In front of the three uncles, she dared to initiate a kiss. Alas, just fearing that she would have become a woman by the time she returned. Where are you taking me? The little lowly Qi Shanshan lay in Su Cheng's arms and asked curiously. He had grown up playing with his uncles from the Black Dragon Society, and it was the first time he had come out to play with people his own age. You'll find out later. Wow. She had just heard the conversation between Su Cheng and the three uncles, so the current little lowly Qi Shanshan already knew Su Cheng's name. The little lowly also really didn't want to leave Su Cheng. 10 kisses had already been used up, and there was a feeling of not wanting to leave. Su Makoto? Honest Makoto? Lori asked him, tilting her head. Well, what about you? What's the beautiful little Lori's name? Qi Shanshan. Both are the Coral One Shan. The little lowly Qi Shanshan did not refute Su Cheng's title of her beautiful little lowly. Her heart was sweet. Qi Coral. Very nice name. It's Qi Shanshan. It's not Qi Coral. Qi Shanshan is just as good. Okay? Lori terrorized him with her teeth and claws open. But how could her cute look scare Su Cheng? Rather, it was more like being cute in his arms. Su Cheng looked so itchy that he didn't hold back and kissed the little lowly's face again. You're breaking the rules with this one. How can you still kiss me? And before you said you were going to let me kiss you 10 times. And I've done it all. The little lowly Qi Shanshan had a red face, covered the place she had just been kissed with one hand, and began to vocalize Su Cheng. Foul rules? Su Cheng laughed. He was the legendary Heavenly Destiny villain. Where were the rules with him? No, Lori, you're playing word games with me here? When did you get 10 kisses? Make it very clear. I want you to kiss me 10 times. I didn't even ask for it, so how can I count it? What? You cheated. Chapter 72, Falling Off a Cliff for Dragon Emperor Yichen. Lori Qi Shanshan was annoyed again. This guy even said he was playing word games with him, when it was clearly him playing word games with himself. What he said was clearly for him to kiss him 10 times. He had already kissed him. How could he not count? But even the little lowly Qi Shanshan herself didn't feel that she who had just fallen into a state of loss because the 10 kisses had already been used up, now didn't have half a bit of the sad mood of unwillingness to give up. Then you say, how many strokes are left now? Stinking rascal? The little lowly Qi Shanshan said in shame, while still using her hands to control her twin ponytails to hit and hit. You only have to kiss it 9 times. It's a good deal, isn't it? What? How could it be 9 times? You let me give you a kiss in the beginning, and you turned your head. That's 1 time right there. Then after that you kissed again. The little lowly Qi Shanshan simply crazy. Feelings have been kissed so many times. In his this is only counted once. Then wasn't he himself losing hemp? She began to list the number of kisses for Su Cheng in detail. And in between, you kissed me twice more. Plus just now, there should only be 5 more times. The little lowly accuses Su Cheng of being unreasonable while attacking him with her twin ponytails. This rogue plus rogue is simply too bad. Su Cheng laughed, that teasing expression appearing on his face again. What a surprise. My little Lori, I'm so touched that you remembered our kiss so well. But why are you playing with words again? The rules clearly say that I want you to kiss me 10 times. So if I let you kiss me a total of once, doesn't that leave 9 times? How can my kissing you be confused with you kissing me? What? The little lowly Qi Shanshan exploded again when she heard her words, and she was like a frenzied golden hare, charging from side to side in Su Cheng's arms, frantically struggling, trying to escape from Su Cheng's arms. Snap! An extremely crisp voice rang through the air. Su Cheng shook his hand. The touch was very good, small and soft, and shook a little after hitting it. You, how dare you beat my ass? My dad didn't even hit me. The little lowly Qi Shanshan is very aggrieved. She kissed this bad guy so many times. He said one sentence all does not count. He even offered to kiss himself, and kissed him so deeply and intensely, and then it still didn't count. Ooh, and now he's spanking his own ass. What's wrong with your father not having played? If you are so disobedient, believe it or not I'll find a hotel to strip your pants and strip and spank you? Su Cheng squinted his eyes. The corner of his mouth revealed a touch of evil smile. Once she heard this, the little lowly Qi Shanshan didn't dare to speak even if she was aggrieved. Woohoo! Okay, you just sit here. Coming to the classic seat Maybach, Su Cheng put the little lowly Qi Shanshan on the co-pilot, and tied the seatbelt for her by hand. The little lowly Qi Shanshan took one look at him and recognized it as a Maybach, but didn't put too much stock in it. It's just a limo. Dad has one too. Come on, take you for a ride. Su Cheng reached out and rubbed his hand on the little lowly Qi Shanshan's head before starting his drive. They had just been on the outskirts of the 9-plate mountain, and the real 9-plate mountain, as its name suggested, had 9 extremely winding sections. It also attracts a lot of drag racing enthusiasts, and the people who gather here run races. He had brought Qi Shanshan here now to thwart Yi Chun from winning this drag race. Asterisk. What's that one? A cab? This mudblood drove a cab to compete in a car contest? Crazy, if you ask me. This cab is ironically at the bottom of the list, believe it or not. Don't you call bull asterisk. Having just come over here, Su Cheng realized that the match had already started, and the crowd chattered about a cab that was, unsurprisingly, Dragon Emperor Yi Chen. How come all these male leads like to engage in something pompous? Yi fans 99 confessions, and this Dragon Emperor Yi Chen even cabs to compete in the car god competition. Bang, 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 bang. Su Cheng lowered the window of the car and a beautiful woman in a hot dress threw a wink at him. Little handsome boy, come to participate in the car god competition. But unfortunately the competition has already begun. You are late. Of course, I don't think it's too late if you want to have a wonderful encounter with your sister. It can't be helped. The good people have a date, so we'll talk about it next time. But this car god competition, even if you're late you should still be able to participate. Su Cheng stretched out his hand to embrace the little lowly Qi Shanshan. That's fine, but you're late to catch up with the group? How do you know if you don't try? As soon as the words fell, Su Cheng started the Maybach, clutched the gears, and stepped on the gas, all in one go. The roar of the Maybach's engine resonated around it like a terrifying beast growling low, and in the next second, the Maybach rushed out. He headed up the first section of the 9 pans, a place that was smooth and stress-free. You're not allowed to go to that woman. Just at this time, the little lowly Qi Shanshan opened her mouth to speak, her voice small and her face red. Ha, why don't you let me find it? Are you jealous? Su Cheng drove the Maybach with one hand and continued to power his feet while turning his head to look at Lori. Watch the road. Watch the road. Who says I'm jealous? I just don't think that woman is a good person. Maybe she has a disease in her. The little lowly Qi Shanshan was red-faced and hesitant, and she really found a good reason. As the first turn approached, Su Cheng's speed decreased rather than increased. and in close to half a second, he arrived at the second turn. The little lowly Qi Shanshan's scared eyes are white. How he bends without slowing down. With the Maybach's ultra-high maneuverability and his terrifying skills, Su Cheng quickly arrived at the seventh turn. The number of people who had been surpassed by him was already very high, but even now Su Cheng still hadn't seen Dragon Emperor Yi Chen's cab. Suddenly, he saw, around the bend ahead, the figure of a green cab. Su Cheng stepped on the gas under his foot, and the Maybach's horrible performance was fully utilized. But the male lead deserved to be the male lead. He drove this cab in an equally unusual way, and in the curves was equally not slowing down, leading Su Cheng by half a body length. Unfortunately, the car's performance was there, and Su Cheng easily passed him on the straightaway. Damn, what's wrong with this guy, chasing him so closely? Yi Chen's face revealed killing intent. He was only here to earn a little bonus. How is it that there are still crazy people who are not afraid of death who dare to rob with him? The section of the 8th lane was already very narrow and unusually bumpy now, and he himself would surely overtake the Maybach at the 9th turn if he kept up his full speed here. Everything was just as Dragon Emperor Yi Chen thought. That Maybach slowed down, and the distance was getting closer. The bend, that's the one up ahead. Take advantage of the Maybach's deceleration to break out through the gap in the outer lane. When it came to the curve, Dragon Emperor Yi Chen didn't panic at all, didn't slow down at all. He saw a vacancy between Maybach and the outer way, and the position was adequate. Punch! But what he didn't expect was that Su Cheng also didn't slow down. The Maybach made a slip at the corner and started accelerating directly from the outside lane. It's broken. It's going to crash. Subconsciously, Dragon Emperor Yi Chen reversed the steering wheel, and the cab also fell off the cliff at the edge of the outer road. Chapter 73, You don't want to be caught with your feet in two boats, do you? Su Cheng, you're too good. You actually won the championship. The little lowly Qi Shanshan excitedly jumped into Su Cheng's arms, a pair of hands embracing his neck and happily hanging onto it. She was all set to comfort Su Cheng after his failure. Who would have thought that he would later come up to take the top spot? It's awesome. That's of course, taking little lowly racing and winning the championship. I wonder what kind of reward. Su Cheng wickedly licked his lips and stretched out his hand to hold the little lowly hanging around his neck in his arms. But just at this time, the same gorgeous woman she met earlier came over again, her face carrying shock. I really didn't expect. The little handsome man is so powerful. Late also can win the champion of the car god competition. Really worthy of the name of the car god. The beautiful woman praised Su Cheng while walking towards him. The little lowly Qi Shanshan who was watching tightly hugged Su Cheng's neck, and her face was pressed on his head, looking at the beautiful woman with great vigilance. Just a fluke. Su Cheng laughed shallowly, completely unconcerned about her compliments. I just don't know when is the next date that little handsome boy said before. I'm very curious about it. The gorgeous woman sent a flying kiss, which was knocked away by Lori's outstretched hand. I don't think this barren little child can really be aroused. Don't you see that my figure is much better than hers? The little lowly Qi Shanshan's hostile eyes made this gorgeous woman also compare as she raised her legs in a seductive pose, but when she moved her eyes up, she realized that Su Cheng's eyes were blocked by the little lowly. That little lowly was directly in this man's arms hugging and kissing him. The two of them were like glue, in love, forgetting to kiss each other, not putting the beautiful woman in their eyes at all. After a moment, hearing the gorgeous woman leave, Lori tried to take her lips back, but it was rolled back on the way, and his head was grabbed by Su Cheng, changing up the angle. After a long time, Su Cheng gently let go of her. The little lowly's progress was just too fast. Was this a natural learner? The little lowly Qi Shanshan gasped loudly and hid her head in Su Cheng's arms, not daring to look into his eyes. This counts, as a reward for you. The voice was small and sounded even more endlessly seductive, murmuring against his own chest. Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, an extremely surprised voice called out to him. Master! A woman in a white lab coat approached, wearing a pair of thick, round glasses, and was very surprised. Su Cheng froze. It was that beautiful doctor who had previously pestered himself to learn the Ghost Gate 18 needles. She was really very pretty, like Jiao Zil's level, with a long high ponytail, and just that face was enough to show how beautiful she was. Why are you here? Su Cheng was puzzled. I'm the contestant and organizer of this car race, and I'm that third place winner. The beautiful Dr. Lin Kuyu smiled and explained. Her knitted brows and smile had a power that could energize people. Master, I'm here to give you your championship rewards. The money for the champion is $5 million, and there's also the official title of God of Cars, which gives face to all the drag racing associations in Zhang City. She passed a card into Su Cheng's hand, then walked behind him with narrowed eyes. But still, I couldn't see what the little lowly in my arms looked like. She pulled out her cell phone and typed. Master, this lowly is not the same person as the one you were with before, right? Su Cheng raised his head to look at her, and the beautiful Dr. Lin Kuyu's face revealed two small dimples and an extremely wicked grin. Master, you don't want to be caught with your feet in two boats, do you? I really didn't expect that persistent beautiful doctor was such an evil person, and even played the threatening bit with himself. The little loli in her arms, Qi Shanshan, raised her head to look at Su Cheng and heard a girl greeting him, and it was still Su Cheng's disciple. She wanted to turn around in Su Cheng's arms and look back to see what his female disciple looked like, but it was stopped by Su Cheng. Good girl, don't move. Well, the little loli Qi Shanshan was now very tired, and when she heard Su Cheng's words, she quietly lay down in his arms. Seeing this, the beautiful Dr. Lin Kuyu's face became even more evil. Master liked the little loli in his arms so much, so wouldn't he have to be obedient? Come on, give me that god-awful stitch. Let's talk about it after we have a problem. Let's leave a contact first. Su Cheng slowly spoke, a light smile on his face. She wanted to worship herself as a teacher and threatened herself with the fact that she was with the little loli Qi Shanshan. But, who can be sure that they are the hunters? Jia, below the cliffs of Jiupan Mountain. I'm going to die? No, Dragon Emperor Yi Chen, must not die in a place like this. Yi Chen muttered as he looked at the cab beside him that had fallen to pieces. If he hadn't kicked open the door at the last minute, the sheer magnitude of the impact would have torn him to shreds. But even so, his right leg was almost completely fractured and shattered. Ahem, is it that bad of an injury? Yi Chen covered his mouth with his hand, and a thick stream of blood sprayed out directly. It's not a big problem. When I get up there, I'm going to take the life of that Maybach owner. He flung the blood in his hand and blasted his palm on the cliff. A clear, bloody five-finger print was left there. The little loli Qi Shanshan was as if she was sick, quietly nestled in Su Cheng's arms. No matter how Su Cheng asked her where her home was, this little loli just wouldn't say anything. If you pretend to be asleep again, I'll bring you towards home. Su Cheng smiled and pinched the face of the little loli in his arms. It feels like it's still very early. How come we suddenly have to go home? The little loli Qi Shanshan finally spoke, but I don't know why. She didn't want to separate from Su Cheng at all. Lying in Su Cheng's arms is really so comfortable. Oh. Su Cheng read her mind and dropped a kiss on her forehead. Lori doesn't want to part with me so much. Call your family, we'll stay out here a little longer. The little loli Qi Shanshan didn't avoid it, quietly watching his face getting closer and closer. Really comfortable. It was too reassuring to lie in his arms and not want to be separated at all. Good. This peaceful atmosphere and environment made the little loli Qi Shanshan not even want to say a word of rebuttal, not explaining the words that she didn't want to separate from Su Cheng. But there was still some fear in her heart. This was way beyond the doorstop Dad had given her. What if I don't dare to call Dad? The little loli Qi Shanshan looked up at Su Cheng and said in a resigned manner. Simple. Just call your dad and ask me to come pick it up. Finally the call connected, and the little loli Qi Shanshan handed her cell phone to Su Cheng. Hello? Hey, dang. Chapter 74, Lori wants to see the stars. Hey, dang. Shi Jiao's eyes widened. Then he looked at Ji Yuan next to him and blinked. He seemed to have misheard him. How his daughter's phone was answered by a man. The man? Hey, old Den? I heard that. You're the one who saved Shanshan and the others today, aren't you? Thank you so much for stepping in to help, and for saving Mouse Crow's life as well as Ji Yuan's. Shi Jiao wasn't angry at Su Cheng's impoliteness. After all, he had saved Mouse Crow as well as Ji Yuan, and had also saved Shan. Besides, he found the man interesting. It was the first time a young man had dared to talk to him like that. It doesn't matter. It wasn't like I wanted to save them. It was mostly because Sam asked me to. Sam? Hearing Su Cheng's words from across the room, Shi Jiao couldn't help but clench his fists. He dared to call Shan by her name. Thanks anyway. May I ask why the phone is in your hand and where's Sam? Sam, she's asleep in my arms. Wow. As soon as Su Cheng's words fell, the cup that was originally held in Shi Jiao's hands instantly fell apart in pieces, and the tea leaves and water flowed out from it. Boss, calm down. The three people next to him immediately arrived in front of Shi Jiao when they saw this, but their faces all had a look of stifled laughter and gloating. I forgot to get to the point just talking. Sam told me she doesn't want to go back for a while, so I'll take her outside and hang out for a while longer. Shi Jiao narrowed his eyes and a very ugly smile appeared on his face. Can you put Sam on the phone? Put you on the phone. Hello? Dad. It's Sam. As soon as they heard Qi Shanshan's voice, the emotions of the people present settled down. Although they didn't know what was going on with this girl, at least the people were safe. And listening to Qi Shanshan's tone, the odds are true that she doesn't want to come back for a while. Shannon, come back early while you're out there. Daddy's waiting for you at home. Although Qi Jiao wanted to say it very kindly, the moment he faced this daughter, he would naturally turn stern again. Got it, Dad. We'll hang up now then. As soon as the words left his mouth, a beeping sound came from Qi Jiao's cell phone. He slammed both fists on the table in anger. Shannon has been abducted by yellow hair. The three who heard this ran out in a puff of smoke, not daring to stay here for much longer, only hearing the sound of Chi Jiao smashing things. Sucheng, why are you calling my father Laodang? Chi Shanshan lay in Su Cheng's arms, very angry. I thought he would be able to get on good terms with his dad to speak for himself, but I didn't expect Su Cheng to come up and be so rude. Gee, Lori, what do you know? I called him Olden just to give him a warning. It means that his daughter was abducted by me, so that he has a mental warning and it will be easier for us to be together in the future. Saying that, Su Cheng also pinched the nose of the little loli in his arms, but the little loli Chi Shanshan's heart was still overjoyed because she had given the phone to Su Cheng, and he was still calling out for Lao Dang, as if she was fighting against her father with him. You want to be with me? Lori suddenly inquired, confusion and anticipation in her eyes. Right, otherwise why would I bother to save your uncle and the others? I'll save you and then go home as a suppressed lady won't do. Su Cheng gently smiled and sent a piece of candy into the little loli's mouth. Then why did you send me back tonight? You're not supposed to be taking me to your house, or to a hotel, she said as she savored the taste of sugar, milky and sweet. Saying that, the little loli Chi Shanshan's little face reddened, but still gazed straight into Su Cheng's eyes. She felt that there was no problem with her thinking if Su Cheng really came at her, why didn't she take herself to the hotel? Especially when he had to specially send himself back at night. He wasn't even coming for himself. Was he coming for the Black Dragon Society? Why else would he show up at exactly that time? Save us and then take me alone. Thinking about this, Chi Shanshan's heart panicked a little, trying not to think about this, but completely unable to control it. You want to go to a hotel? Then of course I'm happy to, but I don't want to take you to a hotel the first time we meet, because if that happens, it might make you feel like you're a lightweight yourself. Besides, I really do treasure you. Su Cheng could see the very strong uneasiness in the heart of the little loli Chi Shanshan. She had always been wary of herself in her heart. Right. Thinking that she was also rushing the Black Dragon Society, he gently pecked the corner of Lori's mouth in his arms. Little Lori, to tell you the truth, Su Cheng is also the only son of Su Badian of the Su clan. That is, the only son of the richest man in Jiang City, and I also have an even more terrifying identity. Coupled with this horrible force of mine, you should easily be able to think that the Black Dragon Society can be destroyed at the snap of a finger for me. Lori, and I'm coming for you. The corners of Su Cheng's mouth rose, an evil smile appearing on his face as he gazed at the little loli Chi Shanshan in his arms. Yes, is that right? He's only here for himself, and he cherishes himself so much that he doesn't take himself to the hotel. The little loli Chi Shanshan's face turned better with the naked eye, and an innocent smile appeared on her face once again. She didn't care what Su Cheng was really the only son of the richest man in Jiang City, nor did she care about any horrible identity. She only knew that Su Cheng was very powerful and didn't look down on the Black Dragon Society. Not for the Black Dragon Society anyway. Su Cheng is coming for himself. He. That's right, so you won't be able to escape me for the rest of your life. Jia. Su Cheng evilly smiled at the little loli in his arms, and his head gradually lowered, helping her wipe up the corners of her eyes that were a little moist. The little loli Chi Shanshan closed her eyes tightly and obediently let Su Cheng clean her eyes. Hot and stubble-free. It felt so comfortable. Love it, just a little shy. And he said he could never escape from him in his life. Where are we going next? The little loli Chi Shanshan grabbed Su Cheng's jacket with her hand and clung to his embrace. The coldness that had just been caused by sadness was quickly removed, and Su Cheng's arms were really warm. Does Lori want to see a movie? Watching a movie? Although she kinda liked watching movies, but if she watched a movie, she couldn't continue to lie in Su Cheng's arms like this. Then what the hell is he doing not coming home so late? Dismissed. Don't really want to see. Today, the little loli Chi Shanshan pillowed in Su Cheng's arms and gently shook her head. But in a flash she thought of a good idea. Or let's go stargazing. The little loli Chi Shanshan looked at Su Cheng with both eyes glowing, her eyes looking hopefully. If they went to look at the stars, they would be able to look at the stars while lying in Su Cheng's arms. Hey. Chapter 75, Taking Pictures with Lori. There were actually quite a few places in Jiang City where one could watch the stars, and the lakeside where he had taken Ms. by Jing and Lingxi for a picnic before was one. But since he had already been there with them last time, Su Cheng didn't plan to bring Lori there. There is indeed a good place to go if you want to see the stars. Come on, I'll take you there. As usual, Su Cheng carried the little loli in his arms to the co-pilot, while he himself went to the side and drove the car. It was kind of late at night, so there were basically no people or cars on the road. He drove the Maybach to his destination in only 10 minutes, a small hill very close to the Nine Pans mountain. It's so high, and it doesn't seem like there's any way to drive up here, so let's not look at the stars. Looking at the stairs in front of her, which were almost several hundred meters long, the little loli Chi Shanshan was a little put off. She wanted Su Chang to keep holding her in his arms, but she didn't want him to carry her up such a long flight of stairs. That's too much work. Afraid of what? Just your little weight is as good as nothing to me. Looking at the worried eyes of the little loli in his arms, Su Chang's heart couldn't help but warm up. He suddenly realized that of all the women he had encountered, Lori's clinginess was the strongest. She would even pretend to be asleep and ignore herself when she was about to take her home. Lori was almost always in her arms, except when she was driving. You put me down. Where's all this nonsense? Su Chang's speed was very fast, and with a god-level body and god-level martial arts, carrying little Lori down these hundreds of stairs was almost like walking on the ground. But in 2 or 3 minutes, he had carried Lori up the stairs to the top of the hill. As soon as she arrived at the top of the mountain, the little loli in her arms froze, and then let out a wow sound. It's so beautiful. Suchung, look! Her face was filled with a smile as she looked back at Su Chang, only to find the other party staring at her. The little loli Qi Shanshan's face was a little red. She really didn't expect that Su Chang didn't look at those views or the stars at this time. Instead, he keeps looking at himself. Does he think he looks better than the stars in the sky and the fireflies that twinkle with green light? I'm so shy. Want to come down and take a look? Don't. Just watch it like this. We'll just happen to be watching it together. As soon as she heard that Su Chang was going to put herself down, the little loli was anxious again. She really didn't want to separate herself from his embrace. She didn't want to let his hands move away from her body. Su Chang listened to her advice, and he actually didn't want to put this beautiful little loli down from his arms. There was only one cliff in this place, while the surrounding area was surrounded by grass. Countless green glowing fireflies appeared and disappeared, drawing Lori's eyes all the way over. Suchang, let's go over there and look at the stars. The little loli Qi Shanshan looked back at Su Chang while her finger was pointing over the cliff. The sightlines there are very open and you will see more stars and maybe the moon. Listening to little Lori's guidance, Su Chang also walked towards the side of the cliff with a better view. A long silver river came into view, countless stars twinkled and blinked, and a moon stood above the Milky Way in the distance. It's so beautiful. It's really the first time I've seen such a beautiful view. Lori was very content to look at the uncountable stars in the Milky Way, her eyes sparkling. The most important thing was that the person who came with him, this person who held him in his arms, was Su Chang. Wouldn't it be nice to see more and record it if you like it? Yeah, I forgot if you didn't tell me. We can take pictures. The little loli's eyes shone with a dazzling light, and in the next second, she took out her cell phone, ready to take the photo of the century for the two of them. Suchung, turn around. Let's take a picture with our backs to the Milky Way. But after taking several shots, the poses were always strange because she was shrinking in Su Chang's arms for the photos. It's not good to shoot. Lori's mood is a little low. Lori, with both of your arms around my neck, I'll be able to hold you in my arms with one hand. Su Chang took the little loli Qi Shanshan's cell phone, and sure enough, this first photo was taken very well. Wow, nice shot. Little Lori looked at the scene in the photo where she was nestled in Su Chang's arms and he was looking down at herself, her eyes full of excitement. She's going to frame the photo of the century and mount it across from her bed so that whenever she wakes up the first thing she sees is it. Looking at the expression of the little loli in his arms who was in love with the photo, her mouth grinning like a flower, Su Chang's heart was just as warm. You're satisfied with one picture? Want a couple more? Want? Little loli's hand holding Su Chang's neck became tighter, and the distance between the two became closer. She pressed her head against Su Chang's face, feeling Su Chang also leaning his face against her head. The corners of her mouth subconsciously rose. Hey, Ka Chow. A picture is taken again. Lori took the phone and was very pleased with how close the two were in this picture. The intense closeness was very comforting to her. More shots, this time like this. The two took who knows how many pictures under Lori's guidance. With each picture taken, Lori would pick up her phone and scrutinize it. Then the corners of her mouth would grin like a crescent moon. How about another shot? I actually wanted to take this one before. The little loli Qi Shanshan squirmed and said, her face turning red along with her. Listening to her command, Su Chang raised his cell phone. Muah, Ka Chow. A picture of a little loli hugging Su Chang's neck and then taking the initiative to kiss on his face was taken. Hey. The little loli Qi Shanshan giggled as she looked at herself in the photo. Her lips imprinted on Su Chang's face, and she could tell that Su Chang was a little surprised. While her own face was red, it was clearly premeditated. This one's a reward. Your reward for helping me call Dad. Seeing the playful yet teasing look cast by Su Chang, Lori was also quick to explain, but in reality that's something even she doesn't believe. She just wanted to take a picture of herself kissing Su Chang, that's all. As for whether to use it as cell phone wallpaper, computer wallpaper, or wallpaper, that's all something to think about later. Hey, little Lori, it seems like you really can't leave me in the future. Su Cheng playfully pinched the little lowly's nose and said with a teasing smile, "Humph, how do you know it's me who can't stay away from you? Like you said before about the kissing rule, what does your inability to leave me have to do with my ability to leave you? Am I right, Suchong?" The little lowly Qi Shanshan responded with the same teasing in Su Cheng's arms. He said he was the one who couldn't stay away from him, although there was that slight possibility of that outcome. But the greater likelihood was still that he couldn't leave himself. Why would Su Cheng hold himself in his arms for a whole day if he could leave himself? Hey, I don't know where this little lowly of yours gets the ability to be so arrogant. Jia. A voice rang out, but the little lowly's hand holding Su Cheng's neck didn't let go, but instead wrapped her arms tighter. Chapter 76, Masked Woman Bingling. The two of them stayed on this cliff for a while longer, and only after feeling that little Lori was a bit sleepy was Su Cheng ready to send her back. This little lowly was really clinging to him. Even if he asked her to lie down on the cliff and look at the scenery, she wouldn't come down. It was as if he was making Su Cheng's arms his home. But I didn't realize that after getting off the mountain, Lori didn't want to get off of him again. The thought of being separated from Su Cheng soon made her very uneasy and scared. "Su Cheng, will you come back for me?" The little lowly Qi Shanshan looked up at him with great uneasiness in her eyes, like a kitten about to be discarded. Su Cheng pecked lightly at the corner of her lips. "You don't want to run away. Don't forget, Lori, you still owe me 9 times. Better think of a way to make me use those 9 times. He had an evil grin on his face, but the words he said made Lori feel very relieved. Now Lori didn't care at all about those 9 times anymore. The two kissed each other for an unknown number of times, even if it was a lot of kissing. But Su Cheng was willing to use these 9 times as a bond between the two, and she was really happy. "And you talk about those 9 times, kissing me I don't know how many times." The little lowly Qi Shanshan arrogantly hummed before continuing to lean her body against Su Cheng. "Come on, let's get you home and meet your dad. That old den. On the way. No calling my dad olden." The little lowly Qi Shanshan lit up her pink fist in Su Cheng's arms and gently rubbed Su Cheng's face. Inside the Chen family villa on the outskirts, Chen Koan was chatting with a somewhat withered old man who looked to be around 50 years of age. This old man had put himself so low that no one would have thought that he was the boss of one of the 3 major underground organizations in Zhang City, the Ghost Gate, Master Ghost, and behind Master Ghost, there stood an equally masked person with a petite physique who appeared to be a woman. "Family Master Chen, may I ask if there is any more detailed information?" Master Ghost opened his mouth, but in reality, his face was very grave, and the other party promised to give him a chance to hook up with the Chun family in Magic City. "Ask yourself to kidnap someone for him." "Nope." Chen Koan sipped a cup of tea, completely indifferent to the outcome, as if even if the Ghost Master failed it had nothing to do with him. In fact, it is true that what does it matter to him whether or not Master Ghost can succeed? Hearing Chen Koan's words, Master Ghost's face became even more ugly. He was able to become the boss of Ghost Gate. His mind and strength were even more unparalleled. Master Ghost could tell that the family head from the Mordorchin family in front of him was trying to use himself. The person he was trying to kidnap was definitely not an ordinary person either, and was probably a behemoth that he couldn't afford to mess with. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the terrifying head of the Mordorchin family arrive in person, without even finding out a single bit of useful information. If he took on this kidnapping, it would probably lead to the end of the Ghost Gate and his own death and loss of life. However, if he succeeded, then there would likely be only one of the 3 major underground organizations in the city, and with the power of the Chen family in Mordor, he could very easily eliminate the other 2. Then, whitewash. He would no longer have to live under this dim and infinite Ghost Gate, but instead, he would be on the sunny path of his ghostly master. Go into the business world and make the leap to become a successful entrepreneur in that business world, instead of the head of a gangster that he is now. Clan Master Chen, I, Ghost Gateway, will tie that girl up in front of you, and I still hope that when the time comes, Clan Master Chen will not forget today's promise. I believe you can do it, otherwise I wouldn't have looked for you. Chen Koan's face revealed an extremely affable smile. Very kind. The withered old man, Master Ghost, gently arched his hand and turned to leave with the masked woman at the side. "Master Ghost, you're taking the Ghost Gate to the dead end." An extremely cold, frost-like voice rang out in the air, and it was the masked woman who spoke. He, don't be afraid. If there's no mistake, Gu Cheng should have already brought that Qi Shanshan girl back. With that girl Qi Shanshan, I'm not afraid that daughter slave Qi Jiao won't help. For the words uttered by Master Ghost, the masked woman felt stupid from the bottom of her heart. Because something that could make the head of the Chun family in Magic City take the initiative to come and ask for help was simply not something that their underground organization in Zhang City could help with. It's a devastating disaster at every turn. She really didn't believe that as smart as Master Ghost couldn't even see this. In order to annex the other 2 major underground organizations, in order to clean himself up, he has completely disregarded the ghosts, and the words that Master Ghost had just uttered were instantly slapped in the face, and he hadn't even thought of it when he was chatting with the Chun family master earlier. How come Gu Qing hasn't contacted himself now? Master Ghost's face was very ugly, showing heavy doubts and incomprehension on his withered, wood-like face. He took out his phone and called Gu Cheng, and after a ring, no one answered. Master Ghost took a deep breath and called a different phone number, and this time it connected. Master Ghost, where's Gu Cheng? Did he go back? A hint of anticipation appeared on Master Ghost's face, fantasizing about the last possibility that Gu Qing was just asleep or that his cell phone wasn't with him. But the answer of the officer opposite completely spoiled the expectation. No, Master Ghost, Gu Qing hasn't been back since he went out. The Ghost Master's hand suddenly dropped. His heart has a number. The probability is that Gu Qing has failed, and it is likely that the person is already gone. Let him go with so many people and merely kill that rat crow in Ji Yuan and bring Qi Shanshan back. Surprisingly, Gu Cheng still failed and his life was all there. Waste. Master Ghost cursed angrily, then got into the rear door that the masked woman had opened. The plan to force Qi Jiao to go with him to kidnap him had fallen through, and now he could only kidnap the little girl by himself. Bing Ling, can you do it if this matter is left to you? Master Ghost suddenly spoke up, casting his gaze on the masked woman driving the car. I can't do it if the person being kidnapped is on the same level as Kuan Shen, or has that kind of super expert around. The masked woman Iceling's cold words came through, as if she didn't have any feelings and was just stating the facts. Ghost Master's heart also gradually cooled down. Chen family master cannot even find out the person. How can there not be that kind of super expert around? Gu Qing was already dead, and there was directly one less expert he could use around him. If you want to accomplish this, it looks like you'll have to leave it to Iceling. Iceling, you go ahead with this, whether it works out or not. The agreement to help out one last time is used up. If you survive, you won't have to go back to the Ghost Gate. I'll give you your freedom. Master Ghost's voice sounded very hoarse, and his already withered figure was hunched over. Master Ghost, who was only in his 50s, looked like an old man on the verge of dying. Good. The masked woman, Ice Ling, merely responded briefly. The person was as cold as her name, as cold as an ice cream flower in winter. She didn't seem to care at all if she could do this or if she survived this kidnapping. Just a quiet drive. After the kidnapping, she's free. Chapter 77, if you don't mind, it's okay to stay overnight. Lori Qi Shanshan's home was a mansion, and it seemed to be the same lair of the Black Dragon Society. After arriving here, the little loli even got off the car and then jumped into Su Cheng's arms. She kept arching her face in Su Cheng's arms, carefully sniffing the smell of Su Cheng's body, wanting to carve all these smells into her mind. Su Cheng, don't go back, okay? Little Lori pleaded. What's the matter with this? Are you afraid to go back to Olden alone? Hearing Su Cheng's words, the little loli Qi Shanshan froze, then nodded her head in a hurry. She didn't care what Su Cheng was thinking right now. She only knew that right now Su Cheng wouldn't put himself down in his arms, and that was enough. Just as the two were still talking, a man sitting on a distant counter spotted them. It's rats. Mouse found in Su Cheng's arms pampered generally look at Su Cheng's Missy Qi Shanshan, cannot help but sigh up. I didn't think it was true that I don't understand young people's love. Missy doesn't even want to come down from her arms when she arrives at the doorstep. Tisk. Then he pulled open a door and went back to his room to sleep. The little loli Qi Shanshan handed the key to Su Cheng and then asked him to open the door. This mansion of Lori's family looked very nice, with grass, trees and a lake, and the area was not small, about 200 meters, pretty perfect for a mansion. After opening the door, Su Cheng was clearly able to see someone pulling back the curtain to secretly observe them, their eyes radiating curiosity. It seemed that they wanted to know what kind of man could charm their Missy to such an extent that she didn't want to go home in the middle of the night. The little loli Qi Shanshan naturally also found out. She blushed and buried herself in Su Cheng's arms. Her little head didn't look out at all, against Su Cheng's chest and didn't move. After coming to the living room, Su Cheng realized that there was another person inside the living room. He had a long overcoat over his body and was taking sip after sip of mulled wine. No, mulled tea. This person discovered Su Cheng and little Lori who had come in, and his expression, which was already somewhat lost, became angry. Wow! The man's hand holding the teacup instantly exerted force, and the porcelain pieces of the teacup became torn apart as he looked at Su Cheng with an extremely terrifying gaze. When Su Cheng saw this angry movement of his, he instantly guessed the reason. This should be his own cheap old man, the boss of the Black Dragon Society, Qi Jiao. Sure enough, as soon as she heard the sound of that teacup breaking and spilling the porcelain, Lori turned her head around. Dad, your hand doesn't matter. The little loli Qi Shanshan's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, and she was immediately about to get off of Su Cheng to bandage up her dad. I don't know why Dad gets hurt so often, but she used to be the one to patch him up when he got hurt. But once she thought that she would have to get down from Su Cheng's arms to bandage her daddy, Lori was reluctant to do so again. so she just asked dryly and then cowered in Su Cheng's arms to look at her dad. Jiao, where was the little cotton-padded girl who used to run over and bandage herself as soon as she saw she was hurt? Ooh, the hands don't matter, but the heart does. 19 years of raising cabbages just got pigged out, and a yellow-haired one at that. It's fine, Shan. Why don't you get off of Su Cheng? It's already so late and the guests have to hurry home. Jiao tried to make his face as kind as possible, but the more he did so, the more serious the state he showed. It's okay, uncle. Shannon doesn't want me to go back. I can stay with her for a little while longer, and if you don't mind, staying the night is okay too. Really? Sucheng, can you stay the night? Originally just used to provoke the words of the old Deng Jiao, but did not expect to make the little lowly in his arms 2 eyes. Couldn't wait to ask. Jiao, Shannon, what are you doing? Be reserved. Ooh, this kid doesn't look like a good person. They even said I could stay over if I didn't mind. Of course I mind. I mind a lot. I mind too much. It's still up to your father whether to stay over or not, and if he won't let me, I can't even if I want to. Suchan looked at the little lowly in his arms with favor. Why was this little girl so sticky? As soon as she heard Su Cheng's words, the little lowly Qi Shanshan twisted and turned her gaze towards Jiao, her eyes full of pity and supplication. Dad, will you let Su Cheng stay here overnight? Please, it's already so late. What if he meets danger on his way back? Please. The little lowly Qi Shanshan kept pampering her dad, only hoping that Su Cheng would stay with her. She really didn't want to come down from Su Cheng's arms at all. Oh, Jiao laughed. With his strength that killed Inkblade Ancient Green in one move, I'm afraid that even he himself wouldn't be able to survive from his hands. Such a strong expert is still in danger on his way back? Shan, be obedient. Su Cheng is coming home so late. His parents at home will definitely be anxious too. Uncle, my mom and dad are in Yanjing. As soon as Jiao's words were finished, Su Cheng opened his mouth and choked him fiercely. Since the last time Lu Xian came once, Su Batian also followed her back to Yanjing. Jiao, it's over. This kid is a wolf, and he has abducted his own sweet little girl and turned her into a black-hearted girl. How can this be defended when the black-hearted cotton paddlers are joining with outsiders against her dad? Jiao could feel Shanshan's eyes on her all the time, and Su Cheng's words changed her mind, not caring about her dad at all. Fine, stay if you want, don't do anything extra. Yeah, Sucheng, we can stay together at night too. The little lowly Qi Shanshan was unusually excited, and her face that was still looking at her father instantly turned to Su Cheng, and she hugged Su Cheng's neck, face to face and unusually happy. Jiao, although he said that he told Su Cheng not to do anything extra, but he couldn't help his daughter's crazy white giving Alas, with a light sigh, Jiao felt that he had aged a few dozen years, and completely lost the gallantry that he used to have when he was hacking people with a knife. Okay, I'll cuddle you to sleep tonight if you like. The little lowly hugged Su Cheng's neck and kept rubbing her face against Su Cheng's face. It's so warm and happy. Su Cheng came down to her room with the little lowly Qi Shanshan in tow. I have to say, Lori's room was very girly and pink, with an equal-sized bear next to the bed. There was a small table lamp on the nightstand with a delicate little white flower affixed to it, and it seemed that Lori liked it. There were a few rows of books on top of the desk next to it, all of which were kind of purely informational, not much in the way of extracurricular books. What school do you go to? Lori? From Shanghai University. What's wrong? Sure enough, Su Cheng's eyes went black. If he waited until the school year started, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? Chapter 78. Mom asks me whose child I am. I'm from the medical department of Shanghai University. How about you, Su Cheng? The little lowly in his arms looked at him with some confusion, not understanding how Su Cheng was surprised that he was a student of Shanghai University. Did he think he wouldn't be able to get into Shanghai University? The little lowly Qi Shanshan puffed up her cheeks. You're very smart yourself. I'm also from Shanghai University, but I'm 1 year older than you, so you're considered my schoolmate. Su Cheng responded to the little lowly in his arms as he walked over to the table and pulled on the lamp. It's a warm color, and there's a yellow glow through the shade, like a little sun. What a coincidence. Doesn't that mean we can always be together after school starts too? Lori's newly puffed up cheeks dissolved in an instant and her eyes lit up with happiness, just fantasizing about the happy times with Su Cheng in class every day. Qi Shanshan was excited. They can be together in class during the day, at lunch, and at night, and he still came back home to sleep. As long as Su Cheng is willing, they can always be together in the future. What nonsense. First of all, let's not talk about the fact that we're not in the same grade and we don't have classes together. What makes you think I must go to class? Su Cheng scraped the arms of the little lowly nose. This girl Sticky himself is sticky into what kind of What would Lori become if she saw herself with another woman? Forcibly lock yourself up to be with her? What's with the sickly feeling? Su Cheng laughed. Aren't you going to class? Why Little Lori instantly became frustrated. the blueprint she had just broken in her mind of going to class, eating, and showing love with Su Cheng instantly shattered. Of course I have my own business to attend to. For example, going to night color to flirt with Wei Xinglan and Xiao Zhuting, staying at home with Luo Xiaoyun and Qin Yuefang, or going to Lingxi's house to keep the empty-nested MS. By Jing Company. Where does he find the time to go to school? The little lowly Qi Shanshan anxiously wanted to ask him what was going on, but again, she thought of something and didn't open her mouth to ask, just lost and continued to shrink in Su Cheng's arms, clinging to him, not wanting to leave a single gap. Yes, oh, he is so horrible strength, or the only son of the richest man in Jiang City, where he still need to go to school. Don't be sad, I'll be there for you when I can. Seeing that the little lowly was sad beyond belief and didn't request herself to accompany her to school, Su Cheng's heart instantly softened. Really? The little lowly's originally dejected mood instantly recovered, looking at Su Cheng with a full of vigor. How could I lie to you? Then you must come and keep me company more often. I'll be really lonely if you're not here. Hiss. People's blonde double ponytail Lolita are playing arrogant. How come you're just pouting and playing straight ball? Who can stand up to this? What are you? The Black Dragon Society's young lady. Still working so hard for? Why are you going to school too? Su Chun hugged little Lori and lay down on the chair, asking with some confusion. But I didn't expect this question to directly silence the little lowly in my arms. That, actually, is that I've always wanted to go to college because my mom told me so? Suchung, let me tell you a story. It's about me and my mom. Mom has been frail and sickly since I was a kid and has been in the hospital. My dad and I could only visit her once a week, and I used to resent my dad for only letting me visit once a week for the same short period of time. I later realized that because I was so young and weak, there were so many bad things in that hospital that visiting my mom once a week was my limit. But because I'm young gradually, I'm not. Speaking of which, the little lowly in her arms appeared with an expression that Su Cheng had never seen before. She was nearly insane and completely lost her mind. Tears flowed from his eyes involuntarily, and his eyes were filled with horror, fear, and that deep self-reproach. Su Cheng bent his waist down, pressing the little lowly in his arms completely against himself, gently soothing her. Lori, let bygones be bygones of what happened a long time ago. I think, no matter what you've done, your father, Uncle G, Uncle Mouse, Uncle Crow, wouldn't take it to heart or blame you, would they? Su Cheng's face was pressed tightly against the forehead of the little lowly in his arms, and there had never been a moment when the two of them could be as close as they were now. Hearing Su Cheng's words, little Lori's emotions gradually smoothed out, but the tears still wouldn't stop flowing. Su Cheng couldn't do much in the face of her like this, and could only gently help her wipe away her tears to comfort her. You're right, Dad, Uncle Mouse, Uncle G, Uncle Crow, they didn't blame me. I don't understand why they didn't blame me. I've done the most boring thing in the world, and I'm sorry to my mom and to everyone who's been good to her. I'm a real sinner. The more the little lowly said, the more serious it became, and Su Cheng couldn't help but be scared to death when he heard it. What on earth could this little lowly have done to bring herself to such self-loathing? Did it pull out her mom's oxygen tube? I had to go to the hospital to see my mom for a little while every week because I was so young at the time. In the beginning, every time I went to see my mom, I was happy. But then, as my mom's health got worse and worse, I didn't dare to visit her. I didn't want to see her body wasting away and turning into an inhuman, ghostly appearance. My mom read my mind and she asked my dad to take himself there once every 2 weeks. But if you go once every 2 weeks, Mom's body changed even more outrageously. She shaved off her hair and her eyes became dim. She didn't even recognize herself until one time she went to visit her by herself. My mom is asking me whose kid I am and why I'm so cute. I was really intimidated. I got scared and I ran away. 2 weeks later, instead of taking me to the hospital, my dad took me to my mom's funeral. The little lowly's eyes were red and she didn't dare to speak anymore. Her hands hugged Su Cheng's shoulders and cried hard in his arms. Su Cheng quietly held the back of Lori's head, one hand patting gently on her back. Silly girl, I thought you had done something outrageous. Haven't you done nothing wrong? I killed. You don't want to say you killed your mom, do you? You're a silly little lowly. Su Cheng placed the little lowly in his arms on the bed, while he himself stood in front of her in a half squat, his eyes looking at her very seriously. You're not a little kid anymore. You should have learned about this relevant thing. That symptom of your mom's is cancer, and it's obvious that the degree is already severe. Plus you said your mom doesn't recognize you. It's a medically typical chemo brain-induced memory loss, and your mom would have been dying at that point. It has nothing to do with you at all. Don't take the blame on yourself. Su Cheng pinched the little lowly's head and explained these things for her, but I still haven't seen my mom on her deathbed. Chapter 79 Father-in-law. We're going to take a bath first. Silly girl, your mom has forgotten all about you because of chemo brain. This chemo brain can and will allow your mom to let go of everything she's holding onto on earth. Su Cheng also stood up, then sat down next to him and gathered the little loli on the bed into his arms. If you went to see your mom one last time at that time and then she brought you back, how can you let your mom go in peace? Do you want to let your mom end up dying sadly with a broken heart for you? The little loli Qi Shanshan leaned her head on Su Cheng's shoulder and shook her head. No, don't want to. Su Cheng nodded with satisfaction, then wiped the tears of the crying little loli and continued to enlighten her. So isn't it so much better that your mom was able to die in peace at the end than that she died in pain and dismay after remembering you? You didn't do anything wrong. So your father, Uncle Mouse, Uncle G, and Uncle Crow didn't blame you. Who would blame a child who was perfectly right? Finally, hearing Su Cheng's words, the little loli Qi Shanshan's knot in her heart was completely untied. She clasped her hands tightly around Su Cheng's neck, leaned her head next to Su Cheng's head, and cried fiercely, to cry out all the pain about her mother all these years. It was the most agonizing cry from Lori's heart, no longer blaming herself for the death of her mother or suffering from not being able to see her living mother. Whoa, ooh-hoo. It wasn't until Lori's voice became hoarse from crying that she finally stopped. The little loli Qi Shanshan didn't say anything after she cried well. Her face was full of shyness, and she beamed as she slowly slid down from Su Cheng's body. It was back in Su Cheng's arms. Are you done crying, little crycat? Then go take a bath and get yourself clean and white so I can hold you in my arms and go to sleep. An evil smile hung on Su Cheng's face as he recklessly sized up the little loli Qi Shanshan. Lori had a different kind of charm after she had cried, especially with her little red face, which was even more shy now. She squirmed and hid her head in Su Cheng's arms, not looking at him. Okay, I'll go ahead and get a change of clothes. Saying that, the little loli wanted to slip out of Su Cheng's arms, but how could Su Cheng let her have her way so easily? As soon as she wrapped her arms around Lori's waist, she couldn't move. What's there to be embarrassed about? I'll just get it for you. An evil smile appeared on Su Cheng's face before he held the little loli in his arms and walked towards the closet. No, the little loli chirped, but the next second the closet door was opened by Su Cheng. A rich floral scent hit his face, and Su Cheng subconsciously took a deep breath. It's so fragrant. The closet was also full of all kinds of clothes, from pink dresses with bows, to surprisingly short JK uniform-type dresses. Underneath on the side were Lori's personal clothes, and socks, pajamas, and such. Seeing Su Cheng's line of sight move that way, little Lori hurriedly used her hand to block Su Cheng's line of sight. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Lori, I want to see you in this. Su Cheng pointed at the aqua blue JK uniform, his eyes tightly fixed on the little loli in his arms. Lori's face instantly turned red. This JK uniform she bought because she thought it looked good, but after buying it she realized that this JK seems to be a bit short. Not only does the top show off the little tummy side, but the bottom of the skirt shows just as much, making it impossible to wear out. If you want to see it so badly, then I'll wear it reluctantly, not because I want to wear it for you. It's only because you wanted me to wear it for you that I wore it for you. Thank me. The little loli stretched out her fingers to compare in front of Su Cheng, but as she spoke her little face became red and her eyes began to roll. Gosh, how did those second-gen arrogant little lolitas inside the anime say those shameful words? How did she feel? So shy. Pust. Su Cheng involuntarily laughed out loud. This little loli still wants to play the arrogant set, but now it seems that even with the blonde hair double ponytail loli edition, she is not too suitable for arrogance. In that case, Lori, go take a shower. I want to see you in this JK. No, wait a minute. I'm going to go to Dad's room and get you a shirt so you can change after your shower later. The little loli finished and tried to get down from Su Cheng's arms again, but still didn't succeed. I'll just carry you there. It's not like old Den hasn't seen me carry you before. I don't know which little loli was pestering you so tightly in the living room before, refusing to come down. The little loli could only follow Su Cheng with a red face, and then began to show him the way. Jiao's room was very close to Lori's room, only a few steps away. After knocking twice to signal, Su Cheng pulled open the door to Jiao's room. The lights in the house were left on, and Jiao didn't sleep. He lay on the bed, his eyes somewhat surprised as he looked at Su Cheng, as well as Qi Shanshan in his arms, his pupils instantly chilling. Dad, Su Cheng didn't bring a change of clothes, so take yours for him to wear first. Hearing Qi Shanshan's words in Su Cheng's arms, Jiao's fists instantly clenched, and the nails on his fingers sank into the flesh. What's wrong with this little cotton-padded jacket? Even if he brought yellow hair home, he even let yellow hair wear his own clothes after taking a bath. Is this a jump face? Is this jump face? Woohoo! Okay, feel free to take whatever you want. Take a shower and get an early night. Thank you, father-in-law. The moment Su Cheng's words came out, little Lori and Jiao instantly both stared wide-eyed. What is this kid shouting nonsense? Who is your father-in-law? Looking at Qi Shanshan's surprised and shocked eyes, Jiao thought that her daughter would scold Su Cheng, but I didn't expect that the shocked eyes instantly became red in the face. Just shyly hiding in Su Cheng's arms, unexpectedly did not say a word. It's still a bit too early to call your father-in-law. In case you don't like Shanshan anymore in the future. Or if Shanshan doesn't like you anymore. It's possible. No, Dad. I won't dislike Sucheng in the future. The little lowly Qi Shanshan's reaction was even more urgent than Su Cheng's, and as soon as she heard her father say that she wouldn't like Su Cheng in the future, she hastened to explain. Father-in-law, I'll always like Shanshan from now on as well. We'll go take a shower first. After saying that, Su Cheng even lowered his head and kissed the little lowly's forehead before turning around and pulling the door shut and leaving. This you? That's arrogant. If he didn't know that Su Cheng had the strength to killing Blade Gu Qing in a single move, Shi Jiao had to go through 2 moves with him. But Su Cheng's force is so horrible, he can't fight. His own daughter also helps people and is awesome for nothing. Oh, dear. Wait a minute, what did that guy just say? We're taking a shower? Are you going to shower with Sam? No, don't. That kind of thing is not allowed. The change of clothes are all taken. So are you going to wash first or am I going to wash first? Lori looked up at him with innocent eyes. Su Cheng unconsciously swallowed his saliva, his eyes gazing straight at the little lowly in his arms. Are those the only 2 options? But I only have this one tub and shower in the house, eh? There's no way to do both and. Lori blushed with shame. Even if there are 2 showers or bathtubs, wouldn't it be frank if they were washed together? Who told you 1 tub and 1 shower doesn't make a bath? Jia. Su Cheng laughed evilly, holding the little lowly in his arms and walked over to the place where the bath was.